Chapter 1. Spider-Man. Lower your weapon. George Stacy gazed intently at the female antagonist before him. Clad in a black and white bodysuit and a white hood, a flicker of animosity igniting in his eyes. Raise your hands, Gwen implored, her voice laden with desperation. Officer, I beg you, put down your weapon. I have no weapon. I have exhausted all my web fluid. Gwen could not suppress her true voice as she exclaimed, Sheriff Stacy, I plead with you. I beg you. Silence. Get down on the ground. Gwen looked at George Stacy, her father, her heart overwhelmed with despair. She was unprepared for an explanation. Everything was happening too swiftly, and she was uncertain how her father would perceive her if her identity were to be revealed. Would he believe her? Would he spare her? Would he forgive her? Her thoughts drifted back to a night not long ago when her closest friend, Peter Parker, perished in her arms. Peter aspired to be a hero like her, to embody her vivacity, to exude her confidence, to protect himself and others as she did. He faltered the unstable lizard serum, claimed his life that fateful night, and her father witnessed Peter die before Spider-Man, believing the culprit to be the very hero he had come to despise. Unbeknownst to George Stacy, the true identity of the alleged murderer, Spider-Man, was his own daughter. Today, Gwen had encountered the Vulture, expending considerable effort to confront the troublesome foe, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Yet, at this critical juncture, when she lacked the strength to flee and her web fluid was utterly depleted, her father appeared before her, gun in hand. You are under arrest. George Stacy declared coldly. The charge is the murder of Peter Parker. You have the right to remain silent. You do not understand. A gunshot rang out, plunging Gwen into silence, her heart heavy with injustice. Despite having saved countless lives, despite mourning Peter's death, despite being his daughter, she felt wronged. Why? George noticed the tremor in the voice of the female antagonist, which bore the semblance of a young girl. He could not connect this moment to Gwen. They had not spoken in ages. Why treat me this way? Gwen slowly moved her hand to her mask, her heart brimming with grievance and defiance. Yet a glimmer of hope lingered. After all, he was her father. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A piercing sound filled her ears as a beam of light suddenly erupted in the chaotic hall, obscuring the figures of both individual Spider-Man. George shouted in frustration. Run. Gwen cried out in concern, not seizing the opportunity to escape, but fixated on the luminous column that had appeared before them. As the beam of light dissipated, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing George unharmed, while George felt a similar relief at Spider-Man's failure to seize the opportunity to escape. Don't even think about running. George approached, declaring, Today, I shall avenge Peter and personally ensure you are incarcerated. Gwen refrained from any rash actions. Having regained a modicum of strength, she felt a faint glimmer of hope for escape. Yet the light beam seemed to have left something behind. Gwen's keen eyes caught a hint of color rising to her cheeks as George drew closer. He was momentarily taken aback. Between them lay a naked boy, his jet black hair framing an exquisitely refined face, complemented by a well-defined physique. Gwen turned her head, maintaining her vigilance. Her spider sense, however, indicated no immediate threat. Could it be that this boy posed no danger? George, too, was unconcerned with Spider-Man, who was evidently too weak to resist. However, the mystery surrounding the boy remained. He approached cautiously with his gun raised, and Gwen watched George anxiously. Yet, when George reached out to touch the boy's face, nothing untoward occurred. It should be fine for now. Gwen felt slightly reassured and waved at George, saying, Goodbye. Officer, please be cautious with that boy. Spider-Man. George's eyes blazed with frustration, yet he could do nothing but watch as Spider-Man departed from his view. He could not leave the boy here. Doing so would render him no different from that villain. Spider-Man frowning. He surveyed the boy, who appeared as ordinary as any other, draping his police uniform over the vulnerable areas before lifting him up. This kid is surprisingly heavy. Sheriff Stacy grimaced, gritting her teeth as she hoisted him. Carl awoke to find himself lying on a hospital bed, his body adorned with various medical devices. Sheriff Stacy, this young man is perfectly fine, the doctor patiently reiterated. He is in good health, so please rest assured. Does he not possess any remarkable attributes? George gestured. For instance, anything that sets him apart from an ordinary person, like extraordinary strength, a different circulatory system, or a blood volume several times greater than that of a normal individual. Sheriff Stacy, I understand you have encountered many criminals who appear like superheroes from comic films, but rest assured, he is quite normal. Oh, there's indeed one aspect that differs from ordinary people. The doctor leaned in to whisper, prompting George's expression to darken as he turned away. Awake, are we? George sent Gwen a text, informing her that he might not return home that evening. Before stepping into the hospital room, meanwhile, outside the glass window of the hospital room, a girl with golden short hair and pale blue eyes approached. She stood at the doorway, quietly observing the mysterious boy and her father as Carl awakened. The first thing he beheld was a pair of pale blue eyes, and, as the camera pulled back, a delicate, exquisitely sculpted visage came into view. George, wearing a stern expression, approached the bedside and gazed at the young man, inquiring, "What is your name?" Carl turned his head to regard the towering figure before him and began to speak. "My name is," to his astonishment. The first words that escaped his lips were in English rather than his native tongue, causing him to pause. A glance at George and Gwen's faces illuminated his understanding. This was no longer the world he once knew, and perhaps he was no longer the person he had been. It seemed more fitting to adopt a new name and embark upon a fresh start. "I am Carl," he declared, not waiting for George's response before asking, "Where am I?" After a moment of silence, George replied, "You are on Earth. Do you know of Earth?" "Yes, in the Milky Way galaxy." Carl responded, somewhat exasperated, "I'm aware, sir. I'm also an inhabitant of Earth. Furthermore, you ought to clarify that the Milky Way contains numerous planets. Yet within our solar system, Earth is the only one capable of sustaining human life." "Earthling? That simplifies matters. You are in New York. From where did you arrive?" "I do not know." Carl blinked innocently. "I only recall falling asleep and then finding myself here. I cannot recall my parents' names. I only know that I am called Carl," he said, confusion etched on his face. "However, I can assert with certainty that I am 100% an Earthling." "I swear." George was troubled. Having searched the police database, he found no record of this individual. There was no trace of him whatsoever. Naturally, suspicions arose within him, for the boy's sudden appearance was indeed peculiar, yet he remained uncertain of his motives. "Rest while we will ascertain your identity," he assured officer. "Might I know your name?" "George Stacy," he replied, glancing back as he heard the boy plead, "Please do not send me to a laboratory. I beg you." Officer, for a moment, he felt disoriented, the image of the boy blending with that of the insufferable Spider-Man, shaking his head. Be reassured. Do not worry, everything will be fine. Carl exhaled, though he remained uncertain as to how he had arrived here. It was evident that the commotion was significant, or else this officer would not be imparting knowledge about Earth to him. Moreover, it seemed this officer Stacy was a good person. Wait, Stacy? A sudden flash of a blonde girl crossed his mind, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be? "Gwen, what are you doing here?" George was taken aback to find his daughter in the hospital. "You did not return last night, nor did you text." "I called, but you did not answer, so I contacted the precinct, and they informed me you were in the hospital," Gwen said, her face cold. "Am glad you are well. I shall take my leave." She cast a glance back at the boy, where a flicker of astonishment danced in her pale blue eyes. What beautiful eyes they are, that boy. "His name is Carl." "Oh, Carl Stacy, what?" Gwen couldn't help but exclaim. "What did you say his name is?" "Carl Stacy." George looked at his daughter with a pained expression, desperately concocting excuses in his mind. "You must let me explain." George steadied his daughter and said, "You know, that child has no parents and has lost his memory. He is only 15 years old. Moreover, you would like a companion, wouldn't you?" "Sheriff Stacy, this has nothing to do with me." Gwen often found herself pondering what her father was thinking. A boy had suddenly emerged from a brilliant beam of light, and it was evidently abnormal. Yet, here was an ordinary man wanting to take him home to adopt. "Are you all right?" "Listen, Gwen, that child is truly unfortunate." Gwen remained silent, contemplating how to handle the situation. After much reflection, she realized there was no better alternative than this one. Taking him home would allow her to keep an eye on him. "Fine then," Gwen said with a hint of melancholy. "So I'm going to have another brother." "You should be happy," other kids would exclaim. "Wow, I'm going to have a brother. Why is your reaction so different?" Gwen rolled her eyes dramatically, raised her hand, and feebly said, "Wow, I'm going to have a brother. This child is a good boy. He just can't remember who he is, and everything else is fine." George had been watching Carl for a week. He wouldn't have resorted to this method if there had been any other options. "All right, whatever you say." After finishing her breakfast, Gwen grabbed her bag and off to school. "I heard you joined the band?" George called out to his daughter as she walked away. "I used to be the best drummer." "Oh, dealing with kids is truly a philosophy." Upon arriving at the police station, George picked up a small package. "You sure everything is all right?" "Absolutely. Just ordinary toys." "What about the bloodstains on the smiley face?" "Just regular dye, thanks. Let's grab a drink sometime." "Forget it. My wife is quite strict." George's smile faltered, and he awkwardly waved his hand before getting into the car with the small package of the hospital. Carl was watching the news. It had been a week since his arrival, and Carl was fairly certain he had entered another world. This world had superheroes and villains, yet it was not as chaotic as he had previously imagined. In fact, there seemed to be only one superhero Spider-Man, or rather, it would be more appropriate to refer to her as Spider-Woman. Naturally, Carl had come to understand that he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. Universe 65, the homeland of Spider-Gwen, and the officer who had been inquiring about it for the past few days was none other than the father of this Spider-Woman. "George Stacy, are you ready?" Today is the day you are discharged. George gently patted Carl's head and handed him a parcel. This is your belongings, the ones you found together. See if you can recognize anything. Carl reached inside and felt something akin to a ring. Pulling it out, any recollection? Carl gazed at the silver ring in his hand and shook his head. He was genuinely perplexed. This object evoked no memories. There's something else inside. Shall we take a look? George fixed his gaze on Carl, eager to glean something from his expression. With no hesitation, Carl extended his hand and retrieved the solitary item within. However, upon the first glance at this object, he could no longer contain his emotions. His hand trembled, nearly sending it flying from his grasp. Do you recognize it? Carl stared at the badge in his hand. A smiling face marred with traces of blood. Were it not for those stains, such a badge would be commonplace, yet the blood rendered it far more significant. I do recognize it. Carl slowly nodded. I feel as though I've encountered it before, but where exactly? Whose blood is that? I do not know, Carl replied, shaking his head. So, it is indeed blood? Carl fixed a penetrating gaze upon George and stated. Certainly. George scrutinized the seemingly ordinary badge, unable to suppress a gulp, cursing that colleague of his countless times in his mind. Ordinary dye. How could this be? We have identified it as ordinary dye. George probed. What is going on? George, I cannot say, Carl replied with a sense of helplessness. There is no need for your probing. I've shared all that I know. If I possess such abilities, why would I deceive you? Carl glanced at George, whose disheveled beard and protruding belly inspired a particularly piercing remark. Am I exerting myself merely to be near you? Sheriff Stacy? Well, you and I. George felt the truth in Carl's words, but was reluctant to concede, stubbornly retorting, I have my own unique qualities that you surely covet. Ah, indeed. Carl dismissed the argument with indifference. Was Carl attracted to him for his thinning hair, his unattractive appearance, his ample waistline, his meager salary, or perhaps for the beauty of his daughter? Ahem, inadvertently spoke the truth. Carl slipped on the ring, fiddling with the smiling badge in his hand, whilst tumultuous waves surged within his mind. No, this is a Marvel Universe affair, you know. You a DC character, what business do you have here? Damn it. Carl felt a flicker of panic, yet he struggled to mask it. George assisted in tidying up and then escorted Carl back to his home. Firstly, while I have managed to secure your identity, we need to establish some ground rules. Understood? Carl nodded. First, be honest at home. Do exactly as I instruct you and refrain from approaching my daughter. Second, my daughter's name is Gwen Stacy. She is half a year older than you, so maintain your distance from her. Third, do not harbor any intentions toward Gwen, please. I am merely 16, still a virgin. Carl protested. Yet George merely nodded in response. I understand. Even on the first day, you became shy when that nurse came near you. I can see that you are a good boy. I've observed you for a week. A rogue cannot feign innocence so convincingly you may trust the judgment of an old police officer. But your face won't do. George spoke frankly. My daughter is still young. I can't stop her, but I can control you. But I'm still young, Carl said, feeling wronged. I haven't done anything yet. Then just keep it that way. George patted his shoulder. Get ready. I'll take you to school tomorrow. Wait, you're just at ease? Carl was a bit speechless. After all, I'm an unidentified person, right? Of course I'm at ease. You're just an ordinary person. George smiled and turned to leave. Carl looked at his back and raised an eyebrow. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. I dare bet 100 planets he definitely doesn't feel at ease. Who are you? I'm just here to say hello. Don't worry, Carl. We are your friends. The voice sounded flirtatious, but also carried a sense of confidence. Just delivering a package. Remember, Carl, the eyes, the badge, and the ring, these are gifts we give you. Goodbye, little guy. No matter how Carl shouted, the voice vanished, and even George, just a room away, seemed not to hear his calls. Carl felt that everything around him had changed. A stream of information flowed into his mind, revealing the purpose of the three entities. He closed his eyes and then opened them again, his eyes turning pure white. This pure white was not merely a color. It was a representation of something vast beyond measure. Carl saw too much. The boundless knowledge flooded into his brain, and the immense power made his eyes ache even more. Carl could only close his eyes, turning them into ordinary black eyes. He was afraid that if he used that form again, his body would explode. The eye of the observer. You can manipulate time and space, control molecules, manipulate energy, control the mind, and even transform it into any eyes you desire. But the premise is that you must be able to withstand its true power. Of course, it comes from a fool who enjoys looking at things they shouldn't. And their technological level is quite impressive. You could take some inspiration from it. To be honest, Carl was initially in disbelief. The Observer is a major figure in the Marvel Universe. Someone who could make a certain purple potato scream with just a small pistol. And if his goddess didn't come to save him, he would be dead immediately. How could such a person's eyes be on him? Carl let out a sigh. not thinking too much about it, because the bigger challenges were still ahead. The Jester's badge. You can use it to traverse the universe. As long as you have enough energy. Of course, right now it can only take you to one place. This one was even heavier, and Carl felt it was hot to the touch. A certain blue giant might be watching him. How could he not feel anxious? However, Carl didn't panic for too long. After all, as long as he was a useless person, no one could take advantage of him. So he calmly looked at the ring on his hand. The ring of the Transcender. Worried about insufficient energy? Worried about some conspiracy? Don't be afraid, young man. The Transcender will always stand by your side. Have you been watching too many trashy superhero movies? How could he not be scared? But unlimited energy was indeed quite exhilarating. Carl grinned as he put on the ring and noticed a line of small print inside. Please use with caution according to your physical condition. Carl was silent for a moment, but he still put on the ring. It felt like getting a phone with unlimited battery, ready to sit on the toilet and mooch off Wi-Fi for a lifetime. Only to be alerted that there's only 1% left, and it's best to keep the phone in standby mode. And he assured that this phone truly had unlimited battery. As long as it remained in standby, it could last a lifetime. How messed up is that? Carl let out a sigh, feeling that what the boss here provided was less useful than that of some unknown, unfortunate soul. However, he felt a bit of peace, a sensation he hadn't experienced since his arrival in this world. After all, his dreams were filled with the faces of purple sweet potato spirits or various villains. Now he felt reassured, whether it was auto-aim or it didn't matter as long as he had cheats. Otherwise, he really had no confidence in surviving in this world where cheats were as common as dogs and flying. Immortal cheats were everywhere. Carl? George's voice came through. Come out for dinner. Carl put down his things and glanced at his bedroom. It was small, with a bed and a desk and chair filling the entire room, but it was also very cozy. Oh, what is this? Carl said, looking at a lump of unknown substance on the plate. George, tell me what this is. George awkwardly replied, mashed potatoes. Oh, so it's mashed potatoes. I thought you might have dug into the hospital's toilet on your way back and brought back some of the poop to heat up. Carl's disgusting metaphor made George unable to hold back his vomit. Carl sneered, disgusting? Why didn't you find it disgusting when you served this plate of shit at the table? All right, stop talking. I try my best, okay? I'm really curious how you usually handle things. Carl mocked. It's really not easy for Gwen to have survived this long. George didn't retort, just sighed. Usually there's lunch, but it seems like we've run out today. Carl stared at the unknown object in front of him and sighed helplessly. What's left in the fridge? Huh? Forget it. I'll go myself. Carl got up and walked toward the fridge. George curiously followed him. Can you cook? Not really, but at least it's better than this lump of stuff. That's great. There are potatoes, tomatoes, eggs, milk, lettuce, and fruit in the fridge. Carl opened the fridge, picked through it, and then handed a box to George. Throw this away. It's all rotten. Okay. George awkwardly held the box and saw Carl picking out eggs and tomatoes, asking, what are you going to make? Tomato, scrambled eggs. Carl said, that's the only dish I know how to make. Do we have rice at home? No. George shook his head and said, but we have bread. Bread? Yeah. Tomatoes and eggs sound perfect for spreading on bread. Carl couldn't help but say, George, I feel like I'm not in a hurry to go to school. Can you take me to any Chinese restaurant to be an apprentice before school? Don't worry, Carl. I'll take responsibility for you. George patted Carl's shoulder. Although it's a bit tight, I can afford you. Carl glanced at George and nodded. George, you know what? You're a tough guy. Why do you say that? Those men who aren't afraid of pain aren't necessarily tough. A real tough guy is someone who can bear the heavy pressures of life, yet still be a good person. Clearly, George, you are a tough guy, a real man. George was a bit taken aback by the compliment and shyly rubbed his head. But then Carl teased, just George, right now you're just shyly rubbing your head. But soon you'll be shyly rubbing your wallet. Are you sure you want to send me to school? Absolutely. Although George's face didn't look very good when he heard this. His gaze was determined. You must go to school, kid. School can teach you a lot, including how to be a good person. A good person? A crisp female voice came from behind the two. Like Peter? Carl looked over. It was that beautiful girl again, with her lovely golden hair and her pretty blue eyes. Gwen. George's face turned extremely ugly. Don't talk about Peter. Peter is a good kid. He was killed by that Spider-Man. Carl clearly saw Gwen bite her lip, but then coldly said, you know very well that Peter has not been doing well at school. I'm going back. Gwen. Suddenly spoke up. Hello, I'm Carl. Gwen turned to glance back, and the boy's eyes were still very special, looking as mysterious as his background. Gwen could harden her heart to hurt her father, but she couldn't bear to make a stranger sad, especially since this stranger might very well be her brother in the future. Who? Carl, I'm Gwen. Gwen turned her head and shook hands with him. Carl held her soft little hand and smiled slightly, saying, Gwen, you are very kind. Gwen was taken aback, looking at Carl as he continued, you are very angry right now, but you don't want to make me, a stranger, sad, do you? Gwen fell silent, and Carl still held her hand, smiling as he glanced at George, whose fierce expression carried a warning, and said with a smile, Gwen, perhaps you should care about the feelings of those around you more than strangers, right? I don't know who Peter is, but I believe he's an important person to both George and you, and George is also sad for him. Your kindness has helped many people. Why not help your father? Both Gwen and George were taken aback for a moment, and Carl then looked at George mockingly, saying, Gwen has had a tough time all these years. Why can't you speak to her nicely? Gwen and George exchanged a glance, and ultimately, George, being the more mature one, feigned anger and said, Who told you that Gwen has not been doing well all these years? Carl let go of Gwen's hand, and only then did Gwen realize she had been holding the boy's hand all along. A pretty blush appeared on her face as Carl pointed to the 2 plates of unidentifiable objects on the table and said, Could you please throw those 2 plates of whatever that is away before you say that? Is that okay? Only then did Gwen notice the 2 unnameable dishes on the dining table. Her face filled with horror as she asked, Oh my God, Dad, what is this? Please don't tell me this is tonight's dinner. I'm sorry to tell you, but if I hadn't stopped George in time, it might have ended up in your stomach tonight, Carl said. But fortunately, Miss Gwen, we at least have bread at home. Seeing the items on the plates, Gwen suddenly felt that bread didn't sound too bad after all. Cough, that was just an accident, you know? George tried to argue, but it was clear that neither Gwen nor Carl accepted this explanation. I think I need to start learning how to cook tomorrow, Carl said as he gently tapped an egg against the side of a bowl, and the egg liquid flowed out. Let's just make do with this for now. You can cook? Gwen's little face was full of disbelief. The mysterious and dangerous image of the extraterrestrial in her mind seemed to collapse in that instant, replaced by that of an interesting neighbor boy. No, Carl shook his head. To be precise, in my impression, being able to make this dish doesn't exactly mean you can cook. At least you should know that you need to put salt when cooking, right? Gwen scoffed. Dad never knows these things. Kids, stop it, George sighed helplessly. I know I'm not cut out for this. Carl poured olive oil and added the beaten eggs into the pan, instantly creating a sizzling sound. With a burst of stir-frying, a colorful tomato and scrambled egg dish was ready. Wow, it looks great. George glanced over and said, I didn't expect you to have this skill. There are many things you wouldn't expect, Carl replied, holding a piece of bread and staring at the tomato and scrambled eggs on the plate, suddenly losing his appetite. Even if it was sweet tomato and scrambled eggs, he had never seen anyone eat it with bread. This must have been a heresy that would get one beaten in their past life. Gwen took a bite, and a happy smile appeared on her delicate face. She really hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long, long time. Ever since becoming Spider-Man, she had been eating reheated fast food every day, and it was almost making her sick. I made up my mind, Gwen suddenly said seriously. I agree to let you be my brother. Carl and George exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. What a pity, Gwen. Carl is half a year older than you. You should call him brother. No way. You clearly said he is half a year younger than me. Did I say that? George was taken aback and instinctively retorted, No, I definitely didn't say that. You definitely did. Gwen's face showed a victorious smile. As for you, Carl, you'd better call me sister from now on. I won't. Carl shook his head. In his life, he would never call a little girl sister, even if he jumped off from here. Really? If you call me sister, I'll take care of you from now on. No. Carl stubbornly shook his head. It's obvious that, although I don't know how old I am, I should be older than you. I'm much more mature than Gwen, right, George? George glanced at his daughter's threatening look, thought about how happy she seemed to be with him today, and decisively sold out his teammate. It's obvious that Gwen is more mature, and also, Carl, your bone age test shows that you are younger than Gwen. No, even if I jump off from here, I won't call Gwen sister. The next day, Carl looked at the brand new phone in his hand, glanced at Gwen, who had a reluctant yet slightly defiant expression, and smiled. Thank you, sister. What did you call me? Sister. Didn't you say yesterday that you wouldn't call me sister even if you jumped off? Carl held his phone, feeling amused while also finding the girl cute. So he smiled and said, New phone, really nice. Gwen seemed a bit reluctant, but still paid the cashier, saying, This is my pocket money I've saved for many years. Don't worry, Carl chuckled. I'll get you a better one. Suddenly, a large hand landed on Carl's shoulder, and at the same time, George's cold voice echoed around Carl. Remember our agreement, Carl. And no mischief. What bad things can I do? Carl replied helplessly, but he heard George shrug. You never know. Just last week, we caught a kid selling weapons at school, and the funniest part? His name was also Carl. Gwen took out all her pocket money and bought Carl a new phone. Even though this wasn't something Carl had asked for, Gwen took the initiative to do it. Carl was unclear why, even now. He could still feel George and Gwen's vigilance and scrutiny towards him, but at the same time, he could sense their sincerity. It was a very awkward feeling. Not only did Carl feel awkward, but so did Gwen and George. Gwen took Carl out of the mobile phone store and volunteered to buy him a new phone. Not just to take care of her newly arrived brother, but more importantly, to test him. How did the test turn out? Quite awkwardly. She could sense that Carl was actually reluctant to buy the phone, but it wasn't out of disdain or anything like that. It was simply a matter of not wanting to spend money frivolously. This made her feelings a bit complicated, especially considering what Carl had said to her yesterday and the delicious scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which all left her feeling quite strange. Carl's every move was that of an ordinary person, but the way he appeared that day was truly unforgettable, especially since he was surrounded by so many doubts, making it hard for her to let her guard down. I have to be in the same class as Gwen? Carl asked from the car after hearing George's words. But I still don't know what the courses are. Don't worry, you explained the topics to me so well yesterday, Gwen reassured him. You'll definitely be able to keep up. And remember to call me sister. All right, Gwen's sister. Carl sighed helplessly, thinking about the misfortune of having to redo high school. Carl, are you really that unwilling to go to school? George felt that his future life might not be great. His daughter was already difficult to deal with. And now there was this sharp-tongued brat who also seemed quite mischievous. He couldn't just hit him, could he? Yeah, he's not a girl. What's wrong with giving him a beating? Carl looked at George's increasingly unfriendly gaze in the rearview mirror, unsure how he had offended him. He hurriedly said, yeah. Which kid likes going to school? You can ask Gwen. Call me sister, Gwen repeated patiently, then said, school is pretty good. You have a lot of classmates with you, and you can join clubs and participate in all sorts of activities. You could tell the truth, sister. Well, actually, if I had a choice, I wouldn't want to go to school either. Gwen pouted, thinking to herself, I don't go to school because I want to be Spider-Man, but why do you, little brat? See, it's better not to go to school. You can lie at home playing on your phone, playing on the computer, playing games. Carl said happily, I love playing Spider-Man the most. There's a Spider-Man game? Gwen turned to look at Carl, looking very angry. Do they have a copyright? Oof. I'm going to sue the game's developer in court. How can they make a criminal the main character? It's going to set a bad example for kids. Carl looked at George helplessly and said, come on, you have to report the Godfather first. The Corleone family is the real villain. Then he turned to Gwen and added, as for copyright, who knows? Thanks to Sheriff Stacy, Spider-Man is a criminal. Does she dare to go to court to file a lawsuit? Those damn vampires. George was puzzled about why Gwen was so angry, thinking it might be because his daughter was upset to see that murderer turned into a game. He comforted her, saying, don't worry, I'll catch Spider-Man. Gwen gave her dad a silent look, thinking, just leave me alone. The group fell silent because of Spider-Man all the way to school. You go to class, and I'll take Carl to handle the enrollment procedures, George instructed, noticing Gwen storming off in anger, feeling a bit confused. He turned to Carl and asked, did I do something wrong? Don't talk about Spider-Man at home. Carl succinctly offered his advice. Gwen gets angry every time you bring him up, just like yesterday. Ah, I see. George nodded silently, vowing in his heart to catch that damned murderer himself. Carl saw George clench his fists and knew he was obviously thinking the wrong way. So he couldn't help but remind him, is it possible that Spider-Man could be a good person? Impossible. I saw her kill Peter with my own eyes. Carl wanted to say a few more words, but George pulled him away. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. We need to hurry and take care of the paperwork. Thanks to Sheriff George Stacy's good reputation, Carl easily completed his enrollment procedures and became a part of Vision High School. It would have been even better if the principal hadn't been pulling the teachers, crying and saying, this child is too pitiful. We must take good care of him. High school life was always dull, and moreover, the education at Vision High School was not enjoyable at all. The intensity was almost half of what he experienced in his previous high school. However, there were some surprises. For instance, right now, Gwen brought a red-haired beauty to Carl. Carl, this is my good friend, Mary Jane. With that, she winked. Mary Jane is the captain of our band. Hello. Talented Miss Mary Jane, Carl introduced himself. I'm Carl Stacy, Gwen's brother. Hello, Carl. You really don't look like Gwen's brother. You look more like her older brother. Mary Jane said with a smile, while Gwen shot a cold glare at her. Carl dared not say anything flirtatious and could only honestly follow Miss Gwen's lead, saying no. My sister just looks a bit naive. But in reality, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to move on so quickly. Oh, Carl, I'm sorry. Well, Carl's current identity is that of a child who has lost both parents and has been adopted by George. So everyone's first words upon seeing him are, Carl, I'm so sorry. Carl, I'm so sorry. There's no need to do that. Jane, you are my sister's friend. Carl kept calling Gwen sister, which made her very happy. She suddenly felt that having another younger brother might not be so bad, especially since Carl could cook tomato scrambled eggs. Gwen loved tomato scrambled eggs. When the class bell rang, Gwen ran straight outside. Hey, Gwen, there's band practice today. Sorry, I have something to do today, Gwen said casually and ran out. Carl looked at her back, sighed helplessly, and sent her a text message. What should I say to George later? Just tell him I'm at band practice. But you're not. Please, Carl, I just have something more important. Like dating? No. Oh my God, how could you think that? All right, I'll tell George, but you'd better come back early and also be safe. The sky in New York is beautiful, and Gwen swayed in the air, smiling at the text message. Thank you, Carl. No problem. Can you tell me where the Chinese restaurant is? Carl put away his phone, walked outside the school, and looked at the figure swaying in the distance. He suddenly felt that he should do something, having gone through so much to get here. Why not be a big villain and have some fun? Carl chuckled and said to himself, but first, I need to learn how to cook. It's also time to make a set of battle gear. When Carl returned home, the house was empty, except for himself. Do you want to have dinner? Carl sent this message to George and Gwen in a group chat, then sat in a chair and began to think about how his battle suit should be designed. His eyes indeed held a lot of high technology, such as a certain causal law pistol that could kill with one shot, a time machine that could traverse time at will, and various battle suits, including technological weapons capable of easily destroying a single universe. However, it was clear that while Carl knew of the existence of such weapons, he was unable to create them, just like how every college student's bookshelf is filled with books. Yet they may not necessarily know how to solve a simple surface integral. Carl also did not know how to create these weapons. The eye of the observer granted him great wisdom, but to actually make these weapons, he still needed to study hard. Carl focused on the simplest technologies among them, which are not difficult to make and were extremely useful. Moreover, Carl's current combat power relied almost entirely on the counterfeit Sharingan he had created to unleash counterfeit illusions. In other words, it was still the ability of the observer's eye itself, a basic form of mind control. Carl has already thought about what kind of battle suit to make. Originally, he wanted to design it in the shape of Genji, but there was a very important issue: no money. So, Carl settled for another character, Zero from the game Valorant. The technology he chose is also quite similar to this character's, including a concealed electronic tripwire, autonomously triggered electronic smoke, and a covert portable camera. There are also some other modifications, such as the original character's hat having the ability to scan enemy corpses to extract intelligence. But Carl did not implement that kind of technology. Carl settled for alternatives, adding paralysis grenades, electronic bombs, flashbangs, and various other gadgets that prioritize causing discomfort rather than lethality. Carl thought of it and immediately got to work, running to his room to start sketching and drawing. He finally created the design of his battle suit, but it lacked a bit of lethality. Carl stroked his chin and began to make changes. The hands could release electric currents, and the hat on his head could serve as a small jammer to interfere with the machines on his enemies, rendering them ineffective. Carl roughly designed a few points, then picked up his phone to take a look. George and Gwen both replied. On the way, Carl calmly put the piece of paper in his pocket, then went to the kitchen, picked up a block of tofu he bought from a Chinese restaurant, and a packaging bag. It read, Spicy Tofu Seasoning Pack. That's right. Carl painstakingly sought to learn, using his fluent Chinese and a bit of insignificant mental manipulation to convince the owner to teach him how to cook. Thus, the first dish Carl learned to make was born. Carl specially asked the boss to order 100 packs of seasoning from across the Pacific. According to the boss, it could be used in any dish as long as it's spicy. However, Carl still wanted to learn how to cook normal dishes, so tomorrow's lesson will be fried rice. George's house doesn't even have a rice cooker, but fortunately, Carl knows how to cook rice. He put in the rice, added water, and started cooking it directly in the pot. When Gwen climbed in through the window, she was greeted by a rich aroma. OMG, Carl, are you cooking? That's right. Spicy tofu. Carl wasn't surprised to see Gwen suddenly appear in the room. He glanced at her collar and reminded her, did you go diving? Gwen looked at her collar, where the spider suit was exposed, and hurriedly followed Carl's lead, saying, yeah, haha, Harry, the eldest son of the Osborne family, invited me to go diving today. Carl nodded, seemingly unconcerned. It's normal. He definitely wants to pursue you. Shut up. I'm going to change clothes, Gwen warned fiercely, then ran into the room. Soon, Gwen came out in a loose blue t-shirt with a rainbow design on it, wearing shorts underneath, her straight and strong jade legs on full display in front of Carl. What did you make today? It smells so good. Gwen took a deep breath and then coughed. Spicy tofu. Can you handle spicy food? Carl said. I specifically went to a Chinese restaurant today to learn from a master, and this is the first dish I learned. You learned so quickly? Carl pointed to a packaging bag in the kitchen. It's all his work. I just need to cut the tofu, pour in a little oil, and then add some seasoning, and it's done. Really? Gwen's eyes lit up. So I can make Chinese food too? Yes. Carl nodded and served Gwen a bowl of rice. Eat up, Carl said. George probably won't be back for a while. Gwen immediately scooped up a piece of tofu with her spoon, and Carl tried some too, feeling that the tofu didn't turn out that well. But it was still much better than those instant meals and fast food. Ouch. What's wrong? So spicy. Gwen stuck out her tongue. But it's really delicious. Carl stood up and walked to the fridge, turning back to ask, do you want something to drink? Ice Coke. Gwen took a sip of the cola and then let out a breath. She suddenly felt like she was the one being taken care of. Was Mary Jane right? She quickly shook her head, casting aside such dangerous thoughts. So, Harry Osborn is pursuing you? Carl knew how to take care of himself. After a meal, he should have some fruit, so he started eating watermelon. Did he ask you to go diving together today? Cool. In fact, he knew Gwen was just out there playing the hero, but he couldn't help wanting to see her flustered and angry. Shut up, Carl. Don't say that. Gwen regretted saying that just now. Why come up with such a reason? Harry and I are just good friends. I understand you don't understand at all. Gwen blushed and glared at Carl. Don't say things in front of George. Don't worry, I understand, Carl. Gwen was about to break down. Stop overthinking. I'm not overthinking. Carl still wore a look that said she didn't need to explain, which made Gwen exclaim, you don't understand. I don't like men at all. Huh? Carl was genuinely surprised. He glanced at the rainbow emblem on Gwen's chest and nodded. I get it. No wonder you're wearing that outfit. Gwen froze for a moment, looking at the rainbow on her clothes, feeling completely numb. No, what do you understand? All right, Gwen, know what your best friend is Mary Jane. I understand you. Carl had an ambiguous expression. Don't worry, I don't oppose you too. Shut up. Gwen turned her frustration into appetite and weakly shouted, you really don't understand anything. Carl couldn't help but laugh, although he truly understood. Wasn't it more interesting to see Gwen like this? As the days went by, Carl made significant progress. First, he realized a fact. Relying on his own efforts to train might mean waiting until the year of the monkey and horse to use the next level of power. The Transcender ring certainly had endless energy, but obviously, to use it, he needed to push his body further, or in other words, find a better vessel for it to enhance its quality. Otherwise, even 1,000 matchsticks burning wouldn't reach the temperature of rocket fuel combustion. Secondly, compared to the unreliable big shots like the Transcender and Dr. Manhattan, the gift from that unlucky observer was clearly more reliable. The most valuable treasure in those eyes wasn't the powerful abilities, but the knowledge and technology within them, which was the greatest wealth. Finally, Carl successfully created his battle suit. Although the process was quite tortuous due to funding issues, the outcome was still good. At least the future was looking brighter, wasn't it? Carl felt quite regretful that there were many technologies to enhance physical strength in the eyes of the observer, but they all had significant drawbacks. Unlike the serum used by Captain America, today was just another ordinary day, and the diligent and eager to learn Carl was staring blankly at the blackboard, trying hard to conquer the knowledge in his mind. Gwen was also daydreaming, waiting for the class to end. Recently, New York had become increasingly unstable. An unknown Spider-Man silently complained at his heart. The usual suspects like Vulture, Rhino, Electro, and Dr. Octopus were no surprise. Every time one caught them, it wouldn't be long before they escaped and continued causing trouble. Of course, there were also the ever-present gangsters and their daily shootouts. However, two new villains had recently emerged. A madman flying around on skate shoes and a mysterious figure who had just appeared not long ago. This mysterious person wore a white trench coat and a white hat, looking like a typical big villain. However, while other villains usually started by robbing banks or harming civilians, this one immediately robbed the gangsters' dirty money, taking an unconventional approach. This left her somewhat troubled. Should she go after him or not? That was the question. Meanwhile, Carl was also contemplating his own plans. It is well known that scientific progress requires money, and Mr. Carl Stacy was somewhat financially constrained. Most of the dirty money he obtained from fighting the gangs was spent on purchasing equipment, and his battle suit had finally taken shape. Carl simply tapped, lightly, and the watch on his wrist transformed into countless nanobots covering his entire body, ultimately forming a white battle suit. Nanotechnology was Carl's main focus, and after a month, he had already made significant progress. The materials for this suit alone cost tens of thousands of dollars, all from money obtained through the mafia. In theory, the functions Carl envisioned were mostly complete. This suit had extremely strong bulletproof capabilities, fire resistance, and included many gadgets. The hands could generate powerful electric currents and had the ability to levitate, while both the legs and arms could stick to walls like Spider-Man. The hat even contained a small electromagnetic pulse that could completely disrupt all electronic devices within a 50-meter radius without harming any humans. This suit was enough for Carl to dominate New York, a city without the Avengers, fearing no one but Spider-Man. Although this suit was already quite perfect, Carl was not satisfied. As everyone knows, DIY can be addictive, and Carl felt he had many more ideas he wanted to realize, which required a lot of money. Lots and lots of money. So Carl planned to go on a little spree and test the full capabilities of the battle suit. As soon as class ended, Carl and Gwen stood up simultaneously, leaving the teacher somewhat speechless. Carl and Gwen exchanged a glance, and Gwen said, "Chinese restaurant?" Carl nodded and said, "Band rehearsal? Can we change it? I just used that excuse yesterday." Gwen smiled a little awkwardly. Carl thought for a moment and said, "How about we say you accompanied me to a band performance?" Gwen nodded and asked, "Why didn't we come back together? I ran into an old classmate on the way and got held up for a bit." "Great, it's settled then." Gwen waved her hand. "I'm leaving first, bye." Leaving so early every day. Who knows which jerk she's dating? What a slut. Carl had excellent hearing, so he easily found the person behind him talking trash about Gwen. Ned Leeds, one of the triggers that led this universe's Peter Parker to extremes, was also a real piece of work. His only hobby was bullying others, often picking on the nerds thanks to his muscular build. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person to mess with. Carl walked up to Ned and said softly, "Ned, didn't your mother ever tell you not to relieve yourself in public?" Ned turned around and saw the honest kid standing in front of him, cruelly smiling. "Carl, why are you here instead of pretending to be a good student? Do you want to get beaten up?" "No, I just can't stand your foul mouth," Carl said expressionlessly, provoking Ned's anger further. "Everyone knows you love to eat shit, but it's not right to spit it out in public. After all, this is not a toilet. It's a classroom." "Carl Stacy, are you tired of living?" Ned stood up, towering at nearly 2 meters, looking down at Carl, who was 183 meters tall. "If you want to get beaten up, just say so. I've told you many times, don't spew shit from your mouth," Carl said coldly, and the others only saw Carl raise his hand, and in an instant, Ned's head was firmly pressed down onto the desk. Although Carl's physical fitness is that of an ordinary person, he was molded by Dr. Manhattan, making him one of the top-tier individuals among regular people. Dealing with a high school student is naturally a piece of cake for him. The student keeps struggling but cannot escape Carl's grip. "Let go of me. You damn orphan without parents. You bastard." Carl remained unmoved, only applying a bit more pressure with his hand. Ned felt as if a metal clamp was gripping his face, tightening continuously. "Let go of me. Please, Carl, I won't say those things again. Promise me, don't urinate in public anymore, okay?" Carl said softly, pressing down hard on Ned's head, rubbing it back and forth on the desk. Ned felt a sharp pain in his skin and kept begging for mercy. "Get lost," Carl said disdainfully, wiping his hands. "Don't let me hear you speak in front of me again, understand?" Ned glared at Carl fiercely and slinked away in defeat. Carl looked at the clock and couldn't help but sigh. Oh no, he had to hurry over, or he would be late. He rushed out of the classroom when suddenly someone called out to him. "Is there something wrong, Jane?" "Carl, do you have some free time later?" Mary Jane smiled brightly. "I have an extra movie ticket." "Sorry, Mary, I really want to go, but I just don't have the time." Carl said anxiously, "Ned Leeds has wasted too much time. Can we do it another day?" Mary Jane paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the situation, and stiffly nodded. Carl hurriedly dashed outside and found a secluded corner to change into his battle suit. Mary Jane was certainly beautiful, but this deal was worth $1 million. That was enough for Carl to upgrade his suit. At the New York docks, the Murdoch family was on high alert. This was a big deal, and even their gang leader, Matt Murdock, was present. "Is everything clear around?" "No, all is safe." "Good." Matt Murdock, who had a face resembling that of Batman, or rather, Daredevil, felt uneasy. He didn't know why, but he always felt restless. He chose to trust his sixth sense and instructed his men to strengthen security. "That pesky little spider shouldn't come here, right?" Matt, still concerned, asked again, and his subordinate replied, "Don't worry, boss, we sent a crew to rob a bank. That little spider is right there." Matt nodded and continued to set up defenses around them. But he didn't notice that a miniature camera resembling an eye was recording everything from atop a high container at the docks. Carl looked at the image transmitted through the glasses on his mask and breathed a sigh of relief. The transaction hadn't started yet. There was still time. He casually glanced at the news. Spider-Woman was beating up a group of thugs outside a bank in Queens. "You're not around. That's good. No need to think too much about it." Carl extended his hand, and a white chain shot out from the back of his hand, sticking to a skyscraper. With a gentle jump, he began to swing through the air above New York, just like some unknown Spider-Woman. That's right. Carl Stacy shamelessly stole the ideas of Spider-Man and designed a higher-grade, recyclable nanomolecular line. Not only was it strong, but it also ensured an unlimited supply. He thought he should find a time to share this technology with Gwen. Before long, Carl arrived at the edge of the dock. He placed a tripwire at the dock's exit and then slipped into the dock. Carl's infiltration method is quite simple. He first confirms the positions of enemy guards using the cameras he left behind. Then lets his designed artificial intelligence analyze the best path to quietly infiltrate the dock without alarming anyone. As for why Carl left the cameras beforehand, it's simple. He focuses on several locations where incidents frequently occur. If it weren't for a lack of funds, he would even want to monitor all of New York. What? You say that's inhumane and not free enough? Then please go and report the #1 comic book hero next door. If Batman could do it, why can't I? Carl Stacy? What kind of nonsense logic is that? On the other side, Gwen easily dealt with the thugs, wrapping them up in webbing and waiting for the police to arrive. However, one thug suddenly had a brain spasm and laughed loudly, saying, "Stupid little spider, you've fallen into our trap." The others were horrified and hurriedly told him to shut up, but unfortunately, this guy acted as if he was the only one sober among a crowd of drunkards, saying, "Humph, while you're here capturing us. The boss has already completed the deal at the dock. You're just a plaything in the boss's hands." Gwen's expression changed, and she hurried towards the dock. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock, a reporter from the Daily Bugle who was live-streaming, shouted, "Get to the dock, there's a big story." Vang Difa. Matt doubted his ears. Otherwise, the thug in the news must have a problem with his brain. Whose man is he? Matt shouted angrily. Are all my people idiots? The boss is usually very normal and loyal. Carl was dumbfounded. Could this guy be an undercover agent? Carl and Matt were feeling a bit uneasy. Matt picked up his phone and sent a message. "There's a mole. Terminate the deal." Then he shouted, "Hurry, put those 2 boxes of money away." Carl stared at the footage from the camera, a cruel smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thinking they could take the money and run? How naive. He pressed a button lightly, and a smoke bomb hidden in the corner of the dock suddenly exploded, releasing thick fog that obscured Matt and the others' vision of their surroundings. Carl was completely unfazed, activating his heat vision, and red figures appeared in his sight, along with 2 golden light spots. Those were the boxes marked by Carl's camera that contained the money. Hee, think a lot, Matt. Amid the smoke, Carl rushed forward. "We've been ambushed," Matt shouted loudly as he walked over, snatching 2 boxes filled with knives from his subordinates and placing them beside him. "We have a mole." Matt's voice sounded cold, as if he had endured a winter wrapped in newspapers. Carl didn't take Matt seriously. He was just an ordinary person. Wasn't it easy to deal with him? "Who the hell are you?" Matt coldly looked in Carl's direction. Carl chuckled, and the sharp electronic voice, altered by the voice changer, echoed in Matt's ear. "Oh, my dear boss Matt, I am your most loyal lackey. I've heard so much about you, and seeing you today is indeed impressive. Even in the dark, you wear sunglasses to maintain your style. No wonder you are one of the men I admire the most." Matt looked at this absurd masked stranger without any emotional reaction to his words. He calmly said, "Friend or foe?" "Annoying attitude. You picked the wrong place, buddy." Kali taught it. "If we were in the neighboring universe, you'd definitely be a very stylish villain. Look at this dialogue, how imposing." "Friend or foe?" Matt repeated. "Kali chuck it." But his expression changed, and the irritating electronic voice sounded even sharper. "Stop pretending to be cool here. This city doesn't allow anyone to be better than me, got it? That line should have been mine, you damn third-rate villain." Matt took a deep breath. Carl wanted to say a couple more arrogant things, but suddenly there was a bang, and a bullet landed right in front of him. "You really dare to make a move." Carl was a bit flustered. If it weren't for his bulletproof suit, he might have already met his ancestors. He started to take things seriously, staring intently at the seemingly ordinary gang leader in front of him. "Matt, how can you see me?" Carl tried probing, only to be met with a second bullet. Carl felt that Matt was very familiar, especially the name, Matt Murdock. His impression was that the only connection between Marvel and Murdock was the X-Men 1. This Matt Murdock was clearly not an ordinary person. Who exactly was he? "Wait, Matt, the lawyer." Carl exhaled, looking at the overly cautious man, and said with a smile, "So it's you, Matt, I see." Matt furrowed his brow, his unusually strong intuition sensing something was off. "I'm called Cypher. You can call me Sepher. That's my codename." Carl suddenly became serious, thinking this is more like it. For a first official appearance, he should at least face a well-known villain. Note, 20th Century Fox holds the movie rights to X-Men, and the owner of Fox is Murdoch. Although he spoke pleasantly, Carl was actually quite anxious. He never expected Matt would abandon his role as daredevil and instead come over to be a gang leader. You've betrayed your dream. Do you know that? 80% of Carl's functions are designed to deal with other villains in this city, like Vulture and Dr. Octopus. But these weapons may not be very useful against Matt. When Matt sees that the bullets are ineffective, he immediately rushes forward, trying to close the distance between himself and Carl, but it is clear that Carl will not allow him to do so. Carl pulled out a small round card and threw it at Matt, shooting a long white line that aimed to fly high. However, Matt was not an ordinary person. The special thread that Carl had, capable of holding dozens of tons and having good cut-resistant properties, was easily severed by the two flying knives thrown by Matt. This is not scientific. Do you think I rely on something to deal with Spider-Man? Matt mocked. Thank that little girl. This is my specially made dart. Matt closed the distance and lunged at Carl's face, but was intercepted mid-air by something. It was a transparent tripwire, a trap that Carl had set in advance. A surge of electricity coursed through the tripwire, causing Matt to emit a low growl. Carl continuously threw 3 special bombs, unwilling to engage Matt in close combat. The first stink bomb exploded on Matt's face, and his superhuman sense of smell made him instinctively gag. But it wasn't over yet. The second flashbang followed closely behind. Although the flash couldn't cause much harm to a blind person, the accompanying noise was painful for Matt. The final electric bomb shocked Matt, contorting his face and causing his muscles to start twitching. Very good. Matt stared fiercely at Carl. Very good. Of course, I'm doing great. Taking advantage of this moment, Carl ran towards the 2 boxes filled with money, but a whooshing sound came from behind him. Carl instinctively turned to dodge the incoming object. It was a short stick. Matt, who had somehow freed himself from the tripwire, jumped behind Carl. His grotesque face resembling a demon returned from hell, charging at Carl with a foul stench. Carl muttered to himself that it was bizarre. Clearly, the stink bomb and flashbang didn't have much effect beyond making him feel disgusted. However, after seeing Matt miss with another baton throw, he dismissed that thought. They still had an effect, at least weakening Matt's superhuman senses. Seth, Matt approached. I remember you. Thank you. Carl threw 3 more bombs, tried to create some distance, but Matt easily neutralized them. Carl's greatest fear ultimately came true. Matt had closed the distance between them, and a close-quarters battle was about to erupt. Matt charged in front of Carl, throwing a powerful punch aimed at Carl's face. Carl pulled up his standing collar, which immediately turned into a steel plate, blocking Matt's heavy strike. Carl's backhand strike, aimed at Matt's abdomen, was easily caught by Matt. It seemed he was just a rookie. Matt sneered. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Of course it's Liang Jingru. Carl remained unfazed, releasing a massive electric current from his hand, powered by the energy of the Transcender ring, allowing him to disregard any concerns about energy. However, Carl instinctively held back. In 2 lifetimes, the greatest killing he had ever done was to kill a chicken. It would still be somewhat difficult for him to truly electrocute someone to death. Matt trembled from the electric shock, his internet addiction from this life, and the next being thoroughly subdued by Carl today. Seizing the opportunity, Carl withdrew his hand and delivered a powerful left hook to Matt's face. Turns out you're just a small-time loser. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Matt, who had been dazed by the electric shock, was immediately awakened by Carl's punch. He stepped back to create distance, picked up 2 short sticks from the ground, and sneered. You should regret not taking me down when you had the chance. Meanwhile, Gwen encountered trouble on her way. Who are you? Gwen looked at the people blocking her path. Their battle suits were similar to her spider suit, resembling an evil version of Spider-Man. Let me introduce myself. I'm Silk, said the leader. A woman dressed in a black leather outfit adorned with a spider pattern, her face partially concealed by a mask, revealing only the upper half of her face. Spider-Man, you don't really think your superpowers are just a coincidence, do you? Silk observed the girl before her with an appreciative gaze, saying, I've been watching you for a long time, and it turns out you're the perfect specimen. What did you say? Silk merely shook her head. Leaving with her group, today was just an accident, but it's fine. Keep my belongings safe, don't die, and we'll meet again. That'll be the moment I reclaim my things. Goodbye, Spider-Man, wait. Gwen wanted to chase after them, but stopped when she remembered there were still matters at the docks. Compared to these mysterious figures she encountered on the way, the situation at the docks was more important. Am I just a specimen? Carl was being beaten badly, screaming in pain. Although he made many arrangements to address his shortcomings in both melee and range combat, it turned out that a rookie was still a rookie. Matt Murdock was able to take him down easily with just 2 short sticks, leaving him unable to fight back. Carl really wanted to create some distance and escape, but Matt didn't give him any chance at all. Even with his superb fighting skills, Carl didn't have a chance to lay a finger on Matt. He was just being beaten up unilaterally. If it weren't for the specially designed, shock-absorbing layer and impact-resistant underwear he would probably be lying on the ground now, preparing for his next life. Carl then realized that Matt was almost the most restrained villain he faced. The likes of Dr. Octopus and Vulture relied solely on technological equipment, and with just one electromagnetic pulse bomb, he could easily render them powerless. Carl had designs specifically for villains like Electro, but he truly overlooked one thing. A regular person like Matt, who fought with real weapons and had been enhanced, was genuinely terrifying. Carl didn't even have the chance to throw out a projectile. Matt's intense offensive left him no choice but to defend, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Carl hasn't used the ability of the Observer's Eye, this trump card, and the situation is still far from being one where he cannot resist. Moreover, Carl hasn't given up, because he understands that his opportunity has come. The traps that Carl set up at the dock are more than just smoke bombs and tripwires. Carl calculated the distance, raised his right hand to block Matt's strike, and then slowly walked to the designated spot. It was time. Carl's sharp electronic voice rang in Matt's ear, and Matt almost instantly tried to get away, but it was too late. He could hear the dense electronic tripwires being activated, and the area within a 5-meter radius was already surrounded, with Carl just outside the circle. I admit, I underestimated you, and I have to say, you really taught me an unforgettable lesson. Carl's voice sounded full of laughter, but his words were chillingly cold. So, let's get started here, Murdoch. Carl pressed the button, and the arranged electric shock bombs were instantly activated. Streams of electric light entwined around Matt, causing him to scream in agony. Carl felt a bit reluctant, but he had no intention of holding back. He was a good person, no doubt about it, but that didn't mean he was afraid to kill. Matt's attack was aimed at killing him with a bomb. If he hadn't set things up beforehand, Carl had no doubt that Matt would have beaten him to death. Therefore, Carl wouldn't hold back. He wasn't a bad guy, but he wasn't a saint either. If he were killing a good person, Carl might hesitate for a moment. But this universe's Matt Murdock was not that great street hero. He was a ruthless villain. So, although Carl felt some discomfort, he still watched as Matt was electrocuted to death. Gwen, who was far away, heard a scream, and when she rushed over, she found a person in white clothing and a white hat standing in the middle of the dock, surrounded by smoke, while the Murdoch family's thugs had long since fled. Only a charred figure lay on the ground, motionless. Who are you? Carl turned around and saw a slender figure standing on top of a container high above. Spider-Man? Hey! As expected of our New York superhero, this late arrival style is just like our old New York police, truly authentic. Gwen listened to the sharp electronic voice and immediately felt uncomfortable, ignoring his teasing, and said, "Who are you, and what is the situation with that corpse?" "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Surf." Carl smiled, feeling completely unbothered because Gwen was giving him too much face, standing in a position that was just right to trigger his trap. "How should I put it? I saw your impressive figure as Spider-Man on TV, so I decided to follow you. You see, I just debuted today and took down a big bad guy. Not bad, right?" Carl kicked the corpse on the ground and said, "This is the biggest mafia in the city, Matt Murdock, the head of the Murdoch family. I've eliminated such a huge tumor for New York. Don't you want to thank me?" "You killed him." Gwen stared at the strange man in front of her. "You shouldn't have done that. Even bad people should be brought to justice." "Ha ha, you mentioned the law, and I can't help but laugh." The electronic voice of Surf sounded annoying, and its words were even more striking. "In America, does the law really work? I think you should know very well, otherwise Vulture and Dr. Octopus would have been dead in prison long ago." Carl pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Isn't it great to eliminate future troubles like me? What you're doing is wrong." Gwen wanted to argue, but suddenly she jolted and jumped up. However, it was too late. A stream of slime had already sprayed towards her, instantly solidifying and wrapping around her tightly. "I'm sorry, but I can't agree with your thoughts. After all, these people have already chosen their path to death." Carl walked towards the 2 boxes of cash, picked up the money, and slowly approached Gwen, who was struggling on the ground. "Oh, by the way, Spider-Man, this move is called Blue Silver Binding. Do you like it? What a stupid name." "Ah, that's right." Carl dropped a smoke bomb, and Gwen suddenly lost sight of him. "Don't worry, Spider-Man. It will dissipate on its own in 10 minutes. Remember to go home and drink a cup of hot water, okay? The ground is cold, and you don't want to catch a cold." Sephiroth. Gwen repeated that name. So annoying. Carl carried a box and came to a small alley. Walking to the end of the alley by a manhole cover, he reached out his hand towards the center of the manhole cover, and an ordinary manhole cover emitted a mechanical sound, then slowly opened, revealing a small hole. Carl didn't know what this hole was for. He just happened to scan it while passing by and found a small hole measuring 222 cubic meters. It looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, so he decided to renovate it and turn it into a secret base. Carl threw the box in, then jumped down to count his gains. He had put in quite a bit of effort to obtain these 2 boxes of black gold. Just throwing various items had cost him $20,000. Note that this $20,000 does not include Carl's labor costs, time costs, or technical costs. Just the pure material costs. This also does not account for the subsequent maintenance and repairs of his equipment or the upgrades to his combat suit. Oh my, just thinking about it hurts. It turns out that it's unrealistic for ordinary people without mutations to rely on technology. Carl complained otherwise. I can only be a villain who robs the rich to give to the poor like I am. Carl sighed, checked his gear, and hurried home. There was no one at home. It was still dark when Carl returned. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent much more time today than usual, and he was really afraid George would start asking questions. When will you be back? Carl. Soon. Gwen. In a moment. George. Carl skillfully put on his chef's apron, opened the refrigerator to take a look at the ingredients, and prepare to make American orange chicken. He had never eaten this dish in his previous life, as it is a genuine American Chinese dish, but it tastes pretty good. Carl was cooking when he heard a soft thud at the window. Turning around, he saw Gwen sneaking in. You're back? Carl's sudden greeting startled Gwen. She looked at Carl, paused for a moment, and asked Carl, what happened to your face? My face. Carl touched it and realized his right cheek was indeed a bit swollen. After his fight with Matt, his whole body ached, and he had forgotten to check his injuries. Don't move. Gwen looked at Carl seriously, reached out to touch his face, and asked, does it hurt? Carl looked into her blue eyes and felt his heartbeat slow for a moment. He awkwardly said, it's nothing. Gwen glanced at Carl's arm and noticed it was covered in scars. Carl, what happened to you? It's nothing, just a small thing, Carl mumbled, not paying attention to the wounds on his body. Otherwise, he would have at least taken care of them before coming home. Carl. Gwen looked at him angrily, her blue eyes filled with concern and anger. I'm your sister. Really, it's not a big deal, Carl said with a bitter smile. I just got into a fight. You know, teenagers like me sometimes have bursts of hormones. I'm fine. Gwen, look, I made you orange chicken. Gwen didn't say anything. She turned and ran in her room to get the family medical kit. I'll put some medicine on you. Carl looked at the girl's determined gaze and nodded. Gwen carefully touched the bandages, feeling uneasy inside. Carl's previous words resurfaced in her mind. You are always too nice to those strangers, but neglect the people around you. Yeah, if I didn't act like Spider-Man, maybe I could have protected Carl today. Peter wouldn't have either. Carl. Gwen suddenly asked, am I really that bad? Carl looked at her in confusion, and Gwen explained, am I really the kind of person who is unkind to those around me, but nice to strangers? Gwen, you are definitely not that kind of person. Carl comforted her with a smile, reaching out to tuck Gwen's messy golden hair behind her ear, then said, I've told you. Gwen, you're a kind person. Kindness is infinite. You can express your kindness to anyone. However, a person's time and energy are limited. If you spend your limited time and energy helping others, you will naturally neglect the people around you, and you don't need to blame yourself. Carl joked, how could a woman's interference be allowed in a man's fight, even if you were my sister? Gwen rolled her eyes at him and asked, who started it? Don't ask. Carl said, twisting his neck. Anyway, I won in the end. All right. Gwen applied the medicine and couldn't help but pat Carl's wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Seeing Carl grimace, Gwen couldn't help but laugh. You have to be strong, tough guy. Who was the tough guy? George walked in and, seeing Carl's face, paused. What happened? Our tough guy Carl had a man-to-man fight with someone, and in the end, he won. Gwen was sure she said this in a mocking tone, but George grinned and said to Carl, well done. Gwen sighed, wondering if there was anyone in this world who truly understood what these men were thinking. The group enjoyed a delicious sweet and sour orange chicken, which Sheriff Stacy praised highly and hoped to have again tomorrow night. But unfortunately, Carl and Gwen opposed it, so they had to give up. After Gwen was full, she went into her room. George and Carl exchanged glances, and after a while, George asked, so, who was it? Ned Leeds. Carl took a sip of tea and calmly said he couldn't keep his mouth shut, so I helped him with that. Gwen? Carl nodded and said nothing more. George patted him on the shoulder and said, well done. Since I did so well and got seriously injured, why don't you wash the dishes today? Damn it. So you were waiting for me here, just a door apart, Gwen was sitting on the floor leaning against the door. Ned Leeds? A flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. She remembered that Peter was his bullying target, and now he wanted to bully Carl too? The next day, a bruised Carl ran into the equally bruised Ned. Ned looked furious. You pressed my face against the ground and rubbed it, and now you brought someone to beat me up? But Ned underestimated Carl's shamelessness. As soon as Carl saw him, he shouted, Ned, you shameless bastard, can't beat me yourself, so you find someone else to ambush me? The corridor of Vision High School was filled with people. Both teachers and students heard this. Most students had a deep impression of Ned Leeds, the campus bully. Most of them had seen how he ruthlessly bullied the nerds, and even good guys like Peter Parker were not spared from his clutches. But frankly, when they heard that Ned Leeds had been bullied by a transfer student named Carl Stacy the day before, most of them were happy. At least, seeing such a bad seed get into trouble was something most people enjoyed. Who would have thought that Ned Leeds was such a guy? I said he was a softie, only daring to bully the nerds, getting beaten and then seeking revenge through others. Not a real man at all. Hearing the discussions around him, Ned felt wronged and wanted to cry. He clearly hadn't done anything, but still got beaten up twice. Why was he the one being blamed in the end? Carl doesn't think it's a bad thing to bully someone like Ned. On the contrary, he enjoys bullying this kind of scum. In Carl's view, Ned is at least half responsible for Peter Parker's death in this world. Carl is very aware of the impact that school bullying has on teenagers, especially on those who are more vulnerable. A significant part of the reason why there are so many criminals in this country is due to childhood tragedies and the unstoppable nature of school bullying. Carl is not a saint, and he doesn't want to waste time trying to persuade someone like Ned to turn over a new leaf. Although he doesn't quite agree with Batman's philosophy, he appreciates Batman's methods. For someone like Ned, the best approach is to use violence against violence. However, looking at Ned's pig-like face, Carl is a bit curious. Who did this to you? Ned still cares about his image and refuses to say a word. So, Carl fulfills his wish and drags Ned into the bathroom in front of everyone, closing the door behind them. Now spill it. Carl grins wickedly, at least in Ned's eyes. This pretty boy smile is more sinister than that of a devil. Gwen Stacy. Ned hurriedly says, "That damned stinky." Carl shoots him a glare, and Ned quickly changes his tune. "I mean that gentle and kind Miss Gwen." "Really?" "Of course it's true." Ned feels wronged and wants to cry. How can a woman be so strong? "Shut up," Carl says coldly. "Just say I did it, got it?" "That's what I think too." Ned shamelessly responds. After all, it's pretty unmanly to be beaten up by a woman. "Shut up." Carl slaps him across the face. "Did I tell you to speak? Get out. If I ever hear you speak ill of her again." I understand. Ned wriggles like a fat pig in the mud and crawls to the side. "I won't say it again." Carl watched as Ned rolled out and didn't do anything else, instead focusing on tidying his clothes in the bathroom mirror before walking out with a smile. Everyone at school watched as Ned dashed out like a wild boar being chased, while Carl appeared like a noble young man. If it weren't for his injured face, Carl would have looked like an elegant prince. "You come here." Carl pointed to a nerd in the class, who timidly approached. "See, Carl, big guy. Don't call me big guy. Listen carefully. If anyone dares to bully you or any other classmates, come to me. Understand?" He looked at the crowd of onlookers and said loudly, "Vision High School should be a place where everyone can be happy, a place where everyone can feel safe to learn and improve themselves. I have decided to establish an anti-bullying association. All students who have been bullied can come to me, and I will help you. My sister Gwen Stacy and I will do our best to help everyone. Of course, those who want to take advantage of the situation should be careful. We are not fools who could be easily manipulated." Carl left a threatening remark and then walked into the classroom. Carl is not doing these things to be a good person, but rather for future considerations. American universities don't just look at grades. Extracurricular activities also need to be outstanding. Carl doesn't want to engage in activities that are of no real use. Instead, the anti-bullying organization he has created might actually have a tangible impact on certain people in this school. Carl returned to the classroom and noticed that his classmates looked at him a bit differently. He didn't take it to heart and found his seat. Gwen leaned over and asked, "Did you beat him up again?" "Sort of," Carl replied, glancing at Gwen, thanking her. "Thank for what?" Gwen smiled happily. "I want to hit that jerk for a long time. But after all, Spider-Man is Spider-Man, and that deep-rooted goodness inevitably radiated from him. Did I go too hard?" Gwen felt a bit regretful. She thought she shouldn't use her strength to bully others, but Ned was just too much. "No, don't worry." Carl gave her a look. Ned refuses to admit he got beaten up by a girl. "What's wrong with being a girl?" Gwen got angrier, and Carl chuckled. Suddenly, Gwen said, "Why do you want to involve me in your anti-bullying organization? Don't you love doing good deeds?" Carl took out his textbook and said, "Aren't we doing good by doing this?" "Gwen, instead of waiting for those being bullied to come forward for help, we should tell them, 'We will help you.'" "All right, I'll try." Gwen didn't refuse, but asked, "Do we have to deal with this after class too?" "Of course not." Carl shook his head. "Aren't those people going to find their parents after class?" Gwen didn't ask about that anymore, but brought up another topic. "In a month, Vision High School will have a dance. Do you want to participate, Carl?" Carl glanced at Gwen, whose blue eyes were filled with anticipation. "Do you want me to participate? I respect your opinion." "All right." Carl waved his hand. I'm quite good at being an audience member. Performing isn't out of the question either. Carl smirked mischievously. Unless you beg me. Carl, Gwen shouted. How can you treat your sister like this? Do you know how much courage it takes to step on stage? Do you know what it takes for someone tone-deaf like me to prepare for a performance? Carl's series of rhetorical questions left Gwen momentarily stunned. She mumbled, why don't you just not participate? That won't do. After all, my sister wants to see me perform, Carl replied with a smile. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to your band performance, but I just don't know how many rehearsals our drummer has attended. You don't need to worry about that, Carl. Where are you going to perform? A song. Carl waved his hand, signaling her to return to her seat, and said, don't worry, I won't let you down. Didn't you say you were tone-deaf? Well, I can still rap, Carl shamelessly replied. But soon, the teacher's voice came through. Carl, the principal wants to see you. In the principal's office, Carl sat obediently in his seat. Mr. Stacy, it seems you haven't participated in a single club activity so far. Ma'am, I just attended one today. Carl innocently replied. The anti-bullying club I established just organized an event. That's enough, Carl. No one at Vision High has ever bullied students. Carl quietly looked at the principal, and he finally understood what he had overlooked. Principal, you mean Ned, not a human? Carl scoffed. Or are you saying that trampling on the dignity of others and calling it a prank doesn't count as bullying? Carl, you just said it was a prank. Oh, it's just a prank, huh? Carl shook his head as he sat down, then walked to the principal's desk and picked up a document. Carl, what are you doing? You said it was just a prank. Carl mimicked the principal's nonchalant tone and threw the document on the floor in front of her. Ma'am, do you think this is a prank? George, with a grim expression, led the equally grim Carl out of the principal's office. That woman has no shame. Her double standards are quite something, Carl mocked. Since she doesn't think Ned bullying Peter and mocking Gwen is bullying, then what I did is naturally just a prank. Carl, George said with a dark face. You know that's not true. Of course I know. I'm doing this to slap her in the face. Enough. Come home with me today. George shook his head. I understand what you mean, but you're being a bit extreme. Also, pay attention to participating in club activities. George brought Carl to the classroom door. Watching him swagger in to pack his bag, then pointed at Ned and asked, what club are you in? Ned shivered and stammered, basketball club. Good, Ned. Remember to tell the basketball team captain that Michael Jordan from Vision High is joining this team. He smirked as he walked out of the classroom, leaving the teacher and George with dark expressions. The two walked out of the school. Vision High was not far from George's house, and they walked along the road one after the other. George was in front, and Carl was behind. You're going too far. George couldn't help but say. I thought you were an honest person. Even honest people have their breaking points, Carl replied, sulking. I don't think I did anything wrong. You shouldn't meddle, and you shouldn't involve Gwen. George pointedly said, if you establish this anti-bullying association, what will that say about the school? So many school students haven't established such organizations, and only Vision High has. Does that mean Vision High treats its students well and is willing to stand up for bullied students? No. It only means that the situation at Vision High is so bad that it needs a special organization to address this issue. The school won't allow you to do this. I know, and I understand that, Carl said, dissatisfied as he walked behind. But I just can't stand it. Carl, there are many things you can't stand. Do you have to involve yourself in everything? George sighed helplessly. At that moment, he felt a bit relieved, yet also a bit headache. Regardless, this adopted son who fell from the sky seemed like a good person, but his stubbornness was a bit much. George, let me ask you, if I don't care about this, will you all just let those kids get bullied? Carl sneered. When admitting students, the school raises the standards for those weak and honest students, while it relaxes the requirements for those simple-minded and physically strong trash. The school does not help these truly good students, but instead allows those who will not benefit society to bully them. In the end, when graduation comes, the school looks at those bullied students who have all gotten into good universities and hypocritically says it is proud of them. Don't you think that's shameless? It's just to toughen them up so they can get through difficulties in the future. Oh my God, George, what are you talking about? Carl could no longer hold back, stopping to shout. What the hell are you saying? They're only 16, just like me. They aren't even adults yet. Carl looked at George and said, don't you feel anything deep down when you work hard every day, only to see the leaders appreciate those corrupt cops? Moreover, George, do you really think Peter died because of Spider-Man? Carl's words struck George's heart like a sharp blade. Why was it Peter Parker who died among so many people at that time? Enough, Carl. George growled. Shut up and go home with me. Huh, you're avoiding it, aren't you? Carl mocked. You haven't even seen if Spider-Man really killed Peter Parker. You just need someone to bear the guilt. You just need to draft a murderer and blame all of Peter's death on him. And then you can live with a clear conscience, right? As long as you work hard to catch Spider-Man every day, you can feel justified, right? That's enough, Carl. George's face twisted in rage. Shut up. Stop talking. I'm telling you. George, you don't know anything at all. You haven't even investigated why Peter died. You just need someone to take the blame. Carl finally couldn't hold back and cursed. You're just a damn corrupt cop. Why not investigate why Peter died? Why not look into whether Peter was bullied by that piece of trash Ned Leeds while he was alive? Why not think about what Gwen is feeling? Enough, Carl. George closed his eyes and pleaded. Let's go home. Carl glanced at the man. His sturdy body stood like a mast in a storm, as if it would topple before him at any moment. Carl sighed and walked home with George, one after the other. Carl was in front, and George was behind. After returning home, George locked himself in the bedroom and hadn't come out for a long time. Since it was still morning, Carl didn't rush to cook. He was too tired from yesterday and needed some rest. Even if that weren't the case, Carl planned to take a good rest during class time. But not long after, George came out. His face looked very gloomy, like a gray sky, uncertain when thunder would strike. Carl, who exactly are you? George suddenly spoke up. How do you know the cause of Peter's death? Because I checked, Carl replied calmly. I'm just an ordinary person. I've died many times, and coming here was an accident. In fact, in my memory, I am someone who has died once. George gave him a deep look, and didn't he continue to ask? Carl did not bring up the matter again. George glanced at Carl, but thought about the boy he had mentioned, Peter Parker. Could it be that Carl was the reincarnation of Peter Parker? The more George thought about it, the more it seemed likely. In movies and TV shows, those who are usually good-natured become completely different people when they turn dark, and Carl's situation mirrored those who had turned. Originally kind-hearted, but with extreme methods. George decided not to dwell on this and considered it a misunderstanding. He said in a serious tone, I will look into Peter's situation, but right now, what's important is your matter. You need to apologize to the principal tomorrow. I refuse, Carl said firmly. I can act like this never happened. If you continue to be so stubborn, I have no choice but to take action, George said with a cold expression. From today onwards, you are grounded. You can only go out when you apologize. Carl disagrees. It is Carl Stacy who is under house arrest. What does that have to do with Seth? Carl staying at home is not because he has nothing to do. He now has the technology to upgrade and iterate his battlesuit. Most importantly, he still has enough blades for himself. Thank you, Matt Murdock. If I encounter a good version of you in the future, I will save your life. The battle with Matt exposed Carl's most fatal flaw. The design of his functions is too arbitrary and chaotic, lacking a deadly trump card, and his mobility is too poor. Once in close combat, he is powerless. And if we extend this idea, we can see that Carl is also helpless against long-range attacks. If it weren't for Carl setting up the battlefield in advance and his insane placement of traps, the outcome would have been hard to predict. The first thing Carl needs to do is to carefully plan his combat route. He previously underestimated these villains and overestimated himself. He never expected to be forced into such a desperate situation by a gang leader wielding two sticks. He took out a blank sheet of paper and started writing. Combat suis, nano-bulletproof suis. Abilities, bulletproof and stab-resistant. Toxin release, electronic eye with thermal imaging, night vision, camera linking, data analysis, etc. The hands can release high-energy electronic streams. The white part of the suit can harden at any time to withstand close-range stabbings, and the combat boots can ensure brief floating in midair. There is a simple nano parachute on the back. Equipment, fun type, stink bombs, slime bombs. Auxiliary type, concealed cameras, electronic tripwires, electronic traps, stun grenades. Direct attack type, electric bombs. White hat, small area electromagnetic pulse bombs that can disable all electronic devices. Carl looked at the little he had and felt a bit reckless about going out. First of all, the overall framework of the battle suit didn't need to be changed. Its defensive capabilities were sufficient. Carl needed to enhance his mobility and attack power. Next were the gadgets. He realized he still had too few means, so he decided to design a few more gadgets. Finally, there were the weapons. The drawbacks of his dual electric attacks were vividly demonstrated in the battle against Matt, and he needed stronger weapons. The best option would be a weapon that combined both ranged and melee capabilities. If that wasn't possible, he would design separate ranged and melee weapons. The technology within the observers I included not just nanotechnology, but also material quantum folding technology. Although Carl was still far from mastering this technology, he was confident he could grasp it with the help of the observer's eye. Conversely, the most difficult energy technology posed no use for Carl, as the energy from the Overcomer ring could be utilized as infinite energy. And also, the trump card. Carl was doodling on paper, and before long, he slipped out. In the evening, when George came back, he saw Carl sitting in the bedroom, motionless. What's wrong? Are you angry? No. Carl had stopped studying. He urgently needed to improve his programming skills recently. Carl turned to George, seemingly puzzled about why he was back so early today. George peeked inside and asked, "What are you doing today?" "Preparing for the campus evening party." Carl replied as he put away his notebook. "It's a surprise. You'll find out later." "All right." George sniffed the air, not detecting the aroma he was hoping for, and couldn't help but ask, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" "I don't know," Carl said nonchalantly. "I've been grounded." "So?" George's face twitched as he stared at Carl and asked, "What does that have to do with cooking?" "I'm in a bad mood and don't want to cook." Carl was like a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard. George was speechless. He had finally managed to come home early, only to find he couldn't even have a warm meal. To be honest, after these days, he had been spoiled by Carl. Even burgers didn't taste good anymore. "Then you can stay hungry." George angrily threw out the words, but heard Carl calmly say, "I've already eaten." "George, I know you're not human, but I didn't expect you to be this much of a jerk." He watched as Carl slipped back inside to fiddle with something, feeling restless and wanted to rush in and make this guy come out to cook. But he couldn't do that. After all, George had his pride. How could he bow down for a few grains of rice? Gwen was playing a battle royale with Vulture. Gwen loved playing with Vulture the most. Dr. Octopus was too smart, and his tricks wouldn't work, so they had to go head-to-head. Electro and Sandman were too tricky, requiring extra effort, while Mysterio was just an old coin, doing nothing serious and only daring to stab in the back. Vulture was much more fun. He would attack with a flying strike right away. He was smart, but not flexible, strong, but not troublesome. Gwen really wished the villains in New York were as easy to deal with as him. After a typical tussle with Vulture, she intended to catch him, but unexpectedly found Vulture had gotten a lot smarter and escaped at the last moment. Gwen helplessly returned home, opened the door, and saw George sitting on the couch in the living room, looking gloomy. "Back already?" George casually asked. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Gwen shook her head, planning to sneak off to her bedroom when she heard George shout, "Carl, can you bear to see Gwen hungry? There's food in the microwave." Carl yelled from the bedroom, "But there's only one serving left." Gwen looked confused, her blue eyes filled with bewilderment. "What happened?" "This guy is sulking with me," George said with a bitter smile. "He argued with the principal this morning and refuses to apologize, so I grounded him, and now he won't make me dinner." "Cool." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "I support Carl. Don't learn bad habits from him." "Me? How could that be?" "You should worry about Carl not learning bad habits from me." Gwen rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you have to work tomorrow?" "Yeah." George rubbed his forehead. "These criminals are getting more and more rampant. It's all Spider-Man's fault. Ever since she showed up, there have been so many difficult criminals." Carl listened from inside, and after hearing this sentence, he sighed helplessly and walked out. "Shouldn't we blame you police for being so useless?" Gwen's previously aggrieved little face suddenly broke into a beaming smile. Carl glanced over, smiled, and said, "Spider-Man has caught those criminals many times, but why do they always manage to escape? And why don't you just sentence them to death? What does that have to do with us?" George cursed loudly. God knows what the judge and the legislators are thinking. "All right, enough of that." Gwen immediately changed the subject. "I'm about to starve." She walked over to the microwave, opened it, and found that it was not the single serving of food Carl mentioned, but rather 2 large bowls of rice topped with steaming, aromatic dishes. She smiled at Carl, her blue eyes filled with joy. "Here." Gwen handed 1 bowl of rice to George, who paused for a moment before turning to look at Carl. Carl turned back to the bedroom with a tsundere attitude and said, "That was all made for Gwen. I just accidentally made more." George scratched his head and chuckled, while Gwen took a bite, happily squinting her eyes and shouting, "You should call me sister." But this time, there was a more serious tone to it compared to before. Carl has been feeling very depressed these days. George insisted that he apologize to the principal over a disagreement, and naturally, he stubbornly refused, leading to quite a bit of tension between them. After returning to school, the way teachers and classmates looked at him took on a different meaning. Later, he heard others say that the principal announced over the intercom that the establishment of an anti-bullying organization was not allowed, claiming that Vision High School had a good atmosphere and that there were no students being bullied at all. Carl was very angry after listening to this. Although he secretly formed an anti-bullying organization, the fact that it wasn't in the open made him feel quite unhappy. He admitted that when he initially established the organization, he had a bit of a desire to test the school administration, but he never expected the outcome to be so disappointing. After thinking for a long time, he could only sigh. What else could he do? Vision High School is considered one of the best private high schools in Queens, and they are not harsh on ordinary families. As long as students are excellent enough, they can enroll, and there are even scholarships. If he were to do something just to slap the principal in the face, it could very likely affect those students. Sigh. The world of adults is full of compromises. Carl hates the word compromise the most. Just in time, his new battle suit has been upgraded, so he can go test it out. And Carl also wants to vent some frustration. As soon as class is over, Carl and Gwen stand up and go their separate ways. The two of them are so in tune now that they can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. Help me come up with a reason. Okay. Carl could only be glad that he had found a cover early on. No one would suspect him of frequently visiting that Chinese restaurant. He walked out of campus, put on his battle gear, and picked up his phone to see what big happenings the New Yorkers were up to. To his surprise, as soon as he opened his phone, he saw a shadow flying right over his head. He looked up and immediately locked onto that figure. A vulture? Huh? What level do you think you are to fly over my head? It's decided it's you. Carl shot out a thread of spider silk, which immediately wrapped around the vulture's leg, lifting Carl up. Carl was shaking below. The current in his arms surged along the special spider silk and flowed onto the vulture. The vulture felt nothing, with that annoying electric man around. Who wouldn't design some electric insulating battle suits among the people here? Even that fatso Dr. Octopus would be equipped with electric insulation devices. Carl saw the invalid and couldn't help but shout, "Damn electric man." He pulled out a half-meter, long short stick from behind him, the tip of the stick pointing at the vulture. The vulture felt a shiver, instinctively lowered his head a bit, and then felt a rush of heat pass over his head, followed by a sharp pain on his bald head. "You're not Spider-Man." The vulture shouted. "Who are you? What's wrong with you? Who said I was Spider-Man?" Carl skillfully took out his second web, watching as the vulture cut through his special web and hung onto another building, unable to help but complain. "Do you guys all have something that can cut webs?" "Of course. That little spider is really annoying." The vulture looked around for a moment in midair and said, "You're not some weird creature like a Spider-Man fan, are you?" "You're right. Here's a big treasure as a reward." Carl raised his right hand, and nanomaterials formed a cannon on his arm, then shot out round balls one after another. Carl watched as the gas grenade was launched and said, "Vive, record the effects of the stink bomb." The recording of the stink bomb's first use was underway. A pleasant female voice came to Carl's ear, a testament to his hard work over the past few days. With the superintelligence granted by the observer's eye, he quickly created a useful artificial intelligence, naming it Vive. The vulture's large wings blocked his view. But this was not a bomb. As a few projectiles hit the vulture's iron wings, they exploded, transforming into thick smoke that enveloped it. Vive began recording. Current situation. Smoke concentration is sufficient. Thermal imaging devices are basically unable to penetrate the special smoke. The odor content within the smoke meets standards. And shrapnel from the projectiles has adhered to the vulture, ensuring the smoke does not disperse. So, it seems the effect is good so far. Carl watched as the vulture in the stink smoke twitched as if suffering from serious illness, followed by a violent bout of vomiting. Carl couldn't help but marvel at how he had truly perfected this stink bomb. Ever since Matt had smelled it without flinching last time, Carl decided to increase the dosage, making it so that anyone who took a whiff would regret ever coming into this world. However, despite increasing the dosage, Carl had never tested its effectiveness. Now, seeing the results, he was quite pleased. Not bad at all. He would give it 3 stars. It was a perfect weapon against those helmetless vultures. Carl felt that vulture was not a qualified villain. You've got full body armor on. Would it kill you to wear a helmet too? Even those in the underworld know what happens when you fish without a helmet. How can you, an antisocial element, not know the consequences of not wearing one? When he saw a vulture flying around in the sky, it was like a headless fly buzzing about, with bullet fragments sticking to him, continuously attracting surrounding toxic gas. Vultures seem to have a layer of cheap special effects added, always accompanied by a cloud of smoke while flying. Almost there. Carl threw out a rope, directly binding Vulture's wings. He learned this trick from Batman. He hurried over to Vulture, took out a small vacuum cleaner to suck away the smoke, and then sprinkled some potion on Vulture. The focus is on protecting the environment. It's everyone's responsibility. Vulture had never felt that American air was so sweet. He gagged while desperately inhaling, looking at the approaching white figure with deep hatred. "Who are you?" "Ugh, no. They don't even know who I am." Carl was dissatisfied. He had taken down New York's fiercest gang leader when he debuted. Yet when he asked around, no one knew who he was. Before I killed Matt, no one knew who I was. After I killed Matt, still no one knows who I am. So Matt Murdock died for nothing? Remember this. I'm the big hero who killed Matt Murdock. Carl ruthlessly stomped on Vulture's face. Now do you know who I am? Woo woo woo. Carl raised his foot, and Vulture first cursed loudly, then said, "Wasn't Mysterio killed by Spider-Man? Are you out of your mind?" Vulture, listening to that sharp electronic voice, wished he could shove all his vomit into Carl's mouth. because Carl said, if Spider-Man were willing to kill, would a worthless piece of trash like you still be alive? Vulture's expression changed to a very ugly one. Carl's words pierced his heart deeply. If Spider-Man were willing to kill, a worthless person like you wouldn't have survived until now. He felt that this kind of hurt was even more disgusting than Carl's concentrated stink bomb. Even if it were true, you can't just say it out loud. Carl said casually, look at you, if you were in a different place, you'd be done for. What kind of person does bad things without wearing a helmet? Vulture couldn't help but reply, I'm Vulture. I'm featherless, not brainless. Seeing the defiant look on his face, Carl couldn't resist placing his hand on his head and giving him a strong electric shock. You think you can still be defiant after falling in my hands today? Carl increased the voltage, cursing. Is it because Spider-Man has been too nice to you, or are you just going through a rebellious phase? In the end, Vulture was just a second-rate villain, likely ranking only slightly above Mysterio in the Sinister Six. Mysterio chimed in. Are you polite? Remember, my name is Mysterio. Carl paused the electric therapy and tilted his head at Vulture, saying it's fine if you can't remember. Just be a good person in your next life. Wait. The electric therapy showed results, and Vulture spat out a puff of charred black smoke, asking, what exactly do you want? Since you're superhero, shouldn't you be handing me over to the police? Are you kidding me? Carl looked at this villain spoiled by Spider-Man, thinking, hand you over to the police so you can break out tomorrow? By the way, why do you guys manage to escape every time you're caught? Is there a mole in the police force? Vulture hesitated for a moment, seeing the electric energy swirling in Carl's hand, and quickly replied, we donate money to the prison regularly every year. I knew it. Carl shook his head, thinking how could he protect New York City with these pests? How about this? Carl said, stepping on Vulture's head, if I kill you now, you won't have to donate to the prison anymore, and you can save a lot of money every year. Vulture protested, you're actually a pretty nice guy. Just kidding. No, I have money, a lot of money. Carl kicked out angrily and shouted, do you look down on me? Am I someone who loves money? 5 million. The Vulture couldn't help but say, I don't have any more than that. I was originally planning to rob a sum of money. Carl was very curious. Where did this money come from? How could a worthless villain like you have so much money? Robbing banks, kidnapping rich people, and occasionally doing some business on the side. The Vulture replied, also curious. Isn't it easy for a villain to get money? Carl's heart raced. Not because he was afraid to kill the Vulture, but because he suddenly saw a path to wealth. What business? Carl asked curiously. I control half of the smuggling in New York, the Vulture said honestly, as he had no choice. The electric sparks in Carl's hands were intimidating. Oh, Carl's eyes lit up. The money spent on upgrading his battlesuit was substantial, but the results were not great. Spending $1 million didn't even yield a sound, mainly because some materials were unavailable to him. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live, Carl said, staring at the Vulture. 5 million, plus help me with my tasks. The Vulture's face darkened as he glanced at the electric sparks in Carl's hands, then nodded. All right. You can also choose not to help. Carl lifted his foot and loosened the ropes binding the Vulture. But you might want to consider retiring. Carl's sharp electronic voice pierced the Vulture's ears. Within a week, 5 million, and then show me your sincerity. Otherwise, every time you fly in New York, I will strike. The Vulture dared not confront him directly, simply nodding before flying into the sky. Oh, by the way, Carl suddenly asked, which of the villains is the richest? Mysterio. The Vulture replied decisively. That bastard with the illusion powers is the richest among us. Floating in the air, the Vulture said gleefully, you set a time, and I'll give you all the information on Mysterio. The Vulture had made up his mind. If Carl could deal with Mysterio, he would obediently work for Carl because, after all, working with anyone was still work. Carl glanced at the Vulture and said, I'll come find you. The Vulture felt a chill run down his spine. Did you put a tracker on me? Who knows? Carl replied ambiguously, then waved his hand and threw a smoke bomb before disappearing. The Vulture hovered in the air, his expression grim. It's really not a good thing to have more of these troublesome guys in New York, especially since the Vulture couldn't determine whether he was a good or bad person. Suddenly, a strand of web wrapped around the Vulture's foot, and the annoying figure of Spider-Man appeared. Long time no see, Mr. Vulture. Why are you out causing trouble again? No wonder he ran away so fast. The Vulture scowled and shook off Gwen, flying straight into the sky. Gwen stood on the rooftop of a building, watching the Vulture's retreating figure in confusion. What's up with the Vulture? Why does he run away as soon as he sees me? Gwen muttered, puzzled. But she quickly saw news of a gang shootout and rushed over there. Carl appeared in the alley, looking at a map that appeared in his eyes, on which a red that was slowly moving. He couldn't help but smile. Long-term meal ticket, get. He felt a bit regretful for not using other techniques. After changing clothes, he returned home to start cooking. Gwen came back very late. She just glanced at the dining table and then ran back to change clothes. In her room, Gwen changed into a white bare short-sleeved shirt, put on shorts, mixed her spider suit with her dirty clothes, and then confidently went out to eat. After dinner, Gwen helped wash the dishes and prepare to go to bed. George shouted, "Carl, put the dirty clothes in the washing machine." "Okay." Carl returned to the room, put the clothes in the basket, and took them out. Without thinking, Gwen said, "Throw mine in the washing machine too." Carl nodded and went to Gwen's room to pick up the basket. Suddenly, Gwen felt something was off and saw Carl walking into the bathroom with two baskets. She hurriedly shouted, "Carl, wait." But it was too late. Carl had already dumped Gwen's basket into the washing machine, and by coincidence, the dirty spider suit was revealed. When Gwen rushed in, she saw Carl staring blankly at the clothes in the washing machine, with her spider suit sitting on top. "Carl, Just as Gwen was about to speak, she saw Carl hurriedly take out the spider suit and stuff it into his arms, then pretend nothing was wrong as he started the washing machine. Gwen frowned at Carl, thinking to herself, "Is Carl a pervert?" Carl turned to Gwen, shook his head, and said, "Let's talk later." The two of them walked out, and George was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Carl suddenly said, "Sister, do you have a moment?" "What is it? Can you help me? I have several homework questions I can't do." As Carl spoke, he glanced at George, who only looked at them briefly before continuing to watch TV. "Since you call me sister, fine." Gwen's expression was calm, but she was actually feeling anxious as she followed Carl into the bedroom. Carl sat on the stool and secretly handed the hidden spider suit to Gwen. "I said, what did you do last night? Turns out you're a cosplay enthusiast." Yeah, that's right." Gwen hurriedly nodded, her golden hair swaying back and forth, creating a breeze that brought a scent to Carl. Gwen was so grateful to Carl. He had found her a reason without her even thinking of one. Where could she find such a good brother? "You better hide it well. Don't let George see," Carl whispered. "You know he hates Spider-Man." "Don't worry, I'll be very careful." Gwen kept nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "All right, thank you so much, Gwen," Carl said loudly. "No wonder you're the top student in school." Gwen sighed in relief and slowly walked out of Carl's bedroom, but suddenly heard Carl say, "Be safe." Her heart skipped a beat at that moment, and she couldn't help but glance back at Carl, only to find he hadn't turned around at all, as if the one who just said that wasn't him. "Carl, Gwen, really want to tell this secret, but I bit my lip and said, 'I got it. Thank you.'" Carl sighed, but his heart was filled with joy. He could finally upgrade Gwen's gear. The next day, the weather was clear, and Carl was full of energy while Gwen looked dejected, with large dark circles under her eyes. Gwen followed Carl, feeling conflicted about whether she should say something. What did Carl mean? Did he know that she was Spider-Woman? How would he view her? What would happen if she revealed her identity? With these worries in mind, Gwen didn't notice when they passed a red light, and she bumped into Carl's back. "What are you thinking about, Gwen?" Carl turned to look at her. "Did you not sleep well last night?" "Yeah," Gwen replied quietly, looking down. "This isn't the Gwen Stacy I know," Carl said with a smile, shaking his head. "Don't worry. To me, Gwen is still Gwen. Her image one T changed because of a suit." "That's not a suit," Gwen retorted softly, but she suddenly felt a sense of calm wash over her. "Let us talk about it after school," Carl said with a smile, ruffling Gwen's hair as they crossed the street. Gwen was momentarily stunned, but quickly caught up to him. She looked up. She was a few centimeters shorter than Carl, and she could just see the back of his head. Beneath his short black hair was a fair neck, and below there was a broad back. Gwen suddenly felt very reassured. This comfort reminded her of the time she followed George, of gliding through New York in her spider suit, and of praying with Peter and George at home with the Parkers. She suddenly sensed something had changed since Peter's death. It felt like she was the only one left in the world. George didn't understand her, and her friends were drifting away due to infrequent meetings. The Daily Bugle kept slandering Spider-Man, and some citizens didn't appreciate her help. But an unexpected realization hit her. Gwen could also be Spider-Woman, and Spider-Woman could also be Gwen. "Carl, do you like Spider-Man?" "I don't know," Carl's voice came back. "If the girl under that cool spider suit is named Gwen, then I guess I would like her." "Don't say that," Gwen said, her face turning red. "I'm your sister." "Okay, big sister," Carl said with a smile. "So, does that mean you admit it?" Why didn't he say anything?" Gwen sprinted ahead of Carl, and then turned back to say, "Don't tell anyone." "What about George?" Gwen's expression darkened, and she hesitated before saying, "I'll talk to him when I get the chance." "All right, then in the meantime, I'll do my best," Carl said as he walked beside her, their shoulders touching. "Let us prove that Spider-Man isn't the one who killed Peter." "Carl, you don't think I am, do you?" Carl looked into her eyes and said seriously, "I will always believe you, just as you have always believed in me." Gwen opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, feeling a warm current mixed with a bit of guilt in her heart. Yes, before today, she had never believed in Carl unconditionally. "So, Spider-Man," Tell me about Peter Parker, Gwen nodded and added, but don't call me that outside. No problem. Carl suddenly asked, by the way, when you fly around in that leather suit, does farting cause it to bulge? That's not a leather suit. That's a high polymer fiber battle suit. Gwen's earlier emotion vanished as she pouted and said, get lost. All right, tell me about Peter's story before he died. The story was exactly as Carl knew it. Peter, due to his introverted personality and weak physique, was often bullied by Ned. Plus, with when dressing up as Spider-Man and gaining fame in the city. All these reasons led Peter to develop a thought. I also want to be someone like Spider-Man. So, the genius Peter created a biological potion. But he couldn't control that power, and ultimately, after being subdued by Gwen, he died from the inability to withstand the power of the lizard serum. So, Peter's cause of death was that serum? Carl asked, do you have any experimental records of that serum? No, after Peter died, I destroyed all his data, Gwen said sadly. I was afraid his research results would be exploited. Well done. By the way, what was Peter's autopsy report? Homicide, Gwen said, pursing her lips. George firmly believed that I killed him. So he took Peter's body directly, without letting the coroner confirm it. No wonder, Carl understood. Don't worry, I will help you. I don't need your help. Gwen's tone became serious. Just keep it a secret for me. Don't get involved in this. It's very dangerous. Please listen to me, okay? Carl looked at the girl and stubbornly shook his head. That's not possible. If I'm not by your side, you'll be too lonely. After Gwen's identity was exposed, their interactions remained the same as usual, but they had become much closer. Gwen really liked Carl's approach. He neither showed surprise nor got overly excited, as if everything was meant to be this way. This made her feel at ease, but also slightly disappointed. After all, she was just a teenage girl. No matter how strong she was, she still wished that at the moment her identity was revealed, someone would say to her, wow, you're Spider-Man. That's so cool. Although Carl didn't say that, Gwen was still very happy. At last, she was not alone anymore. Time flew by, and Carl had made a better web shooter, but he never found a good opportunity to give it to Gwen. More importantly, 3 days had passed, and every day Carl pretended to be a good housewife, cooking and waiting for Gwen to come home, while he had forgotten that there was someone who dared not return home because of his words, waiting for his news. The vulture was in a daze. The pervert named Seraph, who liked to speak in a eunuch's voice, had promised to come find him, but had not shown up. The vulture was afraid that he had a locator on him, and after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it. Nor did he dare to take the risk. He felt that the bastard was just waiting for him to return to the base to find an opportunity to capture him all at once. After all, that guy didn't look like a normal person. Would a normal person attack with stink bombs? Are you even a qualified hero or villain? The vulture really couldn't understand what that guy Seraph was thinking, looking like a villain, yet wanting to do good. Dream on. Well, he complained. He put on a makeshift gas mask. This time, he definitely wouldn't be caught off guard by that guy Seraph. He would finish off the Mysterio and then run away. Yes, that's the plan. The vulture was determined to cause some trouble. It was already evening, and after helping the neighbors, Gwen, as Spider-Man, was comfortably enjoying her dinner. Carl made stir-fried broccoli tonight because Sheriff George decided to lose some weight. He realized he had gained several kilograms recently. The family enjoyed the meal, and Carl's cooking skills had really improved. Even a simple dish like stir-fried broccoli was flavorful and not greasy at all. Gwen's delicate toes slightly curled up, and a happy smile appeared on her face. She felt increasingly unable to leave Carl. His cooking was just too delicious. At that moment, a news report came on TV. A criminal nicknamed Vulture had just kidnapped a child and was flying in the air, claiming he wanted that bastard Cypher to come out and meet him. But the question now was, who was Cypher? Was he a rapper? Cypher refers to a code or password and is also a form of performance in rap music. The three people present turned pale. Gwen didn't expect that even this late, Vulture would still come out to harm others, and the name Cypher also triggered her memories of the man in white who killed Matt Murdock. What was the relationship between Vulture and Cypher? But saving the person was the priority. Gwen bit her lip and gave Carl a look. Carl understood instantly, pretended to say something, but quietly touched the necklace hanging around his neck, and his phone rang immediately. He picked up the phone, pretending to be casual, and said, "What? Okay, I'll be there soon. It's no big deal, it's not far." George had already gone into the bedroom to change clothes. And as Gwen saw Carl finishing the call and preparing to leave, she asked, "What is going on?" "The chef from the Chinese restaurant needs me for something." "I have to go over," he replied. "Do you want to come with me?" "Sure." Gwen ran back to the bedroom, grabbed her backpack, and watched George put on his clothes and head out. She said, "Carl is going to the restaurant to pick something up. I'll go with him. Be careful." George called out as he hurried off to Vulture's location. After George left, Gwen stopped pretending, ran back to the bedroom, changed into her spider suit, and said, "I'm leaving too, bye." Carl waved his hand and said, "Be careful." "Don't worry," Gwen replied with a wave, and then jumped out of the window. Carl sighed helplessly as he watched the large moths fluttering around on the television. He shook his head, changed into his seraph armor, and left the room. The once cozy room was now empty, but it was bustling over the vulture's place. Carl, the last to leave, arrived there first. Ever since he decided to hand over the modified silk to Gwen, he had changed his mode of transportation. The silk had many advantages, but it also had two fatal drawbacks: mobility and control. He was just an ordinary person, without the innate ability to manipulate silk like those spiders. Nor did he possess superhuman strength and agility. Using the silk was more trouble than it was worth for him. So he made a small modification and created something else useful. Carl's back extended directly into a chain, with a claw-like machine at the end of the chain stuck to the wall of the building, pulling him forward. Passers-by could only see a white afterimage continuously drawing white lines in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Carl does have the ability to create flying devices, but he still can't buy the materials needed for advanced aircraft, so using this device is a reluctant choice for now. However, the function of this device in the city may not be worse than that of an aircraft, and it might even be better. Carl arrived a step early and saw the giant moth in the sky. He threw out a regular smoke bomb and then appeared in front of the vulture. Put the kid down and change locations. Carl looked at the vulture, who was wearing a helmet and a gas mask, and couldn't help but laugh. "Smartened up, huh?" The vulture glared at him fiercely and then tossed aside the child he was holding. It was only then that Carl realized he had been holding just an ordinary doll. "I'm not the kind of trash that harms children. Come on, stop patting yourself on the back." Carl scoffed. "Hurry up, Spider-Man is coming." "Hey, isn't it better with her around? You and I can team up and catch her." Carl gripped the vulture's neck tightly with his right hand, the black mechanical glove gradually turning red. The vulture only felt a burning sensation on his neck and hurriedly said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. What are you even to cooperate with me?" Carl still wore that smirk, his sharp electronic voice ringing out, filled with contempt. "Next time you dare to target Spider-Man, don't blame me for being rude. Know your place, vulture." Carl lifted the vulture, and with the aid of the AI in the three-dimensional maneuvering device, they were pulled away, leaving behind a remark that everyone on the ground could hear. "Spider-Man is not someone like you garbage villains should provoke. She belongs to me, understand?" Gwen hurried to the scene, only to find reporters excitedly speaking into their cameras, while the area was left with nothing but a cloud of white smoke and a lonely, broken mannequin lying on the ground. "Can you let me go now?" The vulture felt like a fool, having been in the game for so many years and still not knowing to keep a distance when speaking to others. Carl loosened his grip, and the vulture flapped its wings, hovering in the air, looking at the person leaning against the wall in midair, feeling nothing but a toothache. After all these years, he had never encountered such an unscrupulous villain. Even the seemingly abnormal Dr. Octopus wouldn't just attack without warning. "Who does that? I'm speaking to you at such a close distance as a sign of respect. Do you understand?" Carl clearly didn't realize that he would never earn the vulture's respect again, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. If not for the fact that the vulture was still useful to him, he would have gotten rid of it long ago. "What the hell? Daring to interrupt my dinner with Miss Gwen?" Carl's blue electronic eyes fixed on Vulture. As Vulture took a step back, a thin line appeared out of nowhere and bound him up. Then Carl lifted him. "Sephew, you bastard. I don't know if you're really stupid or just pretending, but how could you think I would listen to you? Just because you say to let you go, I would let you go? Do you think everyone is as brainless as you? The problem is they have the dignity of being a villain." Vulture said unhappily. "The young people these days don't understand the rules at all. Stop talking nonsense." "The fact that you're talking about rules is laughable," Carl said calmly. "As an outlaw who doesn't obey the law, isn't it a bit humorous for you to talk about rules with me? And remember this." Carl held Vulture up in front of him. "In New York, my word is the rule. You're too arrogant." Vulture said, "Even if you capture me, there are Dr. Octopus, Electro, Mysterio, and Matt Murdock." "Matt Murdock is dead," Carl said kindly, unable to bear seeing Vulture's senility. "I killed him myself." Fine, even so. Can you handle the Sinister Six? Let's talk. I'm capturing you to deal with them," Carl said. "Now tell me, what's the information on Mysterio? And where's my 5 million? Vulture's heart sank, stammering, "Give me a bit more time." "I've already given you a lot of time." "Vulture," Carl said, dissatisfied, lowering the line in his hand slightly. "You came to me yourself." Vulture looked at Carl's hand, shaking, and couldn't help but say, "It's all for you, boss Sephew. The moment I thought you wanted Mysterio's information, I didn't rest for a second and brought it to you right away. So I should thank you?" Carl couldn't help but laugh. "Thank you, Vulture." "No need to thank me. Vulture's expression changed rapidly because he finally understood one thing. Sephew was a madman. He didn't care about any rules made by agreements, had no respect for his fellow villains, and wasn't a good person at all. Vulture saw clearly that when he threw that lifelike puppet down, this madman didn't T-react at all. He was just a madman who only recognized money. Sure enough, Carl rudely slapped him. Are you crazy? Was I too gentle before? Or have you hit your rebellious phase? When you're assigning tasks to your underlings, do you care about their efforts and contributions? Who the hell cares about that useless crap? I only want results. And the result is that Carl brought the dizzy Vulture in front of him, coldly saying, You Haven team managed to get $1 million. I've given you so much time. Is robbing a bank that hard? Are those bankers your dad? Or are you just a dog that doesn't dare to bite them? Vulture's eyes turned red. You can't insult me like that. Where would I go without face? How could I possibly not dare to rob a bank? Forget it. I never expected anything from you, you worthless piece of trash. Listen, I need these things. I'll give you a week. Get it done for me. Put in the container at the dock, understood? Carl took out a list and placed it in front of the Vulture. The Vulture, who was knowledgeable, was stunned upon seeing the items. Boss, I can't handle this. It's fine. I won't take that $5 million. How about I give you $10 million instead? It's just a matter of robbing 2 more banks. I really can't manage this. He said. The Vulture truly wanted to live, so he spoke the truth. After all, if things went wrong, this madman might do something even more terrifying. What do you need? Carl said lightly. These are all things that can be found on the market. There are some rare materials I can't obtain. The Vulture honestly replied. Only the Osborne Group might have those. Then go deal with Osborne. Carl released him and withdrew the thread that was helping the Vulture. Remember, you only have 1 week. Oh, by the way, you don't think I've just been chatting nonsense with you, do you? Carl added. As I said, you only have 1 week. Be careful, Mr. Adrian Toombs. The Vulture shot him a glance, his expression twisted, but he dared not explode in anger and could only flap his wings and fly away. Carl landed on the ground and first checked himself for any tracking devices or other small gadgets using a machine. Only after that did he deactivate his battle suit near his home and calmly walked inside with a thick file folder. Upon returning, he found Gwen sitting at home, looking frustrated. You're back. Gwen glanced at him and asked, What happened? Nothing, just got some documents. What documents? Gwen looked curiously at the file folder in Carl's hand. Carl shook his head and said, It's a secret. He had already flipped through it beforehand, and there was nothing suspicious inside. Even if Gwen asked, Carl could say it was to help her, so he didn't need to be overly cautious. Carl wasn't too afraid of exposing flaws because of these matters. Rather, it was the flaws that wouldn't lead to suspicion about his other identity that could better protect his identity as Seth. He and Gwen sat and watched a movie for a while, and then he ran back inside to study the materials. It wasn't for any other reason, but because George was knocking on the door outside. Carl ran back into the house and opened the information that the Vulture had given him. The mysterious guest is a shameless jerk. He is like a clown from a circus. If you encounter the mysterious guest, make sure to beat him up badly. Never let him go. Carl calmly skipped over the sentence filled with the Vulture's personal style and saw the specific information. The mysterious guest is skilled in hand-to-hand combat, illusion, and magic, excels at insulting and mocking others, but has weak capabilities in direct combat. A piece of advice. Do not believe anything the mysterious guest says. Do not trust any of the mysterious guest's actions, and do not trust her eyes. Carl got up early in the morning, heated 3 cups of milk, and made 3 bacon sandwiches quite skillfully, then waited for Gwen to finish washing up and come out for breakfast. George yawned, wearing only a tank top, and with his slightly bulging beer belly, he made his way to the dining table, his hairy arms brushing against Carl's. He first drank a cup of milk, then picked up his phone to scroll through the daily news. Superheroes or criminals. The mysterious figure, Surf, made his debut by taking down the Vulture. Is it a feud between criminals, or is a new hero taking down the bad guys? Carl curiously looked over and found that the reporters were indeed not to be underestimated. They captured a fleeting image of him running away with a Vulture in hand. George muttered, seriously, why do they have to learn something like Spider-Man? What's wrong? Gwen came out after washing up, her golden hair tied in a small ponytail, with sleepy eyes still showing from her pajamas. She wore a black denim jacket over a simple white t-shirt, paired with blue jeans that showcased her straight legs, making her look youthful and beautiful. It was said that a new hero had emerged, Seraph. Carl raised an eyebrow at her. Do you know her? Not really. Gwen sat on a stool and made a funny face at Carl, who chuckled and said, Yeah, these people will learn bad things from Spider-Man. Hey, aren't you a fan of Spider-Man? George asked curiously. Why aren't you supporting her today? Of course I support you, George. I used to support Spider-Man just because she had a good figure, but it's clear now that your figure fascinates me even more. Kyle, tease it, pull King George's belly. Look at this sexy little tummy, so cute. That's enough. George frowned and swatted his hand away, looking at Gwen, who was trying not to laugh, and took a big bite of his sandwich, saying, I'm full. Don't feel bad about it. Gwen laughed. That's the sexiest part of you. Don't worry. Even if I feel bad for you, I won't feel bad for it, George said irritably, but then he laughed too. These kids, really. After the family finished breakfast, they went their separate ways. Gwen habitually walked behind Carl, playing on her phone while walking. As long as Carl was in front, she wasn't worried about bumping into anyone. But as she kept looking, Gwen's expression grew increasingly uneasy. When they reached a red light, Carl glanced back and noticed Gwen's face scrunched up, looking uncomfortable. What's wrong? Carl asked curiously. Did you eat something bad? Gwen shook her head. I wish I had just eaten something bad. She pointed to the news on her phone and said, I'm really speechless. Carl looked at the headline of the news and couldn't help but laugh out loud because the headline read, Mystery Man publicly confesses love. Spider-Man's romance has arrived. There was even an interview below where a blonde American sweetheart with a California Los Angeles accent dramatically said, You know what? Even though I didn't see who that mystery person was when he said, Spider-Man is mine, I was like, wow, he was so cool. Reporter, so you think this is a love story and not a threat? Of course. Just thinking about my idol being confessed makes me so excited. You don't understand. He clearly loves Spider-Man, but to keep those villains from targeting Spider-Man, he decided to attract the fire himself. Oh my gosh, I'm crying, it's so sweet. Carl looked at the reporter seriously and said, Clearly, this mysterious person named Surf is pursuing Spider-Man. To gain Spider-Man's attention, he decided to capture and fight against criminals. It's a beautiful love story. I wish Surf all the best in winning over Spider-Man. Gwen was about to break down. Are they okay? What's wrong? I think it makes sense. Carl handed the phone back to Gwen. Maybe he said that just to pursue you. Oh my God, Carl. He killed Matt Murdock right in front of me. Gwen leaned her head against Carl's back and weakly said, Do you think someone like that could be a love-struck idiot? That is hard to say. Carl replied seriously, then asked, Who is Matt Murdock? The leader of New York's biggest gang, the Murdock family. Wow. He even did a good deed. He seemed like a nice guy. Gwen looked at Carl speechlessly. With countless complaints, she wanted a voice. But they ultimately turned into a deep sigh. If you think that, I can't even imagine what people online are saying. Gwen covered her face and said, I want to kill that bastard named Surf. After venting her frustration, she noticed that Carl was ignoring her and felt a bit surprised. She let go of her face and saw Carl grinning while typing something on his phone. Carl, Gwen shouted, what are you doing? This is a business opportunity. Carl said nonchalantly. The story of the domineering CEO, Surf, and Spider-Man sounds like it has a market. Every woman loves these kinds of wish fulfillment stories. You're right. Gwen felt a moment of excitement, but then exclaimed frantically, I didn't authorize you. How will you prove you're Spider-Man? Carl asked. At worst, I could just mix up the opinion of man like those games that borrow Spider-Man's name, and you can't stop me. Gwen was furiously helpless. She couldn't understand how things had developed this way. Her bad mood started from seeing boring gossip about herself and a stranger. The two walked to school and met Mary Jane and Gwen's other friends. Carl. Mary Jane greeted him sweetly, then said to Gwen in a perfunctory tone, Hi, Gwen. Gwen was speechless and said to Mary Jane, If you're interested in my brother, you need to please me first. Got it, Mary Jane? I have no other intentions toward Carl. We're just classmates. Mary Jane blushed for a moment, but seeing Carl unperturbed, she quickly returned to normal and cast a resentful glance at Gwen. She felt so jealous. Why weren't her parents the ones who adopted Carl? Gwen, did you see that? A band member said, Spider-Man has a boyfriend now. Huh? Carl and Gwen both exclaimed, looking at each other. The female classmate gossiped. Haven't you seen the news? Someone confessed to Spider-Man. I saw it. I really want to see what kind of man Surf is. Yeah. Mary Jane couldn't help but join in the gossip, saying, I saw someone has already started writing fanfiction. It's really good, called Spider Love Story. Puffed. Carl finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing under the curious gazes of everyone. Meanwhile, Gwen looked utterly disillusioned. The love story of Spider-Man trended online. Regardless of the truth, after being led astray by the super idiot Gwen mentioned, all of New York began to indulge in the gossip. What made Gwen the angriest was that she had just saved an elementary school student today, who cried out to her, Spider-Man, when did you get a boyfriend? I was waiting to marry you when I grow up. Gwen nearly dropped the poor child from her hands. Every time Spider-Man appeared, it was always accompanied by cheers, and people often shouted, wishing you happiness. What happiness? Gwen was not happy at all. All this nonsense made her feel completely unmotivated. And George couldn't help but ask Carl what was going on. Carl answered, "It is rumored that Gwen has a boyfriend." "Who is it?" George's fist was hard, but Gwen's fist was harder, as it had already landed on Carl's face. "Are you okay?" Gwen huffed, carefully applying the ointment. "I really didn't mean to. I was just too excited." Carl couldn't help but speak his mind. "I get really angry thinking that the male lead of those rumors isn't me." "Shut up, you jerk." Gwen threw the ointment directly at Carl's face, stood up to leave, but was grabbed by Carl's hand. "Just a joke." Carl wiped the ointment off his face with a tissue, touched his swollen right cheek, and said, "You were too rough." "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Gwen glared at him and sat down next to him. "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Carl cried out in grievance. "Sister, help me blow on it." "Go away." Gwen said this, but still blushed and pouted her lips to gently blow on him. She initially wanted to prop herself up on the bed, but found that her right hand was still held by Carl. Her slightly flushed face turned even redder, like a drunken rose, exuding an enticing fragrance. "Let go." "What?" Carl pretended not to know, but Gwen pinched his swollen face and said, "Let go of your hand." Oh. It seemed that Carl only then reacted, and he complained first. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Gwen looked at him in shock, as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Why didn't you say earlier that I was holding your hand? Then I definitely wouldn't have let go." Gwen glared at him, her blue eyes full of embarrassment and annoyance. How could he say that? Gwen herself was unsure of her feelings for Carl. She initially felt that someone finally cared about her and could accompany her. But after Carl's antics, she couldn't help but overthink. "Carl, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Gwen leaned closer, her blue eyes filled with curiosity. "What do you think of Mary Jane? She's pretty good, very beautiful, gentle, has a nice voice, and her figure and temperament are great. She's a stunning beauty that makes people feel drawn to her." Every time Carl spoke, there was an extra layer of disappointment in Gwen's blue eyes. She didn't understand where this disappointment came from, nor did she understand why she cared so much about his answers. "I really like her." Carl looked at Gwen's expression and smiled, saying, "Do you know why?" Gwen gritted her teeth. She didn't want to know the answer, but still couldn't help but ask why. "Because she is your friend." Carl gazed into her blue eyes and gently smiled. "Because of you, I like her, Gwen. You're the most important one. Otherwise, she would just be an ordinary classmate." Gwen smiled, her blue eyes turning into crescent moons, her golden hair gently brushed by the wind outside, swaying left and right as if celebrating this answer. She didn't know why she was smiling or why she felt happy, but she understood it was time to go. "Otherwise, let's go." Carl waved his hand dismissively. "Don't stay here." Gwen shot him a glare, her feelings of gratitude and joy dissipating. "If you stay any longer, I'm afraid George will kill me." Gwen couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I hope George will go easy on you. For your sake, I bet he'll spare an extra magazine of bullets." Carl joked for a moment, then said seriously, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Gwen scratched her head, seeing Carl still smiling, looking puzzled. But after leaving the room, she rushed in her bedroom, closed the door, and hugged her blanket, taking a deep breath. "What are you thinking, Gwen Stacy? He is your brother." Carl sighed, opened the drawer, took out his modified web shooter and locator, made up his mind, and walked out. "Gwen?" Gwen immediately stood up from the bed, tidied up her clothes, then jumped to the door, opened it, and saw Carl's handsome face. "What's wrong?" "I forgot to give this to you. I told you I would return the favor." Carl handed her something that looked like a wristwatch. "I'm just an ordinary person, but I know a lot of things." "What is this?" Gwen curiously picked up the item and put it on her wrist. "Spider-Man must have the best web." Carl said, "This is a gift for you. Give it a try." Gwen pointed her hand, and the web shooter fired a strand of web. She found that the web was much stronger and more elastic than her own. It has nanomolecular lines inside, and you can retract it for reuse. Carl said, "I also added a program inside that can help you analyze situations. I was going to modify the spider suit, but I felt I should consider your thoughts first." "Oh my God, Carl!" Gwen exclaimed in surprise. "How did you do this?" "Don't forget my background, Gwen." Carl said proactively, "I know a lot of things." Carl shook his head. "I'll tell you later, but not now." "Do you trust me, Gwen?" Gwen looked at Carl and nodded. "Thank you, Carl." "No need to thank me." A smile appeared on Carl's face as he looked at Gwen and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Get used to the new web, little spider." "Oomph. I'm your sister." After Carl left, Gwen held the specially designed web shooter and drew a character in front of her. The new shooter was just as Carl said, more flexible, sturdier, smarter, and easier to use. So Gwen wrote a few words on the wall. "Carl Stacy." She looked at it for a while, activated the retraction function to pull back the web, then lay down on her bed, smiling as she drifted into a dream. A story about a spider falling in love with a boy. While all of New York began to gossip, the villains were not spared either. Vulture had spent a lot of effort to fish Electro out of prison, who had only been inside for a short time. "Help me with something," Vulture said solemnly, only to find Electro, that idiot, was looking at his phone and laughing foolishly. "This is funny. I just got arrested a few days ago, and something this big happens." Electro flipped through his phone and said to Vulture, "Hey, Vulture, look, Spider-Man has a boyfriend now. When will you get a girlfriend?" Vulture's face darkened. If it weren't for the fact that the idiot in front of him was crackling with electricity, he would have slapped him. "What are you talking about?" He huffed. "You still believe those news stories?" "Why not? Spider-Man is a person too," Electro said enviously. "After all, she's just a normal person, at least her, you know? Won't generate electricity. Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" Vulture said, speechless. "Her what?" "You don't understand. Everyone has their own thing these days," Electro said with righteous indignation. "How dare you assume her gender?" Vulture suddenly regretted bringing this idiot out. "You're a villain. Can't you do something more villainous like killing and arson? By the way, did you just say Spider-Man is in a relationship?" Vulture asked, as he had been busy rescuing Electro to rob the Osborn group these past few days and hadn't paid much attention to the news. Hearing Electro say this, he couldn't help but ask, "You don't know?" Electro said, surprised. "Am I the one locked up, or are you?" "Stop talking nonsense," Vulture said darkly, thinking that he was being manipulated by that bastard Seraph, and it was no different from being in jail. No, there was a difference. At least being in jail wasn't this painful. It was said that a bastard named Seraph publicly confessed to Spider-Man. What a piece of work. Electro cursed and suddenly said, "How come your business is involved?" Vulture's face darkened, and he remained silent. Electro, clearly oblivious to Vulture's mood, continued. "Seraph issued a warning to all the villains in New York, saying Spider-Man belongs to him alone. A domineering, CEO-style love? Even an idiot like Electro understood that something was off with these news stories. Are they out of their minds?" This was also Vulture's thought. Could that heartless bastard really be a domineering CEO? What the hell? Vulture felt that this world was somewhat different from the one he knew. When did bastards like Seraph get to trend on social media? He had worked hard to rob a few banks. Did anyone report on him? No. His popularity was even less than that flashy loser Mysterio. Thinking of Mysterio, Vulture's expression suddenly brightened. That bastard should be in for some bad luck soon. He clearly didn't know much about Mysterio. After all, this guy could impersonate Spider-Man to commit crimes and manipulate public opinion to nearly turn Spider-Man into a notorious villain. He was clearly quite talented. Few people knew that Mysterio came from Hollywood. Hollywood is known as one of the three major cesspools in America, alongside Washington's political scene and Wall Street's financial circle. Those who emerge from Hollywood are obviously much more interesting than pure tech nerds like Vulture and Electro. So Mysterio usually didn't cause trouble, and when he did, it was a big deal. When Mysterio saw this news, he didn't know how to feel. First, he was incredulous. Then he thought that this bastard named Seraph was a bit too much. It should have been him getting famous. How could this bastard steal his spotlight? Mysterio hated nothing more than having his spotlight stolen. Villains usually did it for money or greater pursuits, but for Mysterio, it was simply for fame. Mysterio's real name was Quentin Beck. Although he shared the name Quentin, he did not have the peculiar preferences of that famous director. Quentin used to be in Hollywood, working as a special effects artist, stage illusionist, magician, and part-time stuntman. He clearly was a worker exploited by capital. Although Quentin was behind the scenes, he always had a heart for being in the limelight. How should I put it? Mysterio believed his looks could easily overshadow Leonardo DiCaprio, kick Brad Pitt, and even Jake Gyllenhaal. He was extremely confident in his acting skills, dismissing the likes of Al Pacino and Daniel Day-Lewis. Now, he saw this newcomer being even more arrogant, directly confessing to Spider-Man. That should have been his job, damn it. Of course, Mysterio was angry, but still admired the way this Seraph was promoting himself. It was a genius idea to become a hot topic without even showing his face. Mysterio wished he could be the one to say that line. But it wasn't too late. Just as Vulture and Electro had just reached the Osborn building, they received a call from Mysterio. Vulture's heart sank. Oh no, he wouldn't have found out that I sold him out, would he? Who? Electro asked. Vulture replied, Mysterio. Oh, it's him. Electro rolled his eyes. The villains didn't think much of Mysterio, considering him someone who only knew how to plot and scheme, hardly worthy of the spotlight. However, Electro did respect Mysterio's ability to create chaos. What does he want from you? Is he trying to get in on the action too? Electro said directly, if you collaborate with him, I'm out of this operation. Don't worry, Vulture reassured him. Even if I partner with that freak Craven, I wouldn't team up with this bastard. Vulture answered the call, saying, what do you want? I have a question for you. Mysterio was straightforward. asking directly, "Do you know Seraph? You want information on him?" Vulture frowned. "Why are you asking about him? He's been quite the hot topic lately." Mysterio honestly answered his question. "It should be me getting the attention." Vulture couldn't help but smirk. "You really are Mysterio." But soon he laughed. "No problem, my friend. But you should know that information is priceless." "So how much?" $5 million. Vulture opened with a heavyweight figure, directly scaring Mysterio off. "Are you crazy? That much?" "Oomph. Only I and that guy have dealt with each other in all of New York. In other words, the only information about him is in my hands. That kind of unique information is priceless. So do you want it?" "Yes." Mysterio gritted his teeth. "I want to see what the information is. Let me organize it. I'll get back to you. Get ready for your $5 million. Vulture hung up the phone and, under Electro's shocked gaze, called another person. "Seraph, I have something to tell you." Carl was out shopping with Gwen, reasoning that he had made some money and wanted to buy a gift for her. "Where did you get the money?" Gwen asked curiously. Carl shrugged and said, "You don't really think a Chinese restaurant would let me learn for free, do you? But they can't pay you to teach you how to cook, right?" Gwen expressed her surprise, but Carl's words dispelled her doubts. "I went as an apprentice. Not only do I learn to cook, but I also help them with work. Our boss is nice and gave me a little salary." Carl pointed to the $200 in his hand and said, "Today's expenses are on me, young Master Carl. You'd be more convincing if you were holding $2 million. Gwen laughed and said, and the two began to stroll down the street. "I want to buy that." Gwen pointed to the ice cream stand on the side of the street. Carl walked over and bought 2 large cones, and they happily enjoyed them, one for each. In fact, the $200 Carl had was taken from the sponsorship fee from Matt Murdock, and knowing the infamous reputation of the IRS. He even laundered the $200. Who knows what the person laundering money for him thought when he saw it was just $200. In any case, Carl Stacy, am a law-abiding good kid. The Vulture and Matt Murdock give you a thumbs up. Just as he thought of the Vulture, Carl's watch started vibrating. He calmly picked up his phone, adjusted the settings, and then answered the call. "What's up?" "SEF, I need to talk to you." Carl didn't mind that the Vulture didn't call him boss. He simply said, "What's up?" Gwen glanced over and didn't pay much attention. Just as she had friends like Mary Jane, Carl also had a few nerdy friends, such as Leonard Hofstadter, Howard Wolowitz, and Sheldon Cooper, who was disliked by all the students in the school. Just similar names, though. Carl's phone was also specially treated. After he caught Vulture last time, he left a contact method, and he didn't expect Vulture to be ready so quickly. "Have you finished your business?" "Not yet." Vulture listened to the familiar and annoying electronic sound, couldn't help but silently curse, and then said, "The Mysterio asked me for your information." Although Gwen was right next to him, Carl was sure Gwen couldn't hear anything. But to be safe, he covered the phone and said solemnly, "I want to talk about some guy topics with Howard. Don't associate with him too much." Thinking of that perverted boy in class, Gwen couldn't help but complain, then consciously stepped aside. She really didn't want to hear Howard's perverted voice. "He wants my intel?" Carl was taken aback. "I haven't even caused him trouble. Why did he come looking for me?" "Why? It said that he finds you very unpleasant." Vulture understood how to fan the flames. He thought that the one who should be showing off was himself. Huh. Carl really didn't expect Mysterio to be so abstract. Vulture continued to add fuel to the fire. "He thinks the person who confessed to Spider-Man should be him. Is he okay?" Carl was shocked. "Can't he tell the real from the fake? That's just the kind of person he is." Vulture said, "No one knows what is going on in Mysterio's head. I understand. You people are not quite normal. You don't know anything." Vulture silently complained. "Is your mind normal? How much did you ask for?" Vulture paused when he heard the electronic sound. Carl didn't hear Vulture's reply, so he asked again, "How much did you ask for? You can't possibly give him the intel for free, right? If that's the case, I'll immediately build a statue for you in downtown New York. You're greater than Martin Luther King and Lincoln combined." "Ahem, not much, 3 million. "What? That's a lot?" Carl couldn't help but marvel at the financial power of these villains, and couldn't help but feel sorry for the tragically dead Matt Murdock. "Are you really going to fight for $1 million? However, Carl clearly didn't understand the difficulties of New York's gangs. There were a bunch of unruly villains stealing business, and the police were trying hard to catch them to avoid being overshadowed by Spider-Man. Don't mention $1 million, even for a business worth $500,000. Matt had to show up in person. Life is tough. In that case, Carl quickly came up with his idea. You sell him the unique intel first, then sell the intel at a low price to others, like newspapers, paparazzi, and others. As long as the money is enough, it can all be sold. That Mysterio is too miserable, isn't he?" Vulture sneered, "But I like it. I want to disgust him thoroughly. How dare he target me?" Carl said bluntly, "As for the profit, we split it. No problem." Vulture calculated and found that this amount of money was indeed considerable. and he didn't even need to launder it. A large part could be counted as legal income. Then it's settled. Don't forget what I told you. Vulture's happiness was doused by Carl's cold water. He hummed in response, ready to hang up, but couldn't help but ask, are we really giving him all the intel? Sure. How much do you even know? Carl said bluntly, I haven't even put in much effort, and you fell down. Vulture's face darkened, and he heard that shameless bastard on the other end say, all right, don't let me hear any media know about me using stink bombs. Make me look cool. After all, unlike you guys, I care about my image. Vulture gritted his teeth and said good, then hung up. Damn it, that's too much. Electro looked at him curiously. Are you familiar with Mysterio? We've dealt with each other. Vulture maintained his composure and calmly said, I'm 50-50 with him. Oh, so he's pretty weak. Electro lost interest and suddenly asked, are you going to sell fake intel to Mysterio? Who said that? Of course it's real intel. Vulture said calmly, 3 million, and he splits it with me, but everyone who sees it gets a cut. I'll give you a share. Good. Electro was delighted, and he saw Vulture call Mysterio back. How's it going? All set. On the other side, Mysterio received the intel and curled his lip. I thought he was strong. Turns out he's just Vulture's defeated subordinate. What a waste of my 5 million. Mysterio said this, but he didn't dare to default. Credibility matters among villains. Of course, he didn't know that Vulture had already been stimulated by a newcomer who didn't play by the rules and had decided not to be an ordinary villain anymore. Mysterio felt very confident at this moment. He's just a defeated subordinate of Vulture. What else there to fear? He was sure that this time nothing would happen to him, and that the whole of New York would know him. After shopping with Gwen for the whole morning, the initial excitement had long been overshadowed by fatigue. No matter how strong a man is, he can't withstand the wear and tear of women. They're always full of energy, while men can never maintain their stamina. Carl was the same. Looking at the $150 left in his hand, he said weakly, Gwen, aren't you hungry? A little bit, but let's walk around a bit more. How about we eat first? Carl said, you need to be full to have the energy to shop. You're right. Gwen also noticed that Carl had lost the energy to continue shopping, so she nodded, and the two of them went to a nearby restaurant. After finishing their meal, Carl quickly found an excuse to take Gwen back home. Simply put, shopping with Gwen was even more exhausting than fighting. Carl doesn't understand what is so great about shopping on a $200 street. As soon as Carl got home, he lay down on the sofa in a relaxed position, ready to rest for a while. Meanwhile, the mysterious guest began his performance. This was a carefully chosen time. Most people were home resting on the weekend, and it was prime time when many chose to watch television. The mysterious guest had ample reason to believe that his appearance would attract more attention. He had already planned the timing, and the stage was being set up. The mysterious guest donned the alien headpiece. From the Vulture, he had learned that Surfu was a devious little man who loved using gas bombs. So, the mysterious guest specifically enhanced the poisoning system of his headpiece to prevent Surfu from using gas bombs against him. At New York's Times Square, which was bustling with people, the mysterious guest began to set up his stage. As an outstanding special effects artist and stage designer in Hollywood, he naturally understood what kind of stage would attract the audience's attention. Most importantly, the female lead would also appear here. He activated the drones he had prepared, and beams of light and shadow coalesced into his projection. Tourists in Times Square looked up to see an alien in an opaque round headpiece walking in the sky. The mysterious guest raised his hand, and a giant snake formed from clouds and mist appeared before him, lunging toward the tourists below. Many screamed and fled, while the mysterious guest calmly raised his hand, and the giant snake enveloped a mother and daughter, floating in front of him. Of course, the mother and daughter were fake projections. The mysterious guest drones were more than capable of creating a distraction, but such divine feats were still too difficult for him. His excellent connections in the paparazzi world ensured that as soon as he appeared in Times Square, a large group of reporters and photographers were ready. Carl and Gwen were watching TV shoulder to shoulder when suddenly the screen changed to breaking news. An emergency report announced that the alien criminal Mysterio had appeared in Times Square and had taken a mother and daughter hostage, claiming that Spider-Man needed to intervene personally. Oh no! Gwen stood up and ran back to her bedroom to change into her spider suit. Carl, like a classic devoted partner, said to her, be careful. Don't worry. Mysterio isn't that dangerous, Gwen replied with a smile, putting on her mask and jumping out the window. Carl sighed and put on his battle suit, hanging back behind Gwen. He wanted to see what Mysterio was up to. Before long, Gwen arrived at Times Square and said to Mysterio, Mysterio, let that mother and daughter go. Spider-Man, you finally made it. Mysterio's specially crafted seductive, gentle, and magnetic voice rang out in everyone's ears as he said, of course, whatever you say goes. Mysterio's attitude made Gwen feel something was off. When things go against the norm, there must be something fishy. Mysterio controlled the drones as he had planned, bringing down the projected mother and daughter to the ground, even showing a scene of them embracing each other in relief after the ordeal. I mean, no harm, Spider-Man. Mysterio snapped his fingers, and with a bang, several fireworks exploded behind him, ultimately forming a heart shape in the sky. Mysterio then used his soft voice to say, "Spider-Man, you know I've always loved you. The thing with Seraph is just a rumor. We're the real couple." It exploded. Everyone present exploded. Reporters excitedly directed their cameras at Mysterio and Spider-Man under the fireworks, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what am I seeing? New York's hero has met her Prince Charming. OMG." Mysterio appeared in Times Square, making a meticulously planned confession to Spider-Man. George, on duty at the police station, watched the news and, for some reason, wished he could punch that bastard in the round headpiece on the TV. Meanwhile, Vulture and Electro, who were sneaking into Oscorp Tower, suddenly, Electro checked his phone and exclaimed, "Holy crap, big news. Mysterio just confessed to Spider-Man." Vulture was dumbfounded, and not just him. Dr. Octopus, Kraven the Hunter, Sandman, Rhino, all of New York's notorious villains were shocked. Rhino even remarked to his underlings, "No wonder Mysterio, that weakling, could join the Sinister Six. When it comes to pulling stunts, he has the best." Not only the villains, but Spider-Man's fans were equally stunned. Mary Jane's family watched the news, and after seeing Mysterio's confession, they were initially taken aback. Then Mary Jane commented, "That Mysterio is so ugly. He doesn't look handsome at all. I still support Seraph and Spider-Man together." "Do you know what Seraph looks like?" "No." Mary Jane pointed at Mysterio on the TV. "He is definitely more handsome, right? That headpiece looks so stupid." Gwen was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, what are you all doing? If you want to fight, just fight properly. It would be better for both of us." "Mysterio, you're a well-known villain. Why are you pulling this abstract stunt?" Mysterio continued speaking. "I know you're unhappy with me, but give me a chance. I want to be a good person." Gwen couldn't take it anymore. That magnetic voice made her feel nauseous. Just as she reached out, ready to swing over and give Mysterio a beating, she saw a white figure flying over from the sky. All of New York was waiting for Spider-Man's response. Within minutes, there were even factions forming online, Seraph supporters and Mysterio supporters. Reporters were eagerly anticipating, and onlookers were waiting for the big scoop. Even the mayor of New York tweeted about it. However, things didn't unfold as they wished, but rather became even more explosive. They saw a white figure fly through the sky and land where Mysterio had stood, but Mysterio had already flown away, disappearing without a trace. The television cameras captured that moment. A figure wearing a white hat and white clothes flew in front of Mysterio and punched him in the round headpiece, sending him flying. Under the gaze of the nation's onlookers, Seraph made a dashing entrance. A sharp and mysterious electronic voice echoed in everyone's ears. "You want to be a good person? Maybe in your next life. Thanks to the generous donation from the Great Cat. Thank you, Big Boss." It exploded. Gwen was about to explode. Times Square was about to explode. All of New York and America was about to explode. Oh my God, a superhero was publicly confessed to by a villain, and another person came out to stir the pot? The reporters in Times Square were going crazy. Even the love triangle between Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, and Jennifer Aniston hadn't been this explosive. After all, those were just Hollywood-esque playboys. This was New York's hero? Gwen didn't know what to say anymore. If the first publicity stunt was an accident, then the second public confession was indeed something Mysterio could pull off. But what did it mean for Seraph to come out a third time? Hadn't they only met once? Gwen was at a loss for words. So she decided to quickly intervene and control both of them, making them shut up. "I really didn't expect you to be so shameless," Carl said to the Mysterio behind him. "I never expected you to dare to do this. You're really asking for death." The mobility device behind Carl pulled him directly towards the mysterious guest, but the mysterious guest released a puff of smoke, and her body vanished in an instant. This is Fox TV, where the mysterious guest is being brutally beaten by Seth. It seems that Seth is about to win this war of love. It's still quite early. The mysterious guest is very pleased with her grand entrance, especially seeing her name trending on social media, making her almost euphoric. She really doesn't look down on Seth. It's just that the fact is, a small character defeated by a vulture doesn't deserve attention. However, the mysterious guest is unaware that Seth is about to start a fierce retaliation. Carl placed his hand on his hat and then pulled it back after a moment. It's just a mysterious guest. There's no need to use such a trump card. It's better to confront directly. Carl's electronic eye swept across. instantly seeing through the authenticity of the projection before him. The mysterious guest's trickery, using magic techniques and projection drones to create a deception, could easily confuse others. However, once faced with an opponent like Carl, whose technical prowess was a notch above, he had little room for resistance. Carl spotted the mysterious guest's true form at a glance and flew straight towards it. The mysterious guest's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled the drones to intercept. However, if those drones could stop Carl, then Matt Murdock would have died for nothing. That 100,000 was no small amount and was enough for Carl to create a powerful battlesuit. Carl's expression remained unchanged, and the electric currents surged across his white trench coat. With a gentle wave, several bolts of electricity shot towards the drones, the powerful voltage immediately rendering them powerless. However, a person he did not want to see appear before him. Stop it. Gwen hung on a web, her elegant figure reminiscent of a ballet dancer, yet filled with deadly danger. What do you want? Gwen asked. Nothing, Carl replied, his tone unchanged. His sharp electronic voice conveyed an overwhelming authority. I just want to be the king of New York. The villains in New York are too cowardly, too incompetent. They don't deserve you, Spider-Man. You are a perfect hero, an invincible warrior, a presence as dazzling as the sun. Carl began to establish the persona of Seraph. They're not worthy to be your opponents. Your opponent should be me. Crazy, Gwen shouted, shooting out webbing and flying towards Carl. The maneuvering device behind Carl started to operate, and a more sensitive and quicker grappling hook than Gwen's web pulled Carl away from Gwen's attack. It's not time to fight you yet, Spider-Man. Carl rushed towards the mysterious guest, saying, our battle will begin in the end, and all of New York will be our battlefield. At that time, no one will disturb us. Gwen rolled her eyes and followed behind Carl. Hey, why does that sound a bit off? It sounds like a crazy person. Gwen complained. Carl remained aloof, ignoring her, and simply threw an iron net bomb to create some obstacles for Gwen. No need to rush to save him, Spider-Man, Carl, feeling displeased at the sight of Mysterio, coldly said, after I take him down, you can come down and rescue him. Mysterio ran quickly, but he was ultimately just an ordinary person, lacking the armor of Vulture or Dr. Octopus. Once his tricks failed to deceive, he lost all means to fight back. Let me go, Seraph, Mysterio shouted. I have a lot of money. It's over. The show you put on today is really unpleasant to watch. Listening to that sharp electronic voice, Mysterio's legs trembled. Who gave you the confidence to target me? Ride on my coattails and steal my spotlight? How did you manage to do this? Mysterio yelled, you shouldn't be able to see me at all. Your drones are too incompetent. Carl walked step by step toward Mysterio, the hem of his white trench coat floating behind him. In the darkness, only a white figure and two glowing blue eyes could be seen, like a white devil returning from hell to collect his life. I heard you want to be a good person, maybe in your next life. Carl extended his hand. A red light gathered in his palm, emitting a piercing sound. However, Carl saw a white figure flash by. Gwen had bound the mysterious guest with a web, preparing to evade the attack with him. Carl pointed his finger in another direction, and a red beam shot out, piercing through the metal billboard by the roadside as easily as if it were a sheet of white paper. Give him to me, Spider-Man. Seth, you're being too extreme. Gwen said, you should let the law judge him. Don't be ridiculous, Spider-Man, Carl scoffed, saying if the law were useful, he would have been judged long ago. Carl saw that the mysterious guest had already escaped from the webs and was ready to flee. A cold light flashed across his face. He threw out 2 smoke bombs, and Gwen instinctively covered her nose, but the mysterious guest had already disappeared. When she looked back, the mysterious guest she had tied up was also nowhere to be found. Seth, don't kill. Carl grabbed the mysterious figure by the neck and lifted him up. At that moment, he could easily end his life with just a little more force. But he heard Gwen's voice and couldn't help but sigh. Next time, remember to use your brain. Behind him, the Nano 3D maneuvering device shot out a grappling hook, pulling him into the sky. The reporters had long lost track of their whereabouts, but soon, Seth and the mysterious figure appeared on camera. Under the full moon, a domineering figure in white held the mysterious guest, displaying him in a humiliating position at the center of a billboard in Times Square for all to see. You like being famous, huh? Carl chuckled, his sharp laughter sending a chill down the mysterious figure's spine. Wow, the mysterious guest, but is really white. The host of Fox News couldn't help but say, Seth is really a good person. At least he didn't expose the mysterious guest's shortcomings. However, Mr. Mysterious Guest is now famous. The host's words were venomous. He has become a laughingstock of all New York. Carl didn't have time to appreciate the Mysterio's disgraceful state because Spider-Man had already come over. "You're going too far, Mysterio." Gwen looked at Mysterio's pathetic condition and inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy. He didn't deserve this. Mysterio had caused the deaths of over a dozen people in the past year because of him, not including those who died because of his unique abilities. While those toxic individuals were not worth mourning, there were certainly some unfortunate souls who should never have crossed paths with his unique powers. "I just hung him up naked on a billboard, and you're telling me he doesn't deserve this?" Carl thought it was time to educate the young girl. "You're right. Maybe it would have been best to just kill him outright." "No, I mean..." Gwen didn't know what to say, trying to convince this strange man about the law. Clearly, that was too weak of an argument, as none of these villains had faced any legal consequences so far. Carl looked at Gwen hesitantly and said, "Of course, the lives of those people have nothing to do with me. I'm not a hero like you. I just want to have some fun." He pointed at the mysterious man who was naked and chuckled. "Don't you think this is funny?" Gwen's wavering belief instantly restored as she looked at this despicable guy, unsure of what to say. If she called him a bad person, she had only seen him kill that scoundrel Matt Murdock and disgrace another villain. If she called him a good person, that didn't seem right either. Where could you find a good person like that? In the end, Gwen still did not go to save the mysterious man. She felt that he needed a lesson. And besides, Seraph wasn't that unreasonable. At least after hearing the crimes of the mysterious man, she dismissed the thought of saving him. Even a phrase "not that serious" sounded a bit harsh. "All right, Spider-Man, I know you're a great hero. You must shine like the sun in the sky, radiating dazzling light at all times. Even a single black spot will be discussed and attacked by people. Being a hero is really difficult. Everyone in this era is a moral saint on the internet, even though in reality, they are probably all flawed and accomplished nothing. But at least online, they can stand on the moral high ground to attack you, right?" Gwen deeply agreed, but she had no intention of letting Seraph off the hook. "You killed Matt Murdock," Gwen said solemnly. "I want to tell you that killing doesn't solve problems." Carl raised his hand, extending a finger to point at Gwen. "Let me ask you, what is the problem we are facing right now?" Gwen did not answer, and Carl had no intention of letting her respond. He simply said lightly, "It's the criminals." It was at that moment that Gwen realized that Cypher's voice had somehow connected to the loudspeakers in Times Square and under the live coverage of the media. Almost everyone in America could hear him. A person commits a crime and must be punished. This is a fact that has been established since ancient times. Although American history may be thinner than the recipe book of the Great Empire or the joke book of the Germans, even the president in the White House would acknowledge this fact. Cypher's words blackened 3 countries, but no one cared about that. They only cared about when Cypher would confess to Spider-Man. In fact, most ordinary people, except for a few, were somewhat dissatisfied, thinking, "I came here for entertainment, not to listen to you discuss these philosophical issues. What does entertainment to death even mean? So what does it take to convict a criminal? Of course it's the law. But Spider-Man, do you know?" Cypher's sharp electronic voice pierced through the hearts of those few who were paying attention to this matter, causing them to exclaim Mother of Kerr. The law is a weapon for the rulers to maintain their own power. Enough. A thought inexplicably arose in Gwen's mind. She wanted to stop Cypher from continuing. While Carl did not continue to express his views, he only wanted the still young Gwen to understand a truth. The so-called rules and laws have both their bright and beautiful sides, as well as their dark sides. On the other side, Vulture and Electro smoothly raided the Osborn Corporation, with Vulture obtaining the materials Carl wanted and Electro getting the items he desired. Everyone had a bright future. At that moment, they received a message. "Help me out, friend from the Sinister Six." The signature was Dr. Octopus. Vulture and Electro exchanged glances, and Electro said, "What is Dr. Octopus up to this time?" "Who knows, but it's definitely not a small matter." Electro was caught by Vulture's claws, flying in midair, so he even had time to check his phone. Haha, that loser Mysterio really can't get anything done, hanging on a billboard by that bastard Cypher and still bare-assed. Just as Electro finished speaking, he felt a jolt and almost fell. He complained, "You almost dropped me." "Sorry, this news is just too funny." Vulture grinned, while inwardly cursing. "Luckily, I was lying down thoroughly and not doing anything, otherwise it might have been me hanging there naked." Vulture knew very well that social death was as damaging as physical death for a villain like him. He confirmed one thing. Mysterio would no longer be able to compare himself to them. "By the way, should we kick Mysterio out?" Electro blinked and said, "Being with him really lowers our status." "You're right, we should definitely kick him out." Vulture nodded and then asked, "So who should we let in?" "What do you think about me?" A green figure hovered behind them, and beneath the devil mask was the laughter of a devil. "I shouldn't be worse than Mysterio." What do you think, you damn villains? Gwen and Carl stood silently opposed. Carl naturally would not take action, and Gwen didn't know what reason she should have to do so. After all, the strange man named Cypher in front of her hadn't really done anything bad. Although he killed, bullied villains, and made Mysterio look foolish in front of the entire nation, he seemed like a good person. Gwen's heart was mixed with emotions, but Carl was not. He was the first to take action. A small explosive dart whizzed past Gwen's face and shot towards Mysterio. Cypher? No. Just as Gwen shouted, she saw a grappling hook extend from behind Cypher, snagging her and pulling her toward him. Gwen's spider sense was triggered to the maximum at that moment. She wanted to escape, but found it was too late, as she was already in Cypher's embrace. No wonder even trash like Mysterio can team up with you. She heard Cypher say, "Is that all the villains in New York are capable of?" Carl stared intently ahead, his grip on Gwen's hand tightening rather than loosening. Gwen didn't pay much attention to this because her spider sense was still alerting her, and Seraph wasn't the source of danger. The threat was coming from behind. She pushed Seraph away, extending her hands to either side, connecting the buildings with her web to create a narrow bridge in the air. She stood gracefully in midair, vigilantly watching the source of danger. Carl looked at the billboard featuring the mysterious guest, and he and Gwen both stared at it. The three figures over there were gazing back at them with the same expression. Leading them was an octopus doctor with curly hair like Yu Qian. Behind him stood the hunter Craven holding a bow and arrow, and a sandman whose hand had turned into quicksand, wrapping around the mysterious guest. Smooth talker, the octopus doctor coldly replied. He didn't like to waste words, which made him dislike the white-clad man in front of him, who was just as talkative as Spider-Man. Craven remained silent. A good hunter should know when to keep quiet and look for a good hunting opportunity. The Sandman, looking displeased, said, "Who the hell are you talking about?" "Of course it's you." Carl chose to deal with the Sandman first, as he seemed the most troublesome. Compared to the Octopus Doctor and Hunter Craven, the Sandman's weaknesses were the most apparent, yet also the least lethal. Enough, the Octopus Doctor glanced at the Sandman and said, "Let's stop here. It's nice to meet you, Sandman." "I'm glad too." Finally, "There's a smart one among so many fools," Carl said, but he remained wary. He didn't believe these villains could be so united, even helping each other. Their sudden appearance here to save the mysterious guest had a simple reason. They were up to something big. The Octopus Doctor didn't linger, but prepared to take the mysterious guest away. Seeing this, Gwen wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Carl grabbing her hand. "What are you thinking, little spider?" He said, "Do you really think you can handle them by yourself? I know you've always been brave, but there's no need to seek death like this." However, Gwen was unwilling to let them go just like that. "I've already been compassionate enough. If you still want to go to your death, I won't stop you." Carl threw a smoke bomb. "See you later, Spider-Man." Gwen didn't pursue. She stood in the air, feeling everything was a tangled mess. The newly emerged ambiguous Sandman, the evil six who were ready to cause trouble, and the Spider-Woman who had only shown her face but might not have good intentions. She felt like a little spider, unwittingly caught in a web woven by others, unable to move. On the other side, Vulture and Electro arrived at the meeting point following the text message records. "How did you two end up together?" The Sandman asked curiously. "Your relationship didn't seem that good before, did it? And you, Electro, didn't you just get in? How did you escape if no one charged you?" Electro, annoyed with the Sandman, retorted, "Mind your own business." "Huh, I knew you'd say that." The Sandman mocked Electro. "After all, you're just a human-shaped power bank. Without power, you're nothing." "Is that so, you sand-headed idiot?" Electro shouted back. "Want to see who has the worst one?" "Enough." Hunter Craven said irritably, "What are you arguing about?" "All right, my friends," the Octopus Doctor spread his hands and pressed down, signaling them to calm down. "I didn't call you here today to have a fight. Also, aren't you going to introduce us to this new friend?" The Octopus Doctor looked at Vulture and said, "How can we not properly welcome Mr. Green Goblin's esteemed presence?" At Gwen's home, Carl had returned earlier, calmly making himself a cup of coffee. The cool breeze was blowing outside when, with a thud, Gwen entered through the window, still wearing her spider suit. "You're so bold," Carl remarked, looking at her. "Aren't you afraid George will see you?" "I saw George's police car on my way back." Gwen walked into the bedroom and closed the door. Carl sighed and waited for a moment until Gwen came out. She walked to the table, sat down, rested her right hand on her cheek, and sighed. "What's wrong?" Carl asked with a smile as he poured her a cup of hot coffee. "Today is the center of attention in the whole city." "Don't say that." Gwen took a sip of coffee and sighed, saying, "Haven't you seen those bad guys in the news? I saw Dr. Octopus and two others I don't recognize." Carl took her hand and said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Gwen." Feeling the warmth in her hand, Gwen's heart warmed, and two blushes appeared on her fair face. But she didn't stop Carl's actions. Because it feels reassuring. I just feel very strange, Carl, Gwen expressed her feelings. It's like there's a net surrounding me, leaving me nowhere to escape. Don't worry, Gwen. Carl placed his other hand on top, holding Gwen's warm, yet slightly rough hand, and said gently, "You are Spider-Woman. Spiders aren't afraid of getting caught in a net." "You're right." Gwen smiled slightly. "Thank you." Carl wanted to say something, but then he heard a knock on the door. In Gwen's teasing gaze, he quickly let go of his hand and walked over to open the door for George. These villains are really boring. If they have nothing to do, they can go bite a lighter. George took off his coat and hung it on the wall, angrily saying, "If they want to date, they can go somewhere else. There's no need to waste my time." However, that Cirque guy has done pretty well. George changed his tone. "Although I really hate those sneaky guys, at least this guy made that annoying Mysterio embarrass himself, so it wasn't a wasted trip." "All right, George. No wonder you cops achieve nothing," Carl mocked. "You don't do any serious business, but you're always the first to eat popcorn." "Shut up." George asserted his authority as the head of the household, and Carl had no choice but to obediently fall silent. After washing up, he returned to his bedroom and saw a message for Vulture. "The deal with Vulture is done. Where's my antidote? Surf. I want to meet you tomorrow night on the rooftop of the Empire State Building. Vulture will hand over the money and then the goods." "Surf, no problem." "Vulture, be careful lately. New York isn't peaceful." "Surf, what do you know?" Vulture didn't reply, and Carl's eyes flickered as he opened the cabinet, revealing a hidden compartment and taking out a box. "Well, it's time to give you your so-called antidote. A qualified villain should have the ability to do bad things that a villain should possess. Mysterio is at the bottom of the Sinister Six because of his insufficient abilities. When a big scene is needed, he can't stand alone and can only play a supporting role. Once his tricks are exposed, he becomes powerless against the enemy's attacks. He should also have the intelligence that a villain should possess. For example, Red Tank, who, after trading his brain for strength, exists in a state where everyone fears him but also doesn't fear him. A small scheme can make Red Tank work for him. So as long as he maintains a position opposite to the X-Men, he can use Red Tank without worrying about being harmed. At the same time, a villain should have ideals, like Kraven the Hunter, who must treat Spider-Man as his most important prey, Magneto, who seeks a future for mutants, and Purple Potato, the universe's #1 sycophant skilled in population planning. They have sufficient style because their ideals grant them the charisma they deserve. Of course, a good character design is also essential. Most villains have similar character designs, and this doesn't need much discussion. There's also the credibility a villain should have. Purple Potato said something about eliminating half of life, and the credibility among villains is crucial for them to cooperate well. Clearly, Vulture thinks Dr. Octopus is a very credible friend, especially after encountering that bastard Surf, who disregards martial ethics and morality. But Vulture doesn't know that his credibility in Mysterio's eyes has also plummeted. "Did you just say Surf is your defeated foe?" Mysterio, already dressed, shouted at Vulture. "And why did you sell the high-priced information to me and then sell it to others?" Vulture impatiently replied, "Isn't it because you're just too trash? Listen, first of all, Surf is indeed my defeated foe, but that doesn't mean you can deal with him. You don't really think those pathetic tricks of yours can fool anyone, do you? As for your second point, who says the information sold to you can't be sold to others?" Vulture sneered. "Do you think that when you find a hooker, a little touch means no other man is allowed to touch her? Too vulgar, Vulture." The Sandman, who had been seriously studying lately, pretended to be cultured and said, "While that's true, your words are too vulgar. Have some taste. Look at us. The worst among us is an engineer. Apart from Mysterio, who dropped out of high school, we are all cultured people. Especially you, Dr. Andrian. You should live up to your education and knowledge." The Sandman's words scared the others quite a bit. What did a street thug start talking about culture? And Mysterio is a decent person who has been to college, all right? Electro directly mocked, "Oh my god, what am I seeing? A thug who can't even spell abandon is lecturing us on culture. Are you kidding me, Sandman? Surely no one doesn't know what the top word in the CET4 vocabulary list means, right? Isn't it normal that I can't spell it?" The Sandman retorted sharply, "I've never been abandoned, so I naturally have no need to understand the meaning of that word." Electro was so furious that he almost transformed into Pikachu. If it weren't for Vulture holding him back, he might have released 100,000 volts on the spot. Electro's anger was simple. He had indeed been abandoned before. "Enough. Stop arguing." Dr. Octopus said, "The reason I gathered you all here is to ask you for a favor. By the way, crush that little spider." After Carl finished his class and saw Gwen off, he also found a good spot to change into his battle gear and went to collect his materials. Carl's current technological accumulation is quite high, thanks to the top-notch intelligence brought to him by the Observer's Eye and the various alien technologies he has accumulated. His technological capabilities are not inferior to that of the one who throws you under the bus, but his financial resources limit his further development. If he accepts the materials in the hands of the Vulture, then Carl's Seraphim armor can be upgraded to version 2.0. Only then will Carl have the confidence to take on the entire Sinister Six by himself. Carl arrived at the top of the Empire State Building at the agreed time. To be honest, he felt a bit regretful. After all, his first impression of the actual sight was of that gorilla physically flying a plane on the rooftop. "Seth, how about the stuff?" he said. The Vulture tossed him a large bag. Carl picked it up and carefully checked its contents before throwing him a tube. The Vulture picked up the test tube, his mouth twitching. "You really did drug me." Saying this, he opened the tube and downed its contents in one go. But it was clear that he had overestimated Carl's boundaries. "I didn't drug you before, but congratulations, you've been drugged now." Carl then threw out a second test tube. "This is the antidote. It will ensure you're fine for a month." "Seth, you bastard." The Vulture's eyes turned red, wishing he could throw this shameless guy off the top of the Empire State Building. "Calm down, Vulture. I just want to do one thing, and once it's done, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. We'll go our separate ways." Carl carried the package, ignoring the Vulture's glare. In this world, besides Norman Osborn, no one else had the capability to develop an antidote, and Carl could never deceive the Vulture with something like vitamins. That would be too degrading. "Is what you're doing not degrading, then?" The Vulture retorted. Carl advised, "You'd better drink the antidote now. My medicine is quite potent. In 10 seconds, you'll be dead." 10, 9, 8, 7. Caw! The Vulture cursed inwardly and quickly drank the antidote, then looked at Carl and asked, "What do you want me to do?" This damned devil clearly found him useful, even valuing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such extreme methods to control him. Thinking of this, the Vulture shook his head. How could he consider the methods of that bastard Seth as extreme? What seemed extreme to ordinary people was just normal to him. The Vulture was cursing Seth wildly in his heart, but Carl didn't sense anything wrong. "You're thinking about Seth. What does that have to do with me, Carl?" Carl said, "Tell me, Vulture, you are an indispensable member of the Sinister Six. What do Dr. Octopus and the others really want? Why do you care?" Vulture retorted, "Are you in cahoots with that little spider? Now it's my turn to ask you, not the other way around." Carl coldly replied, "I gave you an antidote, so you should give me an answer. What kind of antidote is that?" Vulture couldn't help but curse. "That's clearly poison." "You don't understand." Carl shook his head. "That's a remedy to help you find liberation. You have felt anxious about your wrongdoings, and you have felt your conscience ache for being a villain. I just gave you a chance for redemption, a chance to be a good person again. This is not poison. It's an antidote that allows your life to start anew." The electronic voice of SEF hovered in Vulture's mind. "Now, tell me, what do you really want?" The dusk in New York was beautiful, the orange-yellow sunset wrapped in a circle of blood color, dyeing the surrounding evening glow red. The orange-red light shone on the buildings in downtown Manhattan, their glass surfaces shimmering, reflecting a dim beauty. On top of the Empire State Building, Carl stood quietly, watching Vulture fly away. He looked at the sunset, lowered his hat brim, checked his gear, pulled out 2 locators, and then returned to the base to stow his equipment. On his way home, he saw the Hornet Daily hanging in the newsstand and walked over to grab a copy. As George's favorite newspaper, Hornet Daily continued its unwavering policy of smearing Spider-Man for 100 years, depicting last night's events involving Spider-Man, SEF, and Mysterio as boring hype. That was just the tip of the iceberg exposed by Spider-Man. The entire rogues gallery of New York obeyed her commands. She was the true crime king of New York. Carl shook his head. The Horn Daily has had a tough time in recent years and can only find a new path by smearing Spider-Man. But when it comes to shamelessness, they still fall short by a long way. Carl returned home and saw George lying on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. In the Gwen universe, which is Earth 65 of the Marvel parallel universe, technology has developed rapidly. At least enough for Sheriff Stacy to lie on the sofa, watching boring short videos. Carl leaned over to take a look and found that George was watching a video of a cowboy shoeing a horse on his phone. For some reason, Carl also leaned in to watch. When Gwen returned, she found Carl perched on the edge of the sofa, watching a small screen with George, where a black man was riding a bicycle with a large bunch of bananas behind him. "What are you watching?" Gwen jumped over and tapped Carl on the head. Carl turned and said, "You're back?" "Yes," Gwen replied, curiously picking up the newspaper in Carl's lap. "What's this?" But soon she found out what it was. With a dark face, she threw the newspaper at Carl's head and said, "You just love watching this stuff, don't you?" "Not just me," Carl said, picking up the newspaper and handing it to George. George happily said, How did you know I love the Horn Daily the most? Only they dare to tell the truth in all of New York. Carnanu gave Gwen a look, and Gwen helplessly rubbed her forehead. Not want to stay in this house for even a moment longer. What are we having for dinner tonight? Gwen asked curiously. Squirrel perch, Carl said in English. Gwen was taken aback and exclaimed, but squirrels are so cute. Why would we eat them? Then, Carl saw Gwen devour half a fish in one go. And with her cheeks puffed out, she said, it's really delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more, he encouraged. No way. George said seriously, you should eat less. My girl, you've been eating too much these days. Gwen looked up from her bowl, her little face full of confusion. You'll gain weight like this, sweet daughter. I don't want you to end up crying about wanting to lose weight later. Carl said helplessly, don't worry, George. Gwen exercises much more than you do every day. Really? Of course. Carl nodded. Playing the drums is very tiring. You see, Gwen has even developed muscles. That makes sense, George nodded. Gwen and Carl exchanged a smile and continued eating. After they finished eating and chatting, there was a mess left behind. Naturally, someone had to clean it up. But that person was not Carl. As Gwen was clearing the bowls from the table, she saw Carl walk into the bedroom and close the door. In that moment, it seemed to her that the boy's back suddenly appeared somewhat heavy. In the interplay of light and shadow, his silhouette was reflected. The living room at Stacy's house was small, so Carl's shadow intersected with Gwen's. Gwen glanced over and noticed that there was a large shadow behind Carl's silhouette. He left the light for Gwen. Carl returned to his bedroom, closed his eyes, and began to study. He was very anxious, although he didn't show it. But he was really quite anxious. No matter how confident Carl was, he didn't think he could easily deal with the Evil Six. He knew very well that the group had come together. He needed to improve, to change, and to stop things before they became unstoppable, turning the beginning of a tragedy into its end. The clock on the wall ticked away, turning round and round, while outside, the sun and moon alternated, and clouds came and went, marking the passage of a new week. And in the room, there was no one. Carl's underground base. Carl looked at the battle suit on him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Finally succeeded. He said, Vive, activate the data. Yes, master. Vive's voice echoed, and a panel appeared in front of Carl. This was the system he had set up for himself, the Seraph Battlesuit 2.0 version. Functions: upgraded nanotechnology. The battlesuit can transform into nanoparticles and hide within other objects, allowing it to change back into the battlesuit at any time. All weapons and devices are made of nanoparticles and can also change at any time. 3D maneuvering device can create grappling hooks using nanoparticles, with direction controlled by an intelligent system, suitable for urban combat. Flight technology, capable of flying in the air. Armed ammunition, includes smoke bombs, gas bombs, incendiary bombs, freezing bombs, electric conversion bombs, exclusive to electroluminal beings, slime bombs, and high-energy sand condensation bombs, exclusive to sand beings. Electronic traps, electronically concealed tripwires that can release electric currents and molecular lines. Electromagnetic pulse bomb, designed specifically for technological opponents. Upgraded plasma thermal ray, handheld launch, similar to Iron Man's. Ion-cutting claw blade, melee weapon. Nanoparticle sniper rifle, long-range weapon. Small micromolecular energy bomb, not to be used in urban areas. Carl donned his own 2.0 version of armor, twirling the claw knife in his hand, and finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although it still looked a bit shabby, he made the most of what he had, no matter how much he spent. Whether it was Gotham's billionaire Bruce Wayne or New York's billionaire Tony Stark, they would both be envious of this setup. Carl doesn't want to use more weapons. It's just that time is not on his side. In this brief period, these are all he can use. Carl looked at the time. It had been 3 days since the Vulture last messaged him. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus stood in the Osborn building, watching the Green Goblin with a slight smile. Thanks to Mr. Norman Osborn's help. If it weren't for you, I would have to put in some extra effort for this experiment. Don't mention it, Dr. Otto. I just hope to contribute to the progress of humanity. A peculiar light flickered in Norman Osborn's eyes. I've long heard that Dr. Otto is a genius. But I didn't expect you to have such a profound understanding of nuclear fusion. The world will be ours. Dr. Octopus stood by the window, looking at the lights of thousands of homes, and said, as long as no one causes trouble, the world will be in our hands. Therefore, we need to eliminate those hidden dangers in advance. Dr. Octopus coldly stated, everything is for the progress of humanity. Everything is for a greater ideal. Cindy Moon. That's my name. Strange, isn't it? I really hate this name, just like I hate Spider-Man. I grew up in a laboratory, and back then, I thought about the sky and the earth. They told me I had extraordinary powers. This power destined me to control the world. Swish. Gwen encountered that annoying symbiote again. She hung in the air, as usual. This was her way of passing time. Everyone has their own space, and hers is this city. She can stroll freely in the sky and watch the moon rise and the sun set from the top of the Empire State Building. Today, Gwen sat on the rooftop, as usual, watching the moon hang high. Everyone has their own secrets. The person closest to Gwen is named George Stacy. But even he doesn't know the secrets in Gwen's heart. These feelings can only be understood by the moon. I'm so annoyed. Those idiots. Sorry for my language. But I really want to curse them out. Why do they spend all day reporting on those meaningless gossips? Spider-Man and the symbiote. Spider-Man and the symbiote. Spider-Man and the symbiote. I've had enough. The Sun newspaper is more conscientious than they are. At least they report on Spider-Man's rumored boyfriends. I mean, there's so many people in the world who need attention, so many voices that need to be heard. Why do they always waste those precious resources on such things? Sigh. Carl can be disobedient sometimes, always thinking of ways to annoy me. When Carl reached the rooftop, he just heard this sentence. He leaned over and said, "Who is Carl?" Ah. Gwen immediately jumped up, raising her hands and instinctively shooting out a large amount of webbing. Carl was also startled and took a step back, only to see the webbing hitting his face. "Sorry," Gwen said, standing beside him and helping to clear the web off his face. "I didn't mean to." Spider-Man intentionally hurts people. I think that's a good news headline, Carl said, looking at Gwen, no, Spider-Man, in front of him. "What do you think, Miss Spider-Man?" "Don't call me that," Gwen said, annoyed, as she slapped the webbing back onto Sarah's face and then stepped back, coldly saying, "Do you need something?" "I'm not here looking for you, Spider-Man." Sarah's hand glowed red as he easily burned away the webbing and said, "I just came to the Empire State Building to clear my mind." "Then take your time. I'm leaving," Gwen said as she jumped down, but Seraph grabbed her arm. "Don't be in such a hurry. How about we chat for a bit? I'll start with the topic." Seraph's two pairs of blue eyes locked onto Spider-Man. "Who is Carl?" Gwen tightened her grip on his hand and coldly replied, "That's none of your business. I'm leaving." Carl looked at Gwen's back and sighed. However, he did not rush to catch up. The Vulture had not communicated with him for a long time, and Carl suspected he was being closely watched. But he was also worried about Gwen's safety, so he followed her from behind. Carl remembered what the Vulture had said. Otto, the Dr. Octopus, is planning something big. "I'm not sure what it is, but we have one task, to eliminate the threat. For the villains in New York, there was only one person who could stop their grand plans, and that was Spider-Man." Gwen felt inexplicably uneasy after distancing herself from Seraph. Although she knew it was unlikely, she couldn't help but think, could it be that he really likes me? The constant barrage of news made her doubt Seraph's motives, and indeed, her suspicions were correct. Seraph really did like her. But someone didn't like it. Not at all. Cindy Moon watched Spider-Man from a distance, a look of disgust in her eyes. This was her ability, yet she had to share it with that girl. She waved her hand, and a group of people emerged from the shadows behind her. "Let us get started. It's about time." Gwen remembered the situation back then when Spider bit her hand. She was just worried about being poisoned, not realizing that it was just the beginning. But beginnings often have endings. Gwen was unaware that Cindy Moon was the first person in the world to possess such abilities. A genius scientist from Oscorp had developed a serum, which he injected into his daughter before committing suicide. Oscorp then took the remaining serum and Cindy Moon back to the lab. They tried to replicate the serum many times, but failed. So they placed the serum aside and began studying it. However, a spider that shouldn't have appeared contaminated the remaining serum, and it too was tainted, resulting in the birth of Spider-Man. Oscorp couldn't create a second serum, but they developed other abilities. They invented a potion to suppress spider powers and decided to reclaim that power. Just like Cindy Moon, they had been watching Spider-Man for a long time, and now was a perfect opportunity. Gwen's instinct kicked in, and she instinctively shot a web to dodge the attack, then looked at the warriors before her and their leader. "Long time no see, Spider-Man. Do you need me to introduce myself?" Cindy stared at the girl in front of her, her cold eyes hidden beneath black hair. "You can call me Silk Spider-Man." Carl realized something was wrong almost the moment the spider silk appeared, but at that moment he was surrounded by three people: Vulture, Electro, and the Mysterio. Wow, besides this new friend, the other two are somewhat familiar. Carl mocked. "Do you want a name for your team? How about the League of Losers?" "Shut up." The Mysterio's voice was filled with hatred. This man had ruined his life. "You will regret hanging me on that billboard. You will regret doing that to me." Carl glanced at the Vulture, and the Vulture raised an eyebrow. He instantly understood and said, "I do regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, a smoke bomb covered their line of sight. Then, the Electric Man's body flickered with electricity as he released 100,000 volts around him, trying to disperse the smoke. However, he could only clear the smoke around his own body and was unable to disperse all of the smoke bomb. What the Electric Man didn't know was that Carl had silently placed discs on his body. Among the evil six, the most intimidating were the Sandman and the Electric Man, much like the nature-based fruit in a certain anime. At first glance, they appeared difficult to deal with. But in reality, each had their own weaknesses. The Electric Hero's specially crafted artifact slowly absorbed the electricity from his body as he charged up. When he took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful attack to clear the smoke, they saw Surfo holding the mysterious guest, coldly saying, "I truly regret it. I was too merciful back then. Now, as you wish, Mr. Mysterious Guest." Surfo shot an energy beam from his hand, piercing straight through the mysterious guest's neck, fulfilling the guest's desire to stand out. His head fell slowly like a deflated ball, landing at the feet of the Electric Hero. The Electric Hero looked up and saw the man in white, saying, "So, Mr. Pikachu, are you satisfied with this gift?" The smoke swirled in the sky and on the rooftops, while vultures circled above, watching the people below to determine the victor. They were scavengers, only aiding the winners. The loser, naturally, became their prey. The Electric Hero's expression darkened. He didn't like the mysterious guest, which was a fact. And it was also true that the mysterious guest didn't deserve to be on the same level as them. It was a fact that Surfo killed the mysterious guest right in front of him. However, just because it was a fact didn't mean it should have happened this way. You have to consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Surfo blowing off the mysterious guest's neck in front of him was even more painful than if he had been the one to do it. "You killed him, you bastard." The Electric Hero shouted, "How dare you?" Carl looked up at the Lightning Man. This Pikachu, flashing with yellow lightning, was not the black figure he had in mind. Instead, he was a genuine redneck. Therefore, it was particularly amusing when the Lightning Man got angry, his pale face turning as red as a steamed shrimp, making it easy to mistakenly think he was brainless. But the truth was, the Lightning Man shouted and charged out, yelling, "Vulture, go kill him." The vulture flew in midair, looked at the mysterious guest's corpse, and the bloodless white-robed man chuckled and said, "No problem, my friend." Hearing this, the Lightning Man felt reassured and charged up, yellow lightning wrapping around his arms. The annoying sound of thunder made Carl frown involuntarily. He lightly jumped back, dodging the Lightning Man's attack. After missing a punch, the Lightning Man didn't lose heart. His specially designed armor glowed with yellow light. Electricity surged through his body, and bolts of lightning flickered as he transformed into a blur, rushing toward Sifu. The three-dimensional maneuvering device behind Carl had just started up when a Lightning Man charged right in front of him, delivering a thunderous blow to his face. "Weef, the device has been activated." Weef's melodious voice was like heavenly music to Carl, while the Lightning Man seemed to be plunged into hell. In that instant, he felt all the strength in his body being drained away. The yellow electric snake suddenly transformed into a thunderworm, tiny electric currents flickering like a faulty old machine, emanating a feeling of helplessness all over. Carl took that punch hard and stepped back. Without the enhancement of electricity, that punch was just an ordinary punch from a strong man, but Carl's counterattack was anything but ordinary. Carl gripped the Electric Man's arm with a backhand hold, accumulating energy in his hand. The red light made the Electric Man's expression tense. The scorching heat from the grasping arm made him feel danger. If he didn't dodge, he would die here. At this moment, the Electric Man had no time to think about the vulture's whereabouts. As a seasoned villain with a history of wrongdoing, who had even attained enlightenment in prison, he knew he couldn't rely on others. He also couldn't trust himself. The only thing he could trust was his instincts. The energy accumulated in his cells was triggered, and tiny currents coalesced into a massive electric light. The potential unleashed by the Electric Man allowed him the opportunity to resist. He kicked towards Surfu's chest, electric currents surging in his hand, freeing himself from Carl's ironclad grip. Carl curled his lip. What a tough opponent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the Electric Man's forehead. "What the hell is this monster? What have you done?" He shouted. "What have you done to me? You bastard." Carl stood in front of him, with a pair of blue, eerie eyes beneath a white hat, and his face covered in black cloth showed no emotion. "What have I done?" Carl slowly walked towards him. "What have you done, Lightning Man?" Intelligence is a very important thing. It has nothing to do with ability, strength, character, or will, but only values your wisdom. Coincidentally, I am a wise person. The Lightning Man's face trembled as he instinctively began to distance himself from Surfu. Feeling that today, Surfu was very frightening. "Vulture," he shouted loudly, "don't forget the mission." And he stared at Surfu. "What do you mean by the intelligence you mentioned? Has someone leaked my intelligence?" Carl looked at him, his electronic eye scanning and analyzing the data that showed the energy within the Lightning Man was running low. Where had all that energy gone? In Surfu's electronic vision, the Lightning Man had several bright spots emitting dazzling light all over his body, which were the sticky bombs Surfu had set up in the smoke grenade. They absorbed energy and could naturally release it in another way. Converting electrical energy into other forms of energy was a simple task. This also meant that it would be quite easy for Carl to take the Lightning Man's life. Therefore, he didn't mind spending a little time clearing the Lightning Man's doubts. Of course, the most important thing was to obtain another crucial piece of information. Your weakness is obvious. Lightning Man Carl walked step by step toward him, saying, "First, you are just an ordinary electrician. I've looked into your life. You suffered from domestic violence in your childhood, had violent tendencies in your youth, and grew up with little education, only able to become an electrical apprentice. You have disgraced the profession of electrician with your poor education and skills, which has also changed your life." Carl scoffed. "This is the first piece of information. Compared to clever people like Vulture, you lack wisdom. The second point is you are a person. You cannot elementalize into lightning like the Sandman, so you are very easy to kill." As for the third point, Carl stepped in front of the Lightning Man, looking at the trembling villain, and said, "You don't even have enough energy. Someone who treats lightning as a superpower still needs to recharge himself. What difference is there between you and electronic waste?" "Vulture." The Lightning Man was already rolling back in a panic. "Come save me. Vulture, we're good friends. Save me. I'm answering the last question." Kalapwachet, bending down to look at the man, whose eyes were a mix of evil and remorse, indistinguishable from each other. People's repentance has never come from realizing their sins. It is merely that the evil they have done has touched their interests. Repentance is just a beautification of regret, especially for someone like Electric Man. You are too ostentatious. Everyone knows your weakness, yet no one dares to confront you. Do you know why? A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Carl's mouth, and the mask on his face resembled a Rorschach mask, with a white line appearing on the black mask, looking like a smiling face. They are not afraid of you. They do not care about you. That is the saddest part, Mr. Maxwell Dillon. Please spare me." Electric Man's eyes were filled with pleading. "Please." He turned his head to look at Vulture and shouted, "Vulture, save me." Vulture floated in the air, unmoved. No one knew what he was thinking. "Vulture." Electric Man ultimately broke down, shouting, "Vulture, you traitor. Vulture only eats carrion." Seraph kindly explained, "Do you understand what I mean? Move on, Mr. McViss." Before he died, Electric Man was very obedient. He revealed a lot of things, including what Carl wanted to hear. But the problem was that he said too much. So he died at the hands of Vulture himself. Vulture floated in the air with a trace of blood on his claws. "Well done, Mr. Vulture." Carl lightly clapped his hands. "I thought you would help your good friend. Don't call me Mr." Vulture looked at the white devil, his back drenched in cold sweat. "I'd rather you call me a damned bastard." "Then damned bastard." Carl did not forget the important state secrets while traveling through time. His face changed in an instant. That terrifying white line also disappeared. That smiling face was gone, but this relieved Vulture. "Were you just watching a show?" Carl spat. "If you want to die, I can help you." "Hey, calm down, calm down." Vulture stretched out his hand to let Seraph suppress his emotions. Then he spoke. "I thought you would spare him. There is no need for that." Carl looked at him, the blue eyes on his mask like two ghostly flames. "You are enough, my most loyal friend." "You mean my most loyal dog?" Vulture silently mocked in his heart, then heard this guy shamelessly say, "Besides, the one who acted was you, not me. You need to figure out who really wants to kill him? Don't you know who forced him into this situation?" Vulture couldn't help but retort. Truth be told, at that point, he had no choice but to act. "You said to let Electric Man go." And Electric Man naturally thought you would really send him on his way. This fool Electric Man revealed almost all of their plans before he died, even talking about his own affairs. He deserves to die. Vulture still couldn't understand the psychology of Seraph, the god of death. So he chose to be honest and try not to attract the attention of this god of death. "Mr. Vulture, it seems you are hiding something, Mr." McViss said a lot of things he didn't mention. Carl's voice sounded like the whispers of a devil to Vulture, making his heart tremble every time. "Are you hiding something from me?" "No," Vulture said calmly. "I haven't had the chance to tell you." "Good, keep it that way." Carl said with a hint of sarcasm. "Mr. McViss died too early." "Not too early, not too early." Vulture wiped away non-existent cold sweat, saying, "He died just in time. What shall we do next?" Vulture hurriedly changed the subject. "There are 4 people on Otto's side. They are not easy to deal with. And what they are planning is also not simple. I want to ask, what exactly does Dr. Octopus want? Carl asked curiously. What price did he pay for you to unite? A very high price. Vulture's expression was mysterious. If he succeeds, he might rule the world. What if he fails? Carl didn't care about that. The greater the price of success, the greater the pain of failure. All of New York will be buried with him. The sunset over New York quietly fell. The crescent moon peeked out slightly, and the sky was already flashing with neon lights, but Carl was silent. Seraph? Vulture reminded. Aren't you going to say something? Say what? Carl felt a toothache. You don't seriously think the probability of success is high, do you? Don't underestimate me. I at least have a doctorate. Vulture thought for a moment and said, I think it's quite high. Why New York? Carl asked in confusion. Why not buy a piece of wasteland in Texas? Vulture was silent for a moment and said, the cost is too high. Originally, we planned to control the Osborne building, but Norman Osborn voluntarily participated in this experiment. Vulture said, thanks to him, we're ahead of schedule. Fuck, these damn bastards. Carl muttered under his breath, then realized, where's Spider-Man? Vulture said there were 4 people at the building, probably the other 3 members of the Sinister Six plus the Green Goblin. But what about Gwen? VIF. Display the status of Target 1. Target 1 is currently being besieged. The situation is stable, with minor impact injuries to the left forearm and right leg, irregular breathing. Everything else is normal. On Spider-Man's side, someone is going after her. Vulture said, but I don't know who. In any case, they seem very confident. You seem very confident? Cindy chased after Spider-Man, tossing a web that wrapped around a streetlight, brushing past a taxi, looking at the figure ahead and saying, do you really look down on me that much? No, of course not. I just want to find another place for us 2 girls to have a heart-to-heart. Gwen, wearing a mask, was always particularly talkative, just like the other Spider-Men. She danced like a ballet in the air, with the evening glow and lights as her stage, and she was the most stunning performer on that stage. Cindy looked at the figure in front of her, her eyes filled with rage. Don't get too cocky, Spider-Man. New York is also my territory. Just as Gwen dodged past an advertisement billboard, she saw a shadow rushing towards her, delivering a fierce left roundhouse kick to her head. Gwen could even feel the gust of wind brought by the approaching attack. For an ordinary person, this would be a difficult attack to resist, but she was Spider-Man. Gwen executed an impossible backward bend, her flexible waist bending to 90 degrees, dodging Cindy's attack. Who are you? Gwen shouted. I haven't done anything to you. Spider-Man. I've said it before. The web coldly stared at her. Beneath the black hair were a pair of beautiful yet cold eyes. You are just an accident. You are neither the chosen one nor the only one. She punched toward Gwen, shouting, you are just a shameless thief. Thief. Did you misunderstand something? Gwen struggled to dodge the web-S attack, still talking. I haven't stolen anything. She kicked the web-S fist, creating distance, and said, including a man's heart. Cindy listened as Gwen's tone shifted from certainty to hesitation, cursing inwardly, and lunged at Gwen with a web. That spider that bit you is ours. You took our stuff. Huh? I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to. That spider bit me on its own. Gwen took a punch from the web and winced in pain, but still said, you should blame that spider. It hurt a lot when it bit me. Beep, beep, beep. Target 1 has sustained serious injury. The traveling Carl heard the warning from the smart butler Viv. Target's face is damaged. Carlton became anxious and said to the Vulture behind him, you don't need to go over there. It's better to hurry and check the situation. Okay. As Carl was on his way, he saw the Vulture's departing figure, let out a sigh, and then felt somewhat speechless. He usually wouldn't use his listening privileges, but what he heard today left him at a loss for words. He never expected you to be this way, Gwen. Silk has completely lost control. I'm seriously trying to talk to you, and you respond with spider bites hurt too much? Do you even realize what you're saying? New York looked especially beautiful at night, but the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it becomes. Silk and Spider-Man danced in elegant ballet in the sky above New York, with the moonlight illuminating them and the sounds of cars playing music for their performance. They were doing their utmost, using blood and life to complete this show. Gwen had created some distance. She was now somewhat incoherent, having been punched in the face by Silk, making her feel like she must have a disfigured appearance. She realized the gap between her and Silk. If Gwen usually relied on her extraordinary reflexes and strength to fight others, then when facing an opponent who was not weaker than her in any aspect and even more skilled in combat, she found it difficult to cope. Why are you so angry? Gwen shouted. Why don't we just be friends? Be serious, Spider-Man. Silk's voice sounded as cold as an iceberg that hadn't melted in a century in Antarctica. I'm not joking. I've been waiting for this day. The one who walks in the sky, the one revered by all, the one in the spotlight, should be me. She followed closely behind Gwen, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I clearly gained my powers first. It's fine. If you want to be Spider-Man, that's okay too. How about I give you a nickname? Spider-Woman? Super Spider-Man? Black Spider-Man? Ultimate Spider-Man? Gwen dodged Silk's webbing, thinking she was being gentle as she said, if you want, then go for it. I can also give this position to you. You can definitely become the person you want to be. This statement was sincere in Gwen's heart, but it sounded extremely harsh in Silk's ears. Enough, you hypocritical thief. Hey, your name is Silk, right? Gwen shot out a web and performed a mid-air spin to shake off the approaching Cindy, saying, I'm serious. If I had a choice, I wouldn't become Spider-Man. She paused, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Being a superhero isn't that easy. Oomph. Silk doesn't believe Gwen's words, thinking she is just taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. She coldly replied, I don't want to hear your hypocritical nonsense. Finally, she uttered a line a villain should say, Die, Spider-Man. Cindy shot out her webs, which were black, matching her black hair and leather outfit. Silk was named Silk because her webs were her most powerful weapon. Gwen dodged 2 strands of webbing and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She shot her web upward, crossing the air ahead of her, when suddenly 2 pure black webs appeared directly below her, right where she had just been. A spider's most powerful weapon has never been its body or its ability to crawl. Cindy chased after Gwen, saying it's the webbing. Gwen dodged another surprise attack from Silk, turning back to say, Isn't it venom? Cindy was momentarily taken aback, then hastily ended her statement with, Not all spiders are venomous. One could say Cindy regretted engaging in a verbal spar with the chatty Spider-Man. Of course, neither Gwen nor Cindy knew that spiders can indeed be venomous or non-venomous. What do you think? Some unknown black loser symbiote. Gwen spoke confidently, but inside, she felt anxious. She had encountered many dangerous situations, but none felt as uncomfortable as today. Silk was following her like a parasite, making her feel quite uneasy. She couldn't fight back and couldn't escape. In a recent close combat, if Gwen hadn't instinctively dodged, just letting Cindy's punch graze past her, she would probably have already been taken down by Cindy. Don't run, Spider-Man. I want to kill you, Cindy said. It's just that ability doesn't belong to you. Gwen was about to retort when she saw a white figure flash by, kicking Silk squarely in the chest, causing her ample bosom to collapse. This fierce kick made Gwen instinctively cover her chest, while the perpetrator felt quite satisfied. With a single kick, he could score again. His kicking skills were much better than the national football team. Seth. Silk clearly recognized him and muttered, How did you get here? Hello, Miss Silk. Carl glanced at Cindy. Although the lower half of her face was covered by a mask, her black hair and beautiful eyes matched Carl's aesthetic. Unfortunately, Carl was not a man who thought with his lower half. I'm sorry, though it's somewhat rude. Don't you think you're being excessive? Carl played the victim first. Why did you attack my precious foot with your bosom? Cindy, Gwen, and even Carl's intelligent assistant VIF all had a question mark appear in their heads. Master, with all due respect in the human concepts I know, that statement of yours is also quite shameless. Gwen could hardly hold back. Although her cheeks ached slightly, she still felt sorry for Silk. How tragic it was, getting beaten down and then being harassed by this shameless guy. As for Silk, she was shocked. She had truly never seen someone so brazen. I attacked your precious foot with my bosom? Precious foot? Do you even hear what you're saying? Ahem. Seth, that was really a bit too much. Gwen coughed up blood, complaining, Seriously, that statement hurt me psychologically just as much as seeing Mysterio's, but is that so? Carl was unconcerned. Then I think you should remember him well. After all, if I hadn't come here, the one getting beaten down right now might have been you, Miss Spider. He glanced at Gwen's unremarkable chest and immediately felt French, raising both hands. Oh, sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't discuss impossible scenarios with you, after all. Miss Silk has something completely different from you. What do you mean? Gwen suddenly felt furious. She had felt this way even after being beaten so badly by Silk. The last time she was this angry was when Carl joked about her scandal. Enough. Cindy looked at the two in front of her, her anger boiling over. Do you think you've already won? You and Spider-Man are both disrespectful jerks. Cindy broke down. You don't care about what I had to go through to become who I am now. You must be mistaken, Carl said coldly, looking at Cindy. You are the enemy, Miss Silk. What we do is beat you down and then kill you. Your miserable and boring past has nothing to do with me. Silk took a deep breath, but the pain in her chest made it difficult to complete the action. She clutched her chest, staring at the white-clad man before her. I'm very curious. Seth, are you a man or a woman? Oh my God, Miss Silk. The annoying electronic sound rang out. How dare you assume my gender? Cindy was dumbfounded, feeling as if a storm was brewing deep in the universe. If she didn't speak up to defend herself, she might very well receive a blow capable of erasing the path. I mean, Spider Silk really wanted to argue, but she had no ground for defense, as there was someone else present who had undergone the baptism of the high-end version. You mean only men and women are suited to be superheroes? Seth cried out indignantly. Do you know how many genders there are? Male and female are just two. How dare you ignore and discriminate against the hundreds of other genders? Although ignore and discriminate may sound contradictory, in fact, they are synonyms. To ignore is to discriminate, and to discriminate is to ignore. Carl could understand these matters. What version was Earth Online at? Although the area he lived in wasn't the latest version, the internet allowed him to know how the new version was played. He cast a disdainful glance at the speechless Spider Silk, thinking, didn't expect it, huh? I'm here with a strategy. Spider Silk regretted it. Carl was smug. And Gwen found it strange. Why did I say that? Who cares if he is male or female or human or some other creature? Oh no, that jerk Seth is just worthless. What a joke, playing this game with me. Why do Seth's involvements always lead to strange directions? The three people's joys and sorrows did not connect, but Carl had already stood on the moral high ground. Spider Silk, you discriminator. I will represent LG, ignoring lots of letters, to eliminate you. Carl spoke with dignity and righteousness, leaving no room for criticism. Ahem, forgot this isn't a game of. In any case, he is proud and great. Gwen was shocked. She didn't understand why the Spider Silk that was used to restrain her was being overshadowed by Seraph's imposing presence just because the fierce opponent was knocked down. Cindy felt powerless, as if a mountain of immense weight was pressing down on her shoulders. She wanted to breathe out loud, but the sharp pain in her chest prevented her from doing so. She didn't understand what was happening to her. Seraph's words had left her gasping for air. Carl considers himself a dignified person, and the most important characteristic of a dignified person is to save face. Therefore, the face-saving Carl launched a shameless attack, taking advantage of her illness to threaten her life. Carl was merely trying it out, but unexpectedly, this nonsense he didn't even believe himself made Gwen break out in a cold sweat, making her look as if she had been seriously ill. So if not now, when? Spider-Man side by side. Gwen was reluctant to join him in the fight. She simply felt embarrassed, but she still went along. After all, the webs had been too ruthless before. Although Carl and Gwen are not skilled in combat, one has brains and the other has strength. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can take down a master. Their attacks make it difficult for Spider Silk to cope. If Spider Silk were in normal condition, she might have been able to manage, but now she is affected by debuffs and injuries. Gwen punches Spider Silk in the right cheek, which is blocked by Spider Silk. But that treacherous and shameless guy, Surf, reaches for her vital points. Secret technique, ruthless iron hand, unbreakable grip, under Gwen's shocked gaze. That incredibly sinister hand squeezes Spider Silk's wound hard, causing her to cry out in pain. Carl doesn't care who you are. If you dare to mess with Gwen, he will dare to mess with you. The energy cannon in his hand was activated, and a red light point was directly gathering energy towards the chest of the web. Seth, Gwen grabbed his arm. Let her go. Carl glanced at Gwen, then slammed his other hand hard on Silk's face, before throwing out a rope to bind her tightly. Do you want to listen to what you're saying, Spider-Man? He was determined to teach Gwen. She could be kind, but he didn't want her to become a saint. The Mysterio you told me to let go came to kill me today. He said unhappily, if it weren't for my superior skills, I would have almost been killed by him. Gwen fell silent, and Silk coughed up some blood, saying, damn it, you don't need to hold back, just kill me. Shut up, this is none of your business. Carl showed no mercy, kicking Silk and knocking out a tooth. He looked at Gwen with a scrutinizing gaze. Do you really want me to hold back? Spider-Man, do you really want countless victims to pay for your overflowing sympathy? Gwen fell silent, sighed, and said, I just feel like she still has a chance. Just like you said, I hope the law judges these criminals, not us. If we judge them, then we are above the law. What is the difference between such superheroes and them? Gwen sounded confused. Aren't we all trampling on the law? There's really no difference. Carl scoffed. Anyway, I'm not a good person. I don't care what others say. Silk, she's just a girl who went astray. She still has a chance. Gwen said seriously, she could be our ally in the future. Oh, you might be mistaken about one thing. Carl chuckled. Who are we? Miss Spider, we've never been on the same side. You believe in the law and are willing to abide by it. I don't believe in the law, nor in capital, and I certainly don't believe in the rules of this country. I only believe in myself. Carl looked deeply at her. We've never been on the same side. He squatted down and began to search Silk's body. Gwen frowned and couldn't help but say, you're going too far. All right, found it. Carl stared at the serum in his hand, looking at Gwen. So, are you interested in trying it? What is this? Gwen looked at the serum in Silk's hand and asked, is this spider serum? Sort of. It can turn you from Spider-Man back into an ordinary person. Carl shook it and put it away, then said, I don't want to discuss these things with you. Putting aside these small issues, our values are still aligned. We're both good people, aren't we? Sort of. Gwen felt a bit shaken, looking at Silk's miserable state. Can you leave her to me? Carl threw a vial of collected serum to Gwen, put away the remaining ones, and then took out a potion to give Silk an injection. To prevent her from waking up too soon, I administered an overdose of anesthetic, enough to knock out 10 elephants. Carl said calmly, let's just hide her here. Nothing will happen. Gwen nodded, and then Carl suddenly asked curiously, if the Mysterio appears in front of you again, would you kill him? Gwen glanced at him and replied with an unrelated comment. I looked it up before. Mysterio is indeed an unforgivable scumbag. I mean, Silk, you don't have to worry about me. Gwen said word by word, Spider-Man has never been a saint. Carl and Gwen set up the web and then headed to the Osborn building together. The so-called setup was just finding an unoccupied place for Carl to give her an emergency treatment, ensuring that she wouldn't die, and then tossing the sleeping web into a place where no one could see it. Here, this is a locator. Carl threw a connector to Gwen. Connect it to your phone or computer, and you'll know where she is. You won't hack into my phone, will you? Gwen asked. If I wanted to know your identity, it wouldn't be hard to find out, Carl retorted. Sometimes you're too rough. What do you mean? Gwen frowned. You know who I am? I don't know, Carl lied. If I wanted to know, it would be simple, but I don't want to know. I don't want your image in my mind to collapse. Distance creates beauty. That's appearance discrimination. Gwen pretended to be angry, pointing at him, but saw Carl nodding. That's right. I'm that kind of scum. I do all kinds of evil. I discriminate against others. I'm a jerk, he said calmly. So I don't care about these things. Gwen was speechless. By the way, Miss Spider, I wasn't trying to force you to make a decision just now. Carl suddenly said, it's just that you should have this awareness. Gwen looked at the figure in front of her, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, but this feeling flashed by. She watched Sephiroth's back as he led the way for her, suddenly realizing that he had always been doing this. It seemed that from the very beginning, he had been helping her, but why? Sephiroth, were you a superhero a long time ago? She felt that Sephiroth must be a very old senior, which is why he could be so sharp and so shameless. What are you talking about? Gwen heard Sephiroth's dissatisfied voice. I'm a young man. He must be an old man. Gwen thought to herself. Only an old man would teach others in such an awkward way. Carl didn't understand why Gwen said that. He just felt that he had gone a bit too far. After all, Gwen was just a girl, and she was still very young. He shouldn't impose his own values on her. No matter how many arguments he made, even if Gwen was a saint, that was still her choice. It was just that Gwen ultimately didn't disappoint him. Carl can accept Gwen going to save people, and even show mercy to those villainous henchmen. But he cannot accept Gwen turning into that man who only talks about loving Batman all day long. The failed man and Batman should be two completely different beings, and Gwen should be the unique person among them. Carl thought of Bateman and suddenly felt something. He remembered the blood-stained, smiley face badge on him. Ever since he pledged allegiance, the badge and ring had completely bound to him. Others couldn't see or take them away. The ring had been very helpful, allowing Carl to ignore the most important energy source and focus on solving other issues. However, the smiley face badge remained quietly by his side, showing no signs of action. When would he need to use it? Carl shook his head and hurried towards the Osborn building. In this world, there was Tony Stark, but there was no Stark Tower. The Stark family's headquarters was still in Los Angeles, and many of the materials for Carl's suit were sourced from there. So apart from the Empire State Building, the Osborn building was the tallest and brightest building in New York. Norman Osborn stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking outside. The lights of New York twinkled beyond the glass, but Norman Osborn's eyes were filled with indifference. I still have a question, Sandman said, puzzled. Why must we conduct the experiment in the Osborn building? It's simple. Norman Osborn turned around, his indifference transforming into a warm smile. His voice was gentle, like that of an English gentleman from the age of exploration. Because the Osborn building has the perfect environment, the top-notch equipment, and the safest defenses. Norman Osborn spoke to Sandman in a very gentle tone, much like how he addressed his foolish and ignorant employees. In the entire world, perhaps only the top laboratories of the American government could rival Oscorp. However, Sandman hesitated. What if it fails? Norman Osborn and Otto, who was busy with the experiment, looked over at him simultaneously. Even the Hunter Craven shook his head. Sandman still couldn't grasp the situation. He innocently scratched his head and voiced his inner thoughts. What if it fails? You've also said it would destroy all of New York. Why not move this laboratory to a deserted area in Texas? Sandman was confused, Even the American government conducts experiments in deserted desert areas. Even the American government? Otto glared at Sandman with red eyes, his messy curly hair reflecting his current mood. He shouted hoarsely, "Mr. William Baker, you are like an incredibly innocent boy. Your ignorant words are as pure and flawless as the highest peaks in the world." "Oh, thank you." Sandman felt a bit shy. No one had ever complimented him like that. "Thank you?" Dr. Octopus stared at the fool before him, momentarily stunned, then realized what Sandman meant. "Do you think I was complimenting you, you idiot?" Otto shouted. "Do you know how many biological laboratories there are in New York? I believe Mr. Osborn is very clear that any virus escaping from those laboratories could endanger thousands of people. What they do is much more dangerous than what we do. Besides, do you think any random place is suitable for such experiments?" Otto unloaded days of tension and fatigue on his Sandman. It requires top-notch equipment, and these are very precise devices. In a deserted area, as you mentioned, they could easily be damaged. And power. Where else in the world, besides New York, could provide such massive electrical energy? "He's right, Mr. Sandman," Osborn slowly spoke. "I assume you also understand that a deserted area is not absolutely safe, right?" Sandman closed his mouth, his anger building up in his chest with nowhere to vent. He certainly knew that a deserted area was not absolutely safe. He had been transformed into this state by radiation in the deserted deserts of Georgia. No one understood this better than him. It was precisely because no one understood it better that he voiced these concerns. He did not want to see all sorts of strange creatures and remnants in future New York. "I just want to say that the consequences of failure are severe." Otto also calmed down, slowly exhaling, and said in a deep voice, "I understand that everyone here is an unforgivable villain, and I know why we are standing here. Because this experiment is so important, it cannot fail." Carl and Gwen were outside the Osborn building, looking at the tight security below, glancing at each other in disbelief. How could this be possible? Gwen frowned. How could the Osborn group be involved in something like this? Don't they know the consequences of their actions? Of course they do, Carl said meaningfully. It's precisely because they know that they would do this. Think about it. Once successful, the global energy landscape will undergo a major transformation. With the size of Osborn, they might leap to become greater than the Rockefeller and DuPont families. If you were in their position, wouldn't you be tempted? But this is New York. How could they do this? How dare they? Gwen clearly refused to believe it. She and Harry were good friends and had naturally met Norman Osborn, that polite and kind uncle. How could he? A cold fact, the Osborn group has over 1,000 reported cases of deaths due to drug incidents each year. And that's only counting those who have the means to file lawsuits. The real situation is much worse. Moreover, this does not include the missing homeless, some mentally ill individuals, and impoverished prisoners. Carl still showed some restraint. The food incidents caused by the various products promoted by America's 4 major grain merchants have already harmed nearly 10,000 people. Not to mention the things these large groups and corporations have done in India. Gwen pursed her lips and looked at Seraph. "Seraph, do you know something?" "Norman Osborn." "What?" Carl turned to Gwen and said, "Do you think Norman Osborn is a good person? Prepare yourself psychologically, Spider-Man." Carl chuckled, his smile exceedingly cold. "This gentleman is not the one you see on television. It's truly ridiculous that a group of vampires eager to drain everyone dry would call themselves gentlemen." Gwen nodded and said nothing. She felt that no matter how outrageous the strange things she encountered today were, she wouldn't be sad. Carl gazed at the heavily guarded Osborn Tower, astonished. His electronic eye allowed him to see the layout of the building clearly. Not only did each floor have adequately trained bodyguards, but there wasn't a single window or door that was open, especially on the floor where the energy response was the strongest, where the security was so tight that even a mosquito couldn't get in. Carl thought about the tactics. If he wanted to break into the Osborn Tower, it seemed that a full-on assault was his only option. Whether on the roof or at the bottom, there were personnel everywhere. Carl was confident he could take them out, but there was no need to waste energy. A strong attack also required some brains. "Viv, how are things going?" Carl asked. "Can we hack into the control system of the Osborn building?" "It's a bit difficult." Viv sighed humanely. "The computing power required for that is too massive and could attract the attention of the authorities. Carl doesn't have any satellites or an entire building full of servers. His artificial intelligence operates by hacking into some obscure military satellites and servers. The kind of technology where a single chip's computing power exceeds that of a large data center is not limited by technology, but rather by materials. Unfortunately, Carl doesn't have those materials. Moreover, I tried it out, and the data in that laboratory is not connected to the network, which means that even the most brilliant hacker couldn't possibly hack into the laboratory." Carl crossed his left arm over his chest and gently rubbed his chin with his right hand. This is not going to be easy. He sighed and said, I guess we have to go all out. Fortunately, the Osborne building used American-made glass. Gwen heard Sephew say something incomprehensible and felt a bit confused, then randomly heard Sephew say, act according to the situation. Gwen immediately used her web to swing to the other side of the building, jumping to the roof while avoiding the enemy's line of sight, quickly taking care of the bodyguards on the rooftop. On the other side, Sephew raised his right hand, and the blue and gold patterns on it shattered into light spots, which then coalesced into a golden long gun. The gun had a large muzzle, and a golden scope floated above it. Carl held the sniper rifle, aligning his right eye with the scope, looking at the enemies in his field of vision. Bang! A golden beam shot out, bursting into the building, and as the glass shattered, a bodyguard's left half was directly turned into a pile of flesh. The golden beam continued its momentum until it created a large hole in the chest of another black-clad guard behind the bodyguard, before gradually fading away. Enemy attack! A black bodyguard shouted at the top of his lungs, but was quickly taken down by a shot. The rate of fire from the sniper rifle in Carl's hands was incredibly fast, seemingly firing another round without any adjustment. The wails of the bodyguards and guards combined with the heavy sound of the sniper rifle created an elegant symphony, with blood splattering, flesh rupturing, and the brutal and bloody stage bringing the performance to its peak. They are coming. Norman Osborn, with a dark expression, shouted, What the hell are those vultures doing? As Norman Osborn bellowed, a black liquid in a vessel nearby suddenly stirred. I haven't heard that Sephew had such methods. Hunter Craven played with a hunting knife in his hand, raising his head with a cruel smile, his pale teeth resembling a famished beast showcasing its fangs. Should I go meet him? No need, Norman Osborn said. Let Sandman go. He's more suited to deal with Sephew. As for you, naturally, you have your prey to hunt. Gwen had very good eyesight, so when she saw Sephew pick up a large sniper rifle and begin to massacre, she was shocked. Sephew. Gwen didn't want to persuade him to stop. She was just deeply stunned to see someone wielding a sniper rifle with power comparable to a cannon in broad daylight in the city center. I advise you not to look down, Spider-Man, Carl kindly reminded. It has already turned into hell on Earth down there. The more Carl said this, the more Gwen wanted to go down and take a look. She climbed to the building where the laboratory was located, peeked in, and immediately turned away, gagging. The ground was littered with incomplete corpses and flesh, just as Seraph said. This was a living hell. This is war, Spider-Man, Carl said calmly. War is this brutal. I know war is brutal, but this is going too far. Are you trying to attract the army? Yes. Carl was succinct because he had no time for small talk. Trouble was already at their doorstep. Gwen felt the same way. A sharp arrow grazed her shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. She let out a muffled grunt and hurriedly used webbing to bandage herself. Craven. Sandman, Your Majesty. On the other side, Carl looked at the three-dimensional version of Gara, put away his sniper rifle, and asked, Do you think it's okay if I call you that? We can simplify the name. How about just calling you Sam Majesty? Although Carl was saying nice things, the clever Sandman felt he was being insulted. Wait, why should I call myself Sandman? The Sandman remained silent, looking at the man in white in front of him, and asked, Are you Seraph? Your grandfather I am. Carl took the initiative, his hand shook, and he threw out 3 electronic bombs. The wind over New York was quite noisy, swirling the 3 flat, round bombs towards Sandman. The 3 electronic bombs drew 3 white lines in the air and directly entered Sandman's body. Sandman's speed was not fast. Carl observed that the grenades he threw with his bare hands easily hit Sandman's body and analyzed in his mind, about the same as an ordinary person. Although Carl's own physical fitness was only at the level of an ordinary person, the amplification device of his battlesuit and the actions calculated by the world's top artificial intelligence were fast enough. However, such a throwing technique rarely managed to hit others. Carl's first attack on the Vulture was a successful ambush, but for the second attack, he needed the assistance of a launching device. In contrast against the Sandman, Carl easily achieved his goal. Sand is non-conductive, a principle known even to fools, and the reason Carl placed electronic bombs was simple, to act as batteries. The Sandman watched as 3 bombs entered his body but did not detonate for a long time. With a cold laugh, he expelled the 3 bombs from his body. But as soon as they reached the surface, Carl threw over a bag. Sparks appeared on the surface of the bomb, crackling with noise. And when the sparks touched Carl's bag, a violent explosion occurred. The flash of electricity vanished, replaced by the deafening sound of the explosion and flames. On the glass windows of the Osmond building, Gwen and Hunter Craven were startled at the same time. But Craven quickly fixed his gaze on Gwen, Spider-Man. You escaped last time, but I won't let you get away so easily this time. Then let's see about that. Gwen gritted her teeth, feeling a sharp pain from the wound grazed by an arrow, and she felt a slight dizziness, but she could still hold on. At the very least, she wanted to defeat this villain before Sarah failed. The Sandman let out a pained shout. Although he had his invincible sand-like ability, sand was still just sand, not vibranium. Dealing with vibranium might make Carl lose a lot of hair, but he had many ways to handle sand. The intense heat from the explosion directly burned the Sandman's skin into layers of translucent glass shards. Carl didn't need to consider the visibility or aesthetic issues of the glass. He just needed to turn the sand into glass. In that instant, the Sandman transformed into a pile of sand, but the explosion came too quickly. The electric current and the unknown gas caused an explosion that was even more sudden and violent than an ordinary bomb. Carl smiled as he saw the Sandman transform back into a human, albeit missing a part of his body. This was the reason he didn't use ordinary explosives. Common gunpowder struggled to reach the extreme temperatures needed to turn sand into crystal. However, the gas Carl custom-made could easily create a massive explosion under the influence of high-voltage current. "You're dead for sure," the Sandman roared. "You're dead for sure, kid." It had been a long time since the Sandman felt such pain, causing him to expand and turn into a giant. His massive hand came crashing down like a towering mountain, but Carl didn't feel suffocated. He was just puzzled about where all this sand was coming from. Did the Sandman have the ability to turn concrete into sand? But then he glanced at the several empty trash bins on the rooftop of the building and understood. The enemy was well prepared, but Carl was not without his own preparations. The 3D maneuvering gear behind him shot out 2 grappling hooks, pulling him backward. The Sandman's giant hand slammed onto the ground, shaking the entire surface, and that giant hand instantly turned into a storm of yellow sand. "Vive, how's the analysis going?" It has been confirmed that the Sandman's ability is not to control silicon molecules, but to control sand. Vive's voice echoed in Carl's ear. It can be temporarily confirmed that the sand solidification device designed by the Master is effective. Good, Carl nodded. If you remembered correctly, the famous Spider-Man from the 616 universe, the main Marvel Comics universe, defeated the Sandman using water. That's why he specifically designed a sand solidification device. Otherwise, dealing with the Sandman would be quite troublesome, confirming that all surrounding sand can be covered. There's a large amount of quicksand stored in the 3 nearby buildings and the Osborn building, but we can only ensure full coverage of this building's rooftop, Vive replied. Carl felt a bit tricky. He had to test the limits of the Sandman's abilities first. "Hey, Sandman, are you really content to be a thug?" Carl dodged the Sandman's attack and began to talk his way out. "You're so powerful. Why not create sandstorms in every desert to threaten the world?" The Sandman felt that Carl was mocking him and roared angrily. "Damn surf. If I had the ability, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Otherwise, with just one command from me, the sand around us could bury this whole building." Carl didn't expect the Sandman to be so foolish, easily exposing his underwear. Although Carl had no interest in a man's underwear, he indeed needed to see through the Sandman's. "Thank you, Your Majesty the Sandman." Carl looked at the roaring giant in front of him, dodging the Sandman's attacks while placing sand devices in various locations. He narrowly avoided the Sandman's final attack, and then smiled, saying, "Indeed, there's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. You truly are quite sandy, Your Majesty the Sandman." "Viv, activate the device." In an instant, the devices Carl had placed sprayed mist, which quickly filled the entire rooftop. The Sandman sensed something was wrong and tried to control the sand to escape, but he soon discovered an astonishing fact. The sand was no longer under his control. Under Carl's device, the swirling yellow sand gradually gathered, transforming into a flowing mass of liquid. The Sandman could only separate a small handful of sand to retain his consciousness, watching helplessly as the rest became useless. However, he wasn't worried or resentful. He merely glanced at Carl before escaping downstairs. Bang! Carl took out a sturdy bag to collect the handful of sand and then placed it in a sealed container. "You might as well stay put, Sandman," Carl said. "Don't think about causing trouble again." On the walls of Osborn Tower, Gwen was struggling to hold on. The toxins from Craven's arrows had already seeped into her body, but Gwen endured with her powerful physique and resilient will. However, now she was facing Craven. The world's most powerful hunter was calmly, fiercely, and ruthlessly hunting his dream prey. Gwen shot out webs, gracefully spinning in the air, moonlight casting a veil around her, but this beauty was fleeting. A sharp arrow shot toward Gwen's slender waist, nearly hitting her. Craven's abilities didn't stop there. He quickly fired 3 more arrows, the 3 sharp arrows in the night whistling through the wind. nearly blocking all of Gwen's escape routes. But Spider-Man would fight back. Gwen shot out 2 webs, entangling the 2 incoming arrows. And with a gentle shake of her right hand, she wrapped the web around the last arrow. However, Kraven was not an ordinary hunter. His methods of hunting were diverse. Just as Gwen had blocked the arrows, she saw 2 gleaming throwing knives flying toward her at an odd angle. This won't do. Gwen shot out a web to dodge the darts, then lightly tapped her toes to evade the poison arrows Kraven shot. Gwen understood her situation. Kraven's poison was not easy to deal with. Although it acted slowly, it was indeed taking effect, and Gwen felt her limbs growing heavier. Even her spider sense was not as sharp as usual. If this continues, I will lose. Gwen gritted her teeth and shot out 2 webs at Kraven. He dodged to the side, and suddenly, Spider-Man seemed like a taut bowstring, flying toward him with webs. Up close combat, huh? Kraven was not afraid. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he roared and charged toward Spider-Man. I can't hold back this time, Gwen muttered. She used to worry about accidentally killing these villains, but now the situation was urgent, and she had no room to hold back. Sorry, Kraven. Gwen clenched her fist and punched straight at Kraven. Don't get killed by me. Kraven was not afraid. He had hunted the king of beasts and roamed freely in nature. Even against humans, the apex of the food chain, he had never been defeated. But against this spider, this small creature that could only defeat strong enemies with venom, he had failed time and again. Kraven considered himself the world's strongest hunter, but he had never conquered this little spider. And now the time had come. Kraven charged toward Spider-Man's petite fist, the size of a sandbag, coming at him like a tiger facing a venomous snake, bold and unafraid. But Kraven was not a tiger. He was the venomous snake, while Spider-Man was the tiger weakened by venom. Yet even a weakened tiger's attack was unmatched. The moment Kraven's fist collided with Spider-Man's, a crisp crack echoed in Kraven's ears. Gwen clearly saw Kraven's right fist dent inward, his middle and ring fingers bending at a right angle. However, Gwen was not happy. The tiger, facing the venomous snake with all its strength, could only break one of the snake's fangs, indicating that the tiger was now incredibly weak. Kraven, however, did not care about the pain in his right hand. Instead, he grinned widely. His pale fangs were now displayed before Gwen, the interlocking white teeth stained with blood. Just like a venomous snake revealing its fangs to a weakened tiger. I thought my entire right arm would be crippled. Kraven couldn't stop smiling, a hint of madness in his eyes, saying, I didn't expect this to actually work. You really are done for. Spider-Man. Kraven pronounced Spider-Man's name word by word. Do you know how much I've sacrificed to defeat you? Kraven landed another punch on Spider-Man, his face increasingly deranged. I am the most powerful being on this planet. The top predator. Not you, you weak little spider. Gwen took the hit, a look of urgency appearing on her face as she swung her right fist, but Kraven dodged. Kraven's expression was cruel and merciless, yet with a hint of amusement. That was the expression of a hunter toying with prey that had nowhere to escape. Kraven said, indeed, cooperating with Norman Osborn was a successful choice. This drug truly can weaken you. And aren't you curious why you couldn't dodge that arrow at the beginning? Kraven looked at Gwen and said, I just discovered your secret, Spider-Man. Your spider sense, is it not functioning well? Spider sense, such a powerful talent, more formidable than an animal's instinct, was given to you. It's simply a waste. Kraven dodged Gwen's feeble attacks again, mocking her. Strong individuals need a strong heart, a firm will. Most importantly, they must have cold-bloodedness flowing through their veins. A tiger does not show mercy to a weak deer, and a venomous snake does not spare a cute rabbit, who are the most powerful mammals in the world. Elephants and giant whales. But the fiercest predators are tigers, lions, and wolf packs. Even a weak hyena is at the top of the food chain. Why? Because they have a cruel heart. Kraven looked at Spider-Man's swaying figure and shook his head. I just realized you've been holding back against us. That's your weakness, Spider-Man. Punishing evil is never wrong. The mistake is your lack of ruthlessness. You need to treat your enemies with the coldness of winter snow and the mercilessness of autumn winds. You lost, Spider-Man. You lost yourself. He stepped closer to Gwen, holding a hunting knife in his left hand. I will cherish your head. But at this moment, Kraven's beast instinct went into a frenzy, signaling that he had stepped onto the path to hell. Utilizing his rich experience, Kraven dodged behind Gwen, as a figure appeared before her, blocking his attack. Only then did Kraven realize that the one attacking him was a drone. This drone resembled a hunting owl, with a dark hole in its beak from which a bullet had fired, nearly taking Kraven's life. Kraven stood up, pointing his hunting knife at the man. You said one wrong thing. He said, the most ferocious animals in the world are humans. The cruelest are also humans, and the strongest are still humans. How much do you look down on the true apex predators, Craven? Craven looked at the man, his eyes filled with vigilance. He was none other than the man who didn't mourn for even a moment over Spider-Man's defeat and rushed to the battlefield. CF. Carl couldn't help but frown at Gwen's appearance. Did you poison her? He mocked. Is this what a man who boasts of being the king of beasts is like? The Sandman couldn't handle you? Craven's face darkened as he looked at Seraph, who was unscathed, and thought to himself that it was bad news. He didn't know how Seraph had easily dealt with the Sandman, but he certainly hadn't had an easy time with Spider-Man, and facing Seraph like this could very well cost him his life. Answer me one question, and I'll give you the antidote, Craven said, placing his hunting knife against Spider-Man's neck. Vulture, Electro, and Mysterio, along with Sandman, what happened to them? If you dare move, you'll see them soon, Carl said coldly. Craven gave him a deep look, and he found himself believing Vulture's word to bit. That guy was a cold-blooded killer. He's no good. He's the worst of the worst. Vulture's words echoed in his ears, and Craven reluctantly took out the antidote, saying, I'll give you the antidote, but you have to let me go. All right. Craven threw the antidote to Seraph and then turned to jump down. Carl did not chase after him. He had no other choice. Gwen's condition was still unclear, and he needed to take care of Gwen first. Carl scanned the antidote and then injected it into Gwen's body. Miss Gwen is currently in a deep sleep state. Viv reminded, shouldn't we put Miss Gwen in a safe place? Carl nodded, picked up Gwen, and jumped down from the tall building. Gwen whispered something, and Carl paused before flying down. The area below Osborn Tower was already crowded with people. Reckless reporters and police officers were vying for advantageous positions. While George was facing off against a reporter. Sheriff, where I shoot from is my freedom. A young reporter shouted, you can't just chase us away. Listen, kid, nobody cares about your damn news. This place is dangerous, so stay away, all right? Even George, who usually had good patience, couldn't help but curse. Can't you blind idiots hear the gunshots just now? That was at least a heavy sniper rifle. I'm saying it again, gentlemen, don't interfere with our work. The other reporters softened their attitudes, but the leading reporter remained relentless. Young man, what's your name? The young reporter, undaunted, puffed out his chest and said, Eddie Brock, the Daily Bugle. What, Sheriff, are you going to arrest me? Of course not. Just as George finished speaking, he saw a white figure fall down and kick the troublesome reporter down. For goodness sake, just listen when I tell you to get lost, okay? Seth said impatiently. Do you have no ears or brains? I'm going to report your misdeeds. Whatever. Seth held the girl in his arms and revealed her face. I remember your last name is Stacy too? She can't be your daughter, can she? How coincidental that she also has a sheriff dad. George exclaimed, Gwen. He hurriedly hugged Gwen, his face showing a hint of anxiety. What on earth is going on? Don't be nervous, Sheriff. She just fainted from being scared on the road. Your daughter has quite the personality. She threatened me by saying her father is the sheriff. Seth joked, then turned serious. Sheriff, I hope you take your people away from Osborn Tower. But George hesitated, and Carl, feeling helpless, used the power he was most reluctant to use. Just listen to me, okay? George saw the eye section of Seth's mask shatter and reveal a pair of familiar black eyes, deep and profound, as if they had seen the stars and everything. George's eyes instantly lost focus before returning to normal. He nodded, no problem. Carl watched as he placed Gwen in the backseat of the car, then put handcuffs on the chattering Eddie and dragged him into the passenger seat. Finally, he shouted into the intercom, everyone, listen up. Stay away from Oscorp Tower and evacuate the nearby crowds. Boss, nearby shops are reporting a robbery with $500 worth of clothing stolen. Get them out of the area quickly. It's dangerous now. George yelled into the intercom, then glanced at Sephew and drove away from the scene. Sephew felt a bit helpless. The mind control function of the observers was rather useless for him, as he could only use it to hypnotize ordinary people. This ability was difficult to affect someone with a strong will like Craven. However, this wasn't a problem with the observer's eye, but rather with Carl, who was hesitant to use its powers. The eyes held immense power, and Carl feared he couldn't control that force. The current low-level mind control ability was merely a fraction of its power escaping. Seeing George leave, Carl sighed, looking at the towering Oscorp Tower in front of him, and said, what a bunch of idiots looking for trouble. On the other side, Norman Osborn's expression was unpredictable. The notorious Sinister Six, is this their level? He listened to his subordinates' reports and saw Spider-Man had lost his fighting ability, but Sephew was still fine. Although Sephew had taken Spider-Man away, it didn't guarantee he wouldn't come back to cause trouble. Otto, your teammates are disappointing me, Norman Osborn said with a grim face. Sinister Six? We might as well call it the useless five. Don't worry, Mr. Osborn, Dr. Octopus replied calmly. Although their performance is unsatisfactory, they have bought us some time, haven't they? The experiment has already begun. Otto looked at the glowing orb slowly expanding in front of him and said, as long as we can hold this place, no one can stop me. Norman Osborn sneered, saying nothing more. In his view, Dr. Octopus's other teammates were no better, and even Dr. Octopus was just the same kind of trash. How hard could it be to deal with mere Spider-Man and Cepheus? Osborn walked into a container and gently stroked it, feeling much more at ease. He didn't trust Otto. He only believed in his own trump card. While the two harbored their own thoughts, Carl was outside the laboratory, watching Vulture slowly descend. Wow, Mr. Vulture, you came really fast. Carl said to Vulture without a hint of emotion. I suppose you want to reunite with your friends quickly. Cepheus, you promised me. Vulture flapped his wings and said loudly, I've done what I was supposed to do. You're wrong. There's one last step. Carl pointed at the laboratory entrance and said, I know you want to be a good person. It's time for you to show it. By the way, since you've been moved by my sincerity and decided to be a good person, the nickname Vulture seems a bit inappropriate. How about we call you War Eagle? Not a chance, Vulture replied, but didn't dare to argue back. Vulture was indeed a bit passive in the fight. His thought was simple. He would help whoever won. But he had to ensure that Cepheus died by his hand when Cepheus failed. Give me my antidote. Vulture, no, War Eagle said. At least you should let me feel at ease, right? TSK, all about interests. You're not cute at all, Carl said disdainfully. Don't worry. As long as I can stop Dr. Octopus, I'll give it to you. No, I want it now. Vulture stared at him. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Carl looked up at this guy, his tone slightly impatient. Do you think I would feel at ease? Rest assured, the antidote is with Spider-Man. After this battle, you can go ask her for it. What if Spider-Man never shows up? Vulture landed in front of Seraph, saying, Am I supposed to just die? Don't worry. You should know Spider-Man is not that kind of person. Vulture nodded and said, I believe in Spider-Man. Carl smiled, clearly not believing me. Just wait. Once this matter is settled, you'll be the one suffering. The Vulture felt a chill in his heart. Without even thinking, he knew that this madman across from him was very dissatisfied with him. However, at this point, he couldn't lie just to please this lunatic. He wasn't crazy enough to believe someone like Cepheus. What to do next? Carl looked at the Vulture and asked, You should know how to open this door. The two stood at the entrance of a laboratory in the center of the building. Carl said, It's up to you now, War Eagle. I am the Vulture. Although the Vulture thought the name War Eagle sounded nice, he inexplicably felt an abstract force wrapping around his body. As for how to open it, I don't know either. Carl stared at the Vulture, which glanced nervously and then quickly lowered its head, pretending to be deep in thought. What have you been doing all these days? Carl wondered. Even a dog could sniff out what was going on. He suspected the Vulture was putting on an act. Unfortunately, it wasn't. The Vulture said aggrievedly, Only Otto and Norman Osborn have the authority to open this door. We all enter and exit with them. So you don't know how this door works? Is it a mechanical switch or an electronic control door, or what? Carl tilted his head at the Vulture. Although it still had an electronic tone, the Vulture could hear the deep frustration in its voice. Aren't you a doctor? Has American education regressed to this extent? Can't our American doctors even figure out how a door opens or closes? Where the hell is the funding going? If even doctors are this useless, then where is the future of America? The Vulture stared in shock at the suddenly agitated Seraph, thinking this guy was indeed insane. Wait, I know. I can still tell the difference. The Vulture swallowed nervously, silently stepped back a bit to distance itself from Seraph, and then said, There should be a special electronic control system. If you force the door open, it will probably lock automatically. Carl put away his previous demeanor and returned to normal. Rather, it could be said that the way he just was is his true self, a socially anxious college student who goes crazy in the dorm with his roommates every day. Don't get me wrong. In his past life, Carl was indeed socially anxious. He was a social terrorist to acquaintances and a true social phobic to strangers. Carl said, So, as long as we destroy the electronic control system, this door will open automatically? You could say that the locked state is controlled by the program, while the unlocked state is not. So as long as you destroy this system, we can get in. Just then, Vulture curiously asked, How do you destroy it? To destroy the electronic control system, you have to destroy this door, and to destroy this door, you have to destroy the electronic control system. Vulture said, Or do you have the ability to break this door? Then there's no need to worry about this damn system. Gumbla. Carl fell into the trap that all men fall into, try to persuade someone to turn over a new leaf. Although Vulture is a man, he's also a bad guy among men, so persuading him to change counts too. So Carl said, If I open this door, you won't do bad things anymore, right? I'm ya, habiti sabit. Vulture scoffed. If you really had the ability to break through this door, you might even be able to rule New York. Breaking through this door alone is not easy. Carl sighed, took off his hat, revealing a bald head. Vulture was quite shocked. Your hat isn't fixed? Enough nonsense, Carl said irritably. Your gear should be purely mechanical, right? I mean, there are no electronic instruments inside, right? Of course not, Vulture said proudly. This is a purely bionic battle suit, with parts and bones mimicking those of birds. I'm not one of those brain-dead superheroes who inexplicably pull out black technology and can't even explain the scientific principles behind it. Carl's face darkened as he silently noted this phrase in his mind. Very good, Vulture, huh? If I don't turn you into a falcon later, I will be letting the cupping king down. One of his trump cards, a small electronic pulse bomb, was hidden inside this hat. Carl gave a light shake, and suddenly a strong pulse emitted from the hat, sweeping through the laboratory. Damn it, the lab was plunged into darkness. What the hell? Fact, it's an EMP. Otto gritted his teeth. Has the American government gone mad? How dare they use this thing in New York? This is a weapon of mass destruction on par with nuclear bombs on the battlefield. Norman Osborn's face blended even more with the environment. Even the blade would give a thumbs up and sing a song about sunshine and rainbows. He knew without thinking that half of his equipment was now useless. Vulture stared blankly as the laboratory door automatically opened, darkness enveloping the surroundings. Then he shouted, "Are you crazy? What are you afraid of?" Surf calmly replied, "It's just an EMP. Just," Vulture yelled. "The New York City government will go crazy if they find out. This is Oscorp Tower. What are you afraid of?" "It was Oscorp that did this, not me," Carl said nonchalantly. "After all, only those who survive can speak, while the dead can only take the blame." "Mr. Vulture, you wouldn't want to be seen as a terrorist by the American government, would you? Damn it, you lunatic," Vulture shouted, then grinned. "Then we might as well kill them all. You're acting too much like a villain." Carl discontentedly patted his shoulder. "Watch your demeanor. You are a defender of justice now, Mr. Falcon." Norman Osborn heard that annoying electronic sound, along with a familiar voice. "It's Vulture." Otto's voice rang out. "He really is unreliable." Norman Osborn could vaguely see Otto's silhouette, his four mechanical octopus legs unharmed behind him. Perhaps sensing Norman Osborn's confusion, or perhaps just wanted to give this partner a bit of confidence, Dr. Octopus spoke. "Don't worry, my abilities are unaffected. These four mechanical octopus legs have merged with my body. Strictly speaking, they're no longer mechanical, but part of me." For those who have only seen the movies, the four legs in the comics are integrated with him, not just a chip's fault. "And you, Norman, how are you?" Hearing Dr. Octopus's concerned greeting, Norman Osborn felt no warmth. Instead, a surge of hatred welled up within him. He had just called me Mr. Osborn, and now he is calling me Norman? Norman, only strength can earn respect. Do you really expect those useless powers and wealth? The evil voice in his mind resurfaced. Another Norman Osborn. No. Green Goblin whispered in his ear. "Go on. Do not fear power, nor fear strength. Use it, for power is the most reliable thing." Norman Osborn touched the container behind him, a strange look flashing in his eyes. "Is the experiment a failure?" "Don't worry, Norman. That's a small son," Otto said calmly as he looked at the glowing sphere. "Although it hasn't grown yet, it isn't weak enough to not withstand this pulse." "That's good," Norman Osborn whispered. "That's good. Hey, gentlemen, I heard some bad news. Someone is having a party today, but they didn't invite me. I'm so sad." Surf burst in with a bombshell. "I absolutely hate American bullying." Norman Osborn opened the container, and a lump of black liquid slowly flowed out, covering Norman Osborn himself. He, a terrifying voice echoed. "Super Tycoon? Indeed. Only successful people are suitable for successful people like me." "Who are you?" Carl couldn't help but ask as he listened to this loser-like statement. Why does that sound like something someone whose life isn't going well would say? What a joke. He has even blackmailed LeBron James. Vulture couldn't help but retort. "And also, why are you rushing in so fast? Take advantage of his illness and kill him." Carl saw the bomb he threw out was useless, and Dr. Octopus, wearing sunglasses in the darkness, effortlessly caught the bomb with a mechanical leg before tossing it out the window. "Who are you going after?" Vulture pondered for a moment and decided to go after someone familiar. "Otto, you bastard!" Vulture shouted and flew backward. "I found you unpleasant for a long time." Carl's head popped up with a question mark, his black egg-shaped head full of confusion. "Wasn't it supposed to be 2 against 2? Are you selling me out?" "I don't want to, but how can I, the mighty Falcon, fight in such a narrow space?" The sky is my stage. Vulture shouted as he flew out. I can't even spread my wings here. Foolish. Wings are not such a cumbersome thing. Carl cursed, then looked at Dr. Octopus's face, which resembled Yu Qian, and Venom, showing his fangs, awkwardly smiled and pointed behind him. I'm not familiar with him. Really? Boom. Venom, or rather, Green Goblin version Venom, jumped in front of Carl and threw a punch. The three-dimensional device behind Carl automatically activated, and the grappling hook shot out like a bullet, pulling him back to dodge Venom's fierce attack. Well done. Vulture instinctively raised his hand, then realized he was on Surf's side and quickly corrected himself. Surf, are you okay? Get out and stay outside, Carl shouted. If you have nothing to do, go outside and let the nearby people clear out a bit. All right, Vulture shouted, soaring freely in the sky. Carl was hiding from Venom's fierce attack in a narrow space. Come on, I just made a comment that you look like a loser. Why are you so worked up? Carl drew his claw knife and cut through the metal piece blocking his view, saying, why did you break down over just one sentence? You, damn it. Carl watched as Venom, who still hadn't quite learned to speak human language, was crazily chasing after him, feeling somewhat helpless. He really hadn't prepared any special tools against Venom, but the weaknesses of this symbiote were quite obvious: sound waves and fire. These two weaknesses were indeed fatal. But for those who didn't know, dealing with this thing could be quite tricky. Carl reached out his hand, and a wave of energy shot directly towards Venom, but he deftly dodged it. Dr. Octopus was not idle either. He jumped down from the ceiling, and his mechanical legs lunged towards Carl. Carl executed a tactical backward dodge, evading Dr. Octopus's attack, and then threw a stun grenade. At the same time, a grappling hook shot out from behind him, aiming for Venom. The moment the stun grenade exploded, the grappling hook propelled Carl towards the now monstrous Venom. Calm down, you extraterrestrial bumpkin. Carl threw another stun grenade, and then pulled Norman Osborn out of Venom's body, tossing him aside. Vulture, come out and clean up. Vulture was cautiously keeping watch outside, knowing that doing good deeds was impossible. He could only do a little bad to get by in life. However, upon hearing Carl's words, he darted in and caught Norman Osborn. What should we do? Carl looked at the pile of muck in front of him, feeling a bit of a headache from the Vulture's words. Without thinking, he shouted, get him to roll far away. As for how to do it, you figure out yourself. Venom was very clever. He curled up on the ground and then rebounded towards Carl. Hee. Your body belongs to me, Venom. This is my escape route. Didn't expect that. How you bastard. But Carl was already prepared. He didn't want to be possessed by Venom. Who knows what kind of personality change he might undergo. Perhaps, after a drastic personality change, he might end up messing himself. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He grabbed the container he had previously used to store Venom, watched as Venom dove into the container, and then turned it upside down on the ground. Carl playfully flicked the container and said, behave yourself, Mr. Venom. We'll take our time. Is it okay now? Zephyr. A voice came from behind him. It was Dr. Octopus, a man resembling Qian, who politely asked, can we start our game now? Carl looked at the man in front of him, frowning. Hello, Mr. Yu Qian. Carl greeted with a smile. What brings you all the way across the Pacific to look for work today? Dr. Octopus clearly didn't understand what he was saying. His expression unchanged. He said, although I don't understand what you're doing, I don't think it's anything good. Zeph, I'm very curious. A talent like you should be able to understand what I'm doing. Why are you trying to stop me? Dr. Otto, I'm also very curious. A talent like you shouldn't have stooped to this level. Why are you doing this? Carl grinned, and a thin white crack appeared on the black egg. Just looking at it, one could feel the strong sense of mockery. Not to mention that Carl also spoke. Dr. Otto, you have no wealth, no beauty, and no future. So there is no need to feed me motivational speeches. I'm in good health and don't need any nutritional supplements. Otto was taken aback, then slowly said, sorry, it's my fault. Someone who can make a vulture willingly work under you clearly isn't a simple person. I thought you were on the same side as Spider-Man, but it seems that's not the case. You're wrong about one thing, Dr. Otto, Carl said seriously. I am on the same side as Spider-Man. You want to say you're a good person? Of course. Otto couldn't help but laugh. That's a very interesting joke. Karl was somewhat confused. Isn't this Dr. Octopus a ruthless killer? Why is he talking so much today? Then he noticed the experimental equipment behind Otto. A half-human tall luminous sphere was emitting a terrifying energy. Damn it, are you messing with me? Carl frowned, feeling like his intelligence was being toyed with by this man, unable to see through such a simple delay tactic. I'm not messing with you. Surf, I really admire you. Otto said, gently like a scholar. Why don't we create this new world together? Create what? Carl hated it most when others talked big. He aimed his hand at the luminous sphere and fired an energy cannon. As a result, the energy blast sank like a stone into the sea, causing not a single ripple. That said, at least the luminous sphere visibly expanded a circle. Damn, Carl cursed, shook his head, and calmed down. Thank you, Mr. Surf. Otto stood still, just watching Carl, and said, You truly are a man of understanding. There is an ancient saying in the distant East. I know. The West refers to it as Wei Junjia. Carl pointed his palm at Otto and said, I hope you can understand this saying too, Otto. So why must you stop me? Otto was puzzled. My experiment can clearly benefit humanity. The problem is that your experiment is bound to fail. Carl said coldly, The results I've calculated show that the probability of this experiment failing is close to 80%. Impossible. Otto finally stopped maintaining his previous elegant demeanor and shouted, My experiment will definitely succeed. You will regret this, Otto. I am a PhD in physics. Otto shouted, I've been researching for nearly 10 years. This experiment won't go wrong. Carl didn't say anything. Instead, he took advantage of Otto's frenzy to launch an attack. A red energy beam shot out, but was blocked by Otto's two mechanical claws. As the red light dissipated, Otto's mechanical claws remained completely unharmed. Carl also doesn't find it strange. Dr. Octopus is an old villain. Although having 4 ordinary octopus tentacles at the beginning might seem a bit mundane, later on, the writers will add materials like adamantium, vibranium, and scraps from Captain America's shield. In short, it's tough. With such unreasonable settings, it's easy for Carl to handle the attacks. Carl stared at Otto, and a grappling hook suddenly shot out behind him, propelling Carl towards Otto. However, Dr. Octopus swung his octopus tentacle, and a razor-sharp tip aimed directly at Carl. Carl elegantly turned around and threw out an object, but was easily swatted away by another mechanical claw. Otto's mechanical claws were like a closed city wall, leaving no gap in his defense. Suddenly, 2 mechanical claws stabbed towards Carl's ribs, while 2 others approached him from a remarkably sinister angle. Carl could only use the grappling hook anchored behind him to quickly escape the reach of Dr. Octopus's attacks. What a tough opponent, Dr. Octopus. Carl smiled at him. But you wouldn't think I was just wasting my energy, would you? Viv, activate the smoke bomb. Activate the micro-explosives. The smoke bomb immediately exploded at the spot where Carl had been standing, and then a series of explosions erupted in the places Carl had passed through. While Carl raised his hands, and a golden nano sniper rifle appeared in his grasp. Carl aimed through the sniper scope at Dr. Octopus, who was obscured by smoke grenades, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, drowned by the sounds of explosions. A golden streak burst from the muzzle, trailing a golden tail as it flew towards Otto. However, just as the golden bullet reached Otto's vicinity, it was violently caught by a mechanical claw, which crushed it into powder under its grip. Seth, stop playing these childish tricks, Otto's voice echoed. Give up. After the experiment succeeds, I will forgive you. Carl looked at Dr. Octopus in the smoke, unable to help but click his tongue. So troublesome. Those 4 mechanical arms seemed to be able to do anything within their reach. But Carl took out his claw knife and said, Vive, activate level 1 combat mode. Enemy, Dr. Octopus. Data on Dr. Octopus's combat strategies is being summarized. Analyzing the combat scenario. Entrée en combat mode. Warning. Warning. Satellite usage rate has significantly increased, and the military has issued a warning. Ignoring the warning, continue usage. Carl said in a deep voice, increase computing power to maximum. Computing power is being increased. Level 1 combat mode activated. Hostile target, Dr. Octopus. Otto watched as the 2 blue electronic eyes on the black egg-shaped head of Surf instantly turned red. And the white line, representing a smile on its face, became increasingly clear, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. Suddenly, a sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and by the time Dr. Otto reacted, he saw a hook extending and embedding itself in the wall behind him, while Carl was already being pulled forward by that hook. Dr. Octopus could only see a white afterimage shoot into the air, and 4 mechanical claws instinctively lunged towards Carl. However, it was already too late. The overload pulling force of the Carter-made 3-dimensional maneuvering device can lift things faster than a sniper bullet. Dr. Octopus only saw a claw glowing with black and blue light stabbing towards him. Under the 2 red afterimages, a black-blue blade fell. The blade was not glaring, but it made his eyes nearly burst with rage. Dr. Octopus's brain finally reacted. The 4 mechanical claws instantly tensed and then flung him forward. The blue-black claw blade created a spray of blood, but ultimately failed to behead Dr. Octopus. He hung upside down from the ceiling, his eyes full of seriousness behind his black windproof goggles. Finally, he was leaving this place. Carl remained calm, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and said to Viv, "Scan and retrieve the abnormal scan results." Dr. Octopus had not left the laboratory since he entered. Excluding the possibility that he was brain dead or a disabled person, there was only one conclusion. Dr. Octopus could not leave there, meaning there was something very important in that location. "Shall we cancel combat mode?" Viv asked with concern. "Your body has already sustained preliminary damage." "How much longer can I hold on?" Carl asked, "without relying on high-speed movements as much as possible?" "The longest time is 10 minutes, Viv analyzed. "Given your current physical condition, you can only endure 5 high-speed movements, and over-reliance on combat mode will lead to joint damage." "That is not a big deal," Carl said calmly. "If it comes to it, I still have Venom to help." If it weren't for the urgent situation, Carl was indeed prepared to let Venom take over. He had some confidence in being able to subdue Venom. Although he was not yet worthy of the power of the Observer's Eye, he was fairly confident in ensuring that his mind would not be misled. He was not a good person. With Venom's help, Carl estimated he could unleash the strongest power of the first-level combat mode. The first-level combat mode was excellent. With the U.S. military satellites and service bases bearing the computational costs, combined with the control system of Carl's battlesuit, it could ensure he could unleash tremendous power. However, every power comes at a cost. Carl's shock absorption system can only protect his body within a certain limit, and it cannot prevent harm from centrifugal force and recoil when that limit is exceeded. Naturally, his technological enhancements have solutions, but these solutions come with a fatal flaw. They cost money. Even an observer civilization at the multiverse level cannot generate vibranium out of thin air, because the cost of creating machines that can do so is much higher than the cost of vibranium itself. Carl had already decided that after this was over, he would go for another job, preferably one that would allow him to fleece the New York mobsters, gather enough money to travel to Africa, and see if there was a Wakanda in this world without the Avengers. As the scanning results were being output, there were 3 anomalies. Viv's words brought Carl back to his senses, and he saw 3 locations. One was a peculiar device, another was a button directly in front of a small solar ball, and the last was the venom he had poured into a container. The button, Carl almost immediately realized that it was the stop experiment button. He knew that a meticulous scientist like Dr. Otto could not possibly be without a plan B, and that button was the key to shutting down this experiment. Seizing the opportunity, Carl understood this principle, and Dr. Octopus surely did too. He reacted immediately, but then turned to control 4 mechanical tentacles rushing towards the peculiar device. There was still a chance. Dr. Octopus thought, that button is protected. Even if he is a monster stronger than Spider-Man, he wouldn't be able to open it right away. Carl ignored Dr. Octopus and charged straight towards the button. His claw struck, producing a piercing sound and a spark, but the protective shield on the button remained completely unharmed. Carl simply extended his hand, and the beam at the center of his palm was emitted at maximum power, directed at the shield, producing a bright light akin to that of an electric welder. Thanks to the eye of the observer and the ring of the Transcendent, Carl was very sensitive to energy. He discovered that the ion beam he emitted was indeed effective, but all the dispersed energy was completely absorbed by the sun. Carl had no time to worry about these things. Even when VIF issued a warning about the strong radiation, Carl didn't take it seriously. He could feel that the energy within the massive sphere of light in front of him was extremely unstable, like a little boy about to kiss an island nation. Fearful, just as Carl finally shot a small hole, the voice of Dr. Octopus rang out. "Stop your useless struggles." The energy beam in Carl's hand dissipated, and a small hole was worn into the top of the protective shield. Just as Carl was about to reach for the button, the battle system automatically pulled him aside, avoiding Dr. Octopus's attack. Unfortunately, Carl did not blame the battle system, although he was just a step away. If it weren't for the battle system controlling the suit to pull him away, Carl would most likely have faced death. Carl does not want to die like this. He fights desperately against Dr. Octopus, not for New York. He has no sense of belonging to this city. He is only fighting for George and Gwen, and for himself. If the experiment fails, no one will survive. But the experiment is stopped, and the outcome of Carl's death is also unacceptable. Carl just wants to live with George and Gwen. He exhales, looks at Dr. Octopus, and finds that Dr. Octopus has upgraded, with 4 mechanical tentacles that have become thicker and clad in armor. Damn Seraph. Dr. Octopus feels the pain in his chest. His expression twisted. You're forcing me to use this incomplete product. He coughs up blood to relieve the pressure on his body. His nerves and brain are screaming. But the situation forces him to reveal his trump card. Seraph, go to hell. Dr. Octopus launches himself forward, charging straight at Carl. You are a respected opponent, more troublesome than Spider-Man. So I have no choice but to treat you with the best gift and give you the best ending. Dying in battle against the king of the world. Carl also charged at Dr. Octopus, but this time he didn't use his overloaded speed. Instead, he prepared to use his normal speed. However, Dr. Octopus's speed exceeded his imagination. In the blink of an eye, a menacing mechanical claw appeared right in front of him. The floating device beneath Seraph overloaded, spitting out a blue flame with a whooshing sound, dodging Dr. Octopus's attack. Damn! After evading Dr. Octopus's attack, Carl finally heard what Dr. Octopus said. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he cursed, King of the World? Are you out of your mind, Otto? This isn't some battle for the title of King of the World. Gripping his insides in pain, Carl continued. It's just a delusional neuroscientist and a wild dog fighting to survive. Gwen opened her eyes and was greeted by the familiar sight of car roof. She immediately recognized it as George's police car, which she had played in since she was a child. At first, Gwen was startled, and then she noticed she was wearing a brand new tracksuit, with the tags still not torn off. The shirt looked a bit oversized and wasn't her size. Gwen stared blankly for a moment before recalling what had happened. Oh no! Gwen's face twisted in pain. Seraph and George both know my identity now. Awake? George opened the car door and said irritably, What on earth is going on? Shouldn't you be at school right now? Weren't you rehearsing with the band? How did I get here? Gwen thought hopefully. George shrugged and said, That superhero named Seraph, who popped up recently, brought you here. After saying that, he glanced at Gwen suspiciously. I thought you weren't afraid of heights. By the way, what's up with your face? Gwen roughly understood that it was Seraph who had brought her here and even changed her clothes. She looked inside and found that the new outfit was just over her spider suit. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, I scraped myself while passing by there. Next time, come home early and don't wander around. George reminded her, We're almost home. Go check if that kid Carl is at home. He won't answer my calls. I swear I'll give him a beating sooner or later. George parked the car downstairs and let Gwen get out. After she stepped out, she looked at George and said nothing, only uttering, Be safe. Don't worry, he replied. This kind of exchange had happened many times between this father and daughter. Carl, Gwen shouted as she entered the house. Are you there? She had a lingering question in her mind. How did Seraph know that she was George's daughter? She noticed that Seraph always targeted those who had hurt her in the past, and he had saved her many times. Carl? She went to Carl's bedroom and found the clean room was empty. She picked up her phone and called, but all she got was a busy signal. Ding, ding, dong. Ding, ding, dong. The sound of bells rang out in the war-torn battlefield. An inappropriate sound, but both sides of the conflict ignored it, clearly accustomed to the ringing. Carl was glowing with electric light as the 3 grappling hooks of the vertical maneuvering device shot out, pulling him into the air. Then it activated maximum tension, turning Carl into a white line as he charged towards Dr. Octopus. The black mechanical claws dragged out 3 afterimages, coming at Carl like 3 agile giant pythons, ready to strangle him. Carl's gaze was incredibly focused. Combat relies not only on the system, and he would not engage in activities that were entirely reliant on a fully managed system. Carl's brain and eyes, empowered by the observer's perspective, can easily process information on the battlefield. However, his body does not allow him to do so. Carl is like a computer assembled with a top-tier server CPU and an ordinary integrated graphics card. The size of the programs it can run depends on the limitations of the graphics card. Carl is now using a system-assisted setup that merely adds an external cooler, allowing the graphics card to temporarily overload without exploding. Faced with 3 mechanical claws, Carl transformed into a zigzag and evaded their deadly grip, charging straight toward Dr. Octopus. He charged his energy cannon and fired a fully powered shot at close range. But unfortunately, Otto did not use his last mechanical claw to maintain balance. Instead, he preferred to fall to the ground and use it to block Carl's attack. But that was already enough. Carl's last grappling hook had not yet been used. It was an opportunity earned by using the first 2 grappling hooks for cover, and the hook was entangled with the base of the shutdown button. Suddenly, Dr. Octopus saw it but was unable to react in time, getting blasted backward by Carl's energy cannon. Meanwhile, Carl was pulled to the button by the grappling hook at maximum distance. Whoosh! A mechanical claw flew in with a whooshing sound, but Carl showed no fear. He didn't even turn his head and instead pressed his finger straight down on the button. No! Otto cried out in agony, just 1 meter away. His mechanical claw was merely a meter from Carl's head, but that last meter became an insurmountable chasm. The humming, which had expanded into a small sun the height of a person, began to swell even more after losing its energy supply. However, Due to the stop device Otto had said, he was barely able to maintain this form. Finally successful, Carl spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air, the taste of blood filling his mouth and nose, but he felt a sense of relief inside. Stop combat mode. VIF said, Master, I recommend immediate medical treatment. There is significant damage to the capillaries, rib fractures, tendon ruptures, and dislocation of both hand and foot bones, as well as internal organ damage. Please seek medical attention as soon as possible. Damn. Carl forced himself to stand up. VIF had already automatically administered adrenaline to him, and excruciating pain coursed through his body. He looked at Dr. Octopus, who was staring blankly, and said, Are you still unwilling to admit the truth? Otto, this is a failed experiment. Carl lamented. Look at this unstable form. If I hadn't shut it down in time, the entire New York would have to pay the price for your boring dreams. Dr. Octopus remained silent, merely watching the sun behind Carl. Suddenly, a female voice came from behind, and Carl couldn't help but cough up more blood. He turned around to see a graceful figure appear before him. Spider-Man, you recovered so quickly? Gwen did not answer, but quietly gazed at him. Vulture, Carl couldn't help but say in the communication channel, Where the hell are you? I'm here. A green figure flew over, grabbed Dr. Octopus, and then said, Wow, that thing behind you looks terrifying. Cough, cough. Carl waved his hand in discomfort, signaling Vulture to take Dr. Octopus away first. He had the intention to kill this useless fool, but he simply lacked the strength. Spider-Man, the priority now is to deal with this thing. Carl said, You need to leave here. It's very dangerous. Are you still calling me Spider-Man? When Carl heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly closed the communication channel with the Vulture. What are you talking about? Carl said through gritted teeth. Do you want me to call out your name? Blonde girl? Even now, are you still unwilling to be honest? Gwen took off her mask, her blue eyes looking at the man in front of her. His stylish white hat was long gone, and he was covered in dust and blood. The hovering device under his feet had been damaged in an earlier explosion, making him look extremely disheveled. Carl, is that you? Carl quietly looked at the girl without saying a word. Carl. Gwen grabbed his collar. Is it really you? Gwen, now is not the time to discuss this. Carl neither confirmed nor denied her doubts. This thing is the most important. He pointed at the glowing orb, which had expanded even further, emitting terrifying sounds and heat. Viv was constantly indicating that Carl had already been exposed to a significant amount of radiation. All right. Gwen didn't press him further. Since he didn't deny it, that meant he acknowledged it. Gwen was already sure that this bastard was Carl. I'll deal with you when we get home. Gwen said coldly, What do we do now? There's only one way. Carl coughed again, breathing heavily, and said, Let it explode. We need to evacuate the nearby residents in the limited time we have, then let it blow up in New York. So Carl, what has to cost? New York may not exist after this. Carl said in a deep voice, The intensity of the explosion will affect this street, but the radiation could become a major problem. No. Gwen immediately rejected, That's too high a price. But no one will die. Carl couldn't help but say, We can bear this loss. But many people can't. Gwen frowned. I'll give it a try. Gwen, Carl said angrily, Listen to me. There's still time. Vulture was flying in the sky with Dr. Octopus, feeling extremely calm. Since even someone like Dr. Octopus had been defeated by that bastard Seraph, it didn't seem shameful for Vulture to be a subordinate to him. What is wrong with being a dog? Vulture naturally changed his mindset, but he suddenly found himself being choked by Dr. Octopus's mechanical claw around his neck. Keep flying. Dr. Octopus's voice sounded very calm, but Vulture could faintly hear the madness hidden in those words. Dr. Octopus said, Fly back. It's over. Vulture couldn't help but say, Otto, you have failed. Not yet. Otto took off his black goggles, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and blood was flowing from his nose, looking like a madman. That was just an accident. Experiments always have some accidents. The unstable structure is because it hasn't fully formed yet. Its end will definitely be beautiful. It must be perfect. This experiment will definitely succeed. Carl was still arguing with Gwen, but the physical pain had left him too weak to continue. Whatever you want, he said angrily. Do whatever you like. Carl felt a surge of frustration within him. After working so hard to defeat so many enemies, you want to stop me at the final step? This matter is up to you, Carl said angrily. After all, you are Spider-Man, New York's superhero. Carl. Gwen heard the slightly sarcastic tone and felt quite dissatisfied. You shouldn't say that. Enough, Gwen, I'm very tired. Carl gasped, sitting on the ground. I no longer have the energy to argue with you. Do whatever you want. My method can save the lives of all New Yorkers. If you have a better way, then bring it up. Gwen was left speechless, then sulking, she walked towards the glowing orb. "I have my way." Just as she turned around, she saw a figure rushing towards Carl. Gwen quickly dodged and caught the figure, and upon closer inspection, found Vulture looking at her with a wronged expression. "So you're this pretty, huh? Sigh, still just a little girl." Vulture couldn't help but comment, then continued to maintain his aggrieved look, staring at Carl. "Surf, why didn't you answer the phone? What's going on?" Just as Carl finished speaking, Dr. Octopus appeared before them, walking step by step from the entrance of the laboratory. His face covered in blood, looking almost insane. "I was right." Dr. Octopus walked over. "This experiment will succeed." "What's going on?" Scanning showed Dr. Octopus's cerebral cortex was disordered. Viv analyzed. Those amplification devices likely caused damage to his brain. "Hurry and stop him, Gwen," Carl shouted, then shot out a grappling hook towards the container filled with venom. Gwen met him, but it was clear that the crazed ultimate Dr. Octopus was still too powerful for her. Carl could easily see that Gwen hadn't fully recovered. She was forcing herself to come find him. Damn it! Seeing Gwen in such a precarious state, Carl grabbed the container and shouted, "Get the hell in me." A pool of black liquid transformed into a monstrous figure, enveloping Carl's body. His white trench coat was dyed black. Several black tendrils floated behind him. A dark hat appeared on his head, and the white lines on his mouth morphed into interwoven fangs. Venom tried to exert force to compete for control of the body, but suddenly felt something was off. When it touched Carl's eyes, it was directly repelled, and a sharp pain shot deep into its soul. It even dared not touch the other two mysterious entities within Carl. Venom even wanted to escape, but Carl's willpower firmly pinned it inside. Carl felt his body filled with strength, even more powerful than before, and some different thoughts appeared in his mind, but they quickly vanished with Venom's scream. "What the hell? Who are you?" Venom screamed. Carl ignored him and charged straight at Gwen. The grappling hook behind him wrapping around her and pulling her out of the clutches of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms, then transforming into a shadow as he rushed forward. His speed had increased compared to before, and the grappling hook made from Venom was even more powerful than the overloaded version of the 3D device he designed. Dr. Octopus couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before Carl closed in on him. Carl clenched his neck, his expression fierce. "You deserve to die. Otto, it's not your fault for lacking talent, but it's your mistake to mistakenly believe you have it and to make others pay for your arrogance." Carl secretly felt something was wrong, and without further ado, he directly crushed Otto's neck, but it was too late. A mechanical claw from Otto shot towards the device next to the light sphere. The light sphere, no longer bound by the control device, began to brew a storm, filling the central space of the laboratory in an instant, and even intending to continue expanding. The venom screamed and shrank into Carl's body under the intense radiation, light, and heat. The light sphere continued to expand, and Carl intended to leave quickly with Gwen. But a badge with a smiling face suddenly emitted a crisp sound deep in his heart. "Gwen!" Upon hearing Carl's voice, Gwen rushed to him, and Carl's mask automatically opened, revealing his blood-stained face. "Goodbye." For some reason, tears suddenly streamed down Gwen's cheeks, and a severe pain twisted in her heart. "Carl!" Gwen rushed forward to hug him. "I was wrong, Carl. It's not too late. We can still stop it." "Gwen, do you trust me?" "I want you to trust me as I trust you." The boy's black eyes locked onto the girl's blue eyes. Both their faces were covered in blood, looking extremely disheveled. Yet in that moment, the world around them faded away, leaving only their gazes intertwined. "This is the show I wanted to perform." Carl suddenly handed Gwen a USB drive, then passed her his wristwatch. "This is my base, and inside is a gift for you." "Carl, trust me, Gwen." Carl smiled gently. "I will definitely come back." A robbery of extremely malicious nature occurred at the Osborn building the day before, carried out by a criminal gang known as the Sinister Six. Currently, Mr. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group, remains missing. Reports indicate that superheroes Spider-Man and the Sentry were also present at the crime scene. It has been reported that an important laboratory of the Osborn Group was destroyed, and the criminals used large sniper rifles, EMPs, and other lethal weapons. The Pentagon officials believe it can be classified as a terrorist incident. "Whoever you are, I will find you." The handsome face of Harry Osborn appeared on the television, but he looked somewhat haggard at that moment. "No matter what the Sinister Six is, or who Spider-Man and the Sentry are, I will find you. You will definitely pay for your actions." George turned off the TV and looked at Gwen's tightly closed bedroom door, sighing. Carl has been missing for 2 days. Just as mysteriously as he appeared, he is now left without a trace. Gwen clearly knows something, but she is unwilling to speak. George walked over and knocked on the door. "Gwen, come out for dinner." There was no response inside, as if no one were in the room at all. But George had never seen Gwen leave her room. Gwen, I know you're sad about Carl, but you need to eat. You need to take care of yourself. I believe Carl wouldn't want to see you like this. Gwen opened the door and looked at George. Her golden hair was messy like a bird's nest. Dark circles surrounded her eyes, and she looked extremely haggard, her blue eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. George sighed and hugged his daughter. I know you're upset, but Gwen, can you tell me what happened? Gwen looked up and then noticed that George's beard had grown quite long, and he smelled strongly of smoke. Deep wrinkles lined his dark circles. I'm also somewhat like Carl's father. George looked at Gwen, speaking slowly and clearly. You know something, don't you? Gwen opened her mouth, unable to hold back any longer, and collapsed into George's arms, crying. Carl is a hero. Gwen cried. He saved this city. George looked at Gwen in surprise. Could it be that Carl was Spider-Man? No. Gwen shook her head firmly. Spider-Man is not a hero. She smiled faintly, causing George to feel a pang of pain. And he hugged her tighter. It will pass, Gwen. It will all pass. Vulture changed into a different outfit and sat in his secret base, sighing. Why hasn't that Spider-Girl come out yet? Even though the effects of the drugs in my body will last another month. I'm so anxious. He looked mournfully at the news on the TV. I'm just an ordinary criminal. How did I become a terrorist? Damn capitalists. He cursed, then awkwardly moved to the other side. Vulture's base wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either, and a tall beauty named Cindy was sitting on a bench eating something. Hey, are you okay, Cindy? Cindy Moon finished her last bite of food, stood up, and coldly said, Is Spider-Man still not out? No. Vulture sighed. Honestly, being a villain these days is really not easy. From now on, call me Falcon. Cindy's expression was indifferent. She quietly watched Vulture wallow in self-pity. Listening to Vulture's complaints, she suddenly said, Is Seraph really dead? Who knows? Vulture sighed. That bastard deserved to die, but before he died, he did do a good deed, saving our lives. In that regard, we really should thank him. As for whether he is dead or not, I don't know. Vulture sighed. Good people don't live long, while evildoers last for generations. I really wish the guy died there, but he didn't. He just went missing. Vulture said, I didn't see him die in front of me, so I don't believe he is really dead. Gwen, holding Carl's wristwatch, arrived at a small base. She looked at the messy base and smiled. She glanced around and noticed a letter on the table. Gwen, by the time you read this letter, I estimate I won't be around anymore. It's not that I'm dead, but that I'm off traveling. I've had this plan for a long time, and a mere universe can't stop me. Carl Stacy. Gwen, since you already know about this secret base, I won't keep lying to you anymore. Yes, I am Seraph. How surprising, right? Gwen, I've left you a gift here, the super-duper ultimate luxury spider suit. How does that sound? This is my return gift for the phone you gave me. I hope you like it. Gwen, if I really leave, don't think too much about me. Her jade-like hand trembled slightly as it held the white paper, and a few tears fell onto it, wetting the paper. She picked up the phone, which had a song in it. It was the piece Carl was going to perform, a song he wrote himself. Hummingbird Summer Sun, Has It Brought My Life Back? The song began to play softly, carrying Gwen's thoughts into the sky. Under the blue sky was the bustling New York City, where the people had no sense that anything was amiss, unaware they had walked a circle near death's door. The blue sky remained beautiful, and the gentle breeze was still refreshing. It was just another ordinary day, with nothing changing as usual. The end of this volume. Carl's song, Hummingbird Side Story. On Earth number 982, outside a towering building marked with the Alchemy Company logo, Miguel O'Hara stood at the base of the facility, his red eyes appearing particularly captivating under the dim lights. It's strange. Byte Universe hero Margix curiously observed an event node. Spider-Man from Universe 65 is quite different from the others. That's normal. Miguel O'Hara's expression didn't change. This Spider-Man, known as Spider-Man 2099, wasn't as cheerful as the other Spider-Man, instead exuding a strong aura of melancholy. There hasn't been an anomaly triggered, right? The strange part lies here. Byte Spider-Man said, There are no issues detected, but our system can't observe it. What do you mean? Miguel turned his head and looked at Byte Spider-Man. What do you mean by can't observe? Just the literal meaning. Byte Spider-Man shrugged. It's as if what happened there has been wiped away. Everyone knows it happened, but we can't see it. Except for those who experienced it. We can't see or observe what happened at that moment. Byte Spider-Man shook his head. But the Spider-Man over there did lose an important family member, triggering the time node. That's enough, Miguel said. As long as there are no problems, it's fine. So where are you going? Help me connect to Earth 65. As Byte Spider-Man activated the equipment, he complained, You're really stubborn, Miguel. I'm just going to take a look. All right. A dark cloud hung in the sky, the moon obscured behind it, making it impossible to see its phases. Raindrops fell from the sky, a curtain of rain covering the dark city. Suddenly, a bright light shone above the people of Gotham. Not just Gotham, the whole of America saw this light. Not all cities were shrouded in darkness like Gotham. They could see more clearly than Gotham. Batman dropped the misshapen villain in his grasp and looked up at the sky, instinctively squinting his eyes. The eyes under the bat mask appeared extremely serious. "I've Master. We can currently only detect a strong electromagnetic storm, suspected to be a solar storm erupting again." Alfred's gentle yet weary voice echoed in Batman's ears, slowly speaking with a noble London accent. "At present, we can only monitor this situation. Do you want me to notify that one?" Batman remained silent for a moment, shaking his head. "No need, he will contact me." He stepped on the villain's leg beneath him, his hard combat boots crushing the villain's hand. And the villain could even hear his bones creaking. "Speak." Batman's voice was as cold and hard as the Antarctic glaciers, his mask dripping with rainwater. His cape lifted by the fierce wind, swirling in the air. The bright light in the sky illuminated only his silhouette, failing to light his front. Rainwater dripped down his shadowy face, like a bloodthirsty bat, instilling fear. "I don't know." The man cried out in anguish. "I really don't know. I only know a riddle. He only told me to bring the riddle to you." Batman said nothing, only looked back as a figure in a blue suit, with a red cape and underwear worn outside, appeared behind him. "Hey, Bruce." "Batman." Superman greeted with a smile. "Still working this late?" Batman remained silent, staring at the villain below, letting him call for help, then, with a flick of his cape, vanished into the darkness. Superman shrugged helplessly, looking at the groaning villain below, saying, "Do you need me to take you to the police station?" But before the villain could respond, he shook his head. "Forget it. I'd make him very unhappy by coming to Gotham. Just call yourself." The villain's eyes widened, watching Superman fly away, filled with disbelief. "I thought you were a good guy, even with your underwear worn outside. I didn't expect you to be such a jerk." 2 drops of water traced down the villain's face. No one knew if they were tears or rainwater. In pain, he picked up the phone and called Gotham Police. "Hello? Police? I want to report a case. Batman intentionally harmed me." "Hey, Bruce, I was going to call you, but you didn't answer." Batman looked at his bushy-browed, righteous friend, his mouth slowly forming a frown, facing Superman. "Spit it out, Clark. When did you learn to be bad like Barry?" Clark Kent scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, then said seriously, "I just checked. It's a large explosion some distance from Earth. It doesn't have much effect, but if it explodes on Earth, it could have the power to destroy a city." "I understand." Batman nodded, instinctively squinting his eyes, his mind starting to ponder where this sudden explosion came from. He glanced at the oblivious Clark and said, "Clark." Clark tilted his head, looking at him with an innocent gaze he had never had before. "What should we do, Bruce?" "I understand. I'll keep an eye on this matter." Batman said, "You can go now." "Fuck." Carl opened his eyes, and the intense pain throughout his body made him curse out loud. He first took a look around at the scenery and realized he was lying in a small alley, completely naked except for the mask on his head. In the distance, he could see a child running away with a plastic bag. What made him feel worse was the constant, excruciating pain coming from all over his body. "Vife." He called out, but there was no response. "Venom?" Still no one answered. Only a bat hanging upside down under the streetlight at the alley's exit, baring its fangs at him. Carl first shrank himself into a garbage can. He looked at his terrible body and felt a bit down as well. Carl raised his hand, revealing that there was not a single intact piece of skin. Flesh seemed to be exposed, and he could even see it writhing continuously. A sharp pain and an intense itch surged simultaneously, causing Carl to grit his teeth and tremble behind the trash can. It hurt. It hurt so damn much. At the moment of the explosion, the smiley-faced badge twitched slightly, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He could use this badge to take away the explosion. However, Carl never anticipated the consequences would be so severe. The gift from Dr. Manhattan, the quantum god, naturally possessed supreme power, but it could only ensure Carl's survival, not how he would live. Even though he was teleported to the ground, 100,000 miles away from the explosion site, the intense radiation and heat from the blast still severely injured him. However, it seemed that some mutation occurred as well. Carl's observers, I could see his body continuously disintegrating and then reforming. This was not the kind of simultaneous disintegration and regeneration like Deadpool's cancer cells. It felt more like the ordinary human parts of his body were gradually dissolving and being replaced by a stronger form. Good grief, am I no longer human? Carl thought seriously about his bank balance, which seemed to be less than $100. The sponsorship money he got from the gangsters had all been spent on his battle suit, and now the suit was either damaged or stolen, leaving only the black egghead intact. Thinking about it this way, he considered himself a standard poor guy, but it was no big deal. Carl also intended to change his fate through technology, but after a long struggle, he ended up making himself poor. Now it makes sense to say that he relied on mutation. Carl calmly crawled out, his skin resembling a rotting avocado smeared with ketchup, which looked quite frightening, especially with the large baton hanging between his legs, making him seem even more like a pervert. However, Carl was not afraid at all. Of course not. He was wearing a mask, so what was there to fear? As soon as he stepped out of the alley, he saw a bullet was past his scalp, startling him into quickly retreating back into the alley. Is this Gotham? Carl thought for a moment. Aside from Gotham, there didn't seem to be any other place in the DC universe. The simple folk customs here would make even Satan shake his head. Venom? Carl, who was half a waist, felt panicked and shouted, "Come help me." Bang! A new round of gunfire erupted ahead. If it weren't America, Carl would have thought it was New Year somewhere. He struggled to hide behind a trash can, cursing venom in his heart, but venom seemed off as well, sleeping soundly within his body. The rain in Gotham grew heavier, and the sound of a Chicago typewriter mixed with the rain created a harsh yet beautiful symphony that made Carl dance gracefully in the trash can. But it also gave him an opportunity. A figure rolled into the alley, holding a Glock handgun, the rain soaking his clothes and making him look disheveled. "Are you really going to attack me?" the man shouted. "I'm working for the Riddler." Another person walked in, holding the infamous Chicago typewriter, and smiled grimly at him. "I know, but you shouldn't have targeted the Cobblepot family. In this city, no one can tolerate the Cobblepots." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a blood-red flower blossomed on the man's chest, his Glock flying out his hand and landing at Carl's feet during a struggle. Carl held his breath and quietly picked up the handgun, but accidentally caught the attention of one of the Cobblepot family's thugs. "Boss, there's someone over there." The Cobblepot gang turned around, brandishing a Chicago typewriter, and looked in the shadows by the trash can, where they indeed spotted a figure. "Sorry, friend," the man said, raising his gun and aiming at Carl. "You should understand our rules." With a gunshot, the Cobblepot gang members saw their notorious Red Flower Twin clubs fall to the ground, and a figure emerged from behind the trash can, looking at them. Rules? The Penguin's rules are worthless. In Gotham, only two people matter when it comes to rules. Do you really think I'm clueless? The Cobblepot thugs were stunned, not because they were unprofessional, but because this man was too astonishing, truly shocking enough to leave them speechless. He was like a firefly in the dark, so striking and outstanding, with his melancholic black egghead, the impressive oversized baton, incredible marksmanship, and skin that looked as rotten as a tomato sauce-covered avocado, all of which completely overwhelmed them. "Rid. Cough, cough." The man who had been shot in the chest by a Thompson submachine gun suddenly spoke. "Riddle me this." He struggled to raise his head, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, but his eyes were still filled with hope. "The riddle is I have no fingers, but I can point. I have no arms, but I can hit. I have no legs, but I can run." He gradually lost strength, but still made an effort to say, "Save my child." "Batman." Carl then realized that a large bat had unknowingly perched on the streetlight, its shadow entangled with the light, as if it were a giant bat hanging upside down from the lamp. Batman nodded and turned his gaze to the strange figure wearing a black hood and completely bare. "Who are you?" The odd attire gave him a bad feeling, especially since the recent villains in Gotham seemed to be like an endless crop of weeds, one after another, leaving him somewhat weary. "I'm your fan, Batman," Carl exclaimed cheerfully. "You see, I just rid the world of evil." Batman indeed saw it. A single shot, clean and lethal. This raised the danger level of this figure in his mind significantly, especially since he looked like he might be seriously ill. Carl saw that he wasn't responding, so he quickly rushed over and pulled off the pants of the gang member from the Cobblepot family, putting them on himself. Batman watched this seemingly normal yet abnormal action, and his opinion of Carl kept changing. "You just said that in Gotham, only two people keep their word. Who do you think they are? Who else could it be?" Carl subconsciously regarded Batman and Bruce Wayne as one person and said, "Of course, it's the Joker and Batman." "The Joker?" Batman repeated, his voice sounding increasingly cold, causing the remaining gang members to tremble. But Carl didn't care at all, having been a loyal fan of Batman in his past life. Carl instinctively thought he was a good person and unconsciously overlooked how abnormal his outward behavior appeared. Instead, he honestly asked, "Isn't that right? Can Cobblepot compare to the Joker?" Batman narrowed his eyes, jumped down from the streetlight, his cape sweeping through the darkness, bringing a gust of night wind. He looked at the strikingly unusual skin of the person in front of him, pressed his lips together, and asked, "Do you admire him?" "Not really. I'm a good person." How could I admire that kind of villain? Carl replied, I admire you the most, Batman. Batman stared at him intently, pondering whether this person was more suited to be Robin or to be sent to Arkham to keep the Joker company. However, Carl's next words solidified his thoughts. Aside from your no-kill rule, I admire you a lot. Carl only felt darkness in front of him, and then he lost consciousness. Send him to Arkham, and then turn ourselves in, understand? Batman coldly stared at this group of rookie thugs, and the young men trembled in fear, with one incompetent fool even wetting himself. Understood. One person nervously stepped forward and said, we will do as you say. Batman flicked his cape and disappeared, causing the rookie thugs to erupt in chaos. Why don't we just kill this psycho? Then the boss will protect us. Fool! The idiot who just wet his pants straightened up and shouted, Batman will kill us. Do you think the boss will protect us? No. He's scared of Batman himself. He will throw us out to take the fall. The person who had stepped forward looked at his colleagues with disdain. The guy is right. The boss wouldn't offend Batman, for you worthless idiots. Listen to me. After we throw this freak into Arkham, we run away to Central City. I hear the environment there is nice, and the Flash is a good guy. He looked at his friends and said, I've had enough of this mess in Gotham. We can definitely make something of ourselves there. All right, let's do it. The group excitedly lifted Carl and headed toward Arkham. In the pitch-black night, there were always one or two lights shining, but these lights only deepened the fear in your heart and didn't give you any comforting thoughts like, as long as I stand in the light, the ghost won't come to catch me. Such thoughts only occurred when you were tucked in bed. Arkham was clearly one of those scary places. A few small-time thugs nervously approached this 5-star tourist attraction in Gotham City, a world-famous site, threw their belongings inside, then took out a piece of wire and pried open an old-looking car outside Arkham, then drove off. When Carl woke up, he saw darkness. Batman, I F you. Carl didn't care whether Martha was the key to the DC universe. He just wanted to curse. Batman was such a piece of trash. Treating him well, and then sending himself to Arkham? Is this what you give back to your fans? Of course, even if Carl wanted to shout, he couldn't, as there was only a faint glimmer of light coming through the gap in the iron door in the dark room. Carl sadly discovered that not only was he in excruciating pain all over, but he also couldn't move. His body was tightly bound by restraints. But thankfully Arkham was professional enough not to remove the mask from his head. Carl could only struggle in the chair, but it was futile. After a moment of struggling, the intense pain from his body gradually drained his vitality, and Carl's eyes became dull. He did nothing but quietly stare ahead. My power of kings. Batman, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. As we all know, a mental hospital is a good place. Those with mental illnesses will gain a sense of sanity upon entering, and those without mental illnesses will also gain a sense of sanity. TSK, TSK. The Chinese language is profound and extensive. While Carl was trying hard to study, entertain himself, and cursing Batman in his heart, he was also inexplicably. What was Batman doing? Batman was still out there fighting for justice. The Riddler, who was expected by countless people, still hadn't left Gotham. At this moment, he was waiting for Batman to finish solving his riddles so he could get beaten up and then locked up in Arkham. Don't be surprised. Gotham's villains are all like this. Most of them are like a large fan meeting, except for serious mobsters like the Penguin, pure-hearted warriors like Mr. Freeze, and environmental protectors like Poison Ivy. Most villains hope to catch Batman's attention, get their plots uncovered, get beaten up, then locked up in Arkham, escape again, get beaten up again, and then get locked up in Arkham again. In short, Batman and his rogues have been playing this game for over a decade and are still enjoying it. However, today Batman was a bit irritated. The Riddler's riddles were always dry and awkward, lacking any smoothness, and even more clumsy than the Joker. Who the hell wants to solve dozens of riddles just to see a fool wearing a green hat saying, isn't my riddle fun? Batman thought it wasn't fun at all. The sudden sun that had risen tonight made him feel uneasy. Although he had instructed Nightwing to cooperate with that young man named Cyborg to keep an eye on what was happening there, he still had some doubts in his mind. Was it the military's restless people causing trouble? Or was it a secret government experiment? Or perhaps Amanda Waller's dirty operations with her Eye of Providence? Batman couldn't wait to beat up the Riddler and then return to the Batcave to investigate the situation. As for Superman, it wasn't that he didn't trust his good buddy, but for some reason, every time they worked together, Clark's IQ would plummet, while he would return to normal when working alone. Batman wanted a normal-brained Superman, not a puppet who hung his brain on himself. He solved the previous riddle and arrived at the clock tower, where he found the next riddle left by the Riddler. Batman had no expression on his face, but quietly clenched his fists. Don't let me catch you, Riddler. Hello, is anyone there? A loud, annoying voice rang in Carl's ears. as if a rat in the sewer had accidentally bumped into a unique piece left behind by a poisonous insect. The most important thing was that this voice was inherently irritating. You would instinctively want to reject it, to distance yourself from it. But it burrowed into your heart like an old hemorrhoid that you just couldn't get rid of. Huh, strange. Why would an old hemorrhoid burrow into my heart? In any case, the moment Carl heard this voice, he began to think wildly. Is anyone there? I'm so lonely, so isolated. That damn little bat locked me up here, just so he could go out and have fun alone. That deadbeat has tortured me so badly. No, buddy, are you okay? The way you're talking sounds like Batman has completely abandoned you, even though he's a real scumbag who ruthlessly plays with quality fans like you in confinement play. What level are you at to deserve being abandoned by the Lord? Huh, are you still not awake? I heard you cursing earlier. Why aren't you speaking now? You didn't die, did you? You weren't killed by Batman, were you? He accidentally overdid it and ended up killing someone. That would be great. That would be fantastic. No, what does that crazy grin on your face mean? Why does it sound like you're a lunatic? Damn it, don't go crazy here, you jerk. The voice kept talking incessantly, and Carl's mind began to become increasingly chaotic. He couldn't even settle down to seriously study the technology in the observer's eye. That voice was more tempting than the devil's hell, like a cute little kitten trying to charm you, then reaching out its adorable little pink paw for a slap. Carl shuddered, his physiological functions bringing him back to reality, and at the same time, making him realize who was around him. No, Batman must be a bit unhinged. Why'd you put me next to this guy? Are you trying to get me killed? Damn Bruce Wayne. No wonder you're an orphan. You garbage-rich, second-generation waste. Boo-hoo. That last line really pissed me off. Why the hell are you a rich second generation? Carl felt that his mental state was indeed a bit abnormal. The area of effect damaged skill from a neighbor, the whisper of a demon, had significantly decreased his sanity points, comparable to the mean pollution of Cthulhu, making him want to kill Batman, that irresponsible bastard. Hey, neighbor, are you listening? Carl suddenly spoke up. Can you shut the hell up? Is it because no one has stuffed that broken mouth of yours, that you can spew crap without any restraint? Interesting. Carl's face turned sour upon hearing the voice. You're a top-tier Gotham villain. Why do you have to be so cute? How did you get in here, kid? The Joker said, as darkness enveloped them, with not a glimmer of light in sight. The Joker's voice was the only distraction, or rather, having a neighbor like the Joker in this hell called Arkham might not be such a bad thing. After all, no matter what, one would end up insane. So why not chat with the Joker? It would be a more natural transition and might even preserve a bit of his manly dignity. After all, he wasn't some weak-minded person who couldn't handle the environment here. It was just that he had the Joker beside him. However, Carl was clearly not a normal person. The chaotic edits in the comics had turned the Joker into an omnipotent being. Carl's fear of the Joker was akin to encountering the homeroom teacher while chatting with classmates during self-study, receiving disappointing college entrance exam results, hearing parents say it's okay, and then having a power outage while rushing to finish a report after 3 days and nights of hard work, all leading to a complete failure. That was the pollution of the soul, a fear that would still make one break into a cold sweat when recalled many years later at midnight. Indeed, Carl did not want to become insane. He certainly didn't want the Joker to walk around with a human-shaped dog named Carl, occasionally calling out Big Brother to pollute the reader's minds. Mind your own business, Carl said defiantly. In fact, he felt that his mental state had indeed changed a lot. The constant pain was becoming a habit, and the Joker's haunting voice made the little deer in his heart start to jump wildly. Some emotions that he had once been able to control were being stirred by inexplicable feelings. Most importantly, he didn't actually dislike this transformation, but rather accepted it with pleasure. The Joker's iconic smile echoed, and his words seemed to be whispered directly into Carl's ear. Since we're friends, we should get to know each other. Let me introduce myself first. You must know me. I'm the Joker. I certainly know you, Gotham's nightmare. Carl's tone suddenly became cheerful in the Joker's ears, like a mosquito that had secretly taken a bite of incense, discovering a large expanse of exposed, pristine skin ahead, smooth and tender, making it feel like it could ascend to heaven with a single bite. I finally felt something, and yet you're playing it so thoroughly, damn. I got bitten while writing this chapter, damn. The Joker suddenly felt that there was indeed a reason for this guy being placed beside him. I'm talking about the Joker. And you're talking about what? Is Gotham's nightmare what you mean? The Joker's already chaotic mind became even more confused, and he could only respond with a bright smile to ease his embarrassment and that persistent abstract aura. My name is... Carl hesitated for a moment, but decided to let go of the last chance to return to normal, choosing instead the name he disliked the most, Mysterio. I'm your fan, Joker. Carl's voice sounded very excited, and he felt much better and more spirited all of a sudden. That abstract phrase slipped out, significantly enhancing his resistance to the chaotic aura of the Joker. As for how he got in here, that had to be asked to that bastard Batman. I also. The Joker hadn't finished his sentence when Carl interjected. Sorry, should I say that good guy Batman? I know you and Batman are true love. I shouldn't speak ill of him in front of you. Although this sounded a bit off, Carl inexplicably felt a bit happy. What was going on? The Joker shook his head, his pale face under the green hair, looking bewildered. His abnormality was in relation to normal people, but for the neighbor next door, he was still a bit too normal. Let me tell you, Joker, Batman is really a scumbag. You clearly love him so much, always doing good deeds to catch his attention. Yet he only plays around with those irrelevant, disgusting men and women. Who can stand that? Carl earnestly advised, ugly lord. Get it together. Find a way to rush out and take down that Batman outside. Don't let him continue playing around so recklessly. You are the main character here. Interesting. Where did you hear all this? From many people, for example. A certain green-hatted, riddle-loving fool told me that the reason for wearing a green hat is because of that scumbag Batman. But I think it's a bit off. It should be you wearing the green hat, Joker. Joker? Carl shouted. I'm here. The Joker regained his smile, and it became increasingly eerie. His lips, reminiscent of a character from an adult anime, stretched wide, drawing a bizarre arc in the air with his crimson lips, as if Satan was smiling, revealing a cold, murderous intent amidst the chaos and madness. Are you having fun? Carl noticed the Joker laughing even more joyously, that chaotic and mad laughter echoing in his mind, making him almost unable to suppress a chuckle. However, Carl didn't want to laugh. He hated this lowbrow humor. This laughter felt like a boring exercise, one that wouldn't bring genuine happiness. He suddenly recalled his mentor making a dull joke, the ridiculous scene of everyone laughing along. And thus he laughed too. The two types of laughter intertwined. The Joker laughed more madly, while Carl laughed happily. Thank you, Joker. After laughing for a moment, Carl stopped. In that instant, the pain in his body seemed to vanish, giving him a brief moment of peace, and he also clarified some things in his mind. As for those words, I didn't say anything wrong. They've spread all over Gotham. I even heard rumors that Batman and Catwoman's midnight dates are just to cover up your bromance with him. You really have a sense of humor, Riddler, the Joker said. So, do you want to hear a joke? In the Batcave, after a long day, Bruce Wayne was enjoying some relaxation, benefiting greatly from Alfred's top-tier massage skills. However, worry still lingered on his handsome face. The explosion still showed no signs, as if someone had suddenly thrown a nearly broken toy here and detonated it. He said, neither the Watchtower nor Clark has detected anything. Oliver has been watching him, yet he just appeared there out of nowhere. Bruce drank a glass of milk and said to Alfred, during this time, have Dick come back to keep an eye on things. I need to see what really happened there. All right, sir. Alfred politely nodded and then pulled out a recording. This is a live recording from Arkham. I think you might find it interesting. Bruce Wayne nodded as he watched Alfred play the recording. You and Batman are true loves, ugly lord. Smack. Bruce hit the pause button and explained to the dangerously staring butler. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Rest assured. Sir, I don't want to discuss this topic too much. But you really should take some action. Alfred's gentle words pierced Bruce Wayne's heart like a cold blade. Alfred, how can a warm-hearted person like you say such cold words? Even though he was Gotham's richest man. Even though he was Batman who could silence a child's cries, in front of Alfred, he could only stammer. I don't understand what you mean. Sir, Alfred's voice suddenly became stern, and Bruce felt like a child caught in wrongdoing. Facing his parents' harsh criticism, you should find a successor for the Wayne family soon. I don't care whether you like the Joker or Catwoman. You must give me an explanation. Bruce pursed his lips. Can we talk about this later? All right. Alfred instantly reverted to his usual gentle smile and said, then please think about it. Otherwise, even the ordinary people of Gotham will doubt whether you and the Joker really have something going on. Alfred, Bruce called out, shaking his head helplessly. Seriously, where did this recording come from? A hospital, Alfred explained. Arkham said it was a patient brought in by Batman. When did I? Bruce was about to finish but closed his mouth. The Riddler was indeed sent in by him, but that was clearly not his style. He remembered another sudden appearance of a psychopath. Give me the recording. Is there a listening device there? Ha ha. Your joke is too boring. Let me tell you a few. Carl laughed and said, what has 6 legs when it enters the alley and 2 legs when it comes out? The Joker paused for a moment. An answer coming to mind, but he didn't want to say it. Obviously, as Catwoman Selina's #1 rival, having never met his father, Damian Wayne's mother, a combination of the undead bird and Nightshade from the League of Legends, and a reflection in the mirror, the Joker could definitely guess who Carl was referring to. and he understood why Carl would tell that joke, but he didn't want to reveal the answer. You don't know? Carl was puzzled. The Joker shouldn't be so reluctant to hear this kind of thing, right? Of course. The Joker smiled, hoping Carl wouldn't say the answer. But his chaotic nature made him crave the consequences of saying it. Then I'll tell you, sigh. I didn't expect the infamous Joker to be such a character. Carl knew this insult wouldn't affect the Joker, but he still wanted to say it, not out of malice, just pure cheekiness. The answer is finally revealed. Bruce and a grim-faced Alfred on the other side of the listening device held their breath, only to hear an answer that was not surprising, but somewhat unexpected. Of course it's Bruce Wayne. Karl Schäferli exclaimed. TSK, ISN, T of funny? Gotham's richest man, that damn playboy. Ha 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 ha. The Joker laughed, feeling a subtle sense of relief inside. I really didn't expect that. Oh really? Carl's voice made both the Joker and Bruce Wayne's heart skip a beat, like waking up from a dream after falling. Carl said, I thought you had another answer, Mr. Joker. You really don't know? Or are you afraid to say it? Carl's slightly playful tone gave both Bruce and the Joker a sense of suffocation, as if something unseen was about to be destroyed, but Carl did not continue. This joke is truly terrible, Alfred said angrily. You shouldn't have made this joke. He turned to look at Bruce Wayne, only to find Bruce was already sweating profusely, as if he had just escaped from a terrifying nightmare. Master? Alfred thought this cruel joke had touched a scar in Bruce Wayne's heart, so he said, Master, why don't we? I'm fine, Alfred. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and said, I need to go to Arkham. Bring Dick back. Master Wayne stood up, his handsome face no longer animated, but transformed into an iceberg. In the cell, no, in the ward, Carl found it quite amusing. This was a blatant test. If the Joker were to mention Bruce Wayne, he wouldn't think of that name. To the Joker, Bruce Wayne was just a symbol. The first answer that came to his mind was only one, Batman. Carl wanted to know if the Joker would mention Batman, but he didn't. This means that even the self-proclaimed chaotic Joker has topics that are off-limits. The fact that Bruce Wayne is Batman is a very obvious matter, yet it remains a taboo, one that allows both the Joker and Batman to continue to exist in this current time frame. They know each other's identities, but cannot reveal them. This is Batman and the Joker. What a beautiful love story. I can't help but ship it. The Joker fell silent, and Carl sighed with relief. He needed a bit of personal space. The Joker was just too enthusiastic to the point where Carl wanted to go out, and so that mouth shut. The purpose of Carl bringing up this question was to disturb the Joker's state of mind. In the DC universe, Batman's true identity is a very interesting question. Aside from Bane, who clearly stated that he knew Batman's true identity, other villains have generally handled it ambiguously. Among them, the Joker stands out. Carl remembered that both the Joker and Batman had implied they knew each other's origins and identities, but they never made it explicit. Now it seemed that this was indeed a slippery slope that shouldn't be touched. You're quite interesting. The Joker suddenly laughed, saying, Chatting with you here is really not enough fun. I truly hope we can play together joyfully after we get out. Let us skip that. I don't like people who like Batman, Carl said. Also, could you give me a little break, Mr. Joker? I think you're tired too. And if I'm not mistaken, your lover will probably come see me soon. Will you be jealous? Maybe. The Joker laughed heartily. So interesting. When did Gotham get someone as interesting as you? There are many interesting people. Gotham has even more interesting things. How about it? Are you interested, Joker? Carl smiled and said, How about we find a way to get me out so we can chat? No need to rush, my dear friend, the Joker chuckled. I'm still planning to have some fun with Batboy. And besides, Arkham is an interesting place. ISNT it? Of course. I wouldn't disturb your little world. Carl laughed, realizing he really didn't need to care too much about the Joker. Perhaps he did have that maddening energy, but as long as Carl remained abstract enough, he could still be somewhat immune to it. Of course, the most interesting thing was that Carl wasn't afraid of the Joker. He might be a good person, but not entirely a good one. He might have weaknesses around Gwen, but here, he truly had nothing to worry about. He didn't even care about the safety of Gotham citizens. If all Gothamites were shot, there might be some innocents. But shooting one out of every few would definitely leave some survivors. Carl hadn't even counted the tattered suit he had lost. So to deal with a scumbag like the Joker, one needs to become a scumbag. There is no need to understand the Joker or to become him. One just needs to surpass him. Comic characters have lines drawn by God above their heads. But just like Dr. Manhattan and the Overman said, Carl is different from them. Perhaps Carl has his own invisible line, but his line is not intertwined with theirs. Those are different rules, and that is where Carl differs from them, which is also his greatest advantage in this world. Moreover, I don't want us to continue talking. You know, Batman will hear our conversation. Carl said, although secretly talking to another man isn't a good thing. After all, this is private, right? In this country, you should have your freedom. Ha 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 ha. The Joker roared with laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When you say freedom, I can't help but laugh, mystery man. Do you know that you're currently tied up in a closed hospital room and can't move? You know, this is America. Carl calmly replied. For that, I need to give myself a bit of protection. Protection? That's right. Carl spoke words he didn't even believe himself. Do you know, Joker, I'm a man, but I consider myself a woman. At the same time, I like the same sex. In other words, I like women. I like animals. I support environmental protection. And every day, I hold my breath to prevent excessive carbon emissions. I believe in the flying spaghetti monster religion, but because we are a small sect, we are always discriminated against. Oh, I almost forgot the most important part. I have a black friend. Despite saying all this, the Joker showed no reaction, even sneering and saying, wow, what an interesting joke, haha. Interest in my ass. Carl heard the clown's sarcastic response and realized that his version was probably a bit too ahead of its time. He sighed and said, Clown, I want to be quiet. Who is quiet? That's an old joke from 10 years ago. You're already outdated. No wonder Batman doesn't like you and prefers the Riddler. The clown felt very displeased. Not because of being outdated, but because Batman liked the Riddler more. The Riddler? I will prepare interesting riddles for him. Mysterious guest? Batman, 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 Batman. Carl quickly returned to his human nature. Since he had connected with the clown, he didn't need to pay attention to this sycophant anymore. Damn it. Even Fei Yang is better than you. No wonder you are the real clown. The clown smiled and didn't bother Carl again. He was smart. The clown didn't care about Carl, the Riddler, or those rumors. He only cared about Batman. If this mysterious guest was Batman's person, that would be interesting, but clearly, the resentment towards Batman in his words was off the charts. It was obvious he was a lunatic caught by Batman. For the clown, chatting with him was just a bit of fun. The clown might be a lunatic, but he wouldn't play with a real lunatic. His only business was to deal with Batman. Ahem, I can't write anymore, or this story will have to be sent to Xinjiang. Carl gained a moment of peace, allowing him to consider the most important thing, finding Gwen. He had no feelings for Gotham and had no intention of saving it. Gotham would survive with or without him. If necessary, he could make the Flash sacrifice himself to reboot the universe. The explosion had caused significant changes to his body, but Carl could sense that these changes were beneficial. The Joker's badge might not be so simple, and the power of the quantum god was not so weak. Merely traversing the universe could be just a basic ability, but the most powerful aspect lay in the manipulation of quantum mechanics. Moreover, during this journey, Carl learned how to use the badge. It was about making changes. There was no need to change the outcome. Altering the process could accumulate its energy. So-called change was merely repeated interference in the movement of quantum particles, leading to an accumulated result. What Carl needed to do was to condense this accumulation onto the badge. In other words, he just needed to take down the Joker or Batman and bear the consequences, and then he could go home. Ahem. The consequences of taking down the Joker and Batman were too great. Taking down the Joker was simple, but it required finding another Joker to take his place. Carl certainly didn't want the maniacal laughter to appear beside him. Resisting the maniacal laughter is everyone's responsibility. The result of taking down the Joker would be that Carl either becomes the Joker or randomly turns someone else into the Joker. Carl was uncertain about the probability of that random person infected by the clown being Batman under such strong interference. He didn't want to take that gamble. As for taking down Batman, Carl had to face the revenge of the Joker, Superman, and the other members of the Justice League, as well as the Dark God Barbados. So, the best thing to do was to come up with something that would make Batman suffer while not taking on too many consequences himself. However, first, he needed to escape from here, and the transformation of his body was very slow, clearly taking a long time. At this moment, he could only rely on his eyes and the waste inside his body. He could feel that the venom had also been affected by him, receiving positive interference amidst the random changes, and it was slowly awakening. Creak! The door in front of him slowly opened, revealing a striking butt chin and a pair of cold eyes. Sir, perhaps we should have a good talk now? Of course. But can I play a game with you first? Carl gritted his teeth and forced out a smile that Batman couldn't see, as Batman politely kept his mask on and said, what rolls in an alley and has several holes in it? Batman's eyes were almost filled with killing intent as he tightened his grip on Carl's throat, his tone low. I'm not interested in playing these boring games with you. Do you really think this is boring, Batman? Carl laughed brightly. I was talking about bowling. What did you think it was? Batman looked at the man in front of him, although he couldn't see his face. He could believe that under that ugly black hood was a face as disgusting as a rotten avocado wrapped in ketchup. Batman was sure that he wasn't using so many descriptors out of anger, but but purely out of prejudice. Speak up, mysterious man. Batman said coldly. I've never seen you before. You know, so many people in Gotham? Carl was shocked. Then do you know who the father of Maria Al Ghul's child is, the sister of Nissa Al Ghul, daughter of Ra's Al Ghul? Just to clarify, I absolutely mean to inflate my word count. Maria doesn't have a child. Batman replied coldly. Don't joke with me like that. So what do you want to know? Carl said playfully. Would you like to know about my tragic life shattered by Wayne Enterprises? Or my miserable experience growing up picking up trash in Gotham? Or the ridiculous story of how I woke up after being stripped naked while drunk and got thrown in a prison by my idol? This isn't a prison. It's a mental hospital. Batman looked at him and said, and I suspect you don't have those so-called tragic lives. Batman, do you know why you're so annoying? Carl said irritably. Do you suspect? Is it false that Wayne Enterprises is a big philanthropist? Or that Gotham is a dump? Or is it false that I was inexplicably thrown into a mental hospital? Batman showed no change. He just said, you're acting too deliberately, and you do indeed have problems. It's easy to see that you're not from Gotham. People with problems see others as having problems. Huh? Carl avoided his question and instead said, I think you should stay in a hospital for a while to see if you have any issues, right, Mr. Joker? Of course. The Joker's voice rang out, causing Batman's eyes to narrow instantly. The Joker? To be honest, the doctor you chose is a bit too good. Carl said helplessly. Mr. Joker's understanding of mental illness is indeed unmatched, but isn't it a bit extravagant to have him treat me? You're the only one in Gotham worthy of such a prestigious doctor. Oh, I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. Thank you for the compliment. But to be honest, Mr. Batman is indeed my most important patient. Batman glanced around and quickly spotted the communication device in the corner. He walked over and crushed it with a kick, then continued to stare at Carl. Introduce yourself. Batman was increasingly certain that he couldn't let this mental patient go. There weren't many people who chatted so happily with the Joker, but every one of them was a notorious villain in Gotham. Hello, my name is Bruce Cole, but you can also call me Jack Wayne. Bruce squinted his eyes, staring at him. It seems you're not planning to talk properly? I was put here before I could talk properly. I can't even imagine what would happen if I actually tried to have a decent conversation. Batman stared at him, and Carl smiled, saying, Look, I haven't committed any crimes so far. Even the police can't convict me. I see why Gotham is so chaotic. It's because of you, the outlaw leading the destruction. Carl sneered. I really miss when Mr. Falcone was around. Gotham was still dark then, but at least it was somewhat stable. Batman, don't you think you're the source of Gotham's chaos? Now it's my turn to ask you. Batman said, You have no fingerprints, no records, and not a single person's DNA matches yours. Batman stared at him. You just appeared here, just like that inexplicable light ball in the sky. Ah, you caught me. Carl admitted. I'm not pretending anymore. I confess the explosion in the sky was caused by me. I survived the explosion and landed in Gotham's alley. Does that explanation satisfy you? Batman was not very satisfied. To him, this reasoning was no more credible than the previous ones, so he wouldn't let him pursue it further. While Carl was unconscious, he had already been examined by Arkham's doctors, and he had a strange illness where his body cells were continuously dying, as if he were in the late stages of cancer. Carl, I am gold, thank you. In any case, this person's body can no longer support him doing other things. It's just Batman's suspicious nature that keeps him full of doubt about this strange person. So it's better for him to stay here. Carl looked at Batman, squinting in thought, and said, When are you going to let me out, Batman? Batman glanced at him and replied, Not in a hurry. I'll F you up. Carl wished he could punch Batman in the face. You're not anxious, but I'm super anxious. I'm the king of anxiety. Just stay put. I'll arrange for a doctor. Batman replied, Do you need some painkillers? Carl sneered and said, Can you fight? I don't believe in American painkillers. They do relieve pain, but they can also lead to addiction. I certainly don't want that kind of pain relief. He wore a look of disgust. Batman regarded him slightly more favorably, while also tightening his vigilance. This man has a strong will and grand ambitions. Carl watched Batman turn and walk away, cursing under his breath, but he could only watch him leave. In the distance of Arkham, a masked man held a pair of binoculars, watching the flashy Batmobile drift away. A flicker of hatred flashed in his eyes. He then pulled out a walkie-talkie and said, It's time to go. Just wait 10 more minutes. A woman's voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. He's not that easy to deal with. No problem. Bane put down the walkie-talkie, a bloodthirsty look appearing on his rugged face. Carl is working hard to study. There are some very interesting aspects of the Observer's technology level. This Observer has wandered through many universes and even preserved the technology of the most famous Iron Emperor. Carl wanted to explore the knowledge of the magical side, but unfortunately, it was only a basic introduction to it. Suddenly, an alarm went off. Carl looked up at the crack in the iron door where a red light flickered. And then with a loud bang, a strong man pushed the door open. Carl looked bewildered at him, and he looked bewildered back at Carl. Two faces of confusion. JPG, where's the Joker? Bane looked at the stranger and asked, Isn't this the Joker's room? I'm not sure, sir, but I can assure you that if you let me out, you will gain the friendship of the Riddler. Bane glanced at the guy, thinking it was just a casual matter, and then unfastened the straitjacket. Carl stretched his body, revealing his shocking upper body skin. Bon instinctively froned, but saw the young man casually say, Don't worry, sir, I'm fine. Let's go find my good friend now. Who is your good friend? Oh, didn't you just say you wanted to find him? The strange tone of the young man made Bane take a step back. The Joker is the closest person to me in this world. Bane couldn't imagine what kind of person could be good friends with the Joker. And to say that the closest person in the world is the Joker, dude, don't you have anyone you care about in this world? Bane fell silent, watching Carl swagger out, walking to the door next door, and said, Big guy, how do you open this door? Bane silently walked over and kicked it. Just to clarify, he kicked the door. As soon as Carl entered, he saw the pale, smiling face. With a smile on his face, he rescued the clown. The clown looked at the unfamiliar stranger with the black egg-shaped head and said with a grin, Hey, meeting you is not as good as hearing about you. Mysterious guest. Your terrible taste makes me wonder if that humorous man is really you. Listen, someone like you, who seems to have a fondness for men with bat masks and but chins who like to talk about deep, dark fantasies, doesn't seem qualified to mention aesthetics at all. All right then. The clown smiled as he pulled a tattered flower out of his pocket. Consider this my apology to you. Forget it. Who knows if you'll suddenly produce some laughing gas and turn me into a mindless lunatic who can only giggle. The clown glanced at him. You still need a change? But he still smiled and said, No. It would be a shame to turn someone as interesting as you into that. Carl ultimately did not take that flower, and the Joker did not force it upon him, but instead kept the flower safe and put it in his pocket. What's the plan next? Of course, it's to wait for you to finish playing with Batman before going to find him. If you can break him, that would be even better. But if you get broken instead, rest assured, I'll take care of him. What kind of nonsense are you all talking about? Bane remained silent. In fact, if he had a choice, he wouldn't have come here at all. He and the Joker were simply not on the same wavelength. Unfortunately, there were too few normal people like him in Gotham City. Scarecrow was inhaling that fear toxin every day, ruining his brain, not to mention the Joker. Firefly, that arsonist, was the same. After all, no arsonist had a normal brain. Now, another seemingly crazier, mysterious guest had appeared. Just thinking about it made Bane feel a bit exhausted. How could he possibly overthrow Batman alongside you insects? Hello, Bane. The Joker greeted him. Thank you for freeing me. Even without me, you could have escaped, Joker. Bane replied coldly. He looked at the white-faced, green-haired Joker and the black egghead, who were shoulder to shoulder, and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Batman. Hey, Bane. I heard you're a famous chiropractor. Have you considered adjusting Batman's spine? I heard his lumbar spine isn't doing well lately, Carl said. Bane didn't say anything and instead turned to leave, but suddenly felt that if the plan succeeded, killing Batman like this seemed a bit too easy for him. He should definitely make him suffer. Let us have a meal together sometime. Definitely. Batman drove his flashy Batmobile toward the city center, glancing at the surveillance. That familiar silhouette made him a bit dazed. Talia, what are you planning to do? Batman encountered a red light, didn't he even look, and stepped on the gas to rush past. On the roadside, a woman holding a small bag was holding a little girl's hand, watching the Batmobile drive away. Mommy, didn't you say we can't run red lights? That's right. Dear, that person has no manners, so he does that. Doesn't his mommy tell him not to run red lights? Listening to the little girl, the woman gently replied, Maybe he doesn't have a mommy, so he doesn't know about such things. Batman was clearly unaware that his backyard was already on fire. Although Arkham was like a promiscuous whore, any villain could take over Arkham. Batman naively believed it was the final resting place for most villains. Thinking about it, he actually shared a common interest with the Joker. It wasn't until he arrived at the crime scene that he received a message from Alfred. Master, all the patients in Arkham have been released. Batman was silent for a moment and said, I know. On the other side, after parting ways with the Joker, Carl ran straight out of Arkham. Although his body was a bit worn out, the Observer's eye was still usable, and he quickly gathered the necessary materials and equipment within a day using this ability. He ran to a factory, and with a glare from the Observer's eye, the kind factory owner agreed to lend him the machines in the factory. After making some rudimentary equipment, Carl decided to look for a soft target, preferably one that was wealthy and powerful. At the Iceberg Lounge, a short figure walked in. He really liked today's dishes. The Wellington steak was cooked just right, slightly mending his wounded heart. The Penguin went to the second floor of the Iceberg Lounge, entered his office, and a clever young man handed him a handkerchief. He looked at the young man appreciatively, wiped his mouth, then put away the handkerchief and patted the young man's shoulder. The light in the young man's eyes reminded him of his younger self. That kind of light was called ambition. Coincidentally, he was not afraid of his subordinates having ambition, as long as they had enough ability or at least had the brains to not do stupid things. The fools before him were clearly standard counterexamples. So, tell me, how did he die? The Penguin didn't even look at the trembling young men kneeling on the ground, and spoke. Humph. I really don't know who gave you the guts to escape Gotham. Do you really think the rules here don't exist? Big Brother was killed by a monster. The leader of the young men swallowed hard and said, Batman was also present. He took the monster away and told us to leave Gotham. The Penguin looked at the fools before him, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. They couldn't even lie properly. How foolish. If he had been like them in his youth, he would have been dead long ago. I hate being lied to, kid. Now tell me, what are you hiding? I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. Oof. The Penguin couldn't help but laugh. He trembled all over, like an incredibly ugly emperor penguin, watching his prey, revealing his terrifying sharp teeth. Batman won't let anyone leave here, you fool. He'll only give you two choices. Either get crippled and turn yourself in, or obediently turn yourself in and not cause trouble. Now, you've brought me trouble. The Penguin stared at him and said, Speak up. You have one last chance, kid. I'll tell you. The young man trembled and said, That monster was a naked guy with a black hood. He shot Big Brother dead. Then go on. A voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. And then, the Penguin turned to look at the ceiling, where a man in a white trench coat was pressed against the wall, greeting him. Hello, Penguin. I want to make it clear that I acted in self-defense. He attacked first. Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot is a well-known big boss in Gotham, a philanthropist, but also the most insidious gang leader. He had his pride, his style, and naturally, his confidence. So he sat there calmly, not panicking at all, even as his subordinates were in disarray. He simply looked at the ceiling and said, This guest seems a bit uncouth. Carl, who was pressed against the ceiling, breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he wasn't accustomed to this method either. He slightly moved his fingers and released the magnetic device, landing steadily on the ground. Mr. Cobblepot really knows how to be polite, Carl praised. Much better than that rude, seemingly uneducated Batman. Of course, I'm a civilized person. I habitually solve problems with wisdom, rather than using fists like him. Cobblepot sat in his chair, slightly tilting his head, and a subordinate immediately took out a cigar and lit it for him. To be fair, Carl thought the Penguin really exuded class. If one ignored his incredibly sinister eyes, that ugly sharp hooked nose, and his short stature that seemed to want to shrink into the chair, he really resembled a godfather. But it was precisely these traits that made him stronger than Gotham's former godfather. You know, Mr. Cobblepot, you remind me of Lord Falcone. But Lord Falcone wouldn't be so rude. He boldly pulled a gun from his pocket and pointed it at the Penguin. Or do I need to prove to you that I have the right to sit here? Bold. The Penguin's henchmen raised their guns, aiming at Carl's head. Carl was like a hunter stalking prey in a dense forest. The Penguin was his quarry, and his sharp, fragile branches around him were the dark muzzles of the guns. Big guts? Carl suddenly hit a funny bone and couldn't help but laugh, saying, What's wrong? Does Lord Cobblepot lack even this bit of tolerance? Cobblepot said nothing, just glanced at his henchmen, who shouted, Put down your guns. The group reluctantly lowered their weapons. And Carl also holstered his gun, sitting down in a soft chair that had been brought over, saying, Thank you. The Penguin looked at him, his small eyes filled with a chilling malice, and coldly asked, Are you here for something? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing? Carl didn't want to fall into his rhythm, scoffing as he said, To be honest, I finally understand why everyone is locked up in Arkham while you're enjoying yourself at the Iceberg Lounge. It turns out you're such a weakling that even Batman can't be bothered to catch you. Cobblepot hated being looked down upon. Yet many people in this world looked down on him. Even after he replaced Falcone as Gotham's underground king, there were still those who scorned him. The Joker, the Mad Hatter, Scarecrow, and even this fool in front of him dared to make such comments. The Penguin's face twitched slightly as he slowly raised his hand and instantly clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. In that moment, the gunmen behind Carl all picked up their guns, aiming at him, ready to turn him into a pincushion at the Penguin's command. Cobblepot felt that the person in front of him was not mentally stable. Listen to the nonsense you're spouting. Besides me, all the notorious villains in Gotham are in Arkham. Arkham is a mental hospital. Do you even understand? What normal person would hang out on someone else's ceiling and then start spewing nonsense? Hey, Mr. Cobblepot, don't get excited. You probably don't know how I got in here, right? Carl chuckled. Due to time constraints, he didn't use a voice changer, and what he said was his real voice. But even he felt that his normally magnetic baritone sounded particularly disgusting when he was talking nonsense. He used that voice, which should have sounded pleasant, to say words that made Cobblepot feel nauseous. Well, I arrived a bit earlier than Mr. Cobblepot. It's not comfortable hanging out on the ceiling, so I moved my body a bit, but unfortunately, I accidentally dropped something in this room. Mr. Cobblepot, could you help me find it? It's a special cigar I got from my good friend, Mr. Joker. Upon hearing this, the penguin's heartbeat slowed for a moment. He couldn't help but swallow hard, staring at the madman in front of him. The Joker's cigar? That was a bomb capable of blowing up a building. Surely no one actually thought the Joker's cigar was for smoking, right? Listen, sir, I have no grievances with you. There's no need for such jokes. Cobblepot lowered his hand, but didn't signal the gunmen behind him to lower their weapons. He appeared very calm as he said to Carl, So, sir, what brings you here? Carl looked at Cobblepot, who had instantly transformed from a mafia godfather into a cunning penguin, and grinned. Even now, having achieved success and fame, he could cast aside his face and dignity, exposing his fears and vulnerabilities so blatantly before his enemy. Carl suddenly said, You really scare me, Mr. Cobblepot. I've seen all sorts of villains, but I've never seen one kneel so quickly. Even that vulture idiot only knelt after I fixed him a few times. You're a breath of fresh air among villains, truly a penguin, hiding terrifying fangs beneath a harmless exterior. It's really hard not to think about wanting to take you out. Mr. Cobblepot, meeting you is like encountering a cold, venomous snake. Even if it looks like it's playing dead, I'm still afraid it might suddenly jump out and bite me. So, how about a little test? My laughter carried a tempting proposition, teasing the nerves of everyone present. How about betting that there's no bomb in my cigar? The penguin stared at the man before him, saying nothing, but instead spoke, Put the gun away and get out. Yes, boss. The gangsters in the room left, leaving only Oswald Cobblepot and Carl. The penguin exhaled a puff of smoke and said, So, tell me, freak, what do you want? Well, to let you get to know me a bit better, I'll take on another nickname. How about you call me the Freak? Carl said with a smile. After all, mysterious guest sounds too rude for a freak. Mysterious guest, are you polite? He looked at the short underground king before him and said, Promise me 2 things, and I'll let you go. How about considering it a token of friendship between us? Oswald twitched at the corner of his mouth. The phrase token of friendship sounded increasingly wrong. You don't have ideas about me too, do you? Damn, Gotham has been getting worse over the years. I thought the Joker was the peak of Gotham, but it turns out there's still a master out there. Carl smiled as he looked at him. He realized that using a clown's methods to deal with these people was quite effective. He had learned something. What, you don't want to? I have to hear what you have to say, right? Colbert said this, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to quickly deceive this madman and get him to stay away. If necessary, he didn't want to negotiate with this lunatic. Everyone has their path dependence. What if he got used to coming here in the future? Carl looked at him calmly. People are path dependent. Ever since he tasted the sweetness from Matt Murdock, he no longer wanted to put in the effort. After all, he wouldn't feel guilty about his conscience, even though Carl felt that these 2 words were quite distant from him. It's simple, fund me a sum of money, not much, just $10 million. Carl said indifferently, For $10 million, not only will I not trouble you, but I can even help you solve some issues. What do you think? Not interested. Oswald Cobblepot replied darkly. Your face is darker than a funeral bell. What is a funeral bell? Is it Slade or Su Ming? If it's the latter, I might be cautious. But as for the former, he asked nothing. Carl was arrogant. Since the funeral bell wasn't here, he could say whatever he wanted. Su Ming is the protagonist of the DC comic story featuring the character Deathstroke. You might have misunderstood. The Penguin regarded this guy as a pure 24K madman. So didn't he care about his crazy words and said bitterly, What I mean is, my life isn't worth that much money. Clap, clap, clap. Don't get me wrong, that was Carl clapping, not clapping for the Penguin, but rather clapping for himself. Well, let us skip the explanation. The more I say, the more it goes back. Great acting, Carl exclaimed, as expected of you, Oswald. Even Hollywood stars could learn a thing or 2 from you on how to be a good actor. The Penguin's bitter expression instantly turned sinister. Don't waste my time. Surf. My life isn't worth 10 million. Even if you kill me, I can't produce that money. I want to give you a dime. He glared at Carl. Cobblepot never succumbs to threats. Oswald looked at this madman. Even if he were truly insane, he wouldn't risk his life, right? Those who rush fear the stunned. The stunned fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate who are too poor to care. This was something Cobblepot had heard from a Chinese laborer while working at the docks. He remembered it and acted on it, which earned him his current prosperity. Unfortunately, he overlooked one thing. Carl was neither stunned nor reckless. He was just desperate enough to act carelessly. So Carl calmly stood up and said in a helpless tone, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Cobblepot, but our negotiation has fallen through. By the way, I hope you like that cigar." Cobblepot's face changed. The sudden roar disrupted his thoughts. One of his men almost crawled into the room, and seeing the look on his subordinate's face, he instantly understood. "Boss." The restaurant on the first floor exploded. "The congressman we supported was killed." He panted, "Guess I've already called the police. They'll be here soon. Delay them." The Penguin slowly exhaled, staring at him and saying, "This has nothing to do with us, understand? Recently, who has been jumping around? The Yakuza, those islanders." The subordinate replied, "They want to get involved at the docks." Then this incident was done by them. "Find a little Japanese kid for me, and have him commit seppuku. You should understand what I mean." The Penguin said calmly. "They dared to attack Pearl Harbor, so killing a congressman is just a small matter for them." "Understood." The subordinate bowed his head and left the office. Cobblepot's indifferent expression instantly turned ferocious. "You're going too far, Surf." "Too far? I don't think so. Compared to your methods, I haven't even started," Carl said with a sarcastic smile. Although Oswald couldn't see his expression clearly, he could hear the mockery in Carl's tone. "Mr. Cobblepot, I'm sorry, but I seem to have mistaken the cigars." Carl said, "That one seems to be my cigar, not Mr. Jester's. Perhaps I should try again to see where Mr. Jester's cigar is?" "Enough." The Penguin glared at this madman, his tone filled with coldness. "Only this once." "Good," Carl said, looking at the Penguin's sinister expression. He smiled and added, "Don't worry, I'm not a mad dog like the Jester. I won't bite anyone on sight. I don't want cash for this 10 million. Just help me find some instruments and materials and send them to the docks in a week. How about it? By then, you could try to renege, but Mr. Cobblepot, you wouldn't want to see your head placed under a penguin's backside, would you? As for the remaining 5 million, help me find someone." Cobblepot's face turned strange upon hearing that name. "Aren't you afraid I'll send that person to kill you?" "You can try." Carl shrugged, standing up. "If you can really kill me, then you could challenge to take down the Jester and Batman." Seeing Carl's fearless demeanor, the Penguin gritted his teeth in frustration, but he had no way out. He wasn't the Jester, who treated his men as expendables, nor was he Scarecrow, who controlled his men with fear gas, and certainly not the Mad Hatter, who thought he was dreaming in Wonderland. His subordinates were all normal people. He couldn't treat them as trash. He could only firmly protect his territory. In a sense, the Penguin was a gentleman among villains, while Carl was indeed a bit too bold. "Let me give you some advice, Mr. Cobblepot." Carl said lightly, "You've been too much in the spotlight lately, supporting congressmen, packaging yourself as a philanthropist, even building an iceberg restaurant to cater to the upper class. Do you know what you're doing? Gotham never needed these. Gotham needs rules. But the rules aren't set by them." Carl's words made the Penguin frown, the cruel and venomous little eyes under his hooked nose flickering with thought. That was his strength. He had long discarded so-called dignity and personality, although his goal was to reclaim them. Until then, the Penguin would never be satisfied. "You understand Gotham better than I do, Mr. Cobblepot. You're a member of the Cobblepot family. The Wayne family is at its peak, but can they change everything? So far, only 2 people have changed Gotham, Mr. Cobblepot, and you qualify to be the third." Carl's whispers echoed in Oswald Cobblepot's mind, shattering the false light before his eyes, revealing the true nature of the city, which was boundless darkness. That is Gotham. Only by understanding its darkness can one become its master. Cobblepot slowly raised his head, realizing that Surf had long gone, and on his desk lay a cigar marked with the Jester's symbol. He wasn't afraid, but picked up the cigar and placed it in his pocket. "Ah, Gotham." A week later, Carl smoothly received angel investment from the Penguin. The process was so smooth that Carl felt somewhat uneasy, if nothing unexpected happened. He owed the Penguin a favor, which wasted the trap he had set at the docks. "Come on, why can't you learn from Matt Murdock?" "Matt 6. Meanwhile, Carl also felt that his body was gradually recovering. At least for now, although he still felt some pain from time to time. He could exert the strength of an ordinary person, which meant that the second condition Cobblepot agreed to could begin. Carl has restored the Seraph armor to its previous level, and thanks to the materials and knowledge, the Seraph armor has also received some enhancements. Version Update Preview 1. Fix the issue where the Seraph armor could not be used normally. 2. VIF will return once again. 3. Shock absorption function strengthened, self-consumption in battle mode reduced. 4. EMP bombs have been removed, replaced by memory extractors. 5. A brand new flight mode is coming soon. 6. A few bugs have been fixed. Damn, Earth Online has bugs too, right? From now on, Carl finally has some self-defense capability in the dangerous city of Gotham. Of course, Carl has one more thing to do. Tonight, the moon is bright and the wind is gentle in Gotham, making it a perfect night for apprenticeship. Carl takes out the carefully prepared gifts and waits for the arrival of his master. Carl waited for 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, and finally, we could wait no longer. A hand landed on his shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Sefer." Carl turned his head. It was a pair of long and sturdy hands, the numerous calluses on them indicating that these once beautiful hands had not been well cared for. But Carl was sure that these hands had fulfilled their value. "I'm so scared, Miss Shiva," Carl said, turning back and speaking in fluent Chinese. "You truly are one of the most powerful fighters in the world." "One of them, Ms. Shiva seriously countered. "Maybe," Carl replied, looking at the lady with black hair, yellow skin, and black eyes. "So, Miss Shiva, can you help me? I am hired by Oswald Cobblepot." Miss Shiva spoke in English. "You're Sephra?" "That's right, I am Sephra." Carl looked at her and said, "I need you to teach me how to fight. There are many types of fighting. Which one do you want to learn?" "The one that can win." Carl said somewhat absurdly, "Of course, it will be even better if it looks cool." Miss Shiva extended her hand, grasped Carl's arm, then looked at him and said, "Can you take off your armor while learning?" "No problem." Carl put away his battle suit in front of Miss Shiva. She raised an eyebrow at the way the nanotech armor was retracted, but did not say much, instead saying, "Give me your hand. I want to measure your bone structure." This was said in Chinese, and Carl straightforwardly replied, "It's fine to use Chinese. I'm a China expert." "That's good, miss." Shiva seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and explained, "Some terms are hard to express in English, like bone structure. I can only say it as body." She held Carl's arm and patted his waist, then frowned. "Are you an ordinary person or do you have any other abilities?" "Originally an ordinary person," Carl explained. "I just had a serious injury recently, and my body has changed a bit." "No wonder." Miss Shiva let go of her hand and said, "Your situation is quite special. Cobblepot only gave me a month. How much you learn will depend on your own ability." Meanwhile, while Carl was working hard to train and looking for a good opportunity for revenge against Batman, what was Batman doing? Batman had arrived at the watchtower, looking somewhat off. "Have you discovered something recently?" he asked Green Arrow. As the most reliable teammate in the Justice League, Green Arrow's discovery made him take it seriously. Around the time of that sudden explosion, there was intense radiation. Of course, there's always various radiation in space, but I found that the pulse signal that day was somewhat different from before. Oliver Queen looked serious, as if he had seen something extraordinary. The changes in the pulse signals around that day were roughly the same, only here had anomalies. "I believe there is something here. Perhaps some advanced civilization's technology monitoring us. Notify Clark, Diana, Barry, Martian Manhunter, and Aquaman." Batman said coldly, "Justice League assemble." "Bruce, why didn't you mention Ron and Arthur?" Oliver asked, then said, "I considered your suggestion, Bruce. You were right. The Justice League does need some insurance measures, and I am willing to be that insurance. Also, that kid Victor, I think he has great potential." Batman nodded and said, "I know. He will replace Ron's position." Then Ron. Oliver glanced at Batman, but did not mention it. But he knew in his heart why. Batman only wanted to protect the Earth, and Ron was a Martian. And in Batman's heart, the only extraterrestrial he could trust in this world was Clark. But no one mentioned the cosmic cop with the conspicuous green light. I was clearly unaware that he was being overlooked like in Warner's Justice League movie. He was inexplicably bullied. What is American bullying? Batman watched Oliver walk away. Sitting alone in the Watchtower's conference room, squinting, Gotham seemed to be shrouded in a fog. Especially the timing of the criminal's release from Arkham made him feel something was off, not to mention that there was that woman's shadow behind this matter. "What do you want to do, Maria?" Batman looked into the darkness before him and spoke to himself. He picked up the phone and said, "Dick, there's something I need you to do." Dick Grayson, who was following Barbara, who hadn't been interrupted by the Joker yet, was overjoyed. "Really?" The voice on the other end said, "Yes, it's up to you for this period. Don't worry, I'll do my best. By the way, when you encounter the Joker, remember not to confront him head-on." Batman said, "Let me handle him. Also, pay attention to one person, the mysterious guest." Batman's voice was extremely serious. "Maybe you can also call him Sephir." Dick Grayson, oh no, Batman, was happily patrolling his territory. Although Dick knew this was wrong, he just couldn't suppress the smile on his face. A smile even harder to suppress than the gun he had to hold back when facing a beautiful lady. He swiftly dealt with a gang of thugs and said solemnly, "Love, but slow." Oh my God, no one knows what that feels like. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Dick was even considering whether he should go solo. Was it really this enjoyable to be Batman? He drove the stylish Batmobile, wandering around the city. Hey, Batman, D. A passerby suddenly picked up a gun and shot at his vehicle, and the surrounding people gasped, but everyone quickly found cover. Dick stopped the car and got out. He walked toward the passerby step by step. The man was filthy, his hair coated in grease, and dark circles under his tired eyes. When he saw Batman walking toward him, he trembled all over, but still gritted his teeth and cursed. Drop dead, you lousy person. Why? Grayson frowned and asked. I don't think I've seen you before. The passerby was somewhat surprised. He never knew Batman would care about such things. Batman was always a symbol, a legend, a story, a nightmare, but he was never a person living in Gotham. He was like a deity looking down from above, doing what he believed was right, thinking they could be saved by him, but he had never spoken to them. Are you really Batman? The passerby said in a daze. I never knew Batman could talk. Dick pursed his lips, trying to act like Batman, but he knew in his heart that he had messed up. That man never cared about others' evaluations. He was just doing what he believed was right. He would ask questions because there was only one answer. Because I am Batman. The man laughed, and the wrinkles that formed from his smile seemed to be carved by life itself. Thus that smile naturally carried the bitterness of life. Because you did a great deed. You took down a gang, you eliminated them, gained fame, and all the people of Gotham would praise you. You are their hero. His laughter grew more exaggerated, yet increasingly desolate. But have you considered us? Have you thought about whether we need your help? The man said, the gang on our streets was wiped out by you. And now other gangs have come to take over. My shop was robbed by them. My wife was assaulted. The original gang may not have been good, but at least they were our own. Since you want to do good, why not see it through to the end? The police know that after fighting crime, they must maintain order. How could you not understand that? Dick opened his mouth. It was the good deed he had done 2 days ago, but now he suddenly had nothing to say. The guilt that surged from his heart overwhelmed his body, and the joy he had felt before vanished completely. Ha ha ha. You just enjoy the process of doing good. You never considered us, Batman. The man spat at him and turned to leave, leaving Batman standing silently on the streets of Gotham. Dick Grayson realized for the first time that being Batman was not a glorious identity. The pressure it represented was enough to crush anyone. Didn't he know how Bruce Wayne endured it? He couldn't imagine how strong that man's heart must be to not be drowned by Gotham's darkness. But now, Dick felt as if he was being suffocated by this darkness. He thought he should go see for himself. Though it was late at the very least, you should check it out. Carl was dressed in a black tracksuit, wearing a mask, fighting against 3 thugs armed with knives. Just by looking at their fierce appearance, it was clear that they were not to be trifled with. Yet Carl easily defeated them. Not bad. Ms. Shiva emerged from the shadows, having just begun to grasp the basics. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Carl's talent far exceeded her expectations. She had thought that someone whose bones had already formed and who had not been trained from a young age would only learn the surface-level skills. But Carl's talent surpassed her predictions. She taught Carl a martial art that combined traditional Chinese boxing as its foundation with modern combat techniques as its exterior. Carl's progress was incredibly swift. The last person who had surprised her like this was another man named Bruce Wayne. Impressive, Ms. Shiva praised. You're only one step away from being like the others. The most challenging aspect of martial arts, or combat skills, is actually sensing the force. You need to understand it before you can master it. The ultimate goal of all combat techniques is to project one's own force at 100% or even 200%. And the hardest step in this process is to feel it. But you've already crossed that threshold. Carl smiled, knowing that his family understands their own matters. It wasn't that he was particularly impressive, but rather the effect of the observer's eye. His strong perception allowed him to quickly master his own body. Your power technique is already at an introductory level. Ms. Shiva nodded gently. At least you can use your strength. Although you haven't reached a higher level yet, it's already remarkable. The fighting masters among ordinary people are only at this level. You really have great talent. I've never seen anyone with such good talent before. Carl collected everything, and while Madame Chua praised him, she still took the money. To some extent, this could be considered part of her teaching service. All right, next, let me show you how to play at a higher level. Before Madame Chua's words fell, a shadow descended from the sky. A cloak as wide as bat wings covered his body, revealing the familiar pointed ears and the chin beneath his rear. Carl looked at this Batman, feeling an indescribable strangeness in his heart. It was similar, very similar, but there was always an inexplicable feeling that this guy wasn't the real deal. Perhaps this was the reward for always supporting the genuine article in his past life. Carl was somewhat allergic to piracy. Who are you? Dick looked at the two people in front of him and asked in a deep voice, pretending to be serious. Are you gang members here? Ms. Shiva and Carl exchanged a glance, instantly feeling insulted. You're not Batman, are you? Carl suddenly asked. You seem to have a kind of innocent beauty. That bastard Batman can't possibly be this pure. You're even purer than Pipperoo. Who cares who he is? Ms. Shiva suddenly said. Let me teach you how to play at a high level. Dick then recognized who the lady was. The phrase the world's strongest fighter from the Batman database made him feel immense pressure, and the guilt he felt earlier was overshadowed by regret. Damn it, why did I go looking for trouble with him? Although Dick was quite capable, he hadn't inflated his ego to the point of daring to confront the world's #1 fighter head-on. His skills mostly came from performing at the circus. And while he had trained hard in martial arts after following Batman, he was still far behind this lady. Come on, Batman. Let me see if you've made any progress. Ms. Shiva stepped forward, her black leather boots making no sound on the ground. But Dick felt as if the harmless Chinese woman in front of him had transformed into a ferocious beast. The pressure coming from all directions left him somewhat breathless. Ma'am, I really don't want to provoke you, Dick said, suddenly realizing that this statement didn't fit Batman's persona, so he promptly shut his mouth. It's just getting beaten up. It's Batman who's embarrassed, not me, Dick Grayson. With that thought, Dick felt much better. However, Ms. Shiva did not respond or make a move. Instead, she said to Carl, in a fight, the most important thing is momentum. The one who gains momentum can conquer the world. When facing opponents of similar strength, the one who has the momentum can win. This was said in Chinese, leaving Dick completely confused, but when he saw Ms. Shiva make her move, he immediately prepared himself seriously. Carl discovered that Lady Shiva's moves were not as light or heavy, or as a blend of hard and soft as some novels described. Instead, her strikes were ruthless, insidious, and venomous. Lady Shiva's arm was like a long whip. With a fierce flick, it created a shadow of a whip that struck towards Batman. Batman's movements were slow, but he barely raised his hand to block. However, at that moment, the powerful whip shadow transformed into a poisonous snake, wrapping around Batman's arm, with 4 fingers coming together to jab at his throat. The so-called hard and soft were always one and the same. Strength is strong, softness is change, lightness is fast, and heaviness is slow. These are merely variations of force. When one reaches mastery, they are not constrained by a single point. Hardness and softness can coexist. Lightness and heaviness can walk together. This is the transformation of force. After jabbing Batman in the throat, Lady Shiva immediately withdrew and took a step back, saying, as for whether to strike broadly or to be insidious and vicious, it all depends on your mindset. Saying this, she looked at Batman, who was coughing while holding his throat, and disdainfully remarked, now anyone dares to call themselves Batman. Isn't Batman supposed to manage this? He looks like a fake. Carl squatted in front of Batman, examining his chin. This chin isn't round enough. It's not as sexy as the original. And buddy, you're a bit too cheerful, lacking that deep, heavy feeling of Batman. Carl looked at him and asked, who are you? Dick Grayson? Or Jason Todd? How do you know Jason? Dick coughed, his voice hoarse as he said, he just joined us. What earth are you on? Carl couldn't help but complain inwardly. Could it be that you haven't experienced the infinite Earth crisis yet? No wonder the buff stacked earlier didn't do much. It turns out this is the old version. Carl couldn't help but sigh. Dick Grayson? Nightwing? Nightwing is quite a nice name. Dick thought to himself, but still stubbornly replied. I admire Batgirl. All right. I hope you say the same when facing the Joker. Carl said helplessly, let me give you some advice, Dick. Change your name. Dick doesn't sound serious. It's not suitable for Batman. Also, try to talk less in the future. Just be a mute Batman. Carl mocked. You really look the part until you open your mouth and reveal your foolish nature. Who are you really? Dick looked at the loquacious stranger in front of him, unable to help but ask, I don't think I've seen you before. Let's get to know each other. Carl extended his hand, shook Dick's palm, and casually slipped a locator into his hand like Batman. I'm called Seth. Oh, Batman previously called me the mysterious guest. Upon hearing this, Dick quickly pulled back his hand and stepped back. You're Seth? Oh, am I that famous now? Carl smiled. I remember I didn't give Oswald a fee to promote me. Dick said nothing. Anyone mentioned by that man behind the Joker is probably just as dangerous as the Joker himself. Master? Carl turned to the aloof Lady Shiva beside him and asked, can I test my current strength? Let's compare who is stronger between you and Batman. In terms of martial arts, I am definitely stronger, Lady Shiva said lightly. But Batman's physique is too powerful. I've sparred with him before. Saying this, she looked at the counterfeit Batman in front of her with interest and said, But I'm curious, who is stronger between me and Batman's apprentice? No problem. Carl nodded seriously. If I don't take him down, I'll bring his head to you. How about it, Batman? Do you want to have a fight? Carl turned and said, I really want to beat you up. Before Dick could agree, he saw Carl throw a punch. Although this punch was powerful, it lacked the chilling ferocity of Lady Shiva's attacks. Dick easily took the punch, letting loose as he said, You're really despicable. Saying this, he drove a knee into Carl's abdomen. Carl's hand sank as he received this attack and said, Same to you. Lady Shiva didn't expect Carl to win. Although this counterfeit Batman was inferior to the original, at least he could withstand a move or two against her. As for her own apprentice, he wouldn't even be able to take one of her full-strength moves, even if she went easy on him. She knew exactly where Carl's talents lay, that inhumanly strong reaction and top-notch intellect. However, his physicality was Carl's weak point. He couldn't use his body to react effectively. But talent is talent. As long as the body can keep up, Carl's strength would rise to an unbelievable level. Even a genius like Lady Shiva felt inferior in comparison to his insight. Yet even knowing Carl's talent, Lady Shiva still couldn't help but feel a bit emotional upon seeing his current performance. She finally understood how her master felt when he first saw her. It truly is infuriating when you see someone better than yourself. Although he could quickly take down this somewhat immature Nightwing using his battle suit. This was a competition after all. Just like in a one-on-one showdown on the lane, you can't call for jungle assistance. When it comes to testing their fighting abilities, neither he nor Dick could use the powers of their suits. Dick's style was hard to define. Unlike most renowned mortal heroes who received proper combat training from a young age, Dick Grayson was a circus acrobat, excelling in performing various high-difficulty aerial maneuvers. This gave him exceptional flexibility, balance, and, of course, unparalleled courage. Carl saw Dick's counterattack. That punch was straightforward, but the follow-up attack looked very strange. His arm twisted in a way that Carl couldn't anticipate, turning a perfectly executed punch into an odd yet solid elbow strike. Carl took a step back to dodge the elbow strike. The enhanced observation and reaction skills granted by the observers allowed him to evade the attack. But he still couldn't find a way to deal with Dick. His attacking methods were still too lacking. As a beginner, he couldn't break through the defenses of Dick, who was wearing the bat suit. However, it was clear that Dick was also hindered by the weight of the armor, making it difficult for him to execute some of his techniques. Carl calmly observed Dick's footsteps, which were clearly those of a boxer, constantly adjusting his center of gravity and using various small hops to maintain his lightness. Carl still remembers Ms. Shiva's teaching. Your eyes are a gift from heaven, and that unparalleled, keen observation is your most powerful weapon in battle. Dick's waist initiated the movement first, and Carl watched his actions. Even though they were obstructed by thick armor, the transmission of force was evident in his movements. To the right, Carl gently shifted to the left, and a gust from a punch whooshed past his ear. Dick did not stop his attack. Following the force of his right fist, he twisted his waist, and his left elbow struck towards Carl. Carl stepped back again, rendering Dick's attack futile. Ms. Shiva observed for a while and noticed that Carl's current observation skills were still too OP. This OP is not the same as that OP, meaning supermodel. So she decided to step in personally. She casually broke a branch from the roadside and circled around the two, leaving a deep trench in the ground. You just stand there, don't come out, Ms. Shiva said, or else this knockoff Batman will tire himself out, and he still won't be able to hit you. Carl glanced at his master in speechlessness, and if one didn't know better, they might think Ms. Shiva was preparing to buy oranges. However, that's not right. This is the work of Monkey King. How did it end up in the master's hands? Dick also felt a bit ashamed and angry. Although he hadn't reached Surfu, wasn't it a bit too condescending to look down on people like this? Carl sighed, looked at Dick, and complained, remember to pay the tuition. I spent a lot of money to hire Ms. Shiva. You can't just freeload. Dick tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit strained. Am I freeloading off you, or are you freeloading off me? Don't you have any self-awareness? Carl felt quite AC in his heart. So he pointed at Dick's expression and complained, hey look, that expression is just not very Batman. Cut the crap. Dick was too lazy to talk to him. Anyway, the situation was favorable, so he directly went for it. When Carl saw the two arms jump up and deliver a flying kick, he felt a bit speechless. No. Do you really think I'm a rookie? Even Batman wouldn't just jump around recklessly. We're in an actual combat situation here, not filming a movie. Get serious with me. Carl felt obligated to wake Dick up with a strong kiss, so he turned around, twisted, and hugged his thigh, executing a clean tornado move that slammed Dick to the ground. You fool. Ms. Shiva, who couldn't stand such foolish behavior, shouted from the sidelines. Did Batman not teach you that you can't just jump around? Watch it. Miss Shiva, I'm the one paying you to teach me. Batman is my opponent. And what you're doing is aiding the enemy. I'm going to deduct your pay. I've already received the full payment, and there's no refund. Carl was talking, but his hands never stopped. He stepped forward and pressed down on Dick, who was trying to get up, while continuously chattering. Did you hear that? I hate freeloaders the most. If you don't pay up, I'll kill everyone on this street. Dick looked shocked and thought, dude, you're the real clown here. Even a clown wouldn't pull this kind of stunt. Whatever. Dick thought it would be great if that guy just shut his mouth. He laughed when he saw this overconfident person trying to compare ground skills with him. Dick had two major skills, aerial combat and ground grappling. However, fighting standing up was really far from Batman's level. So faced with Carl's pressure, he exerted force from his waist and turned a naked choke into an active position. Damn! Carl gasped for breath, instinctively reaching down to grab Dick's groin, but he didn't expect that Dick's dick was hidden within the bat suit, completely unaffected by his attack. Carl tugged at Dick's arm with his left hand to create some breathing space, while his right hand sneakily inserted itself into Dick's nostril. Damn! This time it was Dick Grayson who felt screwed. His nostril ached, and he even felt a warm flow trickling down. He could only release his grip on Bear's hand and reach for Carl's right hand. But Carl was like a cunning and treacherous snake, striking quickly and immediately standing up, moving away from Dick. He was somewhat clever, knowing he wasn't good at ground techniques, but still daring to pressure a downed enemy. Ms. Shiva commented sharply. That nose poke was good, but next time you could be a bit harsher. With your strength, you should be able to rip his skin off his face. I'm not you. My strength is still lacking. Carl panted, looking at Dick, who was holding his nose, and said, what should you do against such an enemy? Hit their weak points. Ms. Shiva replied calmly. It's best to end it in one blow. If you had struck his face directly after he went down, the outcome would have been decided by now. Carl took a breath, looked at Dick with a smile, and said, let's do it again. Dick, having been tricked like this, felt a bit angry, even though he was usually easygoing. Bring it on. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood started flowing from his nostrils, staining the corner of his mouth red. Carl couldn't help but laugh, saying, this world is really strange. Even Batman is starting to cosplay as the Joker. Miss Shiva looked at Batman, and although she was reluctant to admit it, the Batman in front of her did indeed look a bit like a clown. What is talent? Miss Shiva found it hard to define in a single word, but it seemed that this word was emerging now. Some might describe Seth as a genius, but Miss Shiva would describe genius as Seth. An angry Batman is not easy to deal with, even if he is a fake Batman. But Batman is still Batman. Without some real skills, one cannot impersonate him. After being provoked, Dick Grayson did not lose his composure. Instead, he became even harder to handle. Carl was dodging carefully, but no matter how much he tried to evade, he couldn't escape this confined space that was set for him, especially when facing Dick, who was clad in full armor. A hit from Carl would have no effect on him, but if Carl took a hit, he would definitely end up with a bruise. The bright moonlight shone down, and Lady Sewell looked at Carl with a faint sense of anticipation in her heart, but Carl's situation was far from promising. Bang! Carl took on Dick's attack, then twisted his body to move, but Dick, like a troublesome snake, immediately followed Carl's pace. His attacks were incredibly sticky, showcasing the skills of a stunt performer to the fullest. Dick was no weakling. At least he could handle most of the villains here. Otherwise, Batman wouldn't have entrusted Gotham to him. Dick saw through Carl's truly difficult aspect. That ability to seemingly see 3 seconds into the future allowed him to easily dodge all of Dick's attacks. But can anyone really see the future? Dick thought maybe there were, but those people shouldn't be dealt with by him. That was Batman's job. Perhaps Dick had previously believed he was capable of taking on Batman's role, but now he felt it wasn't easy. At least the current him did not have the ability to be a true Batman. Dick threw a right hook, the black gauntlet delivering powerful force towards Carl. As expected, the man named Seth in front of him took a step back the moment Dick swung his fist, but the follow-up attack left Carl unable to predict. In an instant, Dick retracted, his fist suddenly opened, fingers together thrusting towards Carl's torso, and behind Carl was that line. He had nowhere to retreat. At this moment, Carl had no room to move. Dick's attack, which aimed to hit him even at the cost of losing his balance, made him squint his eyes. It was already too late for Carl to raise his hand to block. All he could do was slightly shift his body. He twisted his strong yet perfectly proportioned waist just enough to narrowly avoid the strike, almost twisting into a spiral. However, Dick's attack was not that simple. A gust of wind blew by, causing the leaves around them to flutter down, and Dick danced amidst the intertwining wind and leaves. With one hand propped against Carl's shoulder, He executed a move that could be considered a high-difficulty acrobatic maneuver, twisting his waist into a spiral while maintaining his balance. At the same time, his other hand rose from below, like an erupting volcano, delivering an uppercut that was explosive. But this punch, like the eruption of a volcano falling into an endless ocean, only stirred up a layer of waves, which the sea casually absorbed. Miss Shiva widened her eyes, watching in awe as the two danced in the wind. After Carl dodged the jab aimed at his throat, he seemed to anticipate Dick's next move, moving like a swimming dragon. He adjusted his steps slightly, leaning back, and Dick's lethal strike turned into nothing. Then, Carl gently clapped, brushing away Dick's hand, and took the opportunity to push forward while Dick was still in the air, disrupting his already adjusted balance. Dick landed clumsily, feeling a sharp sound coming from the back of his neck. Turning his head again, he could only see Carl's graceful silhouette. Bang, 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 bang. Carl suddenly felt that he understood. Merely dodging was never proper footwork. True footwork was always a set of martial arts techniques. He launched continuous attacks, constantly disrupting Dick's body while moving forward. Dick felt increasingly frustrated. Although Seth's footwork wasn't as swift as before, it seemed much harder to deal with. Carl's steps moved back and forth like walking, but each strike could break Dick's points of force, and every step landed on the most uncomfortable positions for Dick. Ms. Shiva remained silent. From her perspective as an observer, Carl's footwork was anything but ordinary. Carl's movements weren't particularly fast, but his graceful steps resembled a swimming dragon, coiling around Batman's body. Carl stared at Dick, his eyes enveloping his entire body. Every attack from the fighter was accompanied by shifts in his waist and footwork. And Carl's eyes just happened to see all of this, allowing him to do what he wanted to do. Just as Dick extended his fist, he saw Carl's hand already at his elbow. Carl's middle finger protruded as he executed a quick punch. Even if it couldn't harm Dick, it still rendered his attack powerless, interrupting the force of his entire arm. The momentum and strength of that punch posed no threat, and all Carl needed to do was take a light step to evade the attack. However, Carl was doing more than just dodging. He aimed to pressure Dick's body. There were countless spaces around Dick where he could evade, but there was one space that Dick absolutely did not want Carl to enter, and that was precisely where Carl intended to go. "What's wrong, little bro?" In a moment of confidence, Carl's familiar taunting returned. While hitting Dick, he mocked. "Weren't you pretty strong just now? Why aren't you continuing? You bastard." Dick felt a bit rattled. Just as he was about to curse back, he saw Carl's hand skillfully aimed at his face, so he quickly shut his mouth and raised his guard. This fight was incredibly frustrating for him. He even found himself missing Batman. "Bruce, come back quickly. I can't take this anymore." Carl did not continue, as Miss Shiva called off the match. "Enough, let's go back." Carl had no objections. He withdrew, stepped back, turned around, and said casually, "Don't forget to bring the tuition tomorrow." As he spoke, he smirked. "You wouldn't want to see this street blown to pieces, would you, Batman? Let's go." Lady Shiva had no intention of getting involved in this matter. She simply took him away, leaving Dick alone to wipe his nose and mutter, "I haven't lost yet." That night, in the Batcave, "Dick, report the situation." Dick honestly recounted what had happened that day, noticing Batman frowning at the screen. "Take the money over," Batman sighed, like a weary father facing his troublemaking son. "Doesn't he want tuition? Give it to him." "But I think he's just talking big," Dick retorted. "Besides, why should we give that jerk anything? If you could beat him, it wouldn't be a problem, but he's tough to deal with." "And Dick, I need to correct your perspective. At Arkham, he and the Joker were quite the pair." Bruce Wayne said, "It's just a bit of money. At least it can keep him calm for a while. Of course, if you're confident you can handle him, you can choose not to pay." Bruce glanced at him, his tone slightly provocative. "So what will you do, Batman?" "See, that's what happens when you don't listen to me. You were once someone I had high hopes for, destined to be a master of the continent. An imperial decree assigned a task, requiring the Phoenix Empress to personally go to the demon realm to quell the unrest there." The Crown Prince respectfully said. Fang Sheng held a chess piece, staring at the alternating black and white chessboard, his expression unusually grave. Of course, he wasn't lacking in intelligence. He was already calculating and investigating with the Bureau, trying to understand by you. Wang Shan and Wu Yu's expressions also changed, and soon they exchanged glances, both showing a certain determination in their eyes. The foundation-building families all had second-tier spiritual veins, rich in spiritual energy, which could not only support foundation-building cultivation, but also help their clan members break through. In simple terms, it means being sincere with people and matters. As for whether one can gain good fortune and opportunities, that depends on fate. Gradually, the tumor grew a trunk and limbs, taking the shape of a giant. Yi Tianming stopped, turned to look at Futsong, who silently handed him a storage ring. Of course, he couldn't tell Yi Tianming the truth, because if he did, that guy might really end up here, slitting his throat. Wu Wan's gaze followed the child's figure, standing still. In the wind, the bell on the child's collar jingled as he moved. Looking at the hand stretched out by Cui Mei, Mu Shimei turned to look back, seeing her face unchanged. The concern in her eyes just like usual, as if nothing had happened. She turned her head away, not looking at him. The faint sadness on his handsome face reminded her of the brother she first met, making her afraid. Duke Hammer squinted at me. I smiled and looked down in silence. Vampires fear sunlight. Duke Hammer wouldn't be unaware that the northern part of the ranch was a place where the Blood Clan would absolutely not appear. And this was a recognized fact. Is it really you? Yang Leffen saw Jiang Yuxiang's face and became more convinced that he was Jiang Yuxiang. Lely gently withdrew from my embrace, staggering over to Yamamoto Ryoko, lifting her chin with her hand, revealing horrifying blood marks on Yamamoto Ryoko's face. You look really beautiful today. Li Hao smiled at the stylishly dressed Xiejun, saying she looked very pretty today. The entire outfit was a dress, but this dress was not an ordinary piece. Probably costing at least hundreds of thousands, especially the gold trim collar that gave off an air of nobility. I just don't like the smell of blood. Leaning against the headboard, I didn't move, my voice very soft, but I knew Lyrid could hear me. But Li Hao didn't immediately go out. He wasn't foolish. Who knew if there would be survivors under the bomb? After a few minutes, everything was very quiet, without any sound, and Li Hao walked out. Rong Lu's casual remark pierced right through Cui Mei's most vulnerable spot, her eyes reddening as she stared at Mu Shimei, feeling that everything was caused by her. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have ended up like this today. That's for sure. Of course, she would never say that. This Guhong was much more frightening than that Gubo. No, how could I dare to give you witching powder? I don't even know if it works. After all, it's the first time I've made it. They woke up, not knowing what had happened, just feeling their bodies too stiff. The yang energy gathered in the gathering yang formation was countering Dale's malevolent energy. The yang energy was increasing, while the malevolent energy opposing it was slowly decreasing. Since being scratched by the wolf dog on his shoulder, he hadn't received timely treatment. The wound had become somewhat inflamed. If it weren't for Xing's good health, he would have likely collapsed on the road due to bacterial infection. Shu Yao, kneeling mint to pin, was reprimanding her. Hong Yao felt a bit nervous and glanced at Shirong, who stood quietly. Since she dared to speak, she surely had a solution and wouldn't let Shu Yao come harm. Xing had prepared lunch early and couldn't wait to rush to the place agreed upon with her father before noon. Perhaps because she arrived too early. Her father was not there, likely still on his way back. Last year, when her brother applied for a passport, he helped the family members who hadn't applied together. Wang Lingyun saved some effort, but her brother was very busy and probably didn't have time to travel abroad with him. Her body suddenly felt burning hot as if it were about to catch fire. By accident, she met the baby, but was disliked for calling the wrong name. Although he appeared cold and unapproachable, he still cared about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't worry so much about her not eating so late. Xiao Hua was seen as a useless person in the eyes of the general. Xiao Hua self-deprecatingly smiled and looked again at the fish fighting for food in the water. Fish fight for survival, and people are the same. Yet, in the eyes of Duke Chu, he was one who did not compete, merely seeking to take advantage. A businessman who couldn't enter the flow. This was a public trial. Clearly, it's impossible to kick the reporters out now. The judge wouldn't do such a thing unless he was out of his mind. The only thing that can be done now is to show the court's fairness. Feng Tongyi uncontrollably raised her hand to cover her face, and tears as big as beans rolled down between her fingers, her sobs heartbreaking. Tang Lichuan didn't know how to comfort her in her current state, turning to look at Feng Tongyi, anxious but unsure how to speak. Then turning to look at the outside door, feeling a heavy heart. Although it's said that this blood snail is very different from bees, does it mean that the element inside the blood snail is extremely rare, just enough to transform a bit of poison? And each blood snail can only transform the poison it inhales once. Then, like bees, it loses its life? While Dick was back getting scolded, what was Carl doing? Carl is still training, and this is no exaggeration. During this period, Carl has been focusing on biotechnology. It must be said that even in a parallel universe, there are many geniuses among the people of Earth. The observers have noted that there are companies in Earth civilizations that specialize in biotechnology. Of course, Carl is hesitant to use most drugs on himself, but a small portion of recovery potions are generally fine. What does this mean? In the future, if Batman gets his kidney broken, Carl can treat him at a low cost. Well, just a few hundred small targets will do. Back to the main topic. These potions ensure Carl's progress. Martial arts will definitely cause some physical damage, but with the help of these potions, Carl can not only repair his body, but also recover quickly. As the ancients said, wealth in martial arts and poverty in literature. If one doesn't have something to maintain their body, the pain of practicing martial arts is truly unbearable for most people. Carl finished the invitation with Ms. Shiva as usual, listening to her pointers. Your new footwork is very similar to a unique skill we have back home, the Bagua Yulongjiang. Ms. Shiva sat in a chair. This was the factory Carl had found, and only this room was tidied up nicely, but it was directly occupied by Ms. Shiva. Carl could only hold back his anger, claiming that one day he would make Ms. Shiva regret it. Of course, Carl wouldn't actually do anything. After all, Ms. Shiva was a bit too old for him. Are you listening to me? Ms. Shiva raised her teacup, her long legs crossed in a casual manner. The toes of her black leather boots pointed up, exuding a certain allure, but Carl felt no stir of emotions. Carl prides himself on not being a pure love warrior. Although he really likes Gwen, he still gets excited when he sees beautiful young ladies. However, there's a premise. Carl does not like older women, specifically the mature or older women that most people are fond of. He only likes younger ones. In a way, isn't this also a kind of pure love? Miss Sepha? Miss Shiva frowned. What are you thinking? I can't shake the feeling that you're thinking of something bad. Is this the intuition of the strongest fighter at that time? Love it, love it. Could it be that women's intuition is that accurate? It's almost like mind reading. Carl silently complained, moving his body while saying no. I was just thinking about Batman. When practicing martial arts, one must have a righteous mindset. Miss Shiva only casually mentioned this and did not press further. She had survived to this day, not because she was exceptionally skilled, but because she did not meddle in others' affairs. In this world, there are so many capable individuals. She was just an ordinary person among them. She simply said, let's continue. Your footwork is very similar to what I call the Bagua Yulong palm. Although this is a palm technique, any martial art can be connected through a single point. Tai Chi has its footwork. Xingyi has its own footwork. Boxing has its footwork. And even the karate you may look down upon has its unique footwork. Your set resembles it, but is not exactly the same. It's just stylistically similar. The footwork evades while also disrupting the opponent's attack. And when you catch an opening, you deliver a fatal blow. Your footwork is even more outstanding. She glanced at Carl and noticed his incredulous expression, as if he was saying, a novice like me can be this impressive? She couldn't help but chuckle. Don't underestimate yourself. Your talent is even greater than that of the person who created this style. Not everyone has such keen eyesight and unique calculation ability. Carl sighed. I didn't want to inflate myself, but since you put it that way, I have to brag a little. Miss Shiva said seriously, your footwork has improved, but your offense is a complete mess. Are you planning to exhaust your opponent with this set of footwork in the future? After Ms. Shiva's lengthy lecture, Carl was able to escape and return to the factory's basement. The factory was temporarily closed, and Carl took the opportunity to help the Penguin kill a few ruthless gangsters, making some extra money, and then rented this factory space. Upon arriving in the basement, he found various equipment and instruments. Thanks to the Penguin, Carl was able to gather this set of not very expensive but extremely rare instruments. Carl was lying in a device he had modified, listening to VIF's analysis. His basic bodily functions had mostly recovered, but there were still unknown factors modifying his genetic chain. It was expected that once the genetic chain modification was complete, his body would be transformed again. VIF's pleasant voice sounded. Currently, through the analysis of the modified genes, this transformation was caused by intense pulse radiation leading to genetic chain disorder, and some changes occurred during the reassembly process. Carl sighed. He had anticipated this and asked, how much longer? At the current rate, it will take about 3 months. All right. Carl silently sighed again. His skin had healed, but he didn't know when it would crack open again. Master, there are unusual movements from the symbiote in your body. Should we take precautionary measures? No rush. Let's play with it. Carl chuckled and suddenly said, Venom, stop pretending. Did you really think you could hide this from me? How the hell did I end up in your body? Venom's voice suddenly rang out. Oh my God. Just thinking about being a comic book character makes me want to cry. Calm down. You still have your own movie, 2 of them in fact. No one in all of Marvel can compare to this treatment, Carl teased. So, feeling better? No. Venom's voice carried a hint of resentment. Why is my solo movie such a loser image? Why don't you have some dignity? Carl retorted. Look at you. You're despised among the symbiote community. I bet even Null regrets having you as a descendant. Just as Venom was about to curse back, he felt a vast power surge into his mind, sweeping through all his thoughts and memories. Carl and Venom were both taken aback. Then 2 different laughs rang out, one joyful and one filled with indignation. Venom, oh Venom, do you know you came later? Aside from my soul, this body is all handcrafted by me. If we're talking about parasites, it's the Observer SI that was here before you. Carl laughed heartily, and the moment Venom opened its mouth, the Observer SI triggered its self-protection for this body, directly putting Venom in check. I said, why are you so honest? Turns out you're tied up here. Carl sneered. From now on, show some respect and obediently call me Master. Venom dared not speak out, letting out a cold snort and falling silent. Carl didn't care, chuckling as he began to sort through the extra memories belonging to Venom in his mind. The Venom from Gwen's universe wasn't as knowledgeable as the one from the 616 universe. It had just accidentally caused a big mess back home. The Cosmic Guardians were so furious they kicked him out, and Venom wandered aimlessly until he was captured by Norman Osborn and locked in a lab upon arriving on Earth. As for why the current Venom dare not speak out, it was naturally due to that explosion. Carl had been in such a state that as a symbiote, Venom must have fared even worse. With a natural fear of fire and noise, he was knocked unconscious by the explosion and only just woke up now. If it weren't for the Observer SI being activated and instinctively protecting its host, Carl would still be in the dark about Venom's plight. Thank you, Venom. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known you were in such a bad situation. Carl sneered. Since you think it's so miserable to be in my body, why don't you just leave? How about possessing Batman? Just kidding, how could that be? Venom instantly became sycophantic. There is only one master in the world, and having Carl as a symbiote is like a treasure. Are you even singing now? Carl remained unfazed. Singing won't do either. For your future, I'll definitely find you a good host. How about my good brother, the Joker? The #1 villain in DC. No one like Darkseid can compare. Bro, no, Master. I'm begging you, stop joking with me. Venom was internally weeping. You're the best host. If I didn't know you couldn't get out, I might actually believe you. Carl huffed, feeling rather displeased. What, is it so wrong to follow me? It's not wrong, of course not. Venom conjured a cute chibi black figure in Carl's mind, nodding and bowing. Following you is my dream. Nothing else matters. Damn it, can you even eavesdrop on my thoughts? Carl was furious. If I think of something lewd in the future, wouldn't that be a cheap thrill for you? Cough, cough. Master, I know nothing. Then you better pretend you know nothing for the rest of your life. Although Carl was somewhat displeased, he felt helpless. Just as he said, that explosion had fused him with Venom, meaning Venom would have to obediently be his dog from now on. Master, you're being a bit disrespectful to symbiotes. Venom suddenly popped up, and its righteous demeanor made Carl think it was going to protest. But instead, it said, I've always been your most loyal dog, Master. It's such an honor to be your dog. Carl frowned and said, don't say this is the personality that formed after you and I merged. I, Carl Stacy, am known for my strong character. Tell me, where did you learn to be bad? Venom looked at Carl with a sense of grievance and silently thought, what the hell is in your head that you don't know? I didn't even say that the Genshin Impact activation is already giving you face. Little did he know, this thing is mutual. Carl chuckled. Ha ha ha, buddy can hear you talking now. Venom's expression stiffened, and he immediately activated his ability to block this dog's probing. But whatever Venom could do, Carl could do too, and vice versa, so Carl's expression also changed as he rebounded Venom's block. I rebound, you rebound. How childish are you? I stopped playing this stuff in the 3rd grade. Carl, exasperated, had just overheard one of Venom's thoughts and was blocked immediately. While he could also block this guy in the future, he still felt like he had suffered a huge loss. Hee hee. As if I didn't know you were playing with your sand money roommate before coming over. Venom chuckled, already taking on Carl's appearance. You really think I don't know what kind of BYD you are? How dare you say that name? It costs copyright fees. Carl was startled, and seeing Venom's abstract form, he immediately became abstract too. But then his expression changed, and he said, aren't you afraid of fire and sound wave attacks anymore? Of course. Venom also became abstract. Although he didn't understand why this dog face thing changed its expression so quickly, he was still very happy. I'm not like those useless peers. Sooner or later, they'll get what's coming to them. That's good. Carl patted his chest. That way, you're not the real Venom anymore, so you won't offend DC's copyright. Enough. Why are you still so abstract? You're such a big idiot, Carl. If you were a female ghost saying this, I might still get a bit excited. But you're an incredibly ugly monster. Don't you feel disgusting talking like that? I don't care whether I'm disgusting or not, as long as I can disgust you. Venom also decided to let it all go. Who hasn't played abstract before? You're a Season 4 member, and so am I. All right, so that's how you want to play it. Carl said, then decisively fully blocked Venom and released him again. How does it feel? Dog management. Hey, I don't believe I can't handle you. Carl chose to block him for another 5 minutes. Permission dog. Carl blocked him again for 10 minutes. Carl knows the feeling of being completely shut off. It's even more absurd than being in a small dark room, as if all 5 senses were instantly stripped away, which is not pleasant at all. Damn it. Oh no, dear master, I was wrong. Venom's eyes were filled with tears, and the chibi figure suddenly became adorable. Give me another chance, please. You damn it. Who told you to watch The Legend of Zhen Huan? Carl felt ashamed, but Venom didn't take care. What's wrong with that? It's quite good looking. Let's find time to visit the symbiote planet and see if I can show them a thing or two. All right, stop rambling. After indulging in abstract nonsense with his silly roommate, Carl became serious. How long will it take for you to recover? Has your ability been strengthened? I estimate it will take another month. Venom replied seriously. I should recover much faster than you, but as for my abilities, I'm not sure. However, there's something very strange. Carl, didn't you notice? That badge was a kind of choice given to you, a choice to use it to save New York. Venom, now serious, seemed very reliable. Like a serious detective, Sherlock Holmes. Whether it's your choice or the choice we both made when we were mutated, in a way, it might not necessarily be our choice, but rather an interfered choice. He said with a hint of meaning. After all, that blue giant naked man in your memory is a quantum god, and all choices in this world ultimately result from various quantum interferences. So, you are really impressive, Carl. Carl said with a serious expression. In the DC world, how dare you slander that person? Find a time to go out and bury yourself. Don't die inside my body. It's bad luck. Carl didn't think too much. Venom was certainly not wrong, although the most prominent object at the moment was the observer's eye. The ones with the most potential were undoubtedly the gifts from Dr. Manhattan and the Overman. One claimed to be a quantum god, omnipotent, and even the most mundane movement was achieved by moving the entire universe, while the other was even more terrifying, capable of creating universes at will. The status of the two was definitely much higher than that of the observer. For this reason, if anyone was still panicking, it would only be the later arriving cultivators and loose practitioners. But one thing was certain. Even if they were astonished, they would still follow the crowd and move forward, right? As Yifeng had anticipated, the sword fanatic was indeed a very trustworthy person. Just over 10 days later, he sent a Yuanying stage elder to deliver a storage bag. Why hadn't General Fan appeared yet? According to the plan, General Fan should have arrived by now. Was something wrong? In the sky, everyone left outside was shocked because a combined stage powerhouse was actually sent flying by a white shadow. However, within the waterfall, a being was sitting cross-legged. This being had hideous wounds on its body. Yet, it was drawing celestial light from the surroundings to heal its injuries. The being was alive and looked at Emperor Tian, exuding a strong sense of holiness from its body. Tang Feng slightly raised his head and glanced at the camp a few miles away, which must be where Han Xing ordered the troops to stay and wait for Tang Feng and his group to arrive, right? The other human races, upon seeing this scene, didn't need to think to know that something major must have happened here. Recently, when the Xia family wanted to use Feng Jinghua to lure out Feng Xiankong and others, they drew many portraits of Feng Jinghua and secretly searched the whole city. However, Cheng Ruosi directly shook his head, leaving Yin Tianzong momentarily puzzled, not understanding the meaning of Cheng Ruosi, the head of the Cheng family. Since he wanted to negotiate, why not sign a soul contract to bind them? This damn government army is really annoying. They're nowhere to be seen when fighting the enemy, but have a lot to say about everything else, the Arctic bear cursed. Shang Xian seemed to be enduring great pain. After taking a deep breath, she finally steadied her voice and calmly looked at Tang Tang and Ji Xinxing, clearly directing her next words at the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xu Yin lowered her head, her hands hanging by her side unconsciously clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white. Shi Ran coldly smiled, recalling her previous encounter with Mo Bai. That person might not have trusted Shiru, which is why he decided to change people for negotiations. This is a very high-tech means. For a detector to fully possess the ability to replicate itself is incredible, with too many difficulties to overcome. The most basic is the smelting of materials, and just this alone is already immensely challenging. Sichuan narrowed his old eyes slightly. He naturally recognized Chun Chang'an, who was introduced into the sect by Zhou Tie. As an elder of the Internal Affairs Hall, he couldn't be unaware. And the reason for rewarding him in front of everyone was to test how Chun Chang'an would react to various remarks from the crowd. As Chun Chang'an's words fell, Pu Xing's face sank again, and his gaze towards Chun Chang'an was filled with hatred. The First Brother Empire saw this and immediately pounced like a hungry wolf. This was merely bringing the actions off stage into the open. However, before getting close to the door, he felt an astonishing chill spreading through the air. An bleak smile from Zimo made Ji Xinxing's heart tighten involuntarily. She smiled helplessly and stopped persuading him. There were unforgettable mentors from his student days, memorable, special moments, and classmates who were once important but had lost contact after growing up, nearly spanning all important time nodes in his childhood to teenage years. This massacre of civilians was transmitted to Inyang City through the cameras on this side and spread worldwide through the channels within Inyang City. Shut up. You clearly know I'm not Batman. Dick's face showed 3 parts indignation, 2 parts pain, 5 parts regret, and a lot of difficulty to suppress. Why do you always manage to find such remarkable timing? You're not Batman. Then who is Batman? Speaking nonsense, aside from the Joker. Carl had never feared anyone. Let me ask you, are you acting justly? Dick nodded in frustration. Are you wearing? The northern wilderness has been stable for 7 years. Although the people here are poor and the land is barren, it is a safe place. Now that the Empire is raising troops for an expedition, everyone is thinking about how to repel the enemy and preserve this hard-won foundation. Are you done? Wang Yin saw Gu Mushing walking out and immediately scolded him with a smile. With a short conversation between Ji Ruohua and the village chief, Ji Ruohua learned the information and began to rush towards the direction of Qingfeng village. Just like now, the Tianjin treasure shipyard is producing warships like dumplings, and the newly recruited 10,000 Navy recruits are training at the side, waiting for the new warships to be commissioned. One trap after another was activated, but these traps were nothing to Luffy and the others. They passed through the traps with minimal effort and arrived at the 6th level. The details of the divine skills were all told to her. The favorability should have exceeded, yet Elusa 2 still couldn't replicate any of your divine skills. At least not now. Could it be that the additional favorability is still insufficient? Lu Hong felt a breath stuck in his chest, feeling unbearably uncomfortable. He was never a tough guy, just a rogue who took advantage of the wind and bullied the weak. Once restrained by Kuai Qing, he immediately changed his tone and begged for mercy. Let's stay here and wait for P9 to escort Nico Robin over, Harry said lightly, looking at the distant judicial island engulfed in flames of war. Mengnan Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? It was clearly your Golden Knife Society that sent the so-called peace letter to my Lingjian sect. Ahead, Feng Yingzhou was crazily slaughtering. Almost every punch fell, and many suppressed martial artists in the mysterious realm suffered casualties, while the remnants of the Brotherhood were almost wiped out in the fighting with other forces. Xia Mingfeng coldly watched as the magic jade universe disappeared from the light column, letting out a helpless cold snort. The light columns fell one after another. After the remaining 9 light columns fell, the entire space returned to chaos and finally disappeared. Every rock in the cave maintained an ancient posture. However, in such a place, there were surprisingly many unseen ores. Such ores typically appeared thousands of meters underground. It was unexpected that this cave had remained at such an altitude after so long. A strange feeling of soul returning to the body spread throughout, and Yang Jian had the idea that he had finally come back to life. However, perhaps due to not moving for too long, Yang Jian found that he couldn't even open his eyes. Daoist Lei, now is not the time for you to act impulsively. The priority is for you to report this matter to the sect. With your cultivation level, going down will only make things worse, Yuan Ji advised Lei Liang again. On one side were 5 fiery red fireballs, and on the other were fireballs emitting a ghostly blue aura. When they came into contact with the fireball technique activated by Senior Sister Li, the red fireball technique canceled out, while the remaining 5 fireballs with ghostly blue flames passed through and merged, devouring the fireballs. Yang Jian awkwardly scratched his head, casually turned off the video, and then, with determination, smashed the phone to the ground. He muttered in his heart as Wang Ho drew out the 3rd item. When this item appeared, the treasure chest in Wang Ho's hand directly vanished. The cruise ship began to perform centrifugal motion, slowly detaching from the vortex. Even if he couldn't break free from the whirlpool, he could still distance himself from his position. That would be the perfect moment to jump ship and escape. Dick didn't know how to describe his feelings. The disappointment and shame had broken down the wall, revealing a heart yearning for recognition inside. Now, he had received that recognition. On this dramatic and glitch-filled night, that man had given him everything he wanted. That was recognition, Batman's recognition. I will work hard. Dick lowered his head, forcing back tears, and whispered, I will keep trying. Jiang Jian sat at the card table, surrounded by a few others who were merely good players in the comments and wouldn't speak recklessly. Everyone understood what to say and what not to say. Feeling a bit flustered, Jiang Ling had been as cold as ice towards him recently. Could it be that she had been enchanted by Hellion Ju? His mind began to compare his strengths and weaknesses against Hellion Ju one by one. With a beginning, another person who was somewhat wary of her pondered carefully. She was a newcomer. What gave her the right to be so arrogant? Anger lit up Jiang Yong's eyes, and he secretly struggled against this force. But even using all his spiritual energy, he still failed. He froze, stopping all movements. Even his breathing became cautious. It seemed there was no chance of escaping under this person's watchful eyes. In 5 days, cultivating 5,000 pounds of spiritual soil and transplanting 100 seedlings of jade bamboo into high-quality pots shouldn't be a problem. Looking at his own disheveled appearance in the mirror, he recalled the curious and sympathetic gazes of passersby on his way back. Even someone as dull and magic as Black Egg could master the turning soil technique through hard practice. All right, then you compensate us with 100 million, and let's figure out how to solve this project together. Saying this, Fu Shunheng propped his head on his hand, looking at her with determination. Liu Yiming performed the secret technique to dispel spiritual energy. After losing the ability to use it, the spiritual energy was preserved. At the same time, Han Yixiao also used an explosive secret technique. Wielding a flying sword, his attack power was only slightly inferior to Lin Han's. Passing by a farmer's house on the way down a mountain, Qing let drop a couple of silver coins and stole the clothes hanging outside, letting a Su change out of his blood-stained clothes, then giving him some silver and a jade token, instructing him to buy some things while he waited for him at a dilapidated temple outside the town. Although it was unclear whether these items would be useful, no one had ever truly shot down a golden crow. The centipede monster was enraged, rising up to fly towards Chongmen. It was dozens of meters long, with countless legs and arms, its body a dark brown emitting a ghostly glow. What are you singing about? Can't you eat without blocking your mouth? Jing Guangyan was already quite annoyed when Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to him, and Mu Feng, oblivious to the danger, poked at his heart with the word estrangement. It was a miracle he could still speak calmly. How is this possible? This can't be. The old man stared blankly at his empty hands, murmuring in a low voice. He simply couldn't believe the disappearance of the Ghost King's weapon. Inara felt a rush of warmth throughout her body, but her mind remained clear. She looked up at Nangong Ming and took the initiative to approach him. Lin Tianyao nodded, and so they began to fight. They fought for many rounds. And in the end, they finished all their fights. After a while, Lin Tianyao suddenly thought of the forest and prepared to go take a look. So he made his way into the woods. Faced with the special existence of the Earth Spirit Vein, many people would work hard and fight for it, even risking their lives. Although Chu Yunqi was genuinely curious about how powerful Qi Ran's father was, curiosity aside, as long as their mother and son weren't willing to speak, she wouldn't ask, and certainly wouldn't inquire with that strange uncle. Saying it was fine, when Yi Miao ran over, Xiao Chongshu still leaned against his frail shoulder. Xiao Yuanshan had too long pilot the starship, taking Chong's son to the training room for special training. When Xiao Chongshu let out his first howl, Feng Shu had already returned to his room. He knew the power of this forging technique and understood how precious this lightsaber was. But there were many things he wouldn't say to Bo Xian. Many times, it still depended on his own comprehension. When fate came, and comprehension unlocked, this immensely powerful lightsaber would naturally belong to him. The Gu family's residence was located 2 streets away, occupying a large area. It was said to be the old home of the Gu family, where generations had lived, although now the grandchildren generally lived outside for their careers and studies. They would return during festivals to accompany the elderly Gu family for a while, especially since all 3 sons of Elder Gu still lived inside. In Chongqing, the common people and students had been celebrating for several days. The families of the soldiers who sacrificed on the battlefield during the war were openly crying, going to the graves to light incense and offer wine to comfort their spirits in heaven. They lived in a relatively remote villa. Although it wasn't as bustling as the central town, it was still a truly pleasant scenery. It could be said to be a place somewhat isolated from the world. Yuli slapped her cheeks, trying to wake herself up. How did she get so lost in thought just now? No, Morong Yuli, you need to calm down. Calm down, calm above all. What the hell is this? What's going on with Yin Shishan? How can he launch an attack on the People's Party and then send such a telegram? I think he's tired of living. Jiang Guangtou was furious. With the previous weapons and an additional 300 aircraft supported by the Vanguard Army, he had decided to give the Americans a huge surprise in the next war. A gentle breeze delivered the fruit to Chongli's mouth. He casually took a bite, then tossed the red fruit aside, saying, "Not tasty." His expression was indifferent. Level 2 supply box containing 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and a liter of mineral water. No danger. Please feel free to open. This was the prompt provided by the system. There is a fundamental difference between youth and adulthood. One is the sedimentation of time, while the other only has a pretty appearance. It's like the difference between a good-looking product and a functional one. He found that high walls have been erected around this oasis, topped with barbed wire and watchtowers, patrolled by fully armed soldiers. It was clearly a well-established base. Fu Haisong sat in the living room smoking, called Fu Xian, who was busy at the bar. When Fu Xian saw it was Fu Haisong, he stepped out of the bar to take the call. The next moment, in the astonished expressions of the crowd, a pitch-black claw appeared, and that claw was enormous. Pangu instantly fell into contemplation. As the one who opened the heavens and the earth, he naturally understood the situation in this heavenly realm much better than Lin Wei, who came later. When he was alone, it was enough to send out armed, intelligent robots. Moreover, his own divine consciousness could still control flying needles without any issues. He had no malicious intent. Exchanging pills for techniques could save this young man countless hours of cultivation. According to the game system prompt, this was also a mutated organization left by the monster that could trade with merchants. Suru looked thoughtfully at Dao Xian's back, but some things couldn't just be avoided by trying to hide. Turning around, she returned to the room, staying by Tian Bai's side. She didn't expect that a magnetic field could destroy the world. She didn't understand such things, and even found them quite sci-fi and magical, feeling that such occurrences were impossible in real life. Suddenly, Suli came up with a plan, his thoughts set, and his bloodshot eyes slowly opened, looking terrifying like a beast. The bodies of 20,000 cultivators were piled together, and the fire had burned for 3 days without stopping. The stark white bones shocking to behold, with military tents scattered everywhere. "Master, I feel something is off here," Tang Yin whispered to Mo Yang, her expression somewhat unusual. Just as Mo Yang was about to say something else, he heard the distant sounds of people in the camp, bright lights illuminating the area. And he could vaguely see the officers and soldiers in the camp running around, with teams occasionally emerging from the camp to search for something, and a large group heading straight towards them. Yinbin nodded, beginning to ponder where the sky-devouring dragon serpent could have gone, knowing it wasn't the type to leave casually. Could it be that a top expert from Dragon City had come to cause trouble? Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaofeng's figure was becoming fainter. Although he was always gentle when he visited her, there was always a strange feeling. Old Qin pointed at the entrance and shouted, "Wow, the young master and the young lady are back. Not only are there no fewer people, but there's one more." The last one he referred to was naturally Mu Shui, who had been quiet all the way. "Boss, are we just leaving like this?" Tang Wei and others did not understand, but Olzhou nodded and turned to leave. In the Milan royal family, there was a rule that each generation of heirs must find at least one beast tribe wife to bear a prince to ensure the longevity of each emperor. Then, he successfully executed a single-blade maneuver, relying on his exceptional experience to defeat his opponent. Since it was a search mission, the boat fleet did not use the interstellar accelerator but cruised at maximum speed. Rain listened to the surprised voices of the crowd, struggling to open her eyes. Then flipped the playing card in her hand. "Come on, let's start daydreaming. If I draw a demigod-level weapon, wouldn't I just take off on the spot?" After all, that afternoon at Mingwei Villa, we had heard Fan mention that Zhang Xiaoan's family was also in Mingwei Villa. Gotham had adhered to a single principle for many years. A gentleman could be deceived by fairness. Not to mention those little rascals. Even the so-called good people thought this way until Batman appeared, who would beat someone up without saying a word upon seeing them, which slightly curbed the situation. Of course, it was later discovered that this fellow was also a good person who loved others' lives but did not respect their fates, leading to Batman receiving some nerfs in later versions. After visiting the Zheng family and Princess Yongfeng, Yang Hao and Zhang Lingshu took a brief rest before entering the palace to meet Yang Guang and Empress Xiao. Wu Enki was greatly surprised, but Monica had already transformed into a bright streak of light, swept him up, and returned him to the ground, then quietly vanished into the morning mist of Kaiyang Peak. "Show me the formation, you know," Murong Yi said to Li Yuyun. The Tuyuan people would generally need about an hour to charge, followed by a half-hour rest, before regrouping and launching another charge. At this moment, Duanzan suddenly glanced at Su Jiao, who rolled her eyes and called out to Gu Changqing. Li Mingxue wanted to use the same trick again and also froze this hammer. However, this hammer unexpectedly spewed out blue, yellow, and white flames simultaneously, and the cold air released by the sword light was instantly dissipated. Looking at the 6 people who were still fleeing, Lu Qi unleashed all his power. causing a strong energy wave to intimidate them. It must be something I left in a Yuxian cave that caused this, which is why the god Witch Mountain executed him. But the other two checkpoints are indeed suspicious. Could it be that I accidentally killed my companions? Muli said without hesitation, gripping her sister Aku's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. After the deputy left, Tang Jian sat down in his position and made a gesture of invitation towards the front. Just as Physician Bin and Yi Xianxing were quietly enjoying the pristine snowy scenery, a coughing sound seemed to come from outside the courtyard. However, even so, in the face of the even harsher test to come, could these people really get through? To alleviate his feelings of guilt, Tai Feng would attach a comforting phrase to himself every time he collected a plant. Although I have participated in exams, it shouldn't be harder than the practical training after all the courses are completed, he said. Indeed, the 6 saints are in charge of the current reincarnation of the underworld. But they are not the most important, the Earth Mother said. The Dragon Prince was also feeling frustrated. The human race openly mocked him. If the Dragon Clan Supreme Beings and other Supreme Beings succeeded, he could easily deal with these ants. But now he returned empty-handed, and the conspiracy was exposed, which was utterly embarrassing. It wasn't that Naruto had any strong intentions towards the devil fruit. He just didn't like the feeling of being isolated. Chun Chung, lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly moved, clenching her fists, her fingertips digging into her palm. At this moment, it was night. Rising from a mat, Tai Xian walked into the courtyard and looked at the bright star in the sky, which seemed to shine even brighter, as if getting closer to the planet. However, regarding this matter, Ruo Shui did not have enough confidence. He first discussed it with A.O. Qing and then sent a message to Tai Xian, hoping to gain his assistance. Sensing Xian was in the same group as Yufeng, the two often walked closely together, frequently entering and exiting together, and often chatting and discussing during their leisure time. I knew you would come to protect this puppet, Zhang Fan said with a smile, blocking Xie Huang's path. He wasn't a fool. Xie Huang wouldn't let him destroy the last puppet so easily. His previous actions were merely to lure Xie Huang in. Just after saying that, the cunning master forcefully dragged her away from there, and Guai Guai followed from the side, forgetting the bad thing she had just done. Batman showed no signs of wavering. The reason he could hold on until now was that he had always stuck to his beliefs. Many people had said similar things to Sifu. Clark had persuaded him. Diana had criticized him, but none of this changed his mind. Whether it was Superman, Wonder Woman, or the Sifu in front of him, they all did not understand Gotham. Gotham is a city that cannot be saved, and Batman has decided to use fear to change it. These people didn't have very high cultivation levels. Mostly at the Dan formation and God control stage, dressed in gray clothing, their faces an abnormal gray. Compared to the black-clad people from before, these individuals were surprisingly not wearing masks. With a glance at Yukong, he said, "A compliment is enough. Give me another bottle. I want to research it." When Zhang Feng pondered the essence of the mind, his body began to crack, blood seeping out little by little, which frightened Huang Rong. Shang Wanjing turned to look at Lin Yifei and smiled, saying, "Dad actually misses Mom very much. Now that they are together, just holding hands, they're closer than we are. Mom blushes when she sees me now." After saying that, Shang Wanjing gently covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Chen Changsho smiled wickedly. He had purposely bought a lot of vegetable-eating bugs from the farmers to ruin Tang Tai's restaurant reputation. The visitor was Yang Chan, the closest person to Erlang Shun, dressed in a red gauze robe. Seeing Erlang Shun safe and sound, she put away the Balian lantern. "I didn't do anything. Everyone went to put out the fire, and I just followed," she explained to Elder Cohen. In such a situation, it was probably impossible to explain, even if one was right. Chun Yi hung up the phone, saved his work progress on the computer, then stood up and took the elevator to the public relations department. He thought to himself. Mu Yi's eyes also showed a hint of eagerness. Then his body flashed, continuing on his way, but his consciousness was always spread out, collecting any spirit herbs and fruits he encountered without hesitation. Of course, when he encountered powerful beings from the demon and ghost clans, he also effortlessly eliminated them and refined the lamp oil. Among the three, the one who mastered the power of the formation diagram most skillfully and deeply was actually the one with the lowest cultivation level, Xiao Yang, because he was harmonizing two formations with the dual polar formation while having the strength to attack. Diao Chan, as one of the most graceful and flashy top mage heroes in the King S Canyon, was even more remarkable when she had the advantage of star power. A man with a round face and a very plump belly, dressed in silk, shook his head as he walked by, overhearing the people chatting by the roadside scoffing at them. Woof, 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 came a sound of barking dogs. Lung Yuehong and her companions looked in the direction of the sound and saw a 1-meter-tall demon dog standing there. After just 6 time, Wang Jun Tian completely returned to normal, with black energy continuously circulating, helping him recover his body. Xiao Shi and the deer were immersed in the joy of Jiang Ziya's great move that killed 4 to save the world. And they weren't angry when Zhou Xi pushed them aside. Ji Zin's heart tightened. She knew she had been discovered. She opened the window, took off the bracelet on her wrist, and hung it on the window lock, then flipped over and jumped down, leaving the panicked and bewildered Moe behind. Li Yuanbai flew into the air, his strange eyes wide open, staring at the true purpose of this event. Hearing her footsteps gradually fade away, I finally sighed in relief and glanced back at the hidden Hao behind the purple curtain, quietly walking towards him. What he didn't know was that he had guessed correctly. The awakened Yang Ming was indeed a monster. Are you crazy? Yanji looked at her son, not even having time to ask about his marriage partner. This time, the pressure of the immortal bird, even though Zhang Ling was not a demon, he could still faintly feel a heaviness. The martial spirit saints felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, unable to move. Even their bloodline power had retreated deep into their bodies, unable to be summoned. Miss Shiwa let Carl take a break, looking at the 2 boxes of materials in his hands with sparkling eyes. Indeed, it's Batman. Carl touched the metal in the box, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. After such a long time, he finally got to use some famous and quality materials. The DC universe has many metals, and there's even a famous chapter named after a metal. Yes, it's the one featuring the crazy laughing bat that makes many protagonists from Chidian feel ashamed. The standoff between the two had an indescribable sweetness. But to Grandpa Lan's ears, it was worrying enough to make him frown immediately. The most terrifying thing in a person is jealousy. Chu Feng obtained those treasures and honors with his own strength, but in Zhou Qingbin's eyes, it was Chu Feng who robbed him. His hatred for Chu Feng had reached its peak. Your Majesty has ordered to retreat tomorrow. In the temporary conference hall of the Nansano army camp, the 50-year-old veteran Zhuo Qiuyan said to a group of generals, including Sidu Zhaoyuan. Helian Chun did not forget Su Ling's habit. After groping around the bedside with a snap, the orange light instantly flooded the entire room. The gloomy high sky clearly did not resemble the center of spiritual energy eruption of the continent, Tainyuandi. At this moment, it was getting late, and it was time to return to the city, so everyone finished their adjustments and planned to head back. He only thought of this possibility. Perhaps she encountered Chu Lin and Lin Jingsheng when she returned to the country. They felt sorry for him, having waited all these years and accidentally let it slip. I dare not. Situ Zhaoyuan had no choice but to kneel down, secretly suppressing the anger in his heart, lowering his head and saying nothing. Su Ling's heart, filled with countless hopes born from that strange feeling, vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. She released Helian Chun's hand, unable to resist stepping forward, trying to make her voice sound calmer. In the cell, it was as warm and familiar as a home that had not been returned to for many years. Without any scheming. Then you still don't listen, always being mischievous. Don't you know that Daddy and Mommy are very tired? Chen Xiao held his son and turned in another direction, placing him with his mother. This person seemed to be the law enforcement elder. Seniorly, some disciples recognized the middle-aged man's face, their expressions turning pale, shock written all over their faces, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Factory 6S Dry Yang entered the O office, and the monthly sample was sealed with no drop left. Not these entrances, but others. I patted their backs and told them, "Wait a bit, just wait a bit, I haven't finished my drink yet." He sat there, quietly meditating, and in an instant his body seemed to be struck by lightning, trembling continuously. After that, Li Yi attacked the other 2 high-level zombies again. The fearmonger was fine. Although it felt like resisting when Li Yi acted, it did not move. As a result, the fearmonger's skeleton's color did not turn black, but emitted a strange white glow. The half-lich state meant he could not use too many methods. So he devised this plan, using the residual magical power from Vern's deceased body to make incense to paralyze the magic of second-level wizards, and then used man-eating flowers to reap their lives. I'll handle things on Saya's side, but Yuhiko, you can't expect me to treat this as a dream, Li Yi said with a serious expression, as this soul was always very serious about such matters. What is a ghost called? Did you see a ghost? Li was startled by Pinji's shout and complained. Grabbing Zhuge Liang, unable to believe his eyes, he instinctively wanted the guards outside to catch the assassin. But at this moment, Lu Yunlong was a cold-blooded killer, expressionless as he looked at Zhuge Liang, covering his mouth tightly with his other hand. It had been a month since the Joker was captured, and during this time, Carl had only visited once, reaching a certain consensus with the Joker. A month was enough for Carl to perfect his new battle armor and learn martial arts from Ms. Shiwa. You need a killing move now, Ms. Shiwa watched Carl twirl his long knife in a beautiful display and nodded secretly. You've learned everything you should, but you're still lacking that little bit. Just a few meters away, Huang Di realized that what was filling his legs was not the power of Tianxiu, but heavy lead and iron. A piercing pain surged from his increasingly heavy legs. Ling Su was venting her anger on Jean Liuyan while continuing to slide forward. It didn't take long for her to feel some emptiness in her body, making her feel exhausted, and she could even sense her increasingly heavy eyelids and the extreme oppression in her chest. It wasn't that old ancestor Wan Feng couldn't see the level of ordinary magical beasts. If it were an ordinary high-level magical beast, or even a super magical beast, old ancestor Wan Feng could tell at a glance. However, facing the gigantic creature lying in the Chihuahua mountain canyon below, even old ancestor Wan Feng couldn't discern it. Xiaolan's complexion wasn't good. Her health was poor to begin with, and encountering this incident made it worse. Although Xiao Su did not cut their expenses, there would always be people who belittle others, making their lives quite difficult. Zhao Fuxin truly admired those who had been setting up stalls for years. Their eloquence and insight were top-notch, knowing what to say to whom. Zhao Fuxin wanted to buy a hairpin to give to Bing Lian. He couldn't afford a noble golden hairpin like Lin Hes. In the bar, apart from Qing Tian, all the instructors stared at Chu Hao as if he were a monster, their eyes wide open. Meanwhile, glancing at the star puppet in the corner, it was still sitting cross-legged in meditation, but judging by the increasingly intense aura and the armor on its body, it wouldn't be long before it could fully merge. The bright moon slowly descended, and Li Wuxin just watching until she drowsily fell asleep. For a moment, if someone were to see, they would definitely notice that the man before them had undergone some changes again, becoming more ordinary, as if standing before them was just an ordinary person, yet somehow still felt extraordinary. Facing Yichang's disrespectful behavior, Guizong didn't get angry. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. Upon seeing this smile, Guizong's cousin trembled and hurriedly lowered his head. However, a hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. Comforting her took half of Mibing Lian's life. It was even more exhausting than going to battle. As soon as the skeletal figure appeared, Dr. Duan immediately ran over to complain, saying that there were too many beings that needed modification and not enough time for him to conduct new research on modifications. Even the war machines that the Corpse Clan was proud of had been sent out. It seemed that you all had reached your limits. With a sudden disappearance, Yichang mockingly taunted without restraint. Being called a ghost for no reason was truly frustrating and something that required investigation. With a crisp sound, the exquisite wine vessel shattered instantly, splashing wine and sketching a map on the ground. After getting Ao Jiao's approval, Wukong strolled over, picked up the princess in his arms, and stepped into the inner room, gently placing her on the bed. He casually cast a sound barrier spell, looking at the princess who, though extremely shy, appeared to be ripe for the picking. Wukong's mind was filled with thoughts. Meanwhile, Chi Damio buried her face in Lu's arms, feeling a bit drowsy. The auction for the sheepskin scroll, recording the 5 spirit pearls, was set to begin later that evening, and she planned to sleep until the auction started. The repair of the large teleportation array was not simple. It had been perfectly built using a prosperity level of 1, but now the array masters in Blackstone City did not have such high skills. They could barely repair it based on their usual research and the remaining traces. But there were issues with the timing. In the darkness, Gotham's prosperity gradually revealed itself, with those dilapidated, desolate, and chaotic streets shrouded in darkness, replaced by thriving nights under neon lights. As the largest city on the East Coast, Gotham was not undeserving of its fame. The upper-class elites indulged in luxury under the lights, while the lower class despaired in the darkness. Of course, some were plotting something. In a large house in Gotham's East District, the immensely strong Bane sat in the center, watching as Wei Changfeng noticed Li Qianyue's silence and assumed her agreement. Feeling a bit melancholic, he sighed softly, slowly turning and walking out of the tent. Why bother with the Western Han or Eastern Han? No matter which Han, no matter how many changes there were, it was merely the occupants of the palace changing. Even if the Eastern Han was overthrown and the Western Han rebuilt, what good would it do for the common people? Yang Hehua was humiliated by her father's behavior, especially in front of the Li and Xiao families, whom she looked down upon. Seeing the hidden smile on Li's face made her blush, but she usually didn't care to engage with Li, considering her unworthy of conversation. It was then that everyone learned that back then, Xia Shouju had abandoned his impoverished family and fled, which severely hurt Xia Shuping, who had always advocated brotherly kindness. In his heart, he had already determined that brothers who did not share hardship together were not true brothers. However, they were still in the trial ground, and it was not appropriate to think too much about other matters. Ling Chongfeng returned his focus to the present. After another long sigh, Old Jean was preparing to order the dozens of strong men by the auction stage to carry away the bone wings. With great strength, Chu Yun's footsteps landed firmly, and he transferred the residual power left on Chun Xian's sword, feeling shocked. He had previously fought Chun Xian and knew the latter's strength was formidable, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce, able to withstand his broadsword with mere flesh and blood. Aunt Yang San expressed her concern for her family, and seeing that Yang Chongfa had no intention of leaving, she had no choice but to agree. Wei Chongfeng took 2 steps back, feeling his heart race and his body weak. Behind him, heat was rising, and half of the ground was already on fire. It felt as if he were in a hell of flames. Alice followed Fei Lai step by step, only today realizing that his shoulders were broad. Just like the father she imagined, someone to rely on, a partner, a family member, something she had always dreamed of. She wondered if the people around her now counted as that. After seeing Danny quickly eliminate the 5 guards, I nodded in satisfaction, realizing that he was not boasting when he said he could handle 3 blood hunters. At the same time, several other prominent families in Beiping City, such as the Pei, Liu, and Gao families from Shandong, held similar secret meetings to arrange for their families to evacuate Beiping and return to their ancestral homes. As soon as Li Daniyu finished speaking, the crocodile suddenly leaped from the water to land. The classmates, who had been laughing and playing, instantly screamed in terror. With weak legs, Mu Shimei fainted into Zhu Bai's arms, losing consciousness, and she seemed to hear Zhu Bai's anxious calls. Mu Shimei. Seeing Mu Shimei's indifferent and innocent look, the 13th prince's anger surged to his head, and he shouted furiously, word by word. Yue glanced at Mei Mo, but said nothing. Leng Yu frowned. Was she going to speak to her alone? Regarding Lin Hanxi's unusual behavior today, Yi Yefeng was naturally puzzled. Not only did she actively ask to go out for a walk with him, but she was also holding his hand, which left him feeling pleasantly surprised. When had he, Yi Yefeng, fallen to the point of being so excited just to hold hands? He had not requested a single officer, not even a squad leader. He only wanted soldiers, while the officers would be appointed from the veterans in his scout regiment. He knew that only by doing this could he firmly control the expanded group of 4,000 people. Carl sat upright on the sofa, facing the scrutiny of the 2 people opposite him. Have you seen enough? Carl said helplessly. To be honest, George, can you stop staring at me? At least when you glare at me, it's somewhat pleasing to the eye, but you should just get a rest. Big guts. George squinted, furrowed his brows, spread his hands, and shouted, Tell me, who are you? All right, George. Gwen shot an unhappy glance at her father. This was not the time for antics. Yi Feng coldly shouted, and, just as the axe blade was about to strike him, he shook the ice sword in his hand, and the surrounding water elements were instantly absorbed by the ice sword, forming an ice pillar that surged upward. Such a foolish question even Yimo didn't want to answer. But these 2 were different from Yin Mumu. They were forces she needed to deal with and could also leverage. Liang Yin looked at her sister with some confusion, not understanding how she ended up being locked up. Li Hai casually performed a calculation based on the energy shield's aura and found that there were exactly 96 mages and 192 warriors on stage. Whether this was a coincidence or Ice Mad's intention remained unknown. Who are you? Prince Dejia turned around with a face full of anger, and upon seeing that the words had come from the alluring and sexy Senya in front of him, his anger diminished by half, replaced by a touch of gentlemanliness. Of course, she could only feel good about herself every time her beauty was not met with her strict teacher's merciless critiques. It often made her doubt whether her intelligence had ever passed. This Prince Muang was really not bad. He had sincerity and courage, and most importantly, in the future, he would respect Mumu. Just think about it. Being a high and mighty wife was quite a cool thing. Finally, a clear smile appeared on Ling Xinzi's face as she stepped forward a couple of steps, slightly bowed, and helped the kneeling Yen Wushuang up, saying, This disciple of mine, I accept. Lu Qingzhou pressed her lips together, jumped to the upper level without saying a word, and as soon as she reached a palace eve, she encountered a layer of murky air. It was too thick and contained some Yin energy, making it impossible to break through. Lu Qingzhou held the returning sword, circulated her energy, and was about to use brute force to break through. Why must you be like this, benefactor? Right and wrong will eventually have their outcome. This is your fate as well as theirs. Just like you and I came here, our meeting is fate. With fate, there should be no resentment. If there is resentment, where does it stem from? Hold your heart steady, harbor good thoughts, and that is great achievement. Xian Yechun looked at her emerging fox ears, which drooped down. He nudged her shoulder with his arm. As Aunt Zhao, this was expected, but Aunt Zhao's abilities couldn't support such a position. Initially, I thought that after such a sigh, Luban would calm down, but when the elevator slowly ascended, I realized I was wrong. Although it was a lower king-level dragon, this dragon was clearly refined, and the strength it displayed was no less than that of a mid-level king. The destitute refugees from the holy quarters could indeed not withstand the breath of this celestial dragon, resulting in several deaths. Lungya ignored the faint pain in his body. Looking around on the city wall, his fury slightly twisted his expression. He was undergoing a great refinement from the inside out, expelling the impurities accumulated in the past bit by bit, gradually adjusting his unremarkable body. In this way, what could be more concerning than a legendary combat power without limits? The disciples of those large sects dared not move a muscle. They could not bear the wrath from their sect or their powerful mentors. At first, no one took this movie seriously, not even the Iron Throne, who didn't think this film would be a hit, rolling on the ground for dozens of meters. The two sisters had injured wings, feathers scattered all over, and Huangze was not so reckless, as Alexander was targeting his subordinates. Carl woke up in the morning and saw George with a serious expression. "Carl, have you seen Gwen? What's wrong with Gwen?" Carl asked, somewhat puzzled. And then he heard George say, "Gwen is missing." George didn't know that Gwen was Spider-Man. He was just confused. "I haven't seen Gwen leave since I got up this morning. When I went to call her, I found out she was already gone from the room. Also, her phone is unreachable, and there are no messages. I've finished. What do you want me to do? Leave sideways?" Feng Yufei didn't even glance at Fu Xia, directly throwing her into the hands of the almost fainting maid behind her, and walked slowly towards Lianji. Zhangli had too many doubts in her heart. She returned, picked up the jade bracelet on the ground, and her thoughts suddenly sank to the bottom. "You all, go among them to supervise." Zixiang pointed at Ouyang Yibing and Yezi, Ziyu, Mushui, and Muyu too. "I'll go." Gaia quickly turned to run. But just after taking 2 steps, she suddenly bumped into a transparent barrier and was knocked back several steps. "Who are you? Why have you come to the evil spirit tribe?" A cold voice echoed in the oppressive and frightening red-black crystal hall. I grabbed her shoulder and threw her to the ground, my left hand gripping her neck while my right hand covered the bleeding shoulder. He saw Fei Er leave and also left, thinking he would go find you. Shengwan Honglai said, "Sai, third brother, what do you want to do?" The middle-aged man in the middle frowned and shouted loudly at the strong man beside him. When the Thunder Ape King saw the seeker return, he knew the ambush in the valley had completely failed. The city had fallen, and there was no point in holding on any longer. He had no choice but to abandon Huashuan City and fly back to Thunder Ape Mountain to continue blocking the counterattack forces, preparing to drive the Imperial Army out of the West Sea. In contrast, Gu Luo's right fist remained steady at the starting point, then relaxed and shook it to loosen the bones. The great Luo god, who has always been impatient and fiery, finally couldn't hold back, roaring as he took a few steps forward, extending 2 fingers to strike at the Blood Demon's shoulder. The Blood Demon leaped back, dodging the attack, swinging his wand directly at the great Luo god's abdomen. The opponent probably didn't expect Xiaohua to make such a move, caught off guard. The tip of her hairpin grazed his cheek, drawing some blood. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, glaring fiercely at Xiaohua, but his jaw was held in place by her hairpin, not daring to move. Especially 50 years ago, their only son was killed. She almost bloodily washed the various sects of the martial world to find the murderer. Anyone who was still alive back then would still have nightmares. That person slightly turned over and held Mu Shaojing in his arms. His strong arms wrapped around her like an airtight iron barrel. "Don't move, just lie like this for a while." Saying this, he closed his eyes on his own. Seeing their behavior was restrained, Xiaohua felt a bit better, realizing they were just ordinary commoners, thinking they were some distant relatives. The heavenly sacrificial ceremony was originally one of the most important rites in the life of every spirit realm person, traditionally grand, and under Qi Luan's arrangements. Su Ying's coming-of-age ceremony was even somewhat luxurious. "Who is here to save you? We're just passing by." Wang Jiping finally understood the meaning of the idiom self-absorbed. And then the Lord gave the old snake man a meaningful smile, because he saw that Lin Ka was already starting to eliminate the beast soldiers lurking in the shadows with Leslie and Ariana. I didn't dare to lower my head, but I could clearly feel that the liquid was slow and even carried a bit of warmth. Absolutely not. He is a demon with a good appearance. His features, his body, his aura are all used to seduce. Once you fall for his trap, you will definitely be thoroughly consumed. What's wrong? Do you want to see me die that badly? Carl looked at the vulture with a half smile. I still prefer the green one. Ahem, I am now the battle eagle. The vulture wanted to resist a bit, thinking that now he was a good person, this madman wouldn't attack him. Right? What a great presence, Lord Battle Eagle. Carl said sarcastically. The familiar sharp electronic sound made Battle Eagle a bit flustered. I've really been doing good deeds all this time. TCH, you really know how to find a place. What kind of ghost place is this? Are we here to catch ghosts? The lighting was too dim to see his face, but just hearing this voice made it clear that Xiao Dong had arrived, because this voice, like him, was annoying. At the moment, Liang Xiaoyu was stunned. Lu Qing's hand had already moved from her shoulder to her slender neck, and her facial expression turned fierce. With a loud bang, Liang Xiaoyu, who was peeking at the door, couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. I gently shook my head, but my tone was filled with indifference. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to wish you well. Really? Saying this, a smile spread across my face again. Zhou Jiaoyang looked at me, his pupils suddenly constricting for a moment, and his hand slowly slid down from my shoulder. I only have this much left now. Don't push people too far. She doesn't have any money on her now. If you continue to stalemate here, we could even sue you for intentional injury. Qian Duo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disdain for the Crystal Group. Ichio couldn't help but feel a secret shock, really not expecting that after becoming the peak master. There would be so many benefits. It seemed that this position of master couldn't be given to someone else to sit in. After all, a royal grade low-grade sword wasn't something that could be easily obtained. To die and be reborn tells me to live actively, to strive for what I want, to cherish the people and things in front of me, and to enjoy life in time, Liaohua said, looking straight into Su Huai's eyes. At the same time, the levels of Longmen were also a test of the Dragon Soul Warrior family for the Dragon Palace students. As long as the students who passed the 5th level of Longmen would not need to participate in the internal selection of their respective clans, they could directly enter the preliminary rounds of the entire Dragon Soul Warrior family competition. Heavenly Extreme Cross. Thus, after the power was sealed, the long-and-used secret art finally reappeared in the world. Momo's brain capacity was indeed large, but I really didn't know about the development of the heart and lungs. This remark naturally caused dissatisfaction among several young dragons of the lower 3 clans. However, this earthquake dragon's power was evidently not insignificant. So the young dragons of the lower 3 clans dared not voice their anger and could only stay in place, glaring at her with rage. If a gaze could kill the earthquake dragon, she would have died several times already. Shi Chao bowed deeply, expressing her sincere awe for this kind-hearted elder. Her gaze was sad for a moment. Then she regained her previous lively confidence. The Xianyu holy body is a special physique that can absorb and refine moonlight for its own use. Under the moonlight, it can even fight across levels, making it a powerful constitution. No wonder it was valued by the Holy Spirit Island. What else can we do? Just slap him to death. The dignity of our assassin alliance absolutely does not allow any infringement. This guy must die. An elder stood up. On the contrary, it was these fallen Tatar cavalry. Their bodies, along with those of the war horses, lay in front of the shield wall, adding another obstacle for the Tatar cavalry rushing in from behind. He. Cindy, unable to speak clearly, pointed in shock at the cute little figure on Carl's shoulder. He's Venom's son? As she spoke, she couldn't help but ask again, son? Carl shrugged and said, Venom, show her what you can do. Carl, don't tarnish people's innocence. Venom has always liked Cindy. And although he can't get close to Spider-Man, being close to Spider-Woman is also great. Carl nodded knowingly, unsure if they knew what I had done with Dai Rue before sleeping, but I didn't care anymore. I glanced at the clock on the table. It was already 6:30. However, her gaze was not on the flying ink jade sword, but on Jing Yan's slightly swollen palm. She quickly took out her homemade burn ointment from her space and carefully applied it to his hand. What? Impossible. Xiao Fei was stunned. After calculating for so long and putting in so much effort to invite the emperor into her palace, now he was sleeping drowsily on her bed. Yet this girl managed to ruin all her plans just by being nervous. After spending time together, one realizes that appearances are deceiving. Deep down, he was no different from ordinary men. They all craved supreme power. Just as she was about to say she was fine, she remembered she had been here for a while and probably wouldn't be here much longer. Sure enough, before she could say anything, she heard an announcement. At times like this, closing your eyes to sleep is the best way to conserve energy, because he still had to endure a cold wind assault later that night. Lien Hua shouted loudly, not even using the stairs, directly jumping from the 3rd floor window to the 1st floor. Disciple requests Master-S help. I beg for Master-S assistance. Shen Tianyu lowered his head, burying it deeply in the snow. The rapidly growing bloodthirsty vines instantly formed an oasis in the barren land, although there was no water source. The temperature was much more suitable, reducing everyone's physical exhaustion significantly. He gently called out, causing the lights in the stairway to brighten. The advancement of modern technology allows people to have light at night, just like during the day. If this were decades ago, the light that just turned on would have probably been that dim yellow glow. Could it be that someone is stirring the pot? Room 405 is actually a scam? Was everything inside set up to wait for people? His voice was strong, resonating with rich, true energy, causing the ground to stir up dust and stones, making those with lower cultivation feel dizzy and unable to stand. On the other side, Ming Zun Gongzi's expression was as gloomy as water. He hadn't expected Fong Qing to recognize the blood-light curse at a glance. But now they didn't want to go back. After all, returning wouldn't serve any purpose. In Cheetah Town, it was basically impossible to gather any useful information, as the entire town was engulfed in a frenzy of emotions. LV Tianming had a special identity and didn't have to heed such summons, but after thinking it over, he still stepped towards the sword's sex training ground. The three ancestral emperors had a minimum of 9th layer cultivation, with the Tinshui ancestral emperor even at the 10th layer. The next day, when Zheng Hao saw Qin Bingbing again, his expression appeared very unnatural, and Qin Bingbing also looked unwell, with a face that seemed unable to cheer up. However, in the dim moonlight, his already severe myopia made it even harder to see whether that thing was human or an object. Bei Chao Hong saw that things were not looking good, raised his hands to welcome the lightning-like blade light with his Fong Tianhua halberd, while simultaneously using his buttocks to push hard, quickly retreating on horseback, hoping to save his life under that unstoppable blade light. With his current cultivation, he could easily defeat ordinary star warriors, and even against dual-pulse star warriors. He could win without using the Xuanwu seal. He once had a batch of tiles with some color discrepancies, and Fan Jingqi sent people to deliver new tiles to him without charging a penny more. Venom, you've disappointed me too much. Slaughter charged at Carl, muttering, You chose such a master? To make your voice so disgusting? As expected, a loser is always a loser. Damn, don't drag me into your insults. Carl was very unhappy, easily dodging Slaughter's aimless attacks and giving him a hard slap. Humph, dare to insult me? Take that. Slaughter's hand instantly transformed into a giant blade, swinging towards Carl. But this is precisely why the monk from Bema Temple pursued us for thousands of miles, Chinger said lightly. Don't say you kill to the end, and send the Buddha to the west, while others are half dead, and then let the enemy resurrect for revenge. It's strange to say that his thoughts seemed to be guessed by Qi Yu, as he repeatedly tried to escape, but was bumped into by Qi Yu's subordinates. This was the ultimate move, the life-saving technique of all Taiyan, a knife technique he had painstakingly researched with his senior brother Peng Liandian for several years, finally culminating in this essence of a single strike. How should I kill it? Tang Feng began to consider tactics, and suddenly he thought of a method. Just as Tang Tian and Lin Xingyuan believed the other had yielded to their threats, the figure suddenly moved. So, next, will you pretend to faint? Or should I knock you out? Xiao Yunfei slowly walked forward, his powerful aura pressing down on the two security guards until they couldn't breathe. After the outbreak of the geomagnetic virus, the southern hemisphere became a paradise for animals. After human interstellar migration, Earth became a haven for animals. This is the letter my family directly passed to me. The letter says the elders at home hope to see you well. So they hope you can go back and take a look and also bring in Ai Chong. The Prime Minister spoke of the man's request. If they really intended to rob, it would probably be difficult for the two to escape unscathed. He couldn't understand what Ning Fuchan was planning, of course, because he still didn't know that Ning Fuchan had already successfully established her foundation, her strength multiplied several times. Along the way, every maid and servant he encountered was dressed in white, making Li's eyelids twitch as if his heart was being tightly gripped, unable to breathe. One idiot. That box must contain shooting stars. The director slammed the table angrily. After hearing this, Fei Zhuohan became serious. Originally, there were still several days left, which was enough. But now the boss suddenly made such a request, and that time was indeed a bit urgent. The two sides discussed for a while, and Wu Yi felt anxious when Gao Chong no longer mentioned horses, if the officials found out. Even the generals in Song would be furious if they knew they weren't buying horses, fearing they would be turned into meat paste. Wu Yi himself doubted it. Even if they weren't bought for war, using them for plowing would also be good. In short, they had created a topic, and if this topic was hyped, The effect would naturally be better, but that's what the boss was focusing on. In those eyes, as indifferent as autumn waters, Xiao Shiwei made Chu Yinji's brows gradually furrow. Ning Fuchan only transmitted the body refining and qi refining methods and some basic spells from the True Dragon transformation technique into Ning Mengshue's sea of consciousness. This was enough for her to cultivate for a while. Too much would risk overwhelming her sea of consciousness. Let's do it. Zai Huadong, Lan Su Su. And Lan Luo Luo immediately bent down. Above them, Wang Qiuer's golden dragon spear flew over at a terrifying speed, crashing into Qiu Yi's shield. Hey, Tianxin, I haven't played enough yet. Are you surrendering already? This isn't the style of a diamond. Where's the promise of never yielding? Shen Qingshan was even more surprised to hear that Shirtu came from the mundane world, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked up and down at Shirtu. Although Qin Yu accidentally killed many villagers during these rampages, there were corpses everywhere. However, as a professional soldier, one must be cold-blooded. Gwen sat in the lounge with an unhappy expression. Next to her was a small black boy with a silly grin. Miles Morales felt sorry for the girl. Ever since he got stung by a spider while tagging with his uncle yesterday, things had taken a turn for the worse. This morning, he had grown quite a bit taller, and his newly bought pants were visibly shorter by a few centimeters. To make matters worse, his hands suddenly became sticky, and he accidentally touched the girl's head. Yi Tian shook his head. A Kuei was honest and rarely lied. Even when he did, it was in good faith. However, precisely because a Kuei was honest, his lies could easily be seen through. A Kuei always hesitated when speaking, and Yi Tian immediately understood that a Kuei was lying. Wow, now I finally understand why they say that in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Li Yi said. Outside, a dull sound echoed, with knocks hitting Dong Yun's body. The temperament of the ant had become increasingly unpredictable, and Dong Yun's fate today served as a warning to Dongling. Lei Xiaoqian gestured for everyone to quiet down, closed the luxurious box, and walked step by step towards the inner room, with everyone closely following him, still in shock from the beautiful diamond necklace. However, those who truly paid attention to the matter were secretly re-examining the issue of blood diamonds. That's good, that's good. Mother Shun felt something was off, but politely exchanged pleasantries with Shun Feifei before continuing home with her vegetable basket. Taking advantage of the fact that Xiao Yi had taken a large number of ability users to our country, the Li family launched a military coup in Hua country while the Xiao family's domestic influence was weakened. They arrested Marshal Xiao and many supporters of the Xiao family in a surprise attack. However, he already felt that everyone's power was enhanced due to his resonance ability. So as long as these things were completed, it was already quite good, wasn't it? In fact, he had many part-time jobs, like when he was caught by Tao Hua that day. He played the piano in a high-end hotel. He also danced lead in some nightclubs. And none of these different identities were related to the school doctor. In fact, after leaving Long Anshi's villa and calling the doctor, Chu Kuer had already decided to find Hong Kuan when she learned how much money was needed for a kidney transplant. Xia Tian nodded, somewhat convinced. Now that Shui was in her ring, they were like grasshoppers on the same boat. She had no reason to deceive him because if anything happened to him, she would likely be left alone to grow old here. It's fine, no pressure. Anyway, it has to be said sooner or later. Once he broke the ice, Mi Duo felt a lot lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. Thus, the dark elf, resembling a butterfly, took a lot of effort for Yin Fei to ensnare her. However, a casual flaw exposed by Yin Fei led the innocent Telenia to fall for it. She was hit by Yin Fei's pressure point, and even had her pointed ears playfully flicked by Yin Fei. Given his current physical condition, it was unlikely that he could execute any desired proactive moves. So Lu Qingyu could only helplessly place his only hope on the random skills of the Spirit Pearl. Mischief? Kong Qian saw that Chun Shi's attitude while speaking was neither humble nor arrogant, and his brows furrowed, feeling a bit displeased. Similarly, if I die in battle, Deputy Commander Ronus will be responsible for all matters of the regiment. Khalid waved his hand forcefully, urging his mount to slowly advance. And the two sides were on the brink of battle. Sure enough, some kids started wailing again. Gong Shichin felt an urge to facepalm. Whose personality did this fifth brother take after? The fat master shook his head, rubbed his numb knees, and slowly stood up, patiently explaining to Helian Noah. If it weren't for Right Doer urging the big tree to help with all its might, the big tree had to expend a lot of spiritual energy from the Shumi ring to execute this move, and it was barely done from just over 20 meters away. Carl and Gwen decided to skip class and see what Spider-Man in this world was up to. Carl didn't really pay attention to Myers, although that's not entirely accurate. because with that push he had already installed 2 monitors on Myers. This is something to thank Batman for, as he helped Carl develop such a good habit. Carl and Gwen put on their battle suits and swung together over New York, while the New Yorkers remained calm as various Spider-Men appeared every day. The target of his steps was that bronze palace, as he discovered that the aroma of the dishes was coming from within the palace. Just like a turned-over turtle, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't move its body an inch. Pressed against the earthen wall, Yi Huang tilted her gaze to observe Li Shiji. Her weight remained unchanged, still imposing, but her figure was noticeably different. What have you done to me? For Jeff, losing a pair of wings felt like losing his legs. He couldn't accept this fact at all. The next day, after receiving Yao Rant's blueprint, Yao Hua and others began making the mold for the overall casting and polishing the steel construction of key components. Philo. Usually it curls up into a ball, looking like a catfish, with dense fur. This is another form of life. The production team was also helpless and could only contact the taxi company again to rent another taxi. If hit, there would be no life left. A shadow leaped a few steps and stood behind Scar, taking the fireball for him. And upon closer inspection, it was the tyrant's bulky figure. All right. Sun Honglei's usual style is like this. When he can't argue, he resorts to playing tricks, and Lu Lin and Huang Bo have long been accustomed to it. A hollow iron tool shaped like a pentagram, a golden crown inlaid with a ruby, a gray stone with red and blue streaks drawn in a circle, a short sword emitting golden powder, a short sword with a blue crystal blade, and a turtle shell with a green base and golden patterns. Xiao Yinshan is a prominent figure in the Xiao family. Besides his elder brother Xiao Kaijiang and second brother Xiao Kaiwang, he is one of the most powerful people. A parrot conch with a peculiar shape. She looked at it with delight, but upon picking it up, it turned out to be quite heavy, and after a closer look, she realized it was a fossil. After Nan Fei arrived, Li Xian instructed Nan Fei to send someone to keep a close watch on Jin Shan, reporting every word and action of Jin Shan. Waves of divine thoughts exchanged as they held their breath, waiting. This patient moment was not at all in line with their demon clan's definition, but they felt the wait was worthwhile. For that world, they had already waited for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. Now that the passage had appeared, waiting was nothing. Outside, there was also a police officer, and the neighbors stood far away watching the excitement, some of whom showed sympathetic expressions. Huajiu looked at the wine glass in front of her. The white porcelain color swayed with the clear liquid, and a long-lasting aroma of wine spread. She silently lifted the glass, and her son Xiao stretched out his hand to clink it with hers before tilting his head back and drinking it in one gulp. As the political center, it was normal for there to be many foreigners in Jingzhou. Lin Bin and the others didn't pay attention and focused on eating. Not only did the villagers come, but the reputation of Wui in the past month also reached Zhang Shanhong, who surprisingly arrived at Wui today. If the new work couldn't stay on the homepage for a while longer, it might never have a chance to be seen. After all, works can only be voted on by members if they are seen by members. Besides the author, very few others would patiently scroll through the rankings from start to finish to find works they like to recommend. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was stimulated by Wang Rushua's words or had truly become eager to learn. She was fully invested, her mind filled with the program for this human intelligent recognition system, even forgetting to eat. Gu, call? Gwen immediately shouted, "You promised me not to kill indiscriminately." Spider-Man Peter Parker still hadn't recovered, but he advised, although I don't know Miles Morales, it's clear that since he is Spider-Man, he must be a good person. You're being a bit extreme, Carl. Perhaps we have gentler ways to fight against all this. That's true, but do you have a solution? The Queen lightly coughed and said to Ling Yuyen, who had a veil on her head, "Let the matchmaker accompany you to wait for the Prince of Qi in the bridal chamber. The Emperor and I will return to the palace first. Tomorrow morning, let the Prince of Qi take you into the palace to pay respects to the Emperor and me." After speaking, the Queen's gaze turned to Emperor Yongjia. Xie Shunning sat aside, staring at the papers on the Kong table, feeling that the rows of ink characters were becoming blurry. Xiang Tao gritted her teeth and looked at those door rooms, secretly thinking that these people were indeed too arrogant. The second prince was just a name. But in terms of real power, he couldn't compare to Lu Taifu. She originally intended to turn and leave. But thinking of the oath she made in front of Lu Mingzhu, she stopped in her tracks. "This is easy. The attendants and guards are ready-made. This time, the people I brought with the Emperor's uncle are all carefully selected trusted aides, so you don't need to worry about this," the Crown Prince hurriedly said. The Taoist Chongxiu had a calm expression, as if the outside matters had nothing to do with him, entirely embodying the appearance of an otherworldly immortal. "I say, how did you do it?" Liu Guang Yihua quietly approached the fat man and poked him. She wanted to take a break, but when she closed her eyes, she couldn't fall asleep, so she merely pretended to rest her eyes. Ing Air hurriedly returned, and without deliberately lowering her voice, she naturally heard it. So what? At least in the end, I'll plead for the adults in front of my cousin, spare his family from death, and conveniently give him an official position, Qiu Hong said nonchalantly. Just then, Lu Mingqing stepped forward to plead for Lu Deforen, and Ming Mei saw Lu Mingqing's sorrowful expression and Lu Laotai's resolute tone, so she didn't say much more. However, she couldn't suppress her feelings and thought that the punishment for Lu Deforen wasn't severe enough. How could she be so easily let go? Originally planning to have the Silver Wing people investigate, they would immediately release the news, allowing their respective sides to confront each other. At this moment, on that stone pillar, those half-step Golden Dan cultivators all teamed up, engaging in a three-way melee with the barbarian beasts and with demons near the top. Therefore, it is still necessary to find a breakthrough that can serve as evidence. Everyone understood now. It turned out that Chairman Jiang had taken a liking to this fierce fighting force. This suddenly emerged Jiang Shan had soared to the sky, becoming a disciple of the emperor. From now on, they would be the well-known Imperial Forest Army. In the future, if they achieved military merits, they would naturally rise rapidly. In the evening, Lan Xiong arrived at Jiang Shan's temporary residence to take Jiang Shan and Liang Jianbin to the banquet prepared for them by Li Zongren. However, the new reinforcements did not all head north to support the front line in Shandong. Instead, the U.S. Army's 3rd Division moved south to Kyushu Island. As at the same time, a large fleet also set sail from the Ying-Tian military port. Wang Bo was slightly puzzled upon hearing this. He had speculated about the identities of Zhao the Butcher and others, and had checked some possible information, but had never heard of such a unit existing. Perhaps it was just that he was rather ignorant. The old mountain cat hurriedly took out a red cloth bag from a box. Upon opening it, there were 3 brocade boxes inside. After opening the brocade boxes, there were 3 dark red old mountain ginseng roots. The change happened 3 years ago when the old emperor who protected Qi Zheng passed away. With a new emperor comes new ministers. And not only her, but even the 9th princess Lin Xiang and her husband also faced misfortune. The only one who managed to escape by a stroke of luck was Yang Xiaokong, who had no connection to the power center at all. Miles felt that everything had changed. He found that Spider, the one that bit him. After returning to the dormitory, he accidentally saw a Spider-Man comic. And the Spider-Man in the comic had almost the same experience as his own, unable to control himself, able to hear others' thoughts, easily sticking to walls, and flustered. Oh no, I become Spider-Man too. This was his first thought. The young man finally managed to connect with the 4th Brigade of the Independence Army. Major General Mei Jin Mei from the 1st Military Command in Shijiazhuang and General Tereichi Koichi from the North China Front Command in Beiping both breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Su Wang casually picked a bag and, upon opening it, couldn't hide his joy, immediately nodding repeatedly at Li Chujun. It was food, real food without a doubt. A regiment of the Japanese 14th Division stationed in Lanfeng City fled under the fierce attack of the 71st Army and headed towards Sanyizhai. Shui Hanyan, do you still want to keep fighting? If you don't want to fight anymore, then I'll go help them kill. Su Xianqian's telegram said that the Japanese 5th Division and 16th Division had already begun to halt their offensive towards the inner regions of the Jinan base last night, gathering their troops and withdrawing towards the Pinghan line early this morning. The 5 beauties each deceived themselves in their hearts and found a reasonable explanation, feeling relieved. An update is here, a little late. Tomorrow morning, I have to get up early to catch a flight to the next place. Heartache. Chaos. Do you know what's going on? Yi Chenfeng asked thoughtfully, but at this moment, the chaos divine beast was like a startled bird. Lei Tingfeng was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the long sword in his hand. In fact, just now, drawing the sword to commit suicide was also a moment of impulse and sadness that clouded his mind. Now, looking at the sword in his hand, he felt a chill in his heart. Baka, logistics soldier. Jiha confirmed he hadn't misheard. How dare a horse bandit rob the rations of their imperial army? It was simply a death wish. Well then, to protect her family's territory, a certain degree of sacrifice is likely acceptable, right? As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind suddenly roared from the misty mountains. The sound of the wind shook the heart of a celestial being like Wu Changdong. A whirlwind formed, flew to Wu Changdong in front of Yindao, spun in place twice, and the wind ancestor appeared. A trace of reluctance flashed in Jin Xingyue's eyes, and then suddenly, she stretched out a finger and pointed at Han Dao's forehead. One day later, he saw a pair of gold hairpins in his mother's hand, found it very interesting, and joked that it would be great if he had one. His mother saw that he indeed liked it, and, since she had always wanted to repay his life-saving grace, decided to give him all the gold hairpins. With Wu-Ning's strong participation, I believe this time we can definitely expose Ming Chongyin's conspiracy. All I need to do next is to wait for good news. Although Li Xian felt a bit worried in his heart, he also believed that with Wu-Ning's skills, even if it was really exposed, he would still be more than capable of self-defense. Transformation pill? Han Dao thought to himself that if it could shock two major sect figures like this, it could be confirmed that this pill was definitely not an ordinary item, especially considering the 3 words transformation pill mentioned by Zhan Yu. Next, the behavior of the 5 dolphins completely overturned Han Dao's understanding of them. He initially thought that the 5 dolphins would use their built-in sonic wave disintegration cannons to deal with these dying monsters. But the reality proved that they were much more brutal than he had imagined. Kill. Capture Wang, Xiaoji alive. The soldiers of Tubo were filled with murderous intent as they fiercely charged towards the Tang army's camp. Just now, they had just received 90 tons of precious metals, and now the base was least lacking in funds. Han Dao pointed and quickly selected various construction units. Gwen jumped in front of the large, exaggerated particle accelerator in the lab, while Peter held the prepared plugins, searching for interfaces in the lab. Carl, on the other hand, squatted on the ground, staring blankly at Miles Morales as they exchanged glances. "Why do I feel like you're not happy with me?" Miles suddenly asked. "Do you hate us black people?" "Hey, Miles. I didn't expect you to say that." "All right, class, quiet down. We can discuss things after class. Wang Junkai, you sit next to Zhang Mingya, and Yang Qinshi, you sit next to Bei Rue. Since the only empty seats in the class were next to me and Bei Rue, they could sit next to us." After boarding the top deck of the airship, the 3 of them were all in first-class cabins, and Yang Tian's room was so large it was exaggerated, with several rooms inside and out. "Qian Qian, you chat with your Bei Rue, and Kai, you chat with your Yi. Let's not disturb each other." Yuan looked at her phone and said. The others weren't fools either, since the conversation had reached this point, although they didn't directly expose it. The meaning was already quite clear, and they naturally understood. And Ruchu knew that he was under dual pressure from career and emotions, especially due to the work in America, which had time differences, requiring him to often hold video conferences in the middle of the night, resulting in very little sleep every day. A glint of respect flashed in the eyes of the man in the purple robe as he looked at Yang Tian, adding a few more points of respect, a mutual respect between strong peers. "Oh, am I a foodie? Did you remember wrong?" The exposed Yuan dad pretended as if he knew nothing. Taking advantage of the dim light, Shun Ci hurried forward, intending to find a household to borrow a place to stay for the night, but in this sparsely populated suburb, after walking for a while, she still didn't see anyone. She stopped, looked around, and seemed to find a grove to the right that could temporarily serve as a hiding place. As for the way back, she would think about it tomorrow, and Ruchu didn't care how much he knew. He could only pretend that nothing happened and speak as if everything was normal. If you expose your identity due to demonic poison attacking your heart, don't blame me for being unkind, Fu Shirshi said sternly. Lung Wushuang looked up at him, her expression unchanged by the words she had just spoken, as if the protagonist in her previous statement about sacrifice was not herself. She raised her head, tearfully looking at Yufan, who was singing a birthday song, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her throat choking up. Some people saw the intricacy of this claw, but they dared not believe that, if so, Huazin's combat talent had already reached the level close to a master. That voice was sharp and thin, sending chills down my spine, and the immortals in the pit looked horrified. "No way. Absolutely not." Wang Hiniu shouted loudly. He had been stunned by the sudden blow and took a while to regain his senses. He absolutely did not allow Li Lao Lu to act without permission. The most terrifying part was that the action was instantaneous. Although he now appeared to be part of the holy sect of the Ming religion, he would not hesitate to kill Huazin, this saint. "Seventh uncle, no need to call me young master, just call me Duan Lang like Zhou Bo." Zhou Bo had suffered greatly over the years. He not only lost a leg, but also disfigured himself to hide in the civilian world. He currently lived in the capital, and the 2 of us supported each other, one in the light and one in the dark. Duan Lang then shared with Han Feng Zhou Guangji's idea of bringing him into the temple. Xiaoji stood up angrily, thinking to himself, "When the hell did you discuss peace talks with me? One should not speak carelessly, otherwise I might end up being dragged down by you." After getting off the spaceship and seeing Qin Juanxi's condition, Hubai was struck by the sight of Qin Juanxi's miserable state at that moment. Peter Parker's situation was quite dire. He hadn't had a proper rest for a whole month. Even the strongest body would rust, let alone a flesh-and-blood one. He looked at Gwen, who was grappling with Dr. Octopus, then glanced at Carl, who was pinned against the wall by the Prowler, and finally at Miles, who was hanging below Carl with a silly grin, feeling somewhat exhausted, especially since he saw that the particle accelerator had already been activated. But he was powerless against the lizard man who had him in a grip. Such phenomena were not uncommon. Trials come with life and death, but there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. The audience was already familiar with the characteristics and routines of their martial arts. If not for someone like Yi Qiu, who analyzed every battle meticulously, Chen Long found himself in the void, sensing a sharp blade aura penetrating through the corpse, leading him to reassess the general strength. He pushed off the corpse with his left foot, performing a mid-air roll, and the corpse beneath him was split in half with a thud. Chen Long's body suddenly opened up, and a serrated dagger was presented before the general. Ouyang Yu's face turned purple and dark, and it was only at that moment, after a violent cough, that he caught his breath. Chen Yu then called someone to fetch Su Chu. Shortly after, Su Chu arrived, surprised to see Jian Wei getting beaten. But he didn't dare to ask too much and went into the tent to meet Cao Cao and Shang Yu. 4,000 demon warriors lined up like a human wall, directly absorbing the spiritual cannons that rumbled down from the three guard islands with their bodies. The magic sword in Mo Su's hand was a renowned artifact forged by a master of formations and a master blacksmith, capable of breaking through 10,000 formations. Known as the Breaking Formation Sword, Wang Dafu saw that the warship had completed its turn and was approaching the merchant ship, now only a few meters away. This matter was too significant. It could even directly affect the future of the Shantian sword sect, so the three had to be extremely cautious. The Taoist and his friend inquired about the whereabouts of the fan and decided to seize it. However, the Taoist's wife disagreed, believing it would be dangerous. Yet the Taoist told his wife not to live such a life anymore and expressed a desire for a lofty existence. Regardless of his wife's objections, he remained resolute. "We've been resting for a while. It's time to practice our skills," I said. The lost city had turned into a hell on earth, where the evil in people's hearts was vividly portrayed. No one could be trusted. If at this moment someone didn't attack you from behind, it only proved that they still had a use for you. At this time, if someone were to calculate carefully, they would probably notice that Qin Wuyan's attacks had already emerged from the initial chaotic rhythm and were now consistently maintaining maximum output and lethal damage. "You girl, you only know how to scare the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager feigned anger, but Lin Xiao had already figured out her temperament and felt no fear whatsoever. Inside the room, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a chilling brilliance flashing in his gaze. His expression was radiant, and he softly murmured to himself, his words filled with immense confidence and anticipation. With a startled exclamation, the door to the inner room was slammed open, and a blue figure rushed out. If it weren't for Zhou Yu glaring coldly at him, he would have rushed over to snatch the money. On the way back to Berlin, Eric intentionally broke the awkwardness, casually chatting with Todd about everyday matters, sharing his long-standing thoughts on national prosperity. The Baitian sect represents the eagle sauce, while the Righteous Alliance and the Evil Valley symbolize the rabbits and the bear. The four great families and 6 major sects follow suit. Shen Xiaoping and Yang Xiaoqing's thoughts were of no concern to Fang Jinan, whose mind was still quite simple at this moment. He had never speculated whether others harbored any ill intentions toward him. Peter looked uncomfortable. At this point, "Can you be a bit more serious?" The massive form of the lizard man appeared in front of everyone, and Gwen took a step forward but noticed Carl holding her back. "There are still patients over there. You need to take care of him. You wouldn't want to see Peter die in front of you, would you, Gwen?" Gwen shouted glare, helped Peter up, and had Miles follow behind her. Suddenly, Carl reached out, aimed to the right, and fired the energy cannon. But facing such a corpse that was about to die, he probably couldn't taste anything from the food anymore, whether it was hot or cold. Sure Hao and Ivanovich's right flank was almost breached. In the 67th minute, Van Onholt assisted from the left flank, using his speed to break past Sure Hao, who only chased a few steps before giving up. On Earth and Pandora, Majun, who had made headlines, had completed his dimension plundering mission, meaning he could freely enter and exit the Avatar world. Aside from the snow-drinking Mad Blade, Su Jing couldn't think of any other blade in the wind and cloud world that could have such deterrent power and chilling aura. Yet they stood firm before the 5 students, never falling even in death, blocking the malicious spirits and holding on until we arrived. "I knew it. I knew it." The black Ailu grabbed Feng Munyun's pants leg, trying to climb up the hunter's thigh to his shoulder, but was pulled down by the white-clothed hunter and pinned back to the ground in the corridor. The robe, symbolizing the scholar, was torn apart by the energy's assault, and Rafe also fell backward. The football struck his finger. The force was not good. Siligu was startled, but could no longer change anything. Accompanied by the revelation of the unstable magic's weaknesses, people also felt disappointed. An uncontrollable magic was like a ticking time bomb, capable of harming both enemies and oneself. Lin Yeping seemed to know everything that happened to Su Chongqing, even addressing Su Jing as Su Daoyu, a title clearly used only by Su Chongqing. Are you still getting used to living here? Although the graduate student in front of him had scolded him, Li Gang did not show any dissatisfaction or hostility. Still wearing a friendly expression, Li Xiufen felt the same. For her, the importance of her son came even before her husband Wang Laowu, more important than her own life. He couldn't afford to be careless, especially since there were two fire dragons, Connie and Liz, in the city. What if these fire dragon beads were related to the dragon clan? Would it anger Connie and cause a disaster? Are you all right, sir? A personal guard of Li Tan rushed over from behind, with only the sword sheath hanging at his waist, clearly indicating that the flying sword just now was thrown by him. Shimanqing has a pharmacy and a restaurant, both of which are profitable businesses. If he were in modern times, he could probably be a wealthy young man. Making $1 billion would not be a dream. After this incident, even if that bullet hesitated and hit me, I feel I would accept it. Unfortunately, thinking of Yin Yu in the car, still waiting for him to bring something back to save the situation. Lin Feng glanced at the student girl at the cashier who was focused on her phone, coughed lightly, and slowly walked to the counter. Meanwhile, the governor and the county magistrate were discussing how to deal with Wu Song, while Lai Pai San had already arrived at the county office, banging on the big drum. Su Ying was not kept under house arrest with me, and at that time, Master Dong did not look at me, merely coldly stating that he did not want to harm her life. Although it was just a guess, I always felt that this incident was unusual. Even though the military situation was urgent, there were still people available in the court, and Nan Xingyao was currently feigning illness at home. No matter how one thought about it, this task of pacifying the chaos should not fall to him. If something were to happen, even if the Heavenly Sword sect fell, the Flying Feather sect would still provide considerable compensation. Miles listened to Peter's words, releasing spider silk from his hand, then flew up to the building, swaying while carrying the tall and strong Peter. Suddenly, a hand in a fleece pajama landed on his shoulder. Miles jolted and instinctively released an electric current from his hand. The figure behind him was instantly thrown back, and the spider silk launcher in his wrist was stimulated by the electric current, shooting toward Miles, causing him to fall while pulling Miles down with him. However, Gu Qingshuan's words were reasonable. If Gu Qingxian spoke, what if Gu Qingyi was stimulated and came to question him even more aggressively? She looked blankly at the painting in front of her, involuntarily recalling the unforgettable scene from the banquet. Stop! Hung Pathingba immediately approached, reaching out to shout, "What is going on?" Although he did not recognize the black-clad individuals in front of him, their attire was certainly that of members of the Sanshur group. Under equal strength, having a higher level of divine skills or divine weapons can determine an overwhelming advantage. Just like in the soul martial realm, although both are upper-level 9-ring heavenly demons. The one mastering the 9th level killing technique can certainly defeat the one mastering the 7th level killing technique. What is the matter? Ning Yanhuan thought it was a personal matter of Lan Biao, so she didn't plan to ask. Unexpectedly, Lan Lingyan was not polite at all and directly pulled her sit on the sofa before starting to ask questions. Upon hearing this, Lei Ting glanced at Lei Zhen lightly, then picked up a peanut from the dish on the table, and as he slightly rubbed it between his fingers, Lei Zhen gasped and covered his forehead. Moreover, during that succession ceremony, how would Li Wudi, who had a very close relationship with Ziyuan, react? If he strongly supported Ziyuan, what changes would that bring? However, no matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge the wolf demon at all. In the contest of strength, he had completely lost. Lai Hu also felt an increase in his vital energy, and his internal injuries had healed, but he did not feel a breakthrough. So he said, "Senior sister, I have a foundation establishment pill. You can try it." He took out the pill and stuffed it into the other S's mouth. Who's meddling? Seeing Carl being knocked back by a powerful force, his right hand, which was holding a military knife, was now bleeding profusely. The bandit leader shouted in horror. "If I get the chance, I will definitely make her disappear from this world. Forever disappear," Shi Rongqing thought to himself resolutely. Where did Mei Ji go? Onki, with his red hair standing on end and a face full of anger, looked around. Hua Lingyu walked over, hugged her tightly without saying a word. He understood her meaning. With Yin Shui and Yin Bing as witnesses, everything would be easier. Liu Yukai immediately gathered elite soldiers. and I and Huo Wuchen each led a group of people to storm the governor's mansion. I was too nervous, he said. Jin Ha nodded, saying this. But there was no sign of his expression softening. After a long night of conversation, the person finally agreed to let him go. When they parted, it was heart-wrenching. With countless pleas to stay, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he sent his trusted aide to kill him. Even the second batch of heavenly troops sent last time had the heavenly troops come over themselves, and Duan had not been seen at all. Returning home, Haima City thought about appearing on television, so he picked up the phone and contacted his former parents. As he passed by Jin Yaoshi, she wanted to reach out and grab him, but Hua Lingyu was glaring at her, and he felt he did not yet have the ability to snatch someone under Hua Lingyu's nose, so he had to endure. It was like bursting a water balloon. The seawater from his hands splashed all over Jin Gang, making her a literal drowned rat. Although the three of them were all rulers of the three realms, the other two had to respectfully call the old man senior, not for any other reason, but because the human realm is the foundation of the immortal and demon realms. So, Zhu Xia, do you like to eat lollipops? Carl looked at the round-headed, round-bodied Zhu Xia on his shoulder and said, "Tell me about your universe." "I'm quite curious." "What's there to be curious about?" "I'm Spider-Man bitten by a pig. Aunt May is a lovely pink little pig. She's very talkative, but I love her." "Oh, and a respectable Captain America and Hulk Bunny." "Hulk Bunny is quite normal when he is normal, but Destruction Duck is a terrifying enemy." Only the national teacher calmly sat drinking tea, his gaze not even intentionally turning towards the palace door until footsteps were heard from outside. Then he slightly tilted his eyes. She managed her figure almost harshly. Although she didn't eat much for dinner, she would definitely not just go to sleep like that. In short, most of the time, she rushed to meal times or brought rare spirit beasts to shamelessly eat and drink. Once they entered the boundary mountain, after walking for over a mile, they could barely discern the road when suddenly the mountain wind rose sharply. Of course, you're not even in the golden core stage. Just at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and you dare to take the stage, you really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Someone interjected. "Cole Jr. brother, you have already become a disciple of our sect. You should call us senior brothers. If you want, you don't have to participate in the upcoming assessment. Do you think you're qualified?" Seeing this, senior brotherly patted cold Han Rua's shoulder. "Lu Qingwang, are you serious? Choosing to help me at this time might bring negative news to yourself," Yuanya said, staring intently at his chiseled features, seriously voicing her doubts. The stone was calm and unremarkable, but upon careful feeling, there was an extremely faint yet deeply soul-refreshing coolness. Fong Ping's eyes slightly shifted, and he quickly squatted down, hugging his foot and exclaiming "ouch, ouch," while stealing glances at her. Only through continuous purging could the overall number of zombies in the vicinity be suppressed to an extremely low level, thus opening a safe passage. Gu Dongjue was almost amused to the point of anger, unable to help but pinch her cheek, annoyed that she was still joking at this time. "I am the personal guard by the side of General Shun Yin, the Deputy General of Linjiang County. I am here to deliver a message on behalf of General Shun." The messenger immediately bowed and saluted upon learning that the person he was meeting was the third prince himself, lowering his posture significantly. Although wielding a knife may seem simple, whether it's a knife or a sword or any weapon, being able to hold it is the most crucial prerequisite. Otherwise, if someone knocks the weapon out of your hand during a battle, no matter how exquisite your swordsmanship is, it would be useless. Unfortunately, I had already become immune to his acting. My mind replayed his disdain and mockery over and over, making me feel as if my heart was made of iron. Almost instantly, the dog-headed strategist's limbs were completely bound, his body wrapped several times, and with the tightening of Changmei, his bones began to crack, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Gu Suxia was astonished and instinctively looked at his leg. How could he be so severely injured and only stay in hospital for one day? And he still had to take a flight? The others shook their heads in regret, and at the same time, with pained expressions, took out a couple of silver coins and handed them to Qin Lai. Qin Lu originally did not agree with the marriage arranged by her family. Although everyone said how talented Chen Zhiran was, wasn't it just like everyone else? Wanting to marry her because of the Qin family's influential position? Dongfang Weiming sighed at Lu Hongyan's deep understanding of Richard. All of Lu Hongyan's speculations were based on her understanding of Richard's character, and she had great confidence in her insight, which made her so certain of her judgment. "I am a personal guard by the side of General Shen Yin, the Deputy Commander of Linjiang County. This trip is to deliver a message on behalf of General Shun." The messenger immediately bowed and saluted upon learning that he was meeting the third prince himself, lowering his posture significantly. Gwen couldn't help but glare at Carl upon hearing his words. What have you been through over there? Why are you becoming more and more inappropriate? Where am I inappropriate? Haven't I been like this for years? Where exactly am I inappropriate? Well, can you not speak nonsense with your eyes open? It's hard for me. Carl spoke a long paragraph as if triggering a combo, then coughed and said, All right, let's get back to the point. Should we send Peter away or not? In Nua's fantasy, Palin Star is an existence that surpasses all planets. It is beautiful and rich. There's the most intense aura of the Demon Emperor, and it contains everything of her dreams. Although the construction among cultivators does not create the dust and filth that mortals do, it cannot achieve the stunning effect of a fairyland. Many places are only left with the rudimentary foundations that seem unsightly. Ho Jianshan felt dizzy. With the sound of the Kagura bells ringing in his ears, his body spun slower and slower. Occasionally looking up, he was surprised to see both the sun and moon in the sky, emitting a warm and cold light, making one yearn. It seemed Ho Jianshan was under a spell, completely relaxed, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. As soon as these words were spoken, all the disciples' eyes sparkled, realizing they had an opportunity to showcase themselves. Who would want to go on stage and show off? There were not many zombies in the square at the hospital's main entrance, just a few staggering toward the sound. The third underling in the back also wanted to help, but he was too severely injured and didn't have the bug-like recovery speed of players, so he could only watch his father being besieged by many. Lei Yang's strength was terrifying. Chun Jie said that Lei Yang was already there when he arrived. Lei Yang could be said to be one of the earliest disciples, providing them with much help. Although Chun Jie didn't know much about Lei Yang, he knew that Lei Yang's strength was beyond their imagination. The shadow searched again and found nothing left, only some clothing and supplies. The shadow discarded the storage bag and began to search Yi Guang's body. Just think about it. If you were next to such voids, the pressure would be immense. As a result, when Yi Feng left, these people could only secretly follow him, and, as they followed, they discovered that many others were also following. A year later, the Earthwalker was sealed as one of the 5 element killers by the Moon Lake Palace Lord using the Earth escape technique. Suoji is Sudin Lishuk, and 8 whirlwinds surged from his body, displaying red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and white colors, each shimmering with brilliant light, coalescing into a fierce dragon that broke through layers of jungle and waves, directly lifting Mei Shan's boss and 6th brother. At that time, the demon army, led by the 27th Demon King, launched a surprise attack, disregarding the terms of the agreement. Although the 13th King, the commander of Waymo City, was powerful, due to the disparity in forces, he was always in a passive position. Even when he eventually used extremely important defensive equipment, it was still to no avail. Now, naturally, no one would pay attention to them, as everyone's gaze was focused on Yang Qi. Once Hand entered the command cabin, he didn't say a word, raise his arm, and pointed his finger at Oman. According to his consciousness flow, several flying jellyfish immediately shot beams of light at Oman. The biological laser did not hit Oman. His body was protected by a layer of shield. I recalled some game titles like Silver, Bronze, and Gold levels, and even the highest level King of Glory. It seemed that in such games, everyone inherited that kind of vanity psychology, feeling dissatisfied if others received more than they did after a game. Lin Shiji was worried that his tall and imposing rival, Lin Jiong, would take action against him, so he simply pretended to faint and stayed still. So that's how it is. Looking at the special signals sent out by the young people in several rooms inside the house, I realized that it was completely normal for the previous generations to not understand this. It might not be a good thing to have too many fashionable old people. The generational shift is indeed an unstoppable trend. Why are you following me? Carl was really angry. We finally have a world of our own. Gwen blushed and couldn't help but slap Carl's back. Shut up. Gwen, when did you become so violent? Carl's toothy grin made Gwen laugh uncontrollably. He looked at Gwen and said with a smile, Being so violent, aren't you afraid no one will want you in the future? TCH, I'm not afraid, Gwen said, blushing. While feeling relieved, Zheng Ji was also a bit surprised. The situation just now had occasionally occurred before. It was a state of uncontrolled killing intent, but he had suppressed it every time. However, this time, for some reason, the impulse was particularly fierce. The scene shifted to the aircraft carrier Frost, and, currently, the news about the Frost had not spread widely. Very few people knew about it. Wu Fan got off the carriage and settled the bill, after which the coachman turned the carriage and left. Yi Jinqing and the other 10 looked at everything in front of them and saw Wu Fan's expression was quite gloomy. So they didn't say anything. Luo Shi looked around and also remained silent. From the first glance at Lin Yi getting off the plane, these two old guys were pondering that they must stay as far away from Lin Yi as possible and must not provoke him. The filming sequence of the movie is arranged in advance, and there have been notices made long ago. Originally, if there were any problems with the main character, it wouldn't be unusual to adjust the filming schedule temporarily. However, Njija was a newcomer, and he knew his weight. Now that Zhou Bai was willing to change the filming sequence for him, it could be said to be of great significance. Zhou Bai's demeanor and movements were incredibly natural. If one word were to describe it, it would be flowing like clouds and flowing water. Liao stared intently at Lu's back, bit her lip, and suddenly took a step forward, quietly following Lu's figure. Everyone shrank their necks, seeing they couldn't extract any words, quickly dispersed, calling the smiling Su Zimo behind them, and walked towards the depths of the corridor. Yi Jinqing and the other 19 people immediately followed behind. The red mist along the way was cleared by a Zen monk, and they did not expend a single spirit stone. One was a third-grade heavenly deity, the god of rain in the world, and the other was the king of hell, each possessing extraordinary qualities, making it difficult to determine a victor between them for a time. Based on human blood circulation, Ji Zili inserted one end of the fine tube into the blood vessel of Mo Yu Jingxin's right arm. She stared intently, not blinking, watching the blood flow from the left arm to the right arm, extremely nervous, fearing that Mo Yu Jingxin might have any adverse reactions. All the surviving people spoke with some deviations, trying to make the information as objective as possible, striving to restore the true events. When Guangdong initially wrote this script, he intended for himself, Lu Yi, Sun Honglei, and Wu Yanzu to perform together, but after writing it, he realized he had underestimated the complexity. Given the current situation, no one could predict what other changes might occur in this secret realm. It was said that His Highness and the Rue Wang were close friends. Perhaps His Highness also wanted to help the side concubine? The opportunity to make Chu Yunlian suffer was something the Northern Princess would not let go of. Otherwise, under such intense combat, these puppets would have long been destroyed. The surviving sand-hidden ninjas looked at Yi Tsong with various strange expressions flashing in their eyes. Takahashi had studied the online modes of foreign single-player games, and one major issue with these games was that they were still using single-player game thinking for online games. After Tang Sanzang and the others walked away, everyone began to discuss among themselves, their faces filled with concern. The immediate crisis was resolved, but what would happen next? Suddenly, Yu Jing heard faint voices in conversation, one of which mentioned a name that stirred his heart. His face was covered with wounds, all rotten and black, oozing a disgusting black slime. "Uncle Aaron, are you a wanderer?" As soon as this was said, Carl and the others stretched their necks, looking like giraffes. Here it comes, the story between Spider-Man and his uncle that everyone loves. Carl exclaimed excitedly, "My favorite episode." Peter had a face like Subway Old Man's phone. JPG, unable to help but say, "Can we respect Spider-Man, please? He is the eternal pain in our hearts." It wasn't pain. He was just a hair's breadth away from plundering Yi Meng's Dao power, thus breaking through to the realm of the strongest master of the Dao. After exiting the tunnel, the view opened up, but he fell into confusion. This area was desolate and yellow. Where was the village? Was he to continue traversing? The stall owner said that beyond the cave was the next village. But if he traversed another tunnel, it would be the next village. "You wishful thinker," Mo Shaosheng shouted angrily, masking his inner fear. Guyedwa pointed out that he was deliberately captured, hitting his vital point, as if Guyedwa had him by the throat, making him suffocate. The strongest strike of the two supreme beings simultaneously collided with each other, but it was evident that Xiao Long's attack here was significantly stronger, directly shattering the realm of Qing Tian and even breaking its energy beam. Hanyu was his good brother from high school. After graduating, he had wanted to enlist, and now his dream had come true. Gao Jun sat dejectedly on the edge of the bed. The earlier ambiguous atmosphere had long since dissipated, and in the cold moonlight, he looked like a death row inmate, as if he was about to face execution tomorrow. Though alive, his heart had already despaired. This was a tough battle, and Deng Hofong was clearer than anyone else. He looked at the soldiers building fortifications with stones, feeling an immense weight on his heart. This guy was too bad, truly enjoying the chaos, having already established the competition methods and rules right from the start. "What did you say?" Feng Ilua's forehead veins bulged, fists clenched, and his body trembled. The reason these three major pharmaceutical companies decided to stop supplying drugs was that I held a press conference. exposing their despicable and shameless plot to destroy traditional Chinese medicine and herbs. She exerted all her strength, but Qi Xiaofan still lay there motionless, casually raising his leg and crossing it. He felt slightly hot, shook his head in self-deprecation, and found a net bag to pack Duoduo's clothes. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang knew he could not stay long, quietly bid farewell to Wang Feng and Jiang Zheng, then left the pharmacy with Dong Ling. Father had spent most of the month staying in Aunt Zhou's room, and that night was no exception. She articulated this sentence slowly, rather than speaking to Wei Liang. It was more for herself. Before seeing the blueprints, he thought the profits from 2 layers were too little, but after seeing them, the turmoil in his heart could not be contained. Several guards who looked fit stepped forward to drag the prison warden away. Their speed could only be described as eye-opening. Their skilled and agile speed made one feel ashamed. However, this speed was enough to show that Feng Shangxuan found it easier to kill civilians than to kill chickens. After he finished speaking, he twisted hard, and with a snap, the girl's head was instantly twisted off, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, blurring her face. The window was open, and the riot's simply too much. Although he knew that Lan Ruoqiao's perception was very special, he didn't expect it to be so precise and keen. When Chen Nan saw Li coming over, he greeted him and handed over the identification he borrowed from Kuntai for Li to check. The atmosphere was filled with politeness, coldness, and strangeness, making it hard to tell that the two had known each other for many years. The influx of the waterfall and countless undercurrents caused the water flow in the moat to become incredibly turbulent, quickly evolving into a water vortex surrounding Chu Jingyu. The blue dragon blood from just now was indeed real dragon blood, but it could only be considered as dragon blood of the blue dragon. While it could be used, its effectiveness was not particularly good due to the conflict with the dragon bloodline within Fast. However, this collision with the ice wall was not without consequence. Li was covered in blood, especially on his head, with repeated impacts staining his hair red. The meal was quite enjoyable, as the dining table was filled with a warm and lively atmosphere. Kong Nanfang would probably never forget the experience of the finals. When Zhang Kuan broke through from H level to G level, he was limited in strength at that moment. With such an explosion, would he still have his life? After saying that, he didn't listen to the father and son roar anymore, plucking 2 strands of hair to make a binding strip and tying the 2 of them up, waiting for the 2 cowherd women to arrive. Shang Jingchao Meixiang excitedly raised her hand and said, while her gaze was fixed on Mia San in the process. Zhang Kuan was a master at lying, while Shui Luan was clearly not skilled at deception. When he was tricked, he panicked and revealed his flaws. Normally, Zhang Kuan should have copied the wine vessel first to meet the first condition of the bridal gown divine skill, but in fact, that was not necessary. Shen Lianxing buried her face in his arms, completely drenched and feeling extremely embarrassed. Langya, I have a question. Hellion Lamling seemed to ignore what was happening in the courtyard. The honor and disgrace of the Hellion family seemed to have no effect on him. With a loud bang, the entire car rushed out. The friction between the tires and the ground was so harsh in the quiet night. Some elders gradually expressed their dissatisfaction. They did not deny Ming An's contributions to the Elder Council and the Hunter Association over the years, but this man was ultimately one of the vampire hunters. His behavior in the Elder Council's territory was indeed too arrogant. It's fine to be angry, but one shouldn't take it out on their own body, especially since her stomach was having issues. If she didn't eat breakfast on time, she would probably be in unbearable pain later. I know she doesn't eat breakfast every day, which is bad for her health. I want to make breakfast for her. Carl looked at Miguel as he swung up and down, managing the turbulence of the universe, feeling a bit envious. Damn, the Transcendent has some overly advanced techniques that Carl simply couldn't understand. Like someone who has just learned addition and subtraction being handed a book on advanced mathematics and told, "You've learned math. Now, come solve Fermat's last theorem." It's just ridiculous. Carl watched as Miguel finished up, then leaned over and said, "So what do you think? Want to join me?" The prosperity of the capital was indeed not comparable to the cities they had seen along the way. Even the wealthy lands of Jiangnan lacked the high-end atmosphere of this place. Then hurry up and speak. Consider this your last bit of atonement for the family. Lu Tianfeng raised an eyebrow and said coldly, in just over 10 days, the village had transformed like this. The ancestral hall was practically a hell on earth. Looking at the bones outside the hall, I understood in my heart what 5-spice meat was. Qinlan was the first to stand up, her eyes slightly red, and she began to clap her hands, almost wanting to bruise them. You killed the bodyguard of the Lu family and designed to injure Lu Jiqing. What other conspiracy is behind this? At this moment, the police came in and interrogated. So you want me to help your sister seize that room on the first floor? Qin Hao said with a cold gaze. The one who stopped Xie Fangqing was a martial arts teacher, who gave a strong impression at first glance. With a tall and robust figure exuding a strong martial aura, and he waved at Xie Fangqing. Luo Jingsheng was suddenly awakened from his coma and found Song Si's face magnified in front of him. Gu Yuqiao was taken aback. Their family had intended to keep a low profile for her brother's washing 3 ceremony, only inviting their grandmother's family. And Grandma Jixiang had also asked Grandma Lin to handle it. How could there be others coming? At this moment, the game world was already in the evening. But the battle between Yang Yang and the demonized El Bu had not stopped. Che Wuyo finally made a move. At this point, almost everyone's attention, especially everyone from Nanche, was focused on Che Wuyo. Che Wuyo was a legend in Nanche, but 5 years later, could he continue his legend? Because he couldn't use true energy, Chen Baiming could only use spiritual power to control the flow of blood. As Ming'er finished speaking, discussions erupted around her. When others came to submit, she greeted them with a smile, but once someone was unwilling to submit, she would actually cripple their cultivation. What kind of logic was that? Hadn't Ming'er, known for her benevolence, turned into one who flourishes with the compliant and perishes with the defiant? Zhang Kuan, I don't know why, but it feels like every time I see you, you always create some big news. Liang Bai said with a slightly sighing tone. TCH, unfortunately, he was indeed a step too late. The arrow that pierced through the air shot directly through his left shoulder, with traces of blood on it. However, in the end, she won, which left her feeling incredulous yet sincerely respectful. Hearing this, Zhang Shuo felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. He had previously suspected that Zhao Min didn't trust him, so when he let Zhou Zhuo go, he specifically sensed it and found no one around before releasing her. Who would have thought that the higher the path, the more cunning the devil? Zhao Min was waiting right in front, catching him in the act. Fox Mountain and those great elders were stunned, while Fox Yin cursed inwardly, feeling secretly pleased that Fox was frozen there. The Qinglian Sword Immortal was a powerful figure of the heavenly Tao, capable of deducing many causes and effects, naturally knowing that elixirs were highly sought after and extremely difficult to obtain. We'll discuss the price later. I need to check the goods first. Hua Xinqing looked at the old beggar with a playful expression. Yes, you are right. I did move, but you didn't catch my form, did you? I cannot did the acknowledgement. I never imagined that lice eggs could be this big, as large as grapes. It was terrifying like a giant monster. Although Carl's words sounded harsh, Miles had returned to normal. He looked at everyone and said, Peter, he really can't survive, can he? Miguel frowned and asked, Is Peter going to die? Coughing, Carl replied to Miles, That's right, Peter has to leave us. He glanced at Miguel's expression and whispered, Miles' uncle survived, so let Peter Parker take his place. Due to the anniversary of Empress Xiaoyuan, the palace forbade singing and dancing. Therefore, although Lu Shifeng had chosen 36 dancers, they had not been sent to Furong Pavilion, but a few sets of clothes had been delivered instead. However, being in the mortal world means adhering to worldly rules. So he smiled at the others. They had given it deep consideration, and at this time, it was more important to rescue Fan Qianxia. It's nothing. I'm just curious about the rich person you're with. He must be around 80, right? Cheng Yuhan's words were laced with heavy sarcasm. The third lady was probably surprised that Bingxing would speak up for her, looking at Bingxing in shock. And then tears flowed down her face as she cried on the ground, her trembling body making it hard for others to bear. The collision did not successfully break the iron chain. Instead, the chain shook strangely and tightly entangled the sword in his hand. Seeing the situation, Sui Weiyin hid her entire body behind the two masters. Bingxing was taken aback, her eyes falling on the purse embroidered with longevity symbols. The purse was made of high-quality lake brocade, and the embroidery was the most fashionable style, clearly done by the second lady herself. Ling Gongzi's expression also froze for a moment. The undead summoner who could unleash such a powerful technique had been easily defeated by him, beneath a prominent nose. Thin lips slightly parted, and those bright yet deep eyes seemed to see straight through her soul. Meng Si grabbed by Ling Ling's hand, his forehead also feeling cold. Meng Si mentioned the situation of his forehead. Just as Yin Yidan was momentarily distracted, the furious Zhu Yin charged over, opening its mouth wide, with 2 rows of sharp teeth, and suddenly bit down towards his head. Xiao Linger stared intently at the iron rod, lightly flicking it, but the rod showed no reaction. Why'd I not get a reaction when I touched it? She looked at Meng Si, waiting for an answer. Zhang Cheng was taken aback, his gaze landing on the trembling Ni hiding behind Xiebian. After a long sigh, he lifted his left foot and stomped heavily on Yamamoto Katata's head. The next step was to develop a unique Longhu Qianyuan pill tailored to his own physical constitution and techniques to break through the golden core bottleneck. The flash of the sword light distorted the surrounding light, momentarily dazzling people and making it hard to see the enemy or determine their own location. Fei Yu fell silent upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that the seemingly cynical way Shi Ji had such a story behind her. And the sister in the island was truly incompetent. Who is your boss? Say it, and I will let you go. Yi Hao squatted down and patted the face of the dark executioner sitting on the ground, then said, "Wait a little longer. I can feel that what we are looking for should be among them." Wei Er looked ahead, his feet moving continuously. He secretly cursed himself for being useless. This was even more nerve-wracking than being on stage himself, and Wu Huizhua discreetly wiped away the sweat that had accumulated. There was only one medical clinic in town, run by a father-son duo. In a place like this, a doctor was all-round capable, whether it was headaches or fevers, injuries from falls, or even when the family's livestock fell ill and nothing seemed to work, they would still seek him out as a last resort. Carl dragged Myers out with an almost rough attitude. Looking at him, staring intently, Carl said, "Enough, Myers. Do you think no one is sadder than you at this moment?" Myers looked down at Mary Jane and May Park, who rushed in, and said, "I just wanted to see him one more time." Carl gave Peter a look, and Peter walked over, putting his arm around Myers' shoulder and saying, "It's all over now, okay? Let's go home and sleep." When Su Yunjin saw this, she directly threw the backpack in her hand to Su Ninian. The sunny rocky path, although covered with moss, had dry leaves on top, which reduced the chances of slipping as long as one stepped on the leaves. Don't think that immortals are uninvolved in the mundane world. They are well aware that a battle that could lead to the complete tearing apart of two sects or families, where one must annihilate the other to rest, certainly originates from an irreconcilable hatred. Just as he finished speaking, a male voice came from not far away, soft and gentle in tone. Yet every word was powerful and resonant. With so many malls, it was indeed unfortunate to run into each other. And Zixin saw her and softly underestimated her. It's important to know that snipers are not easy to train. They are selected from thousands of soldiers. In a conical mountain hollow. The mountaintop they were on was the edge of this hollow, with thick hot air rising from within, very humid and carrying a hint of sulfur's unique smell. However, Min Xiao loved racing, so he always found it easy to bring his emotions into the matters and people of racing. Although Lu Qian was a president who had seen many grand occasions and was almost omnipotent, as a villain, he easily manipulated the people and things around him. Sword energy flickered as Tang Yuyu, Chun Feng, and the mainstream souls used various skills, stirring around the Necromancer King, the brilliance of various skills illuminating the sky. With long swords repeatedly stabbing at the Necromancer King, although the accumulated health damage might not even exceed 10,000. During the conversation, it felt like Yi Xing's adoptive father was a decent person. After chatting for a few sentences, his earlier guarded state gradually relaxed. And later he could be said to speak freely. Perhaps some words had been pent up for a long time. Upon hearing this, Dan Xin felt a chill in her heart. Was the Emperor feeling lonely? Did he want a maid to amuse him? She struggled hard, trying to break free from the Emperor's embrace. But alas, a mayfly shaking a tree. The Heavenly Emperor held her tightly, his body not moving an inch. "Your Highness, we can't let them cause a ruckus like this. If the matriarchs find out, they will say we have lost our decorum." Xijin advised Jianning to manage it. But this was already impossible. Familiar campus life was gradually drifting away from me, and we didn't even have time to reminisce about the campus atmosphere. After hanging up the phone, I was not far from the Green Scene Villa. The taxi reached the entrance of the villa area, but was stopped by the security guard at the booth, as taxis were prohibited from entering. Qin Feng paid the fare and got out of the car, preparing to walk in, only to be stopped by the security guard at the booth. Qin Feng originally had a good impression of Zhu Rikuai, but after hearing his remarks, his evaluation took a hit. This person was too self-righteous, a bit naively presumptuous, so he lowered his head to smoke and said nothing. She had been discouraged by several interviews before, and she even thought about going to work as a dishwasher in a restaurant, so she wouldn't have to face others pointing fingers. She was quite attractive, and on top of that, she got out of a flashy luxury sports car with a stunningly beautiful man sitting inside. It was hard not to attract attention. Throughout the journey, no matter how many methods he used to get her attention, they all died in front of her in different expression. The mystery of the sea of consciousness is hard to describe. Zhang Fan was at a loss regarding the special situation in his sea of consciousness. When Carl and Gwen arrived at the laboratory, they found it heavily guarded. There were 3 machine guns blocking the entrance, and dozens of snipers were on high alert in every corner. Carl conjured a nano-sniper rifle in his hand, aiming at the middle position of the 3 machine guns. Viv changed the bullet to number 2 incendiary round. A bullet flew out from the small pouch at Carl's waist, following the temporarily generated patterns on the surface of his battle suit. In that moment, Chaoyang noticed something different about Huayu's smile. In his memory, Huayu's smile was pure, and the joy in her eyes could be seen deep within. Looking at the person in front of him, who had a dazed expression, he realized that her action of tugging at her sleeve was a sign of amnesia. This was not originally her role. Just because she had fallen to the bottom, it didn't mean she should be denied the respect she deserved. In the latter half of the night, Su Yin kept vigil over Wen Yanqing, watching his chapped lips due to a high fever. 7-colored satin? Who are you? How could you possess this treasure? The carp spirit couldn't believe that a mortal could have such colorful garments. To be honest, Su Yin had never regarded money highly. Perhaps once you truly possess it, you realize that money is just that, nothing more. The temple area had been expanded several times, and even its fame began to radiate to surrounding towns. The student council had received increasing attention from the Ministry of Education in recent years, so the logistics department of Shibu did not dare to slack off. An entire floor of the office building was dedicated to the student council. A sage tightly gripped his beard, his eyes revealing intention. He intended to take Yi Nan as his disciple. Eli raised his eyebrows, paused for a moment, and chose to skip over the matter of the starry eyes, instead explaining the process of time-space jumping. After a coincidence, she remained in the outer hall, too afraid to run around in the inner hall, fearing she might encounter Wu Fan. Xiongxi trembled as he turned to glance at Kai Haut, only to see Kai Haut's axe smashing down just a step away from him. If Kai Haut had slightly misaligned his strike, it would have surely landed directly on Xiongxi. Xue Xingran shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose one, but given his current situation, cultivating more was the best choice. A week later, the bishop would appear. Now, when you have something to do, you can honestly stay at headquarters. In the near future, we will have several large-scale operations. I hope your appearance won't disappoint the bishops. This time, the bishop closed the door to practice martial arts, hoping to make our martial arts stronger. In this maple leaf forest, there was a peculiar creature, special because it resembled a butterfly, yet was not entirely one. It was called a spirit, but it did not possess the body of a spirit. It was a complete mishmash. Suddenly, a series of urgent gunshots rang out from a distance on the right. Liu Yu quickly opened the combat map and discovered several red markers 500 meters away in the 3 o'clock direction. Upon hearing Tong Guan's pompous reasoning that seemed very reasonable and flawless, the envoy from Suo Chao was momentarily dumbfounded. Although the time was short, due to the solid foundation of these individuals, their physical strength and power surprisingly doubled in a short time. The difference between fishmen and mermaids is like that between werewolves and wolfmen. The former has a human head and fish body, while the latter has a human body and fish head. As for the relationship between the two, it might be like that between vampires and werewolves. Do we really need people like us? I think these people are very happy. At least at this moment, they expressed great excitement and enthusiasm for the young bishop's arrival. In fact, it wasn't because of Mu Zhan's legs. It was due to her own inner fear. She was afraid of Xue Gao and didn't dare to face him. She didn't understand why Xue Gao had undergone such a drastic change and was unwilling to accept such a change. Miles opened his eyes. He had a nightmare where he killed Spider-Man, that hero of New York, right before his eyes. If only he hadn't been bitten by that spider. Miles suddenly felt an intense hatred for that spider. Why did it have to bite him? There were millions of people in this city. Why did it have to be him to bear such pain? He opened his eyes and found that the lights in the living room were still on. The two were positioned against a sloping stone wall near the top of the dome, which was facing the largest open area in the entire dome. However, when Jaiwu told Miao Pu that he planned to stay here for a while longer, Miao Pu was still somewhat surprised. This was a special area, and if Jaiwu stayed for too long, he might undergo mutations like the survivors here, and ultimately, no one could predict what would happen. Perhaps it was due to the shock from his recent killing methods. The soldiers from the Ice Kingdom whom he had saved did not show any gratitude, but instead kept their distance from him, as if they had seen a plague god. Today's weather was quite nice. The temperature wasn't too low, making it a perfect day for a stroll. That's you. I'm not like you, seeing things so openly. By the way, wasn't it that certain someone's fault back in the day that we can only stay in the demon god realm now? Jie glanced at Ball with deep meaning. However, the outcome of the competition was already decided. Just because you were not convinced, it couldn't change the fact that Canada won the championship and took home the gold medal. This wasn't your fault. After all, letting you take the lead from the beginning was the wrong idea, Ieyasu comforted. Makaba was taken aback, not expecting his master to say such a thing. Of course. He had already returned to Ieyasu's side, and the following conversation was between the main characters. Those two gaming enthusiasts were not like those old stubborn folks who believed they couldn't integrate into society and could only become useless. Instead, they established such a successful company. Just thinking about this made Wu Jialuo feel a surge of excitement. This feeling caused the controllable energy cloud to rapidly increase in volume and further enhance its power, transforming those venomous claw spiders acting through the energy cloud into extensions of his limbs. The swarm of mutated A3 monsters was momentarily halted by this wind surge, their frantic momentum stalling, even adopting a posture of retracting their limbs and arching their spines. But this was only for a moment. As their emerald green eyes glowed with a bright red light, these monsters immediately returned to their frenzied state and charged forward. Zhuzi, are you giving me a good face? Keep acting like your Ma Dongmei's soul support, he said, pointing at Zhuzi as he stood up. After saying that, Dari leaped into the air, rushing toward the crimson fire dragon. Jera watched Dari's departing figure and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, because not many people took the train during the new year. Zhao Shan had used some connections to secure sleeper tickets. Otherwise, their whole family sitting in sleeper while others sat in hard seats would be quite embarrassing. He showed the account book to Su Kwa for review and returned the 300 taels of silver he had borrowed interest-free from the store earlier. But the young guard ignored him and raised his hand, trying several times to say a complete sentence, but failing. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Shana and Zhao Antong went to Zhao Antong's father-in-law's house to say goodbye. Compared to ordinary prisons, the environment here was somewhat better. Although it was still very dark and the smell was not pleasant, at least it wasn't too damp. Each cell was lined with clean hay, and the inmate's clothing was relatively tidy, at least better than the beggars on the street. He briefly recounted the situation he had seen and the battle with the fire Qilin. The non-bipod M82A2 differed from the M82A1 mainly in structure. The grip and trigger were positioned before the magazine, and the stock was pushed back a bit toward the chamber, nearly close to the magazine. The additional front grip was located beneath the barrel, and the scope was also moved forward a bit. So who exactly are you? Carl inexplicably struck a pose, and Gwen jumped out as well. Carl shouted, "Hurry up and finish it." The vulture, which was amusing the fool, quickly unleashed its big move. Blade Storm. With a whoosh, the battle eagle instantly transformed into a featherless bird, and its golden wings turned into blades that surrounded the vulture. The battle eagle shouted, "Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh!" Immediately, the vulture in the sky responded, "All right, thank you, sir, I'll deliver it to you later." After Ning Qi finished speaking, she rode her electric tricycle toward the cornfield. The moment she stepped into the restaurant, she saw Zhou Yinxing waving to her from a window seat. Meanwhile, the discussions in the background had ended, and everyone was quietly listening to Zhou Ran sing, each with their own feelings. "It's not me. It's really not me." Lian shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. Qian Qingxi's words were not false, since coming to this other world. From the initial confusion and helplessness to gradually finding a direction, her heart had also calmed down. However, AM did not expect that Zhou Ran was not an ordinary person at all. This guy was simply overpowered, and AM had inadvertently given Zhou Ran a wave of popularity. After having a good chat with Zhuetian Luzi, encouraging her not to feel burdened, they went to change clothes and prepare to go home. Shi Yuntong and Xue Kuang walked side by side toward the fire, and Wang self-narrated, "In my youth, I enjoyed watching string puppetry, indulged in the skills of the panching puppeteer. As I grew older, my aspirations grew stronger, so I made this my profession, finding joy in mimicking people with objects." As for Luoyang, Lu Yun had tried his best, already betting 90 of his fortune. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun were the three main generals, with Liao Hua and Yang Feng as the two vanguard troops. Lu Yun took the central army position, paired with military supervisor Zhu Shou, supply officer Sun Qian, and a powerful bodyguard, Dian Wei. In the lounge, Su Yin, who was watching Zhang Yuan sing, felt an instant sense of despair. It was almost certain that Zhang Yuan would be the first place again this episode. Su Yin had prepared a song during this time, and she was going for a youthful and sweet style. Tripped by the vines, she had to endure a rain of arrows, and many martial artists met a tragic end. "Don't panic, Ninth Master. My mother has a message for you," she said, and then ordered by Cha to take her sisters for a stroll in the garden. As the blinds fell, everyone's gaze turned to the projection screen, listening to the project team's leader's report. Only the Zhuidi Ku could leak the client information of Zhuidi Ku, meaning this matter was revealed to Nai Luo. All the masters participated in the action to kill the king worms, and within 15 minutes, these 30 king worms were collectively attacked by 20,000 dragon lords and suffered a tragic defeat. Li Huanxue remained silent. This story made her feel very uncomfortable. He was an extremely intelligent person, and if this dream was not merely for storytelling, then the irony contained within it was already felt by Li Huanxue. Obviously, dodging the earlier windstorm was not an easy task. However, before he could catch his breath, several more windstorms began to gather around him, and they were even larger than before. Voices of discussion erupted one after another, and people in the high-rise buildings had burning gazes, wishing they could lift the curtain and see who was inside. Meanwhile, the Phoenix King Tianjun, Hongguang Tianjun, and Wanren Tianjun, who were pressing hard against the old man of thieves, quickly retreated. Forget it. If they don't come, let them rest here. Qiushui rarely spoke. It was only then that Sung Yin realized those black mists had already left him far behind, but the sound seemed to be coming from them. Wait, Luo Fei subconsciously shouted, but another voice overshadowed hers from afar. As Liu Hua desperately defended against the blade light of Poison Blade Lu, several blade lights took advantage of the gap and pierced into the defense circle. One of the blade lights directly stabbed into Liu Hua's heart. Had we been too cruel to him? Young Peter looked at the confused and helpless Miles and whispered, "He's just a child. I was also a child when I lost my uncle." Middle-aged Peter looked at Miles unusually, with pain, pity, encouragement, and a kind of expectation in his eyes. His voice was deep. Gwen is also a child now, Peter, but what she has experienced is far more than Miles. With Xuanzi's fall, Shaolin Temple was completely eradicated from Yuzhou by the North Martial Arts and Liu Xun's forces. If we meet again in the future, if you don't disappoint me then, I will tell you my true origins, Li Mu laughed heartily. After a moment of adjustment, Li Mu still looked bruised and battered. With the scars on his face barely scabbing over, it was certain he would be disfigured. Although he thought so, Lu Yin still reminded his teammates, and then continued to prepare to go up with Lulu. But unexpectedly, as his true energy dissipated, Lu Xun immediately retreated, and the killing move he had prepared was wasted. Before the shadow's words fell, a left hand shot out like an eagle's claw, directly grabbing at a monk. In a flash, it was a claw into the bone, blood splattering 3 feet, leaving a blur of blood and flesh on the ground. In Coach Wang's view, Lu Xun had many ways to make Song Kuang surrender, but among them, there was definitely no way for Lu Xun to rely on strength to surpass Song Kuang. An invisible energy net spread like a venomous snake, winding along the reincarnation blade and coming toward Li Mu's arm and body, intending to completely imprison him. With his eyes diverted for a moment, the quality of the Curse Search Officer had also deteriorated. A voice from an unknown source caused the Curse Search Officer to emit a scream and stop in his tracks. Jiang Sheng raised his hand to signal surrender, and with a flick of his hand, he threw away the Tian Shan, snow lotus he held. The brief cessation of hostilities allowed Gu Xinghuan to recover quite a bit from his injuries and true energy. If Gu Xinghuan also possessed the celestial yang body, his injuries might have recovered significantly. Director Yu and Wu Yingying also put on shoe covers, and Director Yu quietly said to the nearby Huzai, "You keep watch outside and pay attention to the surrounding movements." After speaking, he and Wu Yingying also tiptoed into the room. Then, Lu Lanxin politely smiled at Luo Yenner, Tang Fei Fei, and others before leaving directly. Moreover, if there was an unparalleled killing formation among them, it could threaten the prince's safety. At that moment, Lan Zi realized that he had shouted too fiercely earlier and had already hoarse his voice. Ouyang Yin felt a sharp, overwhelming aura coming from the 2 jade short swords that were violently rushing toward him. Such stars held an extremely full power, with 1 star stronger than their 2 stars combined. The other knights rushed from both sides, and those with shields raised them, protecting Norva in the center. Subsequently, Wan Qingshan's offensive became increasingly dense, with chaotic punches being thrown, each punch evolving into golden color fist shadows, like a meteor shower, with golden color fist shadows wildly crashing toward GMO. After they left, AO fans seemed to feel no pain at all. This cage fell into silence once again. For a military group, the most important things are personnel and financial power. Among these, financial power is the foundation of everything. Without money and grain, how can you gather people and support soldiers? People around the world stared blankly at the 2 giant dragons occupying the entire screen, charging towards the warring states and Carp, and couldn't help but mourn for the unfortunate fate of the Navy. As they got closer, they could see for sect monks, their eyes coldly fixed on the aggressive turtle treasure and the others. Among them, Those who had deep grudges against Turtle Treasure and his companions were particularly furious. Levi was silent. If this were true, then this plan would indeed be unworkable. He understood Kenny and knew that the latter was an extremely cunning hunter, and such a level of scheme would surely not escape his keen eyes. Carl explained to Miles what was happening in that universe and clarified what Spider-Man was, but clearly, this Miles did not feel dissatisfied about losing his Spider-Man identity, nor did he lament the unfairness of fate. He simply said, "I understand." Gwen finally realized why Carl was so unfriendly toward Miles. Just look at this Miles in front of her, then look at that Miles. It's really a case of people being compared makes others feel inferior. After discussing with a few people, she felt somewhat reassured and remained calm in the face of the Wolfpack's provocation. Superman had already told me about the second team. If the War Gate really has a second team, would you be willing to stay? Wang Xiao raised his glass to toast with Shai Chi Han and asked, "I think we should first assess the situation and then take a tentative step forward," Gao Jiansheng said ambiguously, and everyone present looked at him in confusion, hoping for an explanation. "Sai, what do you think is in Dogwa's head?" "Just a bunch of tricks, but I must admit, they are quite effective," Bao Chang said, laughing as he looked at Dogwa's head. Yi Feng explained for quite a while, and she finally reluctantly forgave him. But the cost was that Yi Feng had to take care of her meals for a week. Yi Ling and Zixian didn't want to stay in Beisha City on a snowy day because they were worried that Li Yi would be charmed by the seductress from the fireworks workshop. Amy's tall figure and fair skin were only comparable to Zixian, but the alluring aura emitted by Amy was unmatched. Compared to the 5 large formations that were being broken at the moment, 2 of the formations came from the same origin. However, using and breaking them were 2 different concepts. Watching the lady's embarrassing situation, my bad mood was instantly lifted. I lowered my head and slightly tugged at the corner of my mouth, bringing a sharp pain that made me frown again and grunt lightly. Yin Zhao's face turned bright red as she struggled to pull up her cloak for cover, but both arms were in pain, making any movement hurt terribly. Yi Feng also smiled, but it was a somewhat cold smile as he poured the wine down in a straight line, right in front of Ma Yun, as if it were a tribute to the dead. "This is a top-secret plan. No more than 100 people in the country know about it. And only commanders at the level of Army Group commanders are qualified to know, including Chun Su and his father, Chen Jichu." Jean Ling jumped down from Chi Kuei's back and saw them surrounded by dozens of fierce-looking shoddy demons armed with long spears and guns. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The 6 giants in the middle had several magic spears stuck in them and were glaring angrily at the shoddy demons, gritting their teeth. Anyone could see that Sheng Jin was angry, not because Jean he wanted to refuse the shares he offered her, but because of the words Jean he had yet to say. More than 20 distress signals made the Beast King clan firmly believe that this line had already been lost. And the continuous attacks from the battle-crazy clan only confirmed this point, as the front line was extremely long, and they couldn't detect the truth for a while. Qing Zheng was taken aback. Ancient records noted that when the heaven-subduing tablet fell, the world returned to chaos. But that record was quickly denied, and there were other records stating that the 6 realms had long been stable and no longer needed to rely on any external forces. "All right, that's good. You're back to normal now, so there's no need for the brothers to pass on their inner strength to you anymore. You can go wherever you want. I believe the Crown Princess will be very happy to see that you're all right now," Murong Shua said, not wanting to explain too much about the Zero Fruit. Ji Jida looked at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Ji Jida yawned and was about to turn off the lights to go to sleep when Hong Jun, the young master, strangely came upstairs. Forget it. Don't think about it. It's no big deal, just some spittle, right? Anyway, Dongfang Yi is eating his own." Li Hui shook her head and silently gave up. Gwen rejected Carl's proposal because she felt it was not good. "I'm afraid that after doing this, when I appear in front of him again, he will hate me." "Isn't that good?" Carl said naturally. "What I want is for him to hate you." Gwen frowned, as if realizing something was wrong. "Carl, I've noticed that you've been keeping Miles away from me. Are you afraid I'll fall in love with him?" "Don't joke around." Gwen laughed. In her previous life, she came to the provincial city to work without any other skills. She could only follow the boss who took foreign trade orders and assist the tailors there, doing simple tasks like sewing buttons or stitching simple parts. The returning heir was punished by Prime Minister Chang's men, beaten to the point of being covered in bruises, almost passing out. Around 4 o'clock, 2 interns came in carrying several cups of milk tea, raising their voices to say that this was the milk tea that Deputy Director Zhou treated everyone to. Young Master Shun Tang slightly lifted the wine jug, sitting on the tree, with narrow fox-like eyes watching the robber's performance. Moreover, the doll can use the antennae on its ears to understand the physical condition and emotions of others through their heartbeat. even knowing when Pokemon will hatch from their eggs. Tonight, countless people ended this live stream with mixed feelings, and the live stream rightfully occupied all the trending searches in the tribes. Yin Nuo knew that Zhou Chongyue was not good at sweet-talking, but some plain words spoken by him had an unexpectedly strong impact. Since both Yuaniing cultivators have said so, and adding that the talismans lost were not their own, Su Yi unhesitatingly tossed the talismans from his storage bag one by one towards the golden skeleton. Lu Nin resembled a gardener, working diligently to help these strong men grow into future flowers. Thus, the ministers said that the young emperor had already been killed by King Li, and the new emperor did not need to adhere to the mourning rules for the young emperor. This year could be designated as the first year of Dongya. Manage this place well. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use extreme methods to help you. Wan Qi Liang smiled seductively, leaving a fragrant kiss on Yu Qin Jiatian's lips before quickly leaving his embrace, giving him a warning look. Her words were not something to be taken lightly. Knowing their existence was a seal, but truly realizing such a heavy truth, aside from the pain in my heart, there was also frustration. Why does the person I like have to have such a fate? I have to try to go against the heavens. Tell me if I speak. Then it is a gentleman's word, and there will be no repentance. This statement, on the seemingly haggard face of Emperor Kanghua, flashed with golden light in his eyes. Even though he was lying extremely weak in bed, he was still the exalted emperor. Grandson, Mo Yang chuckled bitterly in his heart. It was thanks to your insistence back then that I have today. As time passed, the divine fire finally devoured those weapons, refining them into liquid with cold flames. The man's tone was filled with such clear and profound disappointment and guilt that the Pearl of the Palm felt an indescribable sadness. You woke up. I don't know if it's because of burning desire, but this voice makes me feel tingly. Leaning closer to Suvan, the face of Su Luyun magnified in front of Su Wan, the thin corners of his lips slightly raised, revealing a bone-deep tenderness and a sinister aura. Dad, this is my sister. She's doing well now. We can have a good talk. I can tell she cares about you. She's worried about you too. Who exactly is cold-blooded? Your Yi family dares to claim second place. No one dares to claim first. Yike, go ask your dad what he did to us 7 years ago. I did it on purpose. I am taking revenge. I never loved Yu. She was the one who foolishly believed in me. Tang Tianfang once said. A sudden fragrance enveloped the body, filled with tenderness. Nanshu tightly hugged him, wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her cheek against his chest. Ji Sini's body jolted, and then he lowered his gaze and reached out to embrace her. Miles felt a sense of calmness in his heart. Never had a day been like today, where he experienced pain in just a few hours. There was a fire burning in Miles' heart. He couldn't understand why fate allowed him to save his uncle, but made him lose so many others. Miles even forgot how he ended up here. The only thought in his mind now was to rescue Miles' mother. Carl couldn't help but sigh, and said to Peter after a long while. Wukong shook off the dust from his body and climbed up from the hundreds of meters deep pit, looking quite disheveled. The special police were well prepared, with a large number of tear gas canisters and gas masks, and there was no shortage of firearms and ammunition. He considered himself to have some research results, but they were all old and stale. Now, when it came to saying something fresh, he felt at a loss. Especially when competing alongside many big names in the legal field, it was almost impossible to slip through unnoticed. Gradually, the defense towers and jungle of the Mo Jian battle team began to fall like dominoes, being aggressively crushed by the Taiwan team, ultimately leading to the destruction of their crystal and loss of the match. This was also a long process, taking a full 5 years before the stars began to stabilize. Shining silver light. I noticed that there was a protruding rock on the surface of the sea below, and at that moment there was a dead body on the rock, face down, clearly having fallen off, with blood staining many parts of the rock. Alexander actually wasn't in any trouble. He was just a bit moved and grateful to the Huaxia team, as his fellow countrymen had abandoned him, yet he was saved by the enemy, which was simply a huge joke. At this moment, in the arena, there were 5 positions, east, south, west, north, and center, with one of the 6 saints. The Bull Demon King, the Lion Camel King, the Jade Ding Zhenren of the Chan School, the Dao de Jinjuan, Gua and Li from Wangqingshan, the fat and thin duo from Tiantai Mountain, and the young man in white who called himself something like Qingshu Zhenren. Boom. The overwhelming malice rolled, making the main stone wall in front of him seem fragile and weak, as it was violently pierced and shattered. He could sense that there had been living beings here. The bearded man wasn't actually sleeping that deeply. After I called him a few times, he slightly moved his body and then opened his eyes. The heavy strike hit the magma fist, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the dreadful magma giant fist into pieces, turning it into chunks of magma that fell everywhere, causing the nearby naval soldiers to face a disaster, with the terrifying high temperature spreading around. The dignity of the terrifying knight made it impossible for him to do anything resembling a servant's task. Moreover, if you truly made the terrifying knight do these things, his battle instincts would turn everything into chaos. The flash of hatred in Li Yang's eyes naturally did not escape the gaze of the figure claiming to be the Tao Lord, but this hatred meant nothing to him. Old Tian's design was very much to my liking. Since this was Old Tian's final work, I should be magnanimous. So I decided to carve a stone screen of several square meters, thus specifically clearing out a room to use as a temporary studio. A few thugs, hearing Wu Kai's words, were afraid of being taught a lesson for speaking too slowly, so they hurriedly confessed everything they knew. At this moment, 2 guards who had gone out to find Brother Jiang were helping a fainted young man walk in from outside. He didn't know that Baerlich, Ryderfield, was a fan of a man named Brooke. Even though he had given up on that crazy plan, it didn't mean Mr. Zephyr's attitude towards pirates would change. This man had always fought for his inner sense of justice throughout his life, a genuine enemy of pirates. You bastards. Do you believe that with one phone call I can have you all arrested? She couldn't help but say angrily. When Miles opened his eyes again, he found himself still lying on that bed, and everything around him had not changed. If it weren't for the pain in his body and the visible scars reminding him that everything he had experienced was not a dream, he might have thought he was just having a nightmare. Meanwhile, Carl and Gwen returned home with Spots. They returned in the morning and saw many inexplicable new items in the house, leaving Gwen completely bewildered. The Emperor's anger led to the deaths of millions, and blood flowed for thousands of miles. The tranquility of Siberia's winter was thus shattered, and disaster was about to descend. Although Tang Xin'er was shocked by something only she had discovered, she suppressed all distractions and focused on Xin Chou. He Bai was eager to call for Cheng Zhang from the army to help Zhen Yu with his illness, and naturally rushed to vent the accumulated desires on Jinjiang. Yang Xiao knew he couldn't wait any longer, so when he saw that crazy man less than 2 steps away who had just knocked 2 villagers away, he took action. After Zhang Hao left the hospital, he didn't just go back. Since Wang Shui had been so disrespectful, Zhang Hao naturally wouldn't be polite and immediately drove to the Imperial Company. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, the 2 security guards from yesterday saw Zhang Hao and looked fearful. All right, it's getting late. Let us set off. He Hao broke the awkward silence. The source of that voice was the 2 silver snakes of the Silver Snake tribe, whose terrifying strength could rival the peak level of the ancient barbarians when united. The semi-divine artifact that was already in hand suddenly leaked its aura, attracting attention, and then an old monster from the Mirror Sky tribe directly intervened, forcing the identity to be revealed and engaging in battle. Seeing the clever Linda successfully being fooled, Bai Mo let out a slight sigh of relief, but his heart sank. Lu Zongmin volunteered to take the lead, not out of mere bravado. Now everyone in the army knew that a big figure was hiding in Ningwu Pass, possibly even the Emperor Chongzhen of the Ming Dynasty. Since the Emperor was there, the treasures in Ningwu Pass must be countless, which undoubtedly motivated everyone to rush forward. No wonder he was already over 20 and still hadn't found a wife. Their family was not only poor, but also had this dull and cowardly character. A rancid smell rushed into my nose, and my stomach immediately churned, wanted to throw up. You, a destroyer of others' relationships, can show me your marriage certificate? A cold voice said. At the same time, a hand grabbed her hair and forcefully pulled her down. He forced himself not to think about the heart palpitations he experienced today, merely attributing it to thinking too much and missing Wei Yuxiao too much. The urgent matters now were military affairs. The collecting market is becoming more detailed, with clearer classifications. There is still a miscellaneous auction later. You can check it out and speak if you find something you like. Huaga said as he handed over an auction brochure, which listed the items to be auctioned today. Luo Xuani could feel from afar that Huang Qing's hand seemed to possess a violent power that could crush mountains, ruthlessly destroying the black mist she emitted. Damn it, do you think these stones can understand what you're saying? At that moment, the old Taoist had already rushed over. The leopard shook its messy fur, took a few steps back, and with a push of its hind legs, leapt several meters high onto the pine tree where Xie Chanhua had been sitting arrogantly. The Kwangda army sent a text message to the restaurant owner's son, Chang Gui, and 4 fruit merchant bosses. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. It's not about suppressing people's greed, but about using systems and methods to make them unable, unwilling, or afraid to be greedy. Master, it's bad. Someone is causing trouble at the Li residence. Another guard in green shouted loudly into the Li residence upon hearing this. Chu Yanran looked confusedly at Yi Jianfeng and Bai Zhantian, while Ao Chun and Ao Fong looked at Yi Jianfeng and Bai Zhantian with knowing expressions. The story of George and Gwen was like a warm and ordinary daily life, without stirring up any waves, yet it continued and was remembered by them. Carl was forced by George to go back to school. Although he missed many classes, his excellent report card made the teachers very happy, and they assured that there were no issues with Carl's academic performance. Although the principal disliked Carl, she would not turn away a student who could potentially attend an Ivy League school in the future. Carl didn't say anything, turned around and chased after them, determined in his heart that he would never give the two of them another chance. Therefore, the guard blocking the messenger's way put away his long spear. But after confiscating the messenger's weapon, he checked it again before letting him in. It all depends on what happens next. Anyway, it can't be taken off. I hope this ring really helps me cultivate, Lu Chi said. Looking at the expert's relieved expression, no one said anything more. And from the urgency radiating from the other party, it was clear that they were very anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have looked so worried. To avoid the beast tide, one must possess the might of an extreme emperor-level beast to safely refine the soul grass. Huangfu Rongguang concluded, opening his eyes. He met a pair of exceptionally bright eyes in the darkness. Their bodies leaned against each other, breathing somewhat heatedly. From the aura emanating from the person in the distance, they could sense that this person's cultivation had reached the peak of the God King realm. Wu Enki cursed under his breath. Are you trying to call me a bragging bastard? But it wasn't the time to pursue her random nicknames. Just as how Tianxian was about to charge at the demon army, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. If I were to assign a percentage to her feelings, then Albert would account for 50, Duke Baelot for 40, and Benedict would only receive a meager 10. Qi Shan's gaze flickered, and as he took a step forward, the ground trembled slightly. A powerful aura surged forth, and the sharp waves and momentum from his spear began to slowly spread out. The reddish-brown demon core floated in the group of pale white flames above Wang Feng's palm, slightly trembling due to the extreme heat of the flames, occasionally emitting some red smoke that dissipated into the void. The scene fluctuated slightly. At the moment Song Jingtian jumped down from the arena, two columns of spiritual energy, differing in thickness, shot into the sky, and the violent energy ripples spread out slightly, stirring up a considerable gust of wind. Li Baoqiang calmly assigned tasks, while the fat and skinny duo listened in terror, although they didn't know what the flower was for. Hearing that Li Baoqiang was going to attract the rats alone made them worry, as if Li Baoqiang would never return. Are you exchanging? The man narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly, a hint of coolness hidden in the dark depths. The violent force firmly restrained Wang Feng's body. After struggling a few times, he let out a low growl, and his eyes suddenly turned red, his mental power surging like a tide. Sweat poured down his forehead as he pinned her down on the bedding, slightly pulling away to create some distance. His dark eyes locked onto hers, breathing heavily. Shang Mui thought that it was probably the weapon incident at the end that caught their attention. Shen Yini looked at her with a slight smile, dipped her finger in clean water, and wrote on the table, "The cloth will be returned to you after being cleaned." The yellow light shot out this time was already the full power of the demon mirror. A faint crack appeared on the surface of the demon mirror, spreading outwards. Get lost. This was Gwen's words. Only this time, okay. This was Gwen's action. Gwen couldn't achieve the unity of knowledge and action. Carl felt ashamed to be associated with her. Of course, the reason for his shyness was definitely not because Gwen secretly hugged him. Was Carl such an easy person to satisfy? George approached Carl with a dark face, glaring at him, while Carl looked innocent, causing George to grit his teeth in anger. I should have shot you dead back then. Jiang Xiaowu had once learned Taekwondo, although his level wasn't top-notch. He had reached black belt. For an average person, he was definitely not their match. After the first round of attacks, many escaped, mutated black people had already fallen to the ground. Just as Ning Fuchan was preparing for the second round of attacks, he suddenly felt a moment of distraction. In the Zongrenfu prison, the depressed Prince Ji Yao curled up in the corner, staring blankly. His hair was messy, and he looked haggard, with only the luxurious fabric on him showing his identity, making it impossible to see the once spirited shadow. A single word from Hua Silin struck directly at Lu Shuangshuang's heart, leaving her speechless. In this work, giving the protagonist a chance is actually giving myself a chance, just to continue the past that I once took for granted. The guards ignored Yu Renjie's words, as they didn't dare to meddle or speak carelessly. They were only responsible for doing their own job well. Lawyer? Let him in. Lu Shuangshuang frowned and said, "How could a lawyer come and find her? Shouldn't all non-company matters be handled by the company's legal team?" Although she already knew the position of Qian Ji in the emperor's heart, when she saw it with her own eyes, her heart still ached fiercely. Over here, Huzi fed the fragrant sesame paste into the big yellow dog's mouth before long. A large bowl of sesame paste was completely in the dog's belly. That ship was a cargo ship, and, at this moment, the employees on board felt as if there was a violent roaring sound in the sky. "Mr. Long, the Huanghua Society is not as weak as you think. In this great forest of the Jianghu, the Huanghua Society has never been rabbits or badgers, but true hunters," the general said. After Yi Qian woke up, changed clothes, and went out, he saw Ji Lingshuang had also woken up and was already in the internet cafe. Yi Qian then sat down beside her, and the two exchanged smiles before entering the game together. Along the way, Ike had led Blue Nine to become completely familiar with the academy. Perhaps because Blue Nine was so likable, Ike had a good impression of him. After that, Xiao Xinge was never seen in the army again, and Qi Ying lost patience looking for him and returned home, unexpectedly stepping into the turmoil of the Jianghu. Feng Min was startled. Only then did he remember that the other party was the existence that had defeated the Grandmaster, a top expert even in the 8 Extremes sect. A Grandmaster could dodge bullets, and thinking of this made him feel discouraged. His martial power could not make him yield, and he hung his head in despair. How could Xiao Xinge not know? Every time, the means were despicable yet extremely vicious, wanting her life. If she didn't retaliate, wouldn't she be seen as easy to bully? Tang and let his moonlight Chang'an walk onto a straight path, then close his eyes. His moonlight Chang'an walked slowly, while Tang closed his eyes, carefully listening to the surroundings in the map. Aside from the sound of the wind, there seemed to be no other sounds, indicating that Zhao Kai's phantom charm had not moved. The magnetic field connects to the magnetic field, using the magnetic pole as a medium, thus achieving the effect of spatial switching. And this so-called magnetic pole, they had previously heard from Qian Yuan Taoist, was a different dimensional space distinct from several major worlds, completely forged by the magnetic field, in which neither humans nor gods could intervene. New York, Times Square. The twin towers of this era had long been permanently etched in the hearts of the American people, but Times Square was as bustling as Carl remembered. Carl had just arrived when he saw a news report. The world's richest man, Tony Stark, was confirmed to have been attacked by terrorists yesterday. The military has already dispatched troops to rescue Mr. Stark, but his fate remains uncertain. Carl saw that as time went on, it wouldn't require the Wei army to attack. Just 1 or 2 more monsters would make it difficult for the soldiers to maintain their combat effectiveness. After hearing the response from the frontline staff, Hu Yu suddenly stomped the ground and rushed out like a flash of lightning. After all, publicly confronting Mu Guifei might seem calm now, but who knows what might happen in the future. Deep in her heart, whispers of affection echoed, and Mo Xiaoran felt herself intoxicated, as if she had drunk too much fine wine, collapsing into his tenderness, her mind in chaos, unable to remember anything, only feeling his warm breath and the familiar scent of his dragon flower fragrance on him. "This is the most magical medicine I've ever taken in my life. You must build a branch factory in my country. I'll exempt you from taxes for 10 years. Saldo asked Lu Ming. He. Strange sounds emerged from the skeleton dogs, which seemed to be responding to the command of that voice, not rushing towards the village like last time. This statement made Lu Ju shudder, his eyes darkening with guilt, and he asked softly, "Has Shui been doing well these past few years?" Taking out a gourd jade pendant, he asked, "Is it because of me?" The following words Lu Ju simply couldn't continue. It seemed to be the outcome he was most unwilling to accept. One by one, these matters even made Sui Lang doubt whether his master had been replaced by someone. After being busy for most of the night, the medicated Lu Ju gradually calmed his breathing, and his pulse stabilized. The two finally helped him to bed to rest. Dawn was about to break. Lu Fuling sent Yuing back to her room to rest while he himself leaned against the table to cope for a while. When Chun Shu went to the rest area to make coffee, he heard people from the same department saying that President Li and Assistant Fu hadn't come to work today. When he woke up again, he saw his bloodied corpse and the firewood and chopping knife scattered on the ground. Seeing this, a Dong stood up abruptly, walked to Pan Ning's side, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up, then used his magic to silence him before roughly throwing him back down and pushing him towards the door. Because Tang Yuyin would surely feel embarrassed to share a room with me, and I wasn't used to living with Grandpa either, so for these few days, we booked 3 rooms wherever we went. Moreover, since we all needed to practice out of our bodies, the opportunities for me and Tang Yuyin to be alone were few. Now she had already defied Idas 4 times. As long as she made one more correct choice, she could choose to leave. However, among the 4 occupations of farmers, artisans, and merchants, farmers held a higher status than the latter 2, clearly depicting an idealized scene. "You're awake?" Bai Nan pushed open the door without hesitation. Holding a cup of milk in his hand, everything seemed natural, except for his tone of surprise and the moment he froze upon seeing Lung Chinga. The youth's forehead bulged with veins. If he weren't holding food and couldn't act, he would definitely blow the horn of battle. "You're talking nonsense. This is our house. It was built by the 2 of us. If you don't believe it, ask the people here." The old man pushed the old lady aside and shouted at Sun Qing. The winning Dongjun also wanted to casually reply like usual, saying it was a handsome young man he had connections with, but at that moment, Yu Shunshan slightly raised his eyes and cast a faint glance at the princess. "Who exactly are you?" Insen couldn't help but ask. "Why did you bring us here?" "I am Sun Xiaochuan." Carl stared at the bald man in front of him and said, "Do you know who Sun Xiaochuan is?" Was it that Insen's pause almost cost Carl his life, making his heart skip a beat? Fortunately, Insen merely paused instinctively because he truly didn't know who Sun Xiaochuan was, so he asked, "Could it be you?" "No, right now." She only had the 100 taels of silver given by Dijuan as startup funds. She couldn't provide any more. Regardless, alleviating Hua Changhua's burden was the most important task at the moment. He was currently bleeding, and if it continued, he probably wouldn't last much longer. "Why did you save me?" Jia Qing asked again. "It's better to stay on the periphery." Lu Meng knew that if he stepped inside, the 2 of them would definitely discover his identity. Lu Mingfei was taken aback. What was the deal with these 5 years? They came here just to buy time. But could time really be used as a bargaining chip? Then, how much time was sealed in the jars they bought? His smile contained both sympathy for Teacher Chun and more admiration and envy for Lin Yang. He was just about to go to the medical center to see if there were any cold remedies. He didn't know if there were any effective medicines for colds in this era. If not, he could only find a doctor to treat Ruhua, as he didn't want Ruhua to marry him while being ill. They chased overnight and unexpectedly caught a fish that slipped through the net. This fish led to some people involved in the attack on Qin Bin's men in the southern district some time ago. However, she had persisted for so long not because she had any unknown abilities, but because Gu Man treated her well, always thinking of her. Using her years of experience in the entertainment industry, she often helped her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the confidence to survive in the entertainment circle. As the president of the Supernatural Association, he naturally knew that the old Taoist with the cow's nose was also a member of their association. Right across from Yu Ming was a man in fiery red armor, with long hair flowing like flames, laughing heartily, revealing sharp canine teeth. His left sleeve was empty, with only one arm. If it weren't for this, even just the opportunity to listen in, there would probably be many emperors willing to give up their entire fortune to exchange for it. The third brother was indeed too weak to eat meat or drink wine. Some man said bluntly, the strong tribes outside the pass all claim to be khans, equivalent to emperors in the interior. The tent palace is like a palace. But the rules for attending court and discussing matters are not as strict, and there isn't a hierarchy like in the interior. Everyone sits cross-legged in the tent to discuss matters when there are issues and leaves when there aren't. Just as planned, upon returning to the station, Lu Hao directly found Shuya and began to make a detailed task report. Suma Bai set out with his luggage overnight. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, including He Qian and Suin. This time, he truly wanted to find some peace. He needed to carefully listen to the voice of his heart. Everyone knew that among these 3 passages, only one led to the real place of opportunity, while the other 2 were likely filled with various traps and dangers. If a wrong choice was made, they might fall right here. It was just to let the Li family suffer a great loss. There was no need to draw funds from the company, affecting its operation. Lu Hao, who had resurfaced, was about to complain, but unexpectedly, his mouth was sealed, and then a pair of arms as white as jade wrapped around his neck. As soon as this was said, all the immortals who grabbed the red envelopes picked up their share and frowned, enduring the bad taste as they stuffed it into their mouths. Is this a secret skill? You actually understand secret skills. Who on earth are you? Wu Goen was heartbroken and exclaimed in shock. Wei Jie felt a jolt in his heart. Yu Dai was digging a pit for him. His mind raced, and he realized where the strange feeling in his heart had come from. Stark didn't have any extra thoughts about being kidnapped. After all, being abducted by a seemingly unruly and masked jerk was better than being taken by terrorists. Moreover, it was just money. As long as you didn't ask for 10 or 8 billion, young Master Stark could handle it. It's not that Tony couldn't come up with $1 billion, but it would take some time. No problem. How many dollars do you want? Lu Yifeng thought it was a spirit attacking him, But when he saw the person behind him, he was instantly stunned. What? You're from Yinjing? Lin Rong excitedly put down the fan in his hand, and his eyes were filled with obvious excitement. Misai was about to explode. He had no idea what kind of power this was. Although he didn't feel anything that could harm his body, the way he spoke had flames spewing out. If it continued like this, what would he do? After hearing the news about his mother's serious illness, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he lost the ability to think, even forgetting about the matter of the Immortal Hall. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Your strength is only at the second penalty realm. My poisonous mist is not that simple. You won't be my opponent. Prepare to die. The man shouted loudly and rushed toward Xiao Kuang. After holding back for a whole night, during the morning meeting the next day, Shun Zhizi arrived at the Taibao mansion full of energy. As soon as he entered the hall, he attracted many gazes. After all, Taichung was that small, and once something showed signs, everyone qualified to know was informed immediately. Finally, Lu Yifeng couldn't help but ask loudly, his voice resonating in the hall with a hint of anger. If Lin Yi obtained the sun-shooting divine bow, even a quasi-emperor would be wary of Lin Yi, let alone them. The aunt selling vegetables nearby was calling out, but she didn't dare to speak up because she was shy. Grandma Yi saw that the market was crowded today, so she hurried back to pick vegetables, hoping to sell a bit more money. After Zhao Xinglu entered the Yu Group studio, she first sneered, seemingly mocking someone. Under the most eye-catching stained glass lamps, there hung paper notes, which surprisingly wrote about using a certain pulley and a movable pulley to make a cart, explaining how to wind the line to save the most effort. The paper also had illustrations, with one wheel fixed at the top and two wheels connected by an iron frame at the bottom, through which the line could be threaded. Blood dripped from his arm onto the ground. If it weren't for Luo Tianhuan blocking that strike with all his might, his body would have been split in two like the ground behind him. Even with full force blocking, Luo Tianhuan still lost some blood, and worse. The life potion and stamina potion in his system were both at zero. After all, it was a large group worth 200 billion. The research funding was surely more than what universities provided, right? Seeing Zhang Jiaoliang's high evaluation of him, Li Lin felt as if he had drunk honey, feeling transparent in his heart. The Zhang family looked at each other. No one knew what was going on with Jiang Yinqing. They wanted to chase, but the master and servant had already disappeared, and Channing knew nothing. They could only wait anxiously. Meng Xiaoning looked at Jiang Yunqing's childlike, unyielding demeanor and chuckled softly. And as he laughed, his eyes slightly reddened. After leaving the tavern, Song Shi looked around, spotting the fortune-telling stall far away with the iron curtain. But he didn't dare to approach, fearing that Prince Qi would send someone to follow him. Yun Jingting was very silent, almost allowing her to manipulate him. Having no objections to anything, and lazily unwilling to say much, looking a bit tired. Ahem, let's get serious. We trust each other and have feelings. So the leader rewards. Within 5 chapters, the big shot says a number, I update. For silver, within 10 chapters, including 10 chapters, say a number. For gold, although it's impossible to have, it still needs to be written, 20 chapters, say a number. Carl didn't put in much effort and quickly found a vampire. After all, there were more vampires lurking beneath New York than the stray dogs and homeless people in San Francisco before the civilization sanitation campaign. To impress Tony, he specifically sought out a female warrior whose muscle strength was even greater than Tyson's, not for any other reason, but to give Tony a strong sense of security. With the observer's eye, he easily controlled the vampire and brought her to a house in Hell's Kitchen. Tony saw Zhang Jiaoliang at the scene, who also spotted Tan Bingbing hiding in the distance. This time, Huang Lu's media company was fully mobilized for the opening ceremony, with all the actors they could muster. While other big names mostly came from Mei Ruoxuan's Kyoto media, the exterminator was extremely sensitive to the surrounding spiritual energy as they moved. Wu Yu could clearly feel the abnormal changes in the concentration of spiritual energy. Over time, the visible blue light spots became denser, making it seem as if he had plunged into a nebula entirely composed of spiritual energy. Lin Yuanbua was not a fool either. Seeing Wu Yu's guilty expression reminded him of Shang Jinxuan's confident demeanor in the Dali Temple and how the queen personally sent someone to the Dali Temple, only for the censorate to come knocking just a few hours later. Gu Jinxiu's tears had already evaporated. She took out a potion from her spatial ring, applied it to a silver needle, and pricked important acupuncture points around Chu Yu's body. Firstly, she had been thinking about matchmaking for Xianger for quite some time. If it turned out that Tang Xiling was not sick, then she could talk to the parents, which would be easier. If Tang Xiling was truly ill, They could come up with other plans later. She couldn't understand why this unfamiliar man in front of her could call her name so accurately. Not just her, but others were also taken aback, looking towards the older man among them as if seeking guidance. Miss Younger knew he was willing to take care of her, so she didn't refuse and leaned against him, eating happily. For ghouls, coffee was the only thing they could consume without harming their bodies aside from human flesh. But didn't he fill them up? On August 21st, the national competition began, and I believe my brother would definitely win. He had always been the strongest. So I had to work hard and absolutely couldn't hold my brother back. When she reached this point, Chingu suddenly felt a bit sad. Indeed, sometimes it was hard to stay detached when thinking about sad things. Master Zheng Kong slowly walked in, followed by Master Zheng Dao and Master Zheng Yi. The three of them bowed to the Buddha and then sat cross-legged. This demon's soul cover, after it's cast, can you still get out? Tang Zeng asked with a slightly ugly expression, feeling frustrated. The lieutenant, who had long been lazy, quickly regained his spirit. Just as he slowly reached for his gun holster at his waist, Tremble on the opposite side suddenly dropped to the ground, clutching his head. Then, a soldier in a People's Guard uniform, walking to Tremble's left, quickly raised his gun and aimed at the lieutenant. The giant spirit god beside him grinned happily. He hadn't reminded Lei Jinzi earlier because he had also suffered from underestimating the enemy before. Because if that were the case, the Italian army would not have the opportunity to truly compete with the British army and regain their face. The awkward Liu family cultivator looked at Xiao Peng, hoping he could say a few words for him. It had been many years since the demon kings of the demon clan rarely took action. This demon king conference was indeed a feast for the eyes. Countless divine weapons were directly shaken out of their hands, and the few that held on, the artifacts below the third grade, shattered into countless pieces. In the inner door, the only ones Jiang Shuqing was familiar with were them. Although they had been taught a lesson by Jiang Shuqing in the illusion, that was all in the past. The leopard god stared at him, a glimmer of interest flashing in his beautiful eyes. Although he wasn't a fun seeker, staying in this secret realm for too long was indeed quite boring, wasn't it? Carl did not know that the reason Wakanda maintained its tribal social structure was largely due to the Panther God, who particularly enjoyed when the leaders of the various tribes competed for the title of leader of Wakanda. Carl slowly spoke. I came here just to get some vibranium and burn some magic. I aimed a counter-magic arrow at the target, burning magic equal to 5 times the target's intelligence, causing damage equal to the burn magic. Looking around, there were almost no buildings within a mile ahead. The open sky occasionally saw high-ranking law enforcement officers flying by on their swords, creating a strong atmosphere of intimidation. However, if Wu Hui was merely seriously injured, they would be in a dilemma. What choice they would make then would become a difficult decision. He anxiously glanced around and hid under Tang Jingda's computer desk. Just as he hid, someone pushed the door and walked in. The autumn night was very cold, and the queen's palace was even chillier. For many years, the queen had grown accustomed to this icy life. She had even forgotten what the king looked like, or rather, she intentionally avoided thinking about him to feel more at ease. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the rippling water surface gradually froze, creating circles of ripples that made the entire lake look like countless blooming flowers, quite beautiful. Huarong slowly raised the power of Satan. You've had your turn. Now it's my turn to perform. After saying that, he flashed beside Bill, and the power of Satan swung the axe toward Bill. Speaking of which, being this close, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick Ninshubai's delicate neck. The strong heartbeat calmed her down, allowing her to close her eyes in peace. Wei Xiao smiled helplessly, picked her up, and placed her on the sofa, adjusting her clothes and gently covering her with his coat. We're going down. Are you ready? After a few playful remarks, Lin Feng put away Huaxia No. 1, and everyone appeared in the rolling heat waves of the fiery domain. The fear of losing something once spoken was slowly eroding Su Zhengyuan's heart, leaving her without the courage to tell the truth to a fainted man. The master's true body is the national master of Qingyuan, and after being plotted against and destroyed, the warrior's mysterious energy has not recovered well. Even though his previous cultivation returned because of the primordial spirit, it didn't fit well with the body of Xianjun. Lin Wanbai looked up at him with a somewhat cold gaze and slightly furrowed brows, as if what she was about to say would be something he couldn't accept. Old man Yunfei, come out. Lin Feng's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the Wajishan mountain. Go ahead and eat. Su planned to leave after finishing his food. However, seeing Su Zhao still hadn't eaten, he reluctantly sat down, waiting for Su Zhao to eat. Wang Zhong rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, ready to throw Tingmu out as soon as Zhang Zhan gave the order. Although he had already told her to find a map to Area F, Hearing Yi Qinshuan bring it up again, Yi Ran still found it hard to believe, perhaps due to not seeing each other for a long time. Chen Xiaohua had been observing Zhang Zhen and found that Zhang Zhen had changed significantly, exuding a sense of maturity and steadiness from the inside out. Qin Feng finally showed his true abilities. In Songbei, disregarding Jiang Huayan, his martial arts rank was the highest. Previously, he had been fake in front of Jiang Huayan. But just now, during the fight with Yang Wei, he used 80% of his strength, and now he didn't want to pretend anymore, giving it his all. Suri, don't be rude to the guests, Chaka shouted, and Carl smiled and said, it's okay. He looked at the youthful-looking girl, who appeared quite beautiful among the black people, and said, Suri, right? The genius girl from Wakanda? I heard you wanted to learn about Wakanda's technology, so I brought Suri along. Chaka scolded, but still wore a proud smile when talking about his daughter. Suri is indeed Wakanda's. Feng Qi turned to the two of them. He hadn't known about this until Su and Mo mentioned it, realizing that they actually wanted to target the Xiaoyao villa. Most lower ninjas cannot see through transformation clones and substitutes, charging forward blindly like Inazuka Kiba. Lan Qinying's earlier conversation with Baihu was heard by him, so he naturally understood that she was tempting Baihu to obtain it. Chuanxi and Xia, he stepped forward, noticing that Mo Huaishang was in a good mood, allowing their worried hearts to relax. Kong Lian shared his suspicions with Ubo Han, who stared at him like he was an animal. Afterward, Bu Yaoming said the medicine was ready, so they used a large wooden barrel to distribute the medicine to everyone. It must be that I have some request from her that I lose in momentum to her. It shouldn't be this way. Originally, Yi Ting was full of confidence, believing that Feihua Biotech would let her out of the Western safe zone after listening to her, bringing Qin Shiran out. However, a few days later, she heard that the person in charge of Feihua Biotech said they sent a child pretending to escape to Shilai Town, approaching Li Xiaoxing. A month ago, due to the Shun family's issues, the Jin family suffered a huge blow, but old Master Jin personally intervened to save the Jin family from crisis. The events involving Jin Sheng and others also made him fully understand that what he had insisted on for years was ultimately wrong. The camp was guarded by an army of 5,000 black-helmeted soldiers, while the attacking soldiers wore red tassel helmets and steel chainmail, and countless soldiers continuously rushed down from the warships moored by the river. Qingzhou is the hinterland of the Zhu family. This journey is likely to be extremely dangerous. I will arrange for the brothers to prepare immediately, Wang Cheng said. Likewise, Yemo felt no closeness as a compatriot with him and saw his loneliness. I need to exchange for techniques with both gold and earth attributes. If that friend is techniques, feel free to state a price, as long as I can afford it. I will certainly not treat my friend unfairly, Wang Tianqi said. I'm sorry, Director Wang. I reflect on this. It was indeed my lack of consideration. Lin Feng immediately said. Wang Zhenyan's tone had no blame. How could he not hear it? Even during the busiest times for Mu Yanxiu and the Liu family, whenever a remarkable young man appeared, they couldn't help but be moved and called him over for a look. Christmas has passed, and everyone stayed at the manor to set things up. Lanterns were hung at the roadside lampposts and at the entrance of the houses. Brother, what you said is true. If you can teach us these outer disciples, we will be grateful. Please, brother, bestow your teachings. Your grace will be remembered by us, Wang Tianxiu said respectfully. After discussing the main business, they exchanged a few casual words with the emperor. At this time, Guan Yu had been in Zhao village for about 10 days, mingling with several generals under Liang, drinking with one today and sparring with another tomorrow, keeping Guan Yu quite busy. Jiangmi was about to retaliate when Lu Min suddenly appeared out of nowhere, greeting Lu Zijuan and Zhao Jilin. Tony, with sunken eyes and weakly said, Donnie, let me go. I thought you were pretty fierce. But it turns out you have such little skill. Donnie scoffed, and Tony shook his head. It's not that I'm too weak, it's that you're too fierce. However, he couldn't say those words out loud. After all, the vampire Donnie in front of him looked like someone who could take on 3 Tonys, and he didn't want to be pinned down. When is that guy coming over? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Tony's mind, followed by the soft and melodious voice of Ahui. Lady Liang San was about to speak when a commotion came from outside, and soon after, a maid lifted the curtain to welcome both Lady Liangda and Lady Liang Air inside. Naturally, the 2 ladies had to greet Lady Liang Tai and exchange pleasantries with Lady Liang San, interrupting her words. Fortunately, later on, opportunities arose, and his talents were fully awakened, leading to his promotion as the commander of the Holy Crusaders, becoming a key military figure with substantial power. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have thought this way. The Flame Emperor helplessly looked at Ai Tsong and Jingwei. Jiang Nan casually picked a set of clothes from an assistant and turned to go to the changing room, changing out of her school uniform. That school uniform seemed tailor-made for Jiang Yin, highlighting her angelic face and devilish figure. Wang Quan looked at Liu Shaoxi smugly and said, "Surname Liu, who would have thought that fate would play tricks, and, in the end, you still fell into my hands." He appeared frivolous, but was extremely serious, with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Riding the golden lion was the Mad Lion, and Zhang Biao, who controlled the two-headed black beast. These two held a blood-colored skull flag and charged to the forefront, running around the arena. Warnings were issued, not only targeting the group, trying to play tricks, but also the spectators around the stands. The outskirts of Shirshan were surrounded by another high wall. Silver nets were set up on the wall, with over 100 soldiers patrolling above, searching back and forth. And Ai Chong was ready to take over this heavenly soldier. But Yi Zi smiled mysteriously, took out a giant turtle possessing the ability of karma, high wisdom, advanced regeneration, and advanced sneak attack, and continued to refine the monster. Xiaohuan knew that Xiaohua wouldn't comfort her, forcing a smile through her tears, but she still felt uncomfortable inside. Xian Yuan, Li Yi turned to look at his wife, increasingly enamored. This was the first time Yue Er called him husband, and in front of everyone, he really liked this way of declaring ownership. Lin Zhan walked off the grass and was about to leave the villa, but that guy was relentless, drawing his long knife from his waist and blocking his path. They weren't afraid to throw away all this equipment, as it represented the honor of the soldiers of Huaxia, including camouflage uniforms, tactical backpacks, firearms, and weapons. These were the things that a soldier should protect, representing a spirit of the sword lives with the person, and when the sword perishes, so does the person. Yi Zi fan slammed against the door, making a loud noise, then fell down and sat on the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Following that, all his breath vanished completely, and he couldn't even make a sound before dying on the spot. Ouyang Chenwu felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. He had been waiting for this sentence, so he wouldn't hold back. So sour, it must be something like preserved plums. The taste was all sour, and both sides of his face ached. Just as he was about to spit it out, a heavy shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and a cold object covered his lips. A breeze blew in, and the oppressive heat of summer quietly retreated. This place near Qinglong Mountain was cool and pleasant. I had a lot to say, but in the end, for some reason, I couldn't say a word. I just nodded, and the sunlight suddenly shifted angles, piercing my eyes. Carl led Gwen and the others through the spotted cave and handed him a recipe for body maintenance that had been passed down from a mysterious ancient kingdom. Soon after, the group found themselves in the small cabin where Carl had locked up Tony. Carl, in Spot's dirty deal, was not seen by Gwen, but George accidentally caught a glimpse and asked, "What is that?" "None of your business." Carl didn't want to explain why Spot could traverse the universe and destroy worlds, yet was over at the casino with all the evidence in place. On the other hand, Huang Youfu had nothing but empty words, truly making it hard to defend himself. The Xianmen sect was doing everything possible to find the dragon egg. What was the reason behind it? But one thing she knew for sure was that the Xianmen sect was definitely hiding an unknown conspiracy. After saying that, Lu Yinyan shook her sleeves again, seemingly disdainful of any connection with a third young master. It seemed that after thoroughly expressing what was on his mind, Zhou Yu's emotions stabilized a bit. The Bai family was already showing signs of decline, with the highest realm being merely the peak of a martial master, and that person was still a sickly one, not knowing how long they could live. With such a background, naturally, they couldn't book the highest tier private room. It was bad enough that he was feeling hot. It made him feel like he was on fire, and if not for that, his tail wouldn't be beyond his control. "Mr. Fu's leg is inconvenient, so you should sit down." Liang Jihuan avoided Fu Ang's approach, leaning her body slightly back. Yun Huang's lips moved, and a purple light shone in her eyes, sweeping through in an instant, as if the surrounding wind could uproot the trees, and the snowflakes were flying rapidly. "You need to stay calm. You can listen to his explanation, but you must judge for yourself." Shin Taoong took a deep breath and told her. The power of his sword did not spread, and even the ground under Zhou En's feet did not further crack. The robber stopped Tianju, living in the dirty Ganges, watching the sky from the bottom of the well, becoming arrogant, trying to claim kingship and dominance, calling itself the boss of Asia. Shang Guanyu was startled by Prince Tang Lin's words and quickly shouted, "Who are you?" Shang Guanyu had also secretly investigated for a long time before discovering that the murderer of her entire family was the current emperor. Now, suddenly someone told her that the murderer was not the emperor, and Shang Guanyu couldn't help but feel confused. Are you saying that if we encounter any accidents because of your team members, you won't care? Luo Mian suddenly said. A scream rang out, and the previously arrogant Granny Chun fell to the ground uncontrollably, landing face first, instantly bruising her face and even scraping off a large patch of skin. Drinking reveals the truth. Although Zhou and sometimes believed this saying, most of the time he remained non-committal, as he usually did not drink, and even when he did get drunk, he wouldn't speak recklessly. Hua Tian's tone seemed to narrate an insignificant matter, yet to Su Yingqin, it felt like a tremendous insult. Forcing down his anger, Su Yingqin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the blood-tooth knife, causing its aura to instantly rise to a higher level. The silver-white brilliance surged like a tide, enveloping all the spiritual energy within. The enveloped spiritual energy instantly became still, like fish frozen on the surface of a lake in winter, waiting to be harvested. He immediately got up and looked out through the peephole, immediately seeing Supervisor and running out of the house with an ugly expression, hastily heading downstairs. Hua Tian was arranged in a tranquil cave, rich in spiritual energy, perfect for cultivation. After bidding farewell to the Fox King, Hua Tian thought no more and began to cultivate peacefully. Hearing the command from their beastmaster, the fire dog tilted its head, and scorching flames enveloped its sharp fangs. The other party wanted to illegally terminate the labor contract compensation, calculated at 2,000 a month, for 3.5 years of work, which was roughly the amount they wanted. Carl walked down the street with Gwen, a silly smile on his face, which made Gwen unable to help but say, "Carl, don't do that. Others will think I like a fool. Aren't I your little fool?" Gwen made a disgusted expression. Don't browse Instagram anymore. Do those women filled with implants really look that good? And don't imitate their overly sweet, nauseating, but actually very disgusting and brainless looks. Shixiang didn't care and continued to giggle, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes, seemingly filled with stars. The intimate actions from an unfamiliar body made Lu Qianwu feel both furious and full of shame, trembling all over. Although Luo Ming was looked down upon by the Chiu family, he believed that the Chiu Wantong family had never mistreated him. How could he say such things as divorce? In the depths of the universe, there was a dark nebula. The nebula floated like a black cloud in the universe, its color as dark, cold, and lifeless as the backdrop of the entire universe. According to Li Zhen's understanding of them, it was about time to fight desperately, even to self-destruct. Anyway, I won't agree. Gu Qingtsong angrily turned his head, at a standstill with Lu Qianwu. Just as Hachiman Hikigaya was about to leave with them, he was called back by Shizuku Hirasaka. After she finished talking with Yoshiko Hanabatake, she brought Hikigaya Hachiman to a club called the Serving Society. Luo Ming was blocking these soul techniques with his tentacles while sweeping up the pursuing spirits into the soul-eating jar like fallen leaves in a storm. This is called a straight man. The black cat rolled her eyes at Tosaka Tuko, thinking that after falling in love, Tosaka Tuko had made some progress. But indeed, a straight man is still a straight man. Tosaka Tuko had only become less tsundere. Wang Lan and Jiang Xinyu arrived at the headquarters of the Tianjin Bureau early in the morning, and the brothers of the Tianjin Bureau saluted and greeted Wang Lan. It was evident that Wang Lan's prestige in the Tianjin Bureau had risen. As long as your sister is willing, I can give her the wedding she wants any time, Li Ji said with a smile. Gao Jun, Qi Xinyue, and Tong Ling had survived the first stage through wind and rain, life and death. Boxing was what Niu Gang excelled at. He was a heavyweight champion. However, Niu Gang was skilled in street fighting, which was even more terrifying than fighting in the ring, as street fighting emphasized KO, and there were no restrictions or weight classes. Originally, there were 4 rooms in the house, but since the second and third siblings started working, they rarely came back, and their rooms were filled with things. Yi Meng sent Life Source Liquid several times, which moved the security team members, making them feel that being loyal to Yi Meng was also a good choice. Don't forget, this is just the first bidding. Everyone is taking it easy. For now, it's simply to test the opponent's bottom line. Fortunately, Liang Fanxin's role in this drama wasn't particularly heavy, so she didn't feel uncomfortable during the filming. The deputy general manager wasn't available. Li Ji said, "If you're free, you can come over to drink with me. I'm very idle right now. We just went to the farmer's market, and it was indeed very prosperous. We also bought some hazelnuts, mountain goods, and fresh fruits and vegetables. We want to find a restaurant or farmhouse in the village to process them for us, so we can taste them on site," Gao Jun said. "That's right. This is our last chance. If the 9-tailed fox demon Tamamonome successfully breaks through to the 10-tailed fox demon realm, none of us will be her match," SHTTG said. The punishment given to her by the law was not his own. he felt it was somewhat lenient. When she gets out, he would settle the scores with her separately. Someone must have instructed him. They must not like us. Xiao Yu watched as the man started to attack the manager. This is Fox Television. The scene is chaotic. In downtown New York, two monsters are fighting fiercely, and the military's helicopters can only watch. They can't clean up the mess they made. Oh my God, a fat bird flew up and attacked the two monsters below. What is its weapon? Oh my God, it's spit. This fat bird is spitting at the monsters below. It's braver than the military personnel. At least even the elk is scared and runs away. She laughed heartily, leaping lightly to catch a dancing butterfly, then opened her palm, and the butterfly flew away unharmed. Seeing the general walk out with high spirits, Mu Bai's calm smile suddenly turned bitter. His earlier analysis was indeed correct. If the official army were to withdraw, the land outside would still belong to him. He wasn't worried about the Yuzhou official army. Zhang Jiazi had to face a harsh reality. Tonight, Washington could only stay at his home because she couldn't return to the city. Noticing the confusion in Zhao Qingshan's gaze, Xiaoyan secretly sneered. When they met in the Sin domain, he had just come out of the cave of the Scarlet Fire Flame Wolf. Due to the high temperature, he was bald and in ragged clothes, so it was normal for the latter not to recognize him now. Shi Yao looked speechlessly at the sky, where the stars twinkled as if mocking them. He was almost certain that this matter was definitely done by Xia Qingyuan, but he still couldn't produce decisive evidence. Sigh. Captain Song sighed deeply. At such a deep distance, if we were to dig by hand, it might take 3 to 5 years to reach the tomb. He didn't know what to do. The people in the conference room looked at each other, falling into silence. Report, General. Zhao Yi, the magistrate of Fanyan County, annihilated 3,000 yellow turbans 5 days ago, killing 1,000 and capturing 2,000. Anxi County has not been breached by the yellow turbans. The scout reported this news with excitement, but when he thought of opposing the royal family, Lu Chuan felt a bit scared. However, for the sake of his only son, he couldn't care that much. Hearing Ji Wei's question, Qiu Liju revealed a bitter smile. Now, what else could he do? The situation was indeed a dilemma. Sticking out his head would lead to a knife, and shrinking back would also lead to a knife. Okay, then you must leave Qinglong Mountain immediately. I won't let you train. Qing Exen shouted angrily, as he hated those who backed out halfway, especially his own brothers. The power of cavalry lies in the impact of war horses and agile mobility. At this moment, Gu Hanhai's troops had completely lost these two advantages, while Ning Qing's troops had maximized these advantages. The Nanning Army's cavalry regiment charged left and right in the chaotic Shui clan camp, instantly throwing Gu Hanhai's troops into disarray. Speaking of this, Shui Xiaoyan looked at Luo Xinghan with anticipation, waiting for the other party's response. Luo Xinghan sat quietly in his chair, his eyes filled with contemplation. He repeatedly picked up the teacup as if to drink, but then slowly put it down again, clearly hesitating. Gao Lin and Yi Jin were handling state affairs in the side hall, having come together after receiving orders from Yang Tianlong. The light behind the man in the black robe flickered continuously, yet he had not summoned the Dao Soul. And Uncle Chen had reached some tacit understanding with the man in black, choosing not to summon the Dao Soul either. A familiar sound kept ringing in Uncle Chen's ears, but he felt no weariness at all. Just like before, when Chu ran, the reckless warrior, once again courted death, a heavenly punishment fell upon him, demonstrating that Lord Jinlong had been silently watching this place. The left gate is a side door. The clerics of the Holy Light Church can enter through this door, which is not as large as the right door and can only accommodate 2 carriages side by side. But the clerics only need to undergo a relaxed inspection to enter the city. Hulk tilted his head, looking at the strange person who had fallen from the sky. He couldn't understand why this person would jump down to seek death, but Hulk's thinking was simple. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it, and he would just strike first. Hulk's heavy fist was thrown out directly, and at the same time, the enraged abomination also punched toward Venom, who grinned sinisterly. His smile expressed disdain, but there was no way around it. His ugly appearance could only convey a fierce impression. Lu Ji brought the Shangxi soldiers to clear a passage for Zhang Siren and the others, and while they helped Zhang Siren, they were played by the other side. If it weren't for the Mongolians not charging outward, it was uncertain whether they could maintain the suppression advantage of the Ming army in the end. Amidst the horrified gazes of the people, Luo Su shouted angrily and smashed another punch toward Kai Taisue's legs. Yu Tianhin didn't he expect that not explaining would be better. Explaining just poured a bucket of filth on himself, making him smell worse. The city was noisy, but the rear garden far from the commercial area was the quietest. Mi Hao and Mi Ling Guangming were strolling on the street, and then walked to the rear garden of the Fu Mansion. Using the power of the star god star cluster might attract attention. so they held onto the wall with one hand, peering over it. Although Long Zima cursed, fearing that Long Fuge might also be harmed by filth. Out of parental love, he still didn't dodge, holding his son who was brought over. However, the actions of these three completely darkened Long Zhen's face. Get up! Chong Lingzhen's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he forcefully lifted his arm, causing the black square seal beneath his feet to be forcefully pulled up. Andre gasped, his face twisted as he yelled at the high-definition screen. The bodyguards outside couldn't help but shrink their necks. They hadn't seen Andre this angry for a long time. After speaking, molten lava continued to rise beside Mu Jiliang, forming a being identical to him. The two raced across the sea and then attacked Shang Ziyuan. Seeing Mo Jiao's offensive so swift, a hint of astonishment appeared in Ku Shang's eyes. Then, without slowing down, Fei Ning raised his palm, and a surge of spiritual power instantly surged forth, condensing into a solid, thick spiritual shield beside him. The moment Daning thought of the danger Yu Tianhen faced earlier, he felt full of resentment toward the crane-top red. As for the surrounding danger, with Yu Tianhen present, he didn't pay much attention to it. The so-called "if we die together." He unconsciously tightened his grip on Yu Tianhen's large hand. Someone softly murmured again, walking in, sitting casually beside Ling Yuru, propping a long leg on the adjacent stool, shaking his shoulder, causing half of his clothing to slip off. Although Qiu Shaozi didn't have the time or energy to deal with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, he possessed a powerful team of 8 generals that was definitely more effective than the National Army. Once they acted, blood would flow without return. It's passable, Qiu Shaozi said in a reluctant tone. Although the clothes were good, he always felt something was missing. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuru's heart tightened, and she looked worriedly at Nangong Mayun, wondering if they were pushing Xiao Yuqing too hard. Although he didn't lose ground in words, the shock within Wuming had reached an unimaginable level. At first, when Xiao Rang battled the flowing cloud swordsman, it was evenly matched, and at that time, Wuming didn't regard Xiao Rang highly. After the success of the Wuchang Uprising on February 29th, the new army, led by Yuan Shikai, after capturing Hankow, took a stance of inaction and secretly began talks with the Revolutionary Army. Master, something feels off. Although Baby had merged with the Red Lotus Pearl, he could still communicate with me. Moreover, from what Tang Bingquan said, it seemed that he was bringing people from the provincial department. Ding Chongqing's reach was quite extensive. But dissatisfaction aside, since he had been plotted against, if he acted too anxious, wouldn't he that make Tang Bingquan look down on him? In the darkness, Nick Fury's expression was grim as he looked at Ross in front of him and said, "You shouldn't be here, General Ross." "Give me back the abomination," General Ross shouted. "That is my soldier." "General Ross, if you're unclear about the responsibilities of S.H., I could take some time to explain it to you." Nick Fury showed no signs of retreat, leaning over the table, looking down at Ross, and saying, "It's not that he doesn't like it, but he has nothing he wants to buy, nor is there anyone who can willingly accompany him to shop while feeling increasingly happy." Just as Shangwan Ruoshi was smiling and dreaming, Jinsei had already finished dressing and nervously called for Shangwan Ruoshi. For a moment, everyone present was drawn to Duan Muming, who then looked in the direction pointed by Mo Lingfei. As he spoke, Duan Muming completed a painting. His distinctly knuckled fingers gently fell on the face of the person in the painting, his gaze soft enough to drip water. When Ruan Linluo saw that she had prepared a gift for herself, her heart filled with joy. Just looking at the exquisite and beautiful box made her realize that the contents inside must be even more precious, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. Inside the Empress Dowager of the Dongjun Kingdom's palace, there was no sense of desolation in the engulfing night. Instead, bursts of laughter came from within. The she-wolf felt her shattered organs miraculously heal and even be reborn, and the lost vitality gradually returned to her body, bringing light back to her dilated eyes. Immediately after getting off the plane to discuss serious matters, now that it's done, isn't he planning to return to the hotel to rest? Is he planning to go shopping instead? As long as the old lady doesn't take her anger out on him, he would be willing to take as much silver as possible. Silver can be earned again, as long as he can stay in the Zhu family. There would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. She was instantly enraged, gritting her teeth, and said some words angrily to the computer. She sent someone approaching the room and hurriedly put the computer away. But unexpectedly, her father dragged her down, and she ran into the driver right at the school gate, insisting on taking her home. Upon arriving at the foot of the rocky hill, everyone realized just how desolate it was here. At a glance, besides the scattered stones, what else could there be? Which doctor in the great Zhou could have such high skills that they could teach such outstanding disciples? Although Fong De was currently acting very friendly, it was still unknown whether he was friend or foe, if he rashly let him take Lai Zhaohua and others away. He really couldn't be at ease. Lu Qian was just preparing to watch them tear each other apart, hoping they would die together. Naturally, not only will I not do anything harmful, but I will also do something that benefits all beings in the martial world, the person in the brown clothes said. However, when they saw the 4 beams of light above Zhou Lin's head, they were filled with shock, their eyes full of greed. When Shang Shuo saw the hotel manager coming to greet them, she realized that Bai Mo had already arranged everything for them. Junan, who did you just call? It seemed like a big deal, and you mentioned something about a mayor? The Chen sisters asked in surprise after Chu and finished his call. Yun Muqing sacrificed her young life and soul. The trading market in this place was beyond her imagination. His hands began to roam recklessly on her back, making up for the regrets he left during the massage earlier. After finishing a dish, Old Master Wang noticed Rui Shui standing outside the kitchen and was slightly surprised. He remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Indeed, one person is missing. The government had looked for them back then, but they couldn't match anyone." Never knowing who was missing, the Tong family, which once wielded power over the court, was indeed formidable, but in the end, the late emperor appointed the prince of the Heshali family. Carl shouted, looking at the incomprehensible world before him with a face full of terror. Why did it start so quickly, mage? This is a trial that every Kamatage mage must go through. Gu Yi said calmly, "You have a unique talent, Carl. You don't need to borrow power from other dimensions. You already have infinite power within you. You just don't know how to use it yet." As Gu Yi spoke, Carl saw a bald donkey in front of him, and he exclaimed, "You dare to touch my brother monkey, I will fight you." This is Old Pig, who is indeed a true brother. Seeing his senior brother being bullied, how can this be tolerated? He immediately went berserk, throwing the confused enemy aside and charging towards a suitable target in anger. Sui Zilla knew he was worried about his friend who was captured, which is why he acted so recklessly. But there was no other way now. They could only force their way in. However, as a fire mage, she had no way to break down the door. What on earth is going on? Sun Yin stared blankly at the shimmering chip in his hand, deciding to try again. All right. Now it's clear you indeed have the right and strength to speak to me as an equal. Well then, tell me why you came to awaken me this time. Feng Zhu said to Duan Mingwei in a condescending manner. After seeing that this bug died, there was no reincarnation phenomenon, or rather, in this world, there was simply no reincarnation, and even if there were, it would be impossible to let it reincarnate after all. The first life, as ancient tree, had not nurtured soul, so reincarnation was impossible. After they all went out, Duan Mingwei asked, "You were personally trained by the current alliance leader. Do you know what his abilities are?" The place before them was the ruins of a fallen Buddhist sect. After all, sects need resources to thrive. If a sect declines, even if born in a Buddhist land, it will struggle to survive. In the temple, there were many Buddha statues, some solemn and dignified, some kind and benevolent, and others frightening. Shan Lian deliberately handed the 599 wooden slip to Mu Yunfei, simply to let Mu Yunfei test Yi Fan's strength. He shouted loudly, taking a quick step beside Lu Qianyu, throwing a straightforward punch aimed at his lower abdomen. Lu Qianyu sidestepped to avoid it, countering with an elbow, but was easily blocked. Jars and bottles were indispensable items, containing viruses of various colors or parts of other biochemical specters. No one knew what Old Sang used them for, but they must have some purpose otherwise. People wouldn't go to such lengths to collect them. For people like Bian Kai, if they didn't have strong ambition, being able to save up for a big house in their early years was a solid foundation in the future imperial capital. Song Yang glanced at Lu Ji, who had been diligently fulfilling his duties as a steward after returning, not even sitting down to eat, wondering if he had taken any kickbacks from it. Lu Xingyang had gone to the capital a few times and naturally knew that living in the capital was not easy. She was well aware of her own family's resources. After finishing the glutinous rice balls, Zhang Chu tutored son Qinglan in math for a while, then spent some time studying biology until 10 o'clock in the evening before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Such a powerful being walking up the stairs was no different from an ordinary person. Is this the simplicity of the great Tao, the return to simplicity? She even eavesdropped on the sound above, and she quietly had a moment of self-sufficiency, which finally calmed her restless heart. Gu Sifin and Jing Qiuxian left everyone's sight together. With no topics of conversation or focus of attention, everyone turned their gazes towards Chu Xianxian, their expressions lacking kindness. Old Lady Wei had grown old and could no longer climb to such wealth. Even if she did, there would be few days left to enjoy it. Shun Nachuan's body stiffened. Although it hurt, the clearest sensation was Lu Fenghe's soft lips and the breath against her neck. What is the Wi-Fi password for Kamatage? Not sure. Then why did you input the Wi-Fi password yesterday? Just trying it out. Carl pouted. He couldn't possibly tell George he wanted to see if the password here was HHHHGYSL or HHHHLSSL. Could he? Sigh. The environment here is really nice. Just a bit boring. George sighed. This is not what I expected. Asking passersby, none had heard of a golden butterfly nearby. Wang Xiang was frustrated and wanted to return. But then thought, since I'm here, if I can't find a golden butterfly, why not look for another beautiful butterfly? Madame Gu might have seen it and would be pleased as well. With the unification of the world, there would no longer be wars to prepare for at all times. And the people of the world could live in peace and contentment from then on. Yan Ruiqing put away her smile and made a clear gesture. Yin Jia nodded and leaped straight up to the rooftop of Zhangbachen. In an instant, everyone in the room felt a sudden pressure descending like a 1,000-pound boulder. At that moment, a strong light pierced her eyes, and she had to immediately close them again. The sudden brightness made her eyes struggle to adapt, as she had been in darkness and dim light before. When Feng Ji broke the seal, he was severely injured while helping Bing Lan block a shockwave, causing his intelligence to regress to that of a child, temporarily unable to recover. Bing Lan wandered aimlessly on the street, feeling she should do something. But her mind was in chaos, sometimes echoing with the immortal phoenix, and sometimes reflecting Su Mu's face. She felt she shouldn't argue with him, but she was also unwilling to go find him to apologize. The streets were bustling with people as she walked slowly. However, many understood that the competition for first place in the 9-victory Ancient City Alchemist competition would be a contest between Su Tian and Yukata, a clash of two genius alchemists. A melodious song began to play, and the lyrics perfectly matched what Lei Jun wanted to say to Tan Yingxin. He didn't know who was helping him, but now his heart is completely with Tan Yingxin. After Zhao and Tian, the two coaches packed their things. They left the practice field, leaving the 7 of them to continue practicing tirelessly. He did not have a good understanding of the original structure of firearms and artillery, so he could only provide some suggestions to these craftsmen and then make improvements based on their experiments. He took big strides, walking directly in front of Duan Shui and Nieran Wang, moving swiftly towards the entrance of Lingyun Cave. At this moment, Li Zixuan felt incredibly clear-headed, like the parched earth welcoming the nourishing rain, and he felt so good that he wanted to shout out loud. However, because of that damned physical stamina issue, the combat effectiveness of his cavalry had greatly declined. Qi Xiao, you know I can handle alchemy, but breaking the barrier depends on you. Seeing this, everyone naturally had no time to care about Li Yichen's problems. In the main hall of the Dali Temple, hearing Lu Dui's question, Li Zixuan paused for a moment before instinctively replying. Zhao Song cupped his hands in acknowledgement, but he felt somewhat puzzled. Li Er did not seem angry about this matter. So why did he still issue a decree to reprimand Li Zixuan? Although he had questions in his mind, Zhao Song did not voice them. He understood his own position. He was the stepson of Hua Butian, the lord of Hua family village. Yuan Hao calmly spoke words that would shock the martial world. Did you grow all these medicinal materials yourself? With your status, you shouldn't have to grow them yourself, nor do you lack this bit of contribution value. Although he felt somewhat complex, Li Yichen still casually brushed it off, and Yongshan glanced sideways at Njia. He knew this son was also not reliable. Even though he wasn't dead yet, he complained about him eating, drinking, and doing everything on the con. He rarely came to this room. Sure enough, Sun Yan's mouth twitched as he rubbed his aching brow. He knew the other party couldn't change that cheap character. If it sounds nice, it's deeply rooted. If not, it's just that a dog can't change its eating habits. Many demons looked at each other, uncertain about this person's methods. Mephisto found this person very displeasing at first glance, and he didn't understand why, just like he found Ancient One displeasing. Mephisto, Dormammu, and others were probably at the peak of a single universe, still far from multiverse-level abilities. Their strength was still a tier below that of the likes of Crimson Ruler and Vashani Emperor. However, unlike the foolish Dormammu, Mephisto thought that anyone who wanted to learn magic only needed to understand the principles and buy a one to get started. Do you know where the Dantian is if you want to learn Taoist arts? How about understanding the meridians? Above the blueprint of a peaceful life, the originally serene blue sky and white clouds suddenly disappeared, replaced by a colorful and strange scene. All right, I'll take you away. Sunan smiled slightly. The entire martial god mountain had already been destroyed by his great power. Even if Martial God Mountain could be preserved, it would become an ordinary place in the future because the underground spiritual veins had been completely damaged by Sunan. A gust of evening wind blew past, and when Miao Yu got out of the carriage, she lost her balance. Although it didn't matter, the scarf around her face got caught on the carriage, and when she stood up straight, it fell off. It was just a piece of advice, said without intention, but heard with intention. If the speaker is not careful, they can inadvertently offend some people. If one cares too much about others' feelings, they might become too afraid to speak. Fortunately, the coachman didn't take it to heart. He was just complaining. For someone of such a noble status, you need to act according to etiquette. She might not even regard you highly. Jia Tsong let out a light breath, not answering the question, because besides being a bit confused, he couldn't articulate his current feelings. After thinking for a while, he realized that it seemed like his fist never really felt like it hit anything before. He extended his right hand, the one missing a finger, and then tightly gripped the dagger with his left hand, suddenly swinging it towards his right hand. Not only that, but he could also feel some previously dormant causal lines around him starting to stir. Shen Wuji, like Sun Jun, was very dissatisfied with Li Qiu and brought up the grand words that Li Qiu had said. "Sir, I report to you that I caught this sneaky miner nearby. He said he has important news to find the leader. It's about the search for missing persons. I think it's a matter of great importance. So I brought him to find you," the guard said, glancing at the miner beside him before saluting and speaking. However, at this moment, the swordsmanship that Meng Qi displayed had changed significantly compared to before. This simple move of cloud sea rolling would have previously been accompanied by a fierce sword light, like waves crashing one after another towards the enemy. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing finally felt a bit more stable inside. For some reason, Xiao Chang's words felt like a stabilizing needle, filling her with immense trust. Generally, after a person becomes famous, they would start enjoying wealth and glory and might even apply to establish a sword house within their faction to build their own influence. The two understood each other tacitly. Lu Jiang was definitely not a disciple of Xinjin, nor was he a junior of Daoyan, so they subtly changed their titles in conversation. Moreover, Vladimir also expressed that he would welcome Gao Longcong and others to Russia at any time in the future. Additionally, Vladimir would specifically call the leader of Huaxia to express his gratitude. He had once thought that Confucius might really be hiding his martial arts cultivation, and he considered that he might not fully understand Confucius's strength, but Confucius was a matter of heaven, still beyond Yin Emperor's expectations. The blood-colored heavenly dragon is a being at the top of the Dragon Clan's pyramid. In its mature state, even beings of the Frost Giant Dragon level are not its opponents. Karl's dimension was formed after he fully understood the essence of magic, planned for a whole 5 years, designed it step by step, and finally, with the help of eternity, achieved it all at once. Karl has many things about him. The eyes of the observer forever changed. The gift from the Transcender Dr. Manhattan, the blessings of the Spider God and the Leopard God, making his dimension extremely special. Just as Ceterac said, Karl's dimension is incredibly disgusting. He suddenly felt the intense beating of his heart in the Valley of the Demon Corpses, swallowing hard. He was proud of his extraordinary life experiences, incomparable to ordinary cultivators. But at this moment, he was more shocked than ever before. I looked back and found that most of his subordinates had already been knocked down by De Zhuang, and the remaining few couldn't escape being beaten by Li Wei. So I laughed and said, "You can't even take care of yourself. How can you help me?" Zhuo Fu looked dumbfounded, not knowing what he would see when he opened another newspaper. After encouraging himself for a long time, he finally gathered the courage to flip through the newspaper again. Half an hour later, Chun Chun collapsed weakly on the ground, barely able to move her fingers. She was too tired. Her magical power had been completely exhausted. Seeing the other party silent, he said, "Is it that old guy?" Li Yingjun thought, "Did I get right? She just mentioned this name, right?" The elder of the Luo family clutched his chest and said, "So, the speed at which you cultivated before relied on this? What genius! No wonder you have become more ordinary over the years." After saying this, he glanced at Huang Fu-che in disappointment, left a remark about taking his leave, and then directly left. This third brother was also a clever person. He didn't say much about this matter, but shifted the topic to explain the purpose of this banquet. He said that within half a year, the leaders of the 4 districts had successively fallen, leading to constant chaos in various districts. And we were here today to discuss this matter. Qingming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chun Chun being safe and sound was the greatest comfort to him. If anything happened to Chun Chun, he would really collapse. As for Long Fei, he believed that with the Purple Emperor around, he would definitely be safe. Bei Mingshuang carefully pondered Qingming's words. Although he didn't fully understand, He understood that to reach the highest realm, one must maintain a heart of universal love. No matter what, just remember it, and gradually understand it later. Li Mingxian said lightly, walked over, found a thick cotton blanket to cushion the old man's back, and helped him sit up against the blanket. Having a meeting before the holiday, and just as the school started having a meeting, this formalism must have kept up with the times. The cultivation world is not the same as before. Although the war with the demon world and beast world has temporarily eased, the situation is still not very optimistic. The tree demon was chasing from behind. It could have continued shooting arrows, but deliberately slowed down its movements, giving Jiang Xian Dao the chance to escape. A renowned financial talent in Western Europe. Although he is a playboy, he is talented and handsome. Even spending a flirtatious night with him could become a topic of conversation among friends. Jiang Xian narrowed his eyes. The cultivation level of the person disguised as him was laid bare under his majestic divine consciousness, being at the second tribulation of the divine general realm. At this moment, a low sound came from the distant forest. If it weren't for the surrounding silence, even Ling Guan would have almost missed it. At this moment, they were incredibly grateful that everyone was surprisingly orderly, without causing looting or turmoil, just watching as all eyes were tightly focused on Li Jie below, giving rise to a strange feeling. Looking at the entire Yin Huang Empire, countless sects and local tyrants had actually joined the Ban family's camp. Even among the 18 divine generals and their divine general mansions, at least 10 families had actually defected to the Ban family. Carl's third magic, which is remote magic, is represented by a revolver. The stone tablet is inscribed with Carl's third magic. The wheel of fate of the demon god Serfu. Cost. Bet your luck. Entrust your fate to the demon god Serfu. You only have one shot. But what will that bullet be? Effect. 0% of the power of fate. Nothing will happen. But the bullet will not only come out of the barrel. The lively demon god Serfu's representative immediately ordered the servant to change the dishes, but couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When has the master ever cared about these matters? This truly proves that the crying child gets the milk. The common people listened and could not move, all prostrating in the dust, crying out loud. The streets became wet. Taking advantage of this moment, Dang Shixiang quickly pushed the prisoner cart and ran away like a stray dog. Are you scared? Suja had a faint smile on his lips, but to Ji Nianru, that smile was terrifying. Sigh, just say what you want. Let me be clear, whether I help or not depends on the situation. If Yin saw her like this, she knew that today Wang Wanning was trying to persuade her with both soft and hard tactics. Nonsense, Li Macho has cried. But the problem is that this thing is not written by me, and the stock in my belly can't compare to this level. If you want the house in Jiru Alley to be so lively, it would take at least 2 or 3 years of effort. When I bought it yesterday, the jade quality of the jade carving was lustrous and moist, clearly a top quality item. But now, these fragments are covered with a layer of mist, looking like cheap goods sold for 10 yuan for 3 pieces at a street stall. Good things are not necessarily the strongest. Only what suits you is the strongest. Even the strong Kakashi cannot withstand the burden brought by the Sharingan, let alone the aging Danzo. It's not Yo, the head chef, originally intended to mock Yang Yang. But before he could say anything, his shoulder was heavily patted by Li Gingxin, although it didn't break any bones. The pain that penetrated to the bones was unbearable for an ordinary person like the head chef. Amidst the sound of drums and music, Shimin Qing and Chao Gai clasped arms and ascended through 3 gates, finally sitting down in the gathering hall. The handle of the feather fan was held high, striking the side of the ring, causing the ring to roll and fly off at an angle. Seeing this, Yin Jiang immediately struck out with one palm, and the ring, under the force, shot towards Zhang Keki. Zhang Ruiling was not very happy, but under Yi Xiaohan's comfort, had no choice but to sit in her seat, only feeling angry as she watched Guo Chengzhou's increasingly handsome face. Qin Yiruo was about to speak, but was pulled into the room by Leng Piaoxing, who casually threw her onto a chair and closed the door behind her. Qin Yiruo felt like a rag, completely lacking any sense of tenderness from him. And Kai's expression showed doubt, yet it seemed he regarded me as a lifeline, perhaps hoping I could help him solve a problem that had troubled him for so long. No matter how embarrassed Qin Yiruo felt, she still had his heart. Yin Jiang was stirred, reaching out to stop Qin Yiruo's hand as she was about to untie her bodice, not allowing her to serve him in undress. They all knew Qin Yuanqing was not a perfect person, a bit arrogant, but threatening a child like this really made them view Qin Yuanqing in a new light. So saying a word to Wei Shan, Li Tianyang led a few brothers toward the sea area of the battleship. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the bright moonlight once again illuminated the Nomus Mountains as a striking figure appeared before the man in the black robe. Helicopters are scarce, even during peacetime. An ordinary regiment-level unit might not have one, let alone these peacetime leaders who are merely office workers or ordinary business owners. Acting all mysterious, brothers charge. Seeing the figure in front remain motionless and ignore him, the Black Hawk became furious, swinging a large stick, and the rogues behind him instantly charged out like rabid dogs. The courtyard of Kamar Taj is beautiful, with perfectly trimmed plants adorning the room of Ancient One. The pearwood table emits a faint fragrance, and a screen carved with plum blossoms stands behind Ancient One. Seeing this scene, Carl couldn't help but pick up the teacup in front of him and take a gentle sip. First, a hint of bitterness appeared, followed by a refreshing aroma that spread as sweetness in his mouth. Carl couldn't help but exclaim, "Good tea." Ancient One, Dashing, a dare not stand. Taking a boat to escape the river, Jiangning's governor Yang Nunga dispatched troops to search, wasting 2 days before finally finding his whereabouts. Just as the new students were feeling anxious, the classroom's broadcasting system suddenly played an extremely explosive rock song. The cause of the explosion still needs to be investigated on-site to analyze the situation, but what you said makes sense. Qing Feng is clearly very cautious in this regard, not jumping to conclusions before having any clues to avoid affecting subsequent judgments. On April 13th, at the Ali Gapo Palace on the west side of Imam Square, in a spacious hall on the second floor, more than 20 imperial guards and senior officers of the Imperial New Army sat upright, their expressions serious, listening to a Qi Kingdom officer explain the Empire's upcoming military arrangements. Not to mention that there are 3 Mingxin realm Confucian scholars among them. When did Mingxin realm Confucian scholars become so worthless? The number of Confucian scholars has always been much less than that of warriors. Moreover, Huinex's temple has the power of faith, and it can recover in 1,000 years. Destroying the physical body is really not a big deal. 1,000 years later, it will be another Arhut. As expected, along with Lu Su's introduction, Su Ping clearly saw that standing aside. The breath of the first Mu Han-chan from the Icefield Academy, ranked 5th, became noticeably heavier. Previously, my late emperor knew that tooth tablets harm people and specifically prohibited them. At that time, the ministers did not expect the poison of tooth tablets to reach such an extreme. If they had known earlier, there would have been severe punishments to stop it at the bud. She urgently needed a protective talisman-like item to keep her grandmother from being drawn into the instance. She wanted to take control of her grandmother's life safety. The Korean kingdom has faced many misfortunes over the years, repeatedly becoming a victim of the struggles between Qin and Ming. As for Wang Wei's slaves, they had an instinctive admiration and confidence in their master. They saw that it was Wang Wei who actively proposed to take on several opponents, so they remained silent. This is impossible. You can't possibly like such a man. There must be a problem in between. This man cannot stay. He dared to harm my elegance, and I will definitely have him torn apart by 5 horses. The Empress Dowager said angrily. Meteor leaned against Feng Outyan's embrace, a faint smile on her lips, looking up at the mountain pile, seemingly lost in thought. Her bright black eyes flashing a hint of melancholy. Long Yi knew that Cat Gonggong was unwilling to leave Feng Outyan for a moment. However, now that the matters of Yin country were not settled, staying here was the best solution. A broken sword, which started at a base price of 20,000, has now risen to 1 million, causing an uproar at the scene. He is so busy. How could he have time? Xiao Yin forced a smile, initially wanting to tell her not to inform Chao Chongshan about this, but then thought about it. Given Chao Chongshan and Wei Qi Hong's relationship, it seemed unreasonable to hide it from him, which would only raise suspicion, so she gave up on that idea. What are you doing? Long Sun Yu immediately showed a defensive expression, asking nervously. Chao Chongshan loves you so much and treats you with all his heart. Why do you want to betray him? Xiao Yin couldn't help but question. Uncle Lu, I understand, but I came to find you for another matter, Cheng Dong said, frowning slightly, speaking word by word. Initially, she only mentioned the words immortal in the message sent to her father through that huge black sphere. Qin Weining not only asked him to buy a hairpin, but also requested that the color should not be too bright, indicating that this girl is not suited for bright-colored hairpins. Could it be that she looks rather plain? Carl's current strength can be said to be hundreds of times more powerful than before, although this power is not very reliable. With the help of Ancient One and Eternity, he can truly unleash the power of the 3 treasures he obtained upon arriving here. Therefore, Carl is not afraid of any influence these 2 might have on him. He coughed and said, in recent days, I have traveled through the universe and awakened a sleeping dimensional demon. His name is Cephal, a being similar to a dimensional god. Luo Kun seemed to have aged, although his eyes still sparkled with vitality. He coughed continuously as he spoke and could no longer drink even a drop of strong liquor. The 13th prince, looking open and honest, clasped his fists toward Kangxi and said, "Your Majesty, why don't you let the crown prince celebrate the festival with us?" It said that family gatherings should have everyone together. Without the crown prince, how can we have a family reunion? On the contrary, this time it was Zhou Chu who got drunk, perhaps because he had something on his mind. It's easy to get drunk when drinking to drown one's sorrows. After eating pastries, Long Yang exclaimed that he hadn't seen fourth brother in a long time, so Qing Wu took him back to the residence. Just then, a guest arrived at the mansion. The emergence of a successor is not necessarily a bad thing. However, whether a successor appears among the tribes is a matter worth discussing. "All right, let's go eat at that place you mentioned," Li Daniu replied to Wang Lin without anger or annoyance. However, when the barefoot immortal and others heard the words Raksha Star, a look of shock and fear swept over their previously calm faces. This is called gathering spirit arrow, used to accumulate divine power. 600 years later, it will be your first genius battle. From now on, you must prepare for the genius battle. You probably know that I have given up the chance to become an immortal, so I hope you can go in my place to open the gate to the immortal realm. The Sword Emperor looked at Jiang Yi seriously. Upon seeing this scene, whether it was the Kunlun cultivators around, or Ji Wuye himself, or Ji Wushuang, all were shocked. Although staying behind is not too bad compared to his current idle position at home, staying behind is a legitimate position, akin to a regional governor. Even royal relatives like Li Yuan are vying for the position of a regional garrison. However, there is another matter worth noting. He noticed that the surrounding zombies showed a tendency to gather towards the base. On the way here, she already knew that they would be sent to a place called Chongting County, which is over 3,000 miles away from the capital of the Daqin Kingdom. She didn't have much interaction with Ning Chongrong, but through her nephew's account, she could tell that someone who could manage an entire village orderly and gain everyone's trust and follow would definitely not be an ordinary person. At this moment, several ancient clan cultivators watching the battle were very nervous. They didn't dare to breathe, their expressions serious as they looked at the center of the battlefield. The more he spoke, the angrier I became. My fists flew towards him like merciless raindrops. Unfortunately, he was tall and strong. What could my few punches do? If I had known that raising so many people would lead to such a situation, even though Shui Yejian could earn a lot of money after deducting costs, shop expenses, and the wages promised to them, Yin would have almost been working for nothing. When she was groggily awakened by Du Momo, Xijin managed to get dressed with her eyes closed. If that's the case, then even if Yin stirred up a storm outside the Holy Abyss and cut down the dark heavenly soldiers, the Holy Abyss itself remained calm and unresponsive, which seemed somewhat reasonable. Gao Chu Mi's admiration had run out, but Shirley had the 5-color chariot and the inheritance of the middle-level 7 realms. He had already absorbed Gao Chu Mi's spear technique, and now, facing Xiepeng, the spear technique of the red blood spear was no less exquisite than Gao Chu Mi's. But how you do it is your freedom. Your own world is completely controlled by you, so what should you be afraid of? The journey of life is long, and as you walk slowly, enjoy the scenery along the way. Record your inner journey. Share everything with yourself, and create a world that belongs to you. This is an ordinary morning like no other. As the proud successor of the Supreme Mage, Prince Karl of Kamartaj patrols his territory with his 2 exceptionally loyal subordinates. To ensure that our learning of dark magic goes smoothly, I specifically tried it myself. With Hannibal's face, Cassius looked seriously at Karl and said, although the process was somewhat dangerous, the results were remarkable. These things must be the legendary evil spirits. Lian looked at the pairs of green eyes flickering with red. Cold flames around him and took a deep breath, saying, the jade Rui shattered in front of Shi Baoji with a loud bang, but Qin Han's heart settled completely, as he knew that Emperor Zhao Hang's fiery temper actually indicated that the emperor had chosen to retreat. Unexpectedly, before, you had been hiding your battle strength, but even so, you are only left with a dead end. Looking at Li Yan's life wheel, Luya scoffed. The life wheel formed by 2,300 heavenly paths is indeed powerful, but wanting to compare with him is simply impossible. Sigh, if they had a little compassion, they wouldn't be so cruel. Many people in this world are like this. They harm others yet feel wronged themselves. So it's better to keep things simple at home. Qin Mingdai thought about giving her future mother-in-law a heads up. The power is indeed great. If it were an ordinary physical body, this strike would likely take even a top-tier Dao Lord's head. In addition, there were some farmers in the original courtyard longing for Lingzhou, such as the agricultural steward Yukue and others, who were also in a bit of turmoil. Although the Hawk King had lost his arms, the empty sleeves he unleashed with all his strength were not something just anyone could withstand. This strike was heavy. Otherwise, with Lei Peng's cultivation, he wouldn't have been shaken twice and ended up bleeding from the corner of his mouth. They rented a total of 3 adjacent courtyards, one for the team leader Aorki, one for the deputy leader Antiano, and the middle one was still reserved for the commander Luo Kaixien, although Luo Kaixien publicly claimed it was not his real name. Before Li Lingtian's arrival, the two of them were the main force, the core figures. This heart is already engaged. Bai Shui Xianzi's eyes darted around, but she still spoke the truth. Money. Li Chengxian is in desperate need of money right now. Cement, perfume, glass, papermaking, printing, gunpowder. These are all money-making things, but without startup capital. It's all talk. It's impossible to handle these things personally. Even if he did, he would still need money to buy raw materials. In fact, there was no need for Gao Nan to shout. Everyone present was a level 5 expert, so how could they not understand? More than a dozen people quickly rushed towards the mountain edge. Wang Hua laughed heartily upon hearing Fong Yan's agreement and said, "Good, it's settled then. Brother Fong, don't keep calling me young master. It sounds awkward. Just call me Wang Hua from now on. That way, it's not so estranged. You just arrived in Fan City and probably haven't eaten anything yet. Let's go to Qingyan Tower first." Wu Liang fell to the ground, and the entire inn fell silent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, only hearing the sound of swallowing saliva. Without any support or consideration, would the horse bandits spare those ordinary herders? Would they watch their cattle and sheep without stealing? Let them flee thousands of miles away? Even the bandits themselves wouldn't believe that. Yang Dongqing frowned and immediately rushed to the sect. When he arrived at the island, his expression changed instantly as he saw the twisted space. Carefully sensing, I realized that the spatial fluctuations were quite chaotic and the edges of the secret realm were fragmented. I didn't expect the giant turtle to launch such a fierce attack while circling. I was momentarily stunned, and by the time I thought about dodging, it was already too late. The violent shockwave crashed into me. "Are you serious?" Gwen frowned, examining Carl's smooth forehead, wondering if it had taken in water or what was going on. Of course. Carl walked over, took Gwen's hand, and took a step forward, arriving in his own dimension. With a black sky and white ground formed this vast and boundless space. In the middle stood a monument resembling a towering mountain, surrounded by specks of white light, which were the cost paid for using Carl's magic. Afterwards, the commoners were captured by the Uchiha clan for triggering village rules. Among those who broke the rules, the drunken ones accounted for 90%. The dim sky and the boundless dark earth. Of course, the most eye-catching were the 2 golden suns above. Really? Lennon looked at Ike with a somewhat suspicious expression, recalling the last incident, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Weren't you a guard at Aisha's place? Is there something going on? And aren't you avoiding me because you think I'm annoying?" "Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Hikari," murmured Sarutobi Hizashi as he sat down and flipped through some documents. Park Chong-ki secretly smiled wryly, then boldly slipped through the gap under the iron gate. Lu Huai was right. It was best for the beastmen to leave while everyone was not in the worst situation. Moreover, if they left without the radiation from the statue, they should be able to recover their health. The demon King Melarok hated this deeply and seized the opportunity to pounce, only to crash into the air wall left by Ernest. Meanwhile, Ernest had already made several turns in the air, creating some distance, while also downing a bottle of blue potion. The first cosmic speed. Although I didn't know what the first cosmic speed was, she understood that there was such a limitation on the Earth. Fortunately, as they approached those thieves, the large-mouthed birds on both sides shrank inwards, narrowly avoiding those thieves who had not yet entered the alley and headed towards the magical mechanical direction. The black cat glanced at them. As the person involved, he could only determine that the effect of the feathering stone occurred within 1 second. At this moment, the 3-headed demon lord, being a formidable demon lord, suddenly appeared, and the residual power still lingered, creating a quiet atmosphere filled with anger, shock, fear, unease, and trembling, invading every demon. Waiting a long wait, as if time had crystallized in this moment. Driving the Mercedes AMG back to Yuanqing Security took half an hour, and Chen Lin thought it was time to rent an apartment. He couldn't keep sleeping in the office or a hotel every day. The musicians in Alona were somewhat surprised that Zeet had been to this world before. If this was his second visit, what was the situation like during his first? The ordinary class was much better. Whatever major the ordinary class had was what it was, without the comprehensive training of the genius class. The study hours were from 8 in the morning to 12 noon, and 3 in the afternoon to 7 in the evening. In the morning, there was no need to run with weights or practice martial arts. Du Yuan smiled slightly, but would still like to toast, saying it was just a bit of wine. I drink first as a sign of respect. The fine wine here was indeed good, but it seemed he drank so much to recall some things, just like the initial impressions. Seeing this, Yun Shun frowned, waved a hand, and sent a wave of spiritual energy flying toward the robber. Immediately, with a loud bang, the surrounding air became intensely hot, and endless flames appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Yun Shun, while the toxic liquid flying towards him was also surrounded by these endless flames. This society had long transformed into a hierarchical circle divided by power, status, and money. Social classes had not disappeared, but had become more hidden. Really? I understand. Ling Mei nodded and awkwardly looked at Kanako, not knowing what to say, and the other party didn't seem to intend to leave. Horgus's ancient body was a powerful magic, even considered one of the strongest spells in white magic. Students who have seen Avengers Endgame should know that when Doctor Strange faced Thanos' attack, he summoned a magic circle that turned Thanos' attack into pieces of butterflies, which was this magic. Therefore, Horgus was very angry. Much of the reputation of the great Tiger Horgus came from this magic, and now this kid Carl was copying it in front of him. Wasn't that a bit too much? Including the newly recruited and reorganized captives after defeating Liu Bei, the army only had about 6,000 people. Therefore, no matter how powerful a high monk was, they would choose to sit quietly in meditation. And there were even ascetics who specifically walked in harsh lands or simply meditated in deep mountains and forests. The long iron chain hung in midair, covered in frost, and couldn't fall for a moment, until his special function rose to the earth immortal level. It barely reached the level of the spirit seer of the West. At the same time, the various energies within Jiang Jinwu also entered the thought space, circulating once in the Great Sun round plate, then flowing out again, forming a cycle. Each circulation would undergo a refinement through the Great Sun round plate. Note, personnel entering the target have a chance to permanently disappear, and surviving personnel cannot describe the specific reasons. It is worth noting that most survivors will show varying degrees of discomfort, higher than other issues. The young lord indeed thought things through. We will definitely hand over the most outstanding disciples from our family for you to train. Li Guozhu represented the other Chinese representatives. As if the heavens and earth were isolated, the 3 divine corpses and several array flags collided with the door with immense force, creating a loud rumble. The divine might pushing back, yet they did not break through these 2 doors, let alone the Luo failing behind the door. Speaking of which, Liu Jihong began to kneel on the ground and started bowing, and with his measuring skills, his head immediately smashed the floor, creating cracks, with only some dust on his forehead. This event was recorded in history during the grand ceremony of the Jiajing era, and was praised as the second greatest prosperous dynasty after the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty. With a command from Li Yunlong, the soldiers of the biochemical battalion began their assault on the southern gate of the Yangtze Pass. Thank you, friend. Upon seeing this, Hao Chen was also extremely excited and immediately said so. He was not a fool. How could he not see the preciousness of this wine? This wine not only contained endless vitality, but was most precious because it also contained the essence of endless laws. It was definitely a priceless treasure. The Japanese commanders continuously moved back and forth in the trench positions, directing the Japanese and puppet troops to begin counterattacks. Only Reba looked at Zhao Qian with immense trust in her eyes. She believed that such a confident Zhao Qian would never disappoint her. Accompanied by the sound of a loud shout, 2 soldiers from the independent regiment dressed in military uniforms appeared at the village entrance. Reba leaned against the window, stretching slightly. Now she finally didn't have to walk, and the car also had air conditioning, making it incomparably more comfortable than outside. When Namikaze Minato performed the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique, it was directly on the body of Yeyue AI, leaving the flying thunder god mark shortly after. Minato Namikaze was able to easily teleport to the side of Yeyue AI. Since you're skipping class, I have something to ask you, said Genoa after thinking for a moment. Entering the kitchen, Xing Chuangjin looked around. The exterior of the Polaris dormitory was quite old, but the interior kitchen was very luxurious. L2 asked Boya to take him to his home as a guest. Boya did not refuse. So the group split into 2 teams, one led by Sun Fanwang to visit the king of the Yun Kingdom in the Summer City, and the other led by himself. Gu Yi coldly looked at this guy in front of him, thinking that to promote your useless magic, you really don't care about your face at all. Kal, likewise. This is actually the holy sword of physics from Serfu. Cassius's body trembled. He had just received a message from Carl. If Cassius performed well, he would be given an invincible spell. How could Cassius not cooperate? The holy sword of physics? A mage frowned. A grand magic building on the 160th floor, conveniently located. The two walked for a minute to arrive. Chen-Lin climbed 2 flights of stairs and reached the model room. The bard looked at the people below, then raised her head to glance at the strange bird. Suddenly, she realized this was her dream, a precognitive dream. Is this a future event that she would experience? But unfortunately, Chen-Lin did not receive a system prompt for achievement points. Chen-Lin wondered if he needed to cash out all the jade to truly earn over 2 billion. mask.It. Elder Mingy saw this, retracted his sword, and was about to take the monster Peng's life. But at that moment, the long sword that had flown out earlier turned in midair, making a light sound as it vibrated. The young man turned over, sighed at the wailing Faya, and got out of bed to approach her. All three knew that although there were sect treasures to protect them, it would not lead to death. However, bouncing around in front of 2 great cultivators was akin to playing tricks on the edge of life and death, unsure if it might leave some irreparable hidden dangers. If that were the case, it would cut off future opportunities for climbing to a higher realm. Strange. Fong Tianmu was puzzled as to why he could stay here for so long this time. Was it because his realm had risen? Ling Mei glanced at Alona, ultimately sighed, and accepted her bad luck, wondering why she had provoked this guy for no reason. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone. Chai Fei had no argument left and mumbled as he leaned aside. But as Rong Yao said, a step up, or a psychological support. Rong Yao placed hope on Han Tang, and in some ways, Li Ruren did too. Qing Feng had expected Wu Wei's performance, his eyes gleaming with pride as he said, "Our sect master will soon hold this life's fruit gathering. I invite the sect leader for a discussion." Saying this, he presented a name card. At this moment, Luo Hui's wrist was hit by a pebble. Master Mao, unable to exert his skills, was not hurt by the pebble hitting his wrist, but the force was enough to stimulate the acupoint. Luo Hui flipped his wrist and thrust the peachwood sword towards Guokuei's armpit. Thus, the space that had just calmed down became chaotic again, everything starting over as before. Luda had been on the 101st floor for a full 7 days. During these days, he repeatedly offered sacrifices and believed his gains were substantial. However, the celestial law body, with hands outstretched and fierce flames surging, pressed against Han Fei and the Avenger. However, this overly domineering personality displeased Xin Feng. It was too different from the style of the Palace Master back then. In the late stage of transforming stars, when truly taking action, it was superluminal strength, appearing before Chao Munda in an instant. For a moment, the great path was chaotic, the void was cold, and the ice condensed. Ruidong? Jia Jingyuan was still debating, but he saw Cat Hira's eyes widen in shock, and he immediately fell silent. Although the distance was great, theoretically, He Zhang's range was too broad to clearly identify who he was referring to. Most people present roughly understood who He Zhang was talking about. Situ Ling bit her lip in silence, her face pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. She glanced around, but found that everyone around was silent, evidently already aware of the matter, tacitly acknowledging Dao Lingshu's words. Gu Yi died, very suddenly, but it could definitely be considered legendary. In the end, Gu Yi did not follow Carl's suggestion. She wanted her death to be unique. In fact, after everyone calmed down and supported Carl as the new Supreme Mage, Carl specifically wanted to take one last look at Gu Yi. "Do you think Strange is ready now?" "Of course." Gu Yi nodded, then handed over the artifact of Kamar Taj. "Agamotto. Actually, the situation over on Treasure Island was just a short-term drop. According to my judgment, the stock market there will be even crazier next year." Jing Jian intentionally came up with such an idea. Whether it's a dragon spike or not, Li Man didn't care much. What he wanted to know most was whether this half of the dragon spike in his hand had any value since it couldn't form a complete one yet. "I will kill the enemy directly, but I won't cut off their tongues." Ron snorted lightly. Rachel's action of cutting off Sarz's tongue had always given him a strange feeling. Drinking alone, Shen Longyu's expression told Rinshi that they didn't believe him at all. Rinshi didn't want to say this either, but he had no choice. Lu Yuming ordered him to set aside capturing Shen Longyu and prioritize investigating the situation and seeking help. I recognized her identity in an instant. That night, she and Uncle Xin had intruded into my sleeping room. She was the one who hypnotized me, and I cleverly used the heavenly soul to escape a calamity. Looking around, I was almost certain of my current location, unlike the Yinji Yacha and the others. I needed to turn back and go through a tomb to reach my final destination. "Chen Feng, good to hear from you." Seeing the first line was these words. Chen Feng was no longer surprised that the other party knew who he was. He thought, since it can even talk to me, then whatever content appears on the letter is not surprising. I didn't expect that either. But Ao Jun, I still don't feel you were wrong back then. I know you meant well for me. I also understand my parents' worries back then, even if I don't say it. Ao Shui smiled at Ao Jun hee. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Today is truly a great harvest. Li Dong's old face turned extremely cold as he focused on Yang Tian. A hint of crazy, killing intent seeping out. The poison I inflicted on her is naturally easiest for me to lift, and my kiss is the perfect way to dispel my own poison. Under the gaze of all the cultivators in the human realm below, the attacks launched by the super-strong beings of the Heavenly Emperor realm violently collided with the Death Star. All day, Qing Jie had not gone out to sell vegetables, and I originally planned to help her go to the market the next day. A Ling said, and without further delay, she waved her delicate hand. And a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, a vast expanse of white mist rapidly spreading outside the protective shield. Within that mist, faintly, there were white fox shadows flickering in and out of sight. Among them were the great elder, Zhuo Daozhen, master by Zong, as well as the leaders of Qing Wan sect and He Wu sect, and most importantly, there was his beloved sister Xinu. But that was just a moment. In the blink of an eye, his face returned to normal, leaving only an ugly scar on his cheek, making his appearance even more ferocious. After coming into contact with Yi Cheng on the day of the blind date, Han Jian felt that Yi Cheng was a very special person. Special enough that she really wanted to enter his inner world, that lonely world. I had already floated from above those ghosts to Lu Qingxuan's side. After he spoke, I immediately used a ghost-controlling technique, drawing a virtual talisman on the scene to cast it out. The red snake was small, only as thick as chopsticks, but it radiated a strong warmth that made us feel that the night sky was no longer so cold. And the discomfort brought by the previous energy had also eased a lot. In terms of magic, dimensions and physical space are actually two different concepts. If the universe's space is like a giant bottle, then the material world is the water in the bottle, and the magical dimension is the air inside the bottle. Some dimensions blend with water, turning into bubbles, which is a unique dimension like the dark dimension. In the eyes of water, countless dimensions are like air, invisible and intangible, but in the gas. However, since James strongly insisted, Sundry used his strength again. The first ball he casually tossed could go in, and maybe he could score another one by luck. Sure enough, Monta Ellis was better at passing. Sunjua was excited. The moment of performance was finally about to begin, and he had already thought of what action to take. The soldiers felt a chill in their hearts and began to mourn for these unfortunate ones. Yang Junwei's brutality was indeed about to erupt again. Pulitzer gritted his teeth and spoke word by word, especially the word believer, which was filled with anger. I don't know what the gentleman has to teach. Please teach me quickly. After all the generals of the Yellow Turban Army had left, Wang Bodong couldn't help but ask Li Shiqi for advice. What? Everyone was stunned, feeling that something was wrong. The main task this time was to escort Lu Qi to Penglai Villa, but this mysterious person had captured him. For some reason, she suddenly felt very embarrassed, especially since she was still worried about him. It was truly unnecessary. Thinking this, she walked out. Uncle, is there anything to eat now? I haven't eaten anything for a day. After the game yesterday, I just lay in bed and just woke up. Lu Yuan asked pitifully, originally trapped outside Luoyang City. Thinking there was no hope, who would have thought that the pursuing Sui general actually let them go? Yuan Taizua could hardly believe his eyes. After the joy, he immediately took Jin Xuanxi and quickly escaped, heading north towards Liaodong. This is what they are thinking now, no matter what. They still need to pay more attention to the movements around them. If it were usual, Ji Sun would definitely not dare to challenge Fourth Brother's authority. But this time was different. Forcefully pressing her shoulder, his fiery thin lips kissed all over her body. An ample foreplay that made Rongxi adapt to this ambiguous and lingering rhythm. It's no wonder she wanted to tease Jiangji. This guy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was steady and generous, but in reality, he was quick-witted and had many tricks. However, this puppet technique was not easy to use. It required the owner's mental energy, so even the most extraordinary person could not control several puppets at the same time. Because it was close to the extreme city, this village was relatively wealthy, much richer than the village where Zhong Xingyue and the others had stayed before. Wanting to comfort her mother, Tsang Linger didn't know what to say. She could only hold her tightly to calm her down. Because the color of the old, miserable tree's beard was like flames, and its existence was like a gift sent to her by heaven. She had to learn to be grateful. So he was named Xieyan. Long Zhouer was also indifferent, as if stating a matter of fact, without much change in expression. The large hand on her body kept moving, and Shinmu Bai was speechless. She ignored the other party and continued to sleep. He looked up in disbelief and saw Yin Rong, who had gotten up at some point, staring at him with dark eyes, inexplicably causing a chill in his heart. This is better than the one that imprisoned me before. Had it not been for the poor ceiling, I would not have been able to separate a strand of divine thought to lure Li Yin over. Hu Chu said, "What happened?" Zhao Ziming continued to manipulate the soul power to break through while splitting his mind to scan his body inside and out, trying to find the source of the intense pain. But he found no abnormalities, leaving him utterly confused. Carl's words caused a stir. But the smaller dimensional demons dared not say anything, only glaring at Carl with hateful eyes. These small dimensional demons usually engage in cult worship on other planets, bullying the ignorant natives. Even if Carl spat at them, they wouldn't dare to speak. The reason these demons hadn't been eliminated was that first, they were aligned with the right faction, as the higher-ups needed them to do work. Second, why had they returned so smoothly today, 2 hours earlier than usual? The inspector was a man of medium build, around 44 or 45 years old, with a tuft of goat's beard and an imposing demeanor. How long has it been since I went home to take a look? Suddenly, I thought of my father and that somewhat warm old home. The noise didn't seem meaningless. Rather, it resembled some kind of distress signal. Could it be humans from another world? Even if they weren't human, they must be some kind of intelligent beings, right? Or should I tell him that she and Haruko had always believed in marrying Fei Yunfan? Or marrying the big gray wolf? Who joked about that? I'm serious. If you don't believe me, you could go downstairs and see for yourself. Zhang Zihan said with a serious expression. The cultivation method of the incense faith had been lost since ancient times, and it's unclear if anyone in this world still knows the complete method. Then there was the adventurer's occupational levels, ranging from the lowest first tier to the strongest ninth tier, which also followed certain rules. Well, not really, but what Li Na said wasn't wrong. No one would come to steal your brother-in-law. A big living person like me wouldn't be so easily taken away, Li Yunfei said as he patted her head. However, just as their arms were about to collide, Qiu Chong seemed to hear a barely audible sound in his ear, causing his body to momentarily freeze, unable to move. Dad, why don't we move to Chifeng Temple for a couple of days? There rests the Buddha's golden body. All demons and monsters would have to flee far away. We can also have a master build a Buddha hall at home, so no evil entities can enter our Li family. Li Qinghe suddenly interjected. The lady went out, saying she received a task from the station and left in quite a hurry. Auntiang answeret truthfully. Seeing Wang Kai's arrival, Tony said, Wang Kai is the type of person who never moves unless necessary. Ying Meili sighed and walked over, saying, Can you be discharged from the hospital now? Her gaze involuntarily fell on his plastered hand and foot. Thanks to the Earth Dragon's reminder, the 4 ministers began to show courtesy to each other, as the French and American ministers exchanged polite gestures. Bro, what are you talking about? If you keep saying that, I'll get angry. Clearly, I harmed him. Yet in the end, he feels indebted to me. You're so anxious. Just as they walked in, a man in his 40s greeted them with a bow, smiling broadly and speaking in Japanese. The robust man loved alcohol. As long as there was a drinking occasion, no matter who the drinking buddy was, he would drink heartily without being polite to Ling Yang, happily consuming drink after drink. It's good that you're back. I've finished revising the manuscript and set it to update at the same time you used to. Su Yuyang's gentle words calmed Ling Miao's anxious emotions, and her gaze followed Su Yuyang's figure, though all she saw was a shadow. Sweet Bao's body was like an arrow. Her clasped hands became the arrowhead. Sweet Bao was not without strategy, even in her transformed state as an iron prisoner, even if she couldn't harm the master. Her body was as hard as steel and wouldn't suffer excessive damage. If a person's life is only for a single thought, then why do the elderly regret? It's just that the thought never fulfilled its human obligations. Life is long, but decisions are made in an instant, so I don't want to regret. Natasha only felt a surge of frustration. What was happening? How did she become the bad woman? How was she going to marry George? No matter what, she wouldn't choose this middle-aged fat man, right? Speaking of which, the one next to you is quite nice. 1,000 thoughts surged through Natasha's mind, but having received good training as a spy, she slowly said, Miss, I think you've misunderstood something. Carl ultimately did not become a gentleman who further advanced, but rather an existence rarely seen in the world, alongside the great Confucian scholars, Taoist land immortals, and Buddhist guardians. Ahead at this moment, Hong Tao looked somewhat disheveled, with multiple wounds all over his body, bleeding profusely. clearly having been at a disadvantage in the earlier encounter. Dressed in white, with determined eyes, the power of the seventh proof surged forth, fiercely resisting this immense pressure for his tribe. In the afternoon, he had just encountered a suspected fifth-grade master in his 20s, and was already badly beaten. If another 20-year-old fourth-grade master showed up, it would be unbearable. With his call, a uniform response echoed from the distant woods. They had once been a high and mighty presence, and still were. This was not just a feeling, but a manifestation of their abilities. Before long, figures began to appear from all directions in the deepening twilight, surrounding the central Hulu, each moving lightly, clearly possessing excellent martial skills. Luo Xian swallowed a red dragon fruit, and in an instant, a vast power of blood and energy surged forth, instantly filling his body. Luo Zhengjun frowned slightly, not out of anger for being interrupted, but because he sensed a hint of impatience in the tone of the person outside. Knowing instinctively, he reached out to catch it, seeing that the pill was purplish-red, round and flawless, exuding a faint fragrance that was refreshing, clearly not an ordinary item, and he was overjoyed, hurriedly bowing again in gratitude. "I am a colonel from the Northwest Military District," a man in his 30s spoke up, his tone somewhat arrogant as he explained his affiliation. When despair and defeat were imminent, the soldiers united as one, determined to fight to the end, maintaining a strong offensive, when suddenly, the Wu army halted. Upon completing the mission, the system provided a hidden evaluation for the startup team, determining whether the team would compete with countless others in the square for tasks or could enter the city hall to communicate directly with the officials. As Jing Tian moved his hands, the 10 or so early sentinels in front of Magneto emitted creaking sounds from within, then suddenly shattered, crushed into several clumps by Jing Tian's telekinesis. Just as Yang Tian had just deduced these details, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a vast consciousness swept through, its calm tone like a thunderclap echoing in the ears of everyone present. As long as one takes a sufficient quantity of universal detoxification pills or knowledge tea all at once, it can resolve the toxins within Morgan and the others. "Do not harm my lord, boys. Block these thieves." Hundreds of county soldiers defended the gates. Huang Zhong was undoubtedly a talent for the commander. He lacked neither ability nor experience, but what he lacked was his qualifications in Wu country, which was his greatest weakness. This cause and effect coincided with his direction. As Yang Tian originally intended to go to the desolate area, having passed through the power of the awakening Song Mang Dingjin Pearl, Yang Tian obtained a body-tempering divine skill inside. In the distance, 2 European barbarians came from the east, fierce and brutal. Even the high monks and Taoists of the Jinshui Temple could not deal with them. Fortunately, the governor led righteous heroes from the rivers and lakes to subdue them. At this moment, Yun Fan was lazily lying on a relatively flat rock, basking in the sun, enjoying the sea breeze, and downing glass after glass of turbid wine, looking quite content. "How'd you find us?" Gwen frowned and asked. "We do not need your help. We naturally have our own means," Coulson said with a smile, looking confident. "And besides, you do need help. I know you may have some doubts about us, but I can assure you that we never force anyone to do anything. Never force anyone." Carl looked at Jamu's sunny smile, and Qian Fanjin felt her heart inexplicably race. The blood of a leader-level monster is a symbol of a leader's biological potential, but the puppet clan is entirely made of steel. So there's no such thing as monster blood. Comrade Yuan Yin sighed in her heart, realizing that her flirtation was wasted on a blind person. This is also why the overlord Song Qiong was so decisive. When players dropped equipment, he didn't even order anyone to pick it up, because doing so would only increase the guild's losses. If Dai Hao knew about Dai Huabin being arrogant and unruly at Shrek Academy, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. A tender pink petal fell onto Qian Fanjin's head. She paused, curiously plucking it from her head and looking at the delicate cherry blossom petal in the sunlight. The gentle voice made Gu Qiqi's heart tremble. She pulled her gaze from the menu and looked up at Nan Shengxiu, just in time to meet his clear and bright eyes. Her heart suddenly startled, her gaze flitting about in confusion. Extracting enough nicotine from cigarettes should be difficult, right?" Mio asked. Gu Qinqi knew that Gu Qiqi must have misunderstood her, but suddenly thought that now Shi Jinyan was in a precarious situation. If Shi Jinyan refused to take the antidote made from the blood curse, then only the traditional medicine that Gu Qiqi had once taken could save Shi Jinyan's life. All the masters seemed to adhere to the unspoken rules of Qianjiang New City, which required the design buildings to be approached from 3 perspectives: large scope, large scale, high viewpoint. The soldiers of the Xianan sect were greatly encouraged, launching a more ferocious attack. The The supply troops had all fallen, and the battle was about to end. Li Tian even saw from a distance that the 100-house King Wei had already been cut down in a pool of blood. The detoxification elixir naturally has distinctions in quality. The elixirs consumed by ordinary soldiers are made from general spiritual herbs, with some side effects. However, this box that Li Tian had was carefully crafted by Su Mengli using rare materials, not only capable of detoxification, but also beneficial for cultivation. The Liverpool parameters of Huagua are not only of concern to the Chinese, but also attract attention within the global architectural community. He Ying's face changed, and just as she was about to explode, the great Wisdom Heart Buddha Mother released a brilliant light from her hands, and a large halo descended from the sky, enveloping her along with Ji Yunxiu, Li Jinyu, Mo Yu, Zhu Mi, and others, leaving He Ying alone outside. With a soft sound, she had vanished into the vast inner city. When the hermit Bu Yi once again asked for someone to come up and donate something to him, everyone tacitly pretended to be mute and kept silent. However, he showed a sincere expression, kissing the hand that Selena extended, already planning to send her off. The silly mushroom Ti Li Wei shook his head, leaving his spot to join the recording, leaving some Ti there squatting in the corner drawing circles. The cross-true formula was showcased by him to perfection, and people truly witnessed the terrifying aspects of the Knight family's cross-true formula. No wonder the Knight family has been able to exist in the southern region for so many years and still stand tall. It is also no wonder that in the past 2 years, good Xiaoning has not been seen. The good Xiaoning from back then already possessed strength and excellent talent. And since she has not appeared, there is only one possibility. She is in the Flower Language Palace. Coulson ultimately persuaded the team known as the Justice League, as the handsome face of the person called Batman in front of them believed that their displayed power would not harm them at all. This wave forced even a motherfucker to use superpowers. Motherfucker, Nick Fury muttered in frustration. Although he couldn't understand the classification of the Alliance for now, it was clear that they were not the kind of people who had power without any substance. Hubin couldn't help but feel a sense of compassion. This was their last night, and they had to make the most of it. After the spirit of the great sun Golden Crow disappeared, she began to redraw on the fire-tongued bow, and in an instant, the black hole vanished along with the runes on the bow. Wow! Suddenly, there was a chorus of astonished voices below. Although today was led by Chun Zizhuang, personally holding this intelligence exchange meeting, no one had anticipated that the Donglin party would have such astonishing news. Just a moment ago, Yi Cheng had given her a shocking piece of information. Chen Yang was not dead, and she could see him immediately. Lu Tian nodded silently, calming his emotions before taking out the crystal ball he had obtained from the mysterious gift pack. Sua Yi too was busy arranging the rituals and the edict matters. 3 days later, he would also set off with Tong Guigang, Mingzhu, and others to the front camp. It was then that Tong Guifei laid out the entire matter regarding the Wei family. Unexpectedly, after listening, Kangxi felt depressed. The Wei family was of lowly origin, and this matter was too absurd to be shared with outsiders. Kangxi was a man who valued face highly. Under such circumstances, how could he acknowledge this son, and how would he handle himself? Suddenly, a surprise shout rang out. Ihan. It was Qiu Ling who had just come out of her room and unexpectedly encountered Ihan. You have some nerve. How dare you trespass into the gang's forbidden area? Do you want to die? The leading fish demon waved the steel fork in his hand and loudly reprimanded Yifeng. One by one, they embodied the supreme authority of the emperor, the sacred solemnity of the empire, and the holy nobility of the Hanyuan Hall. Even for Xiao Tsubing, who was used to skyscrapers from the future, walking on the broad and long dragon tail road sparked a sense of solemnity and respect in his heart. Thus, almost everyone who came to pay their respects at the Lanling King's mansion nearly trampled the entrance of Qin Jingfeng, which kept Li Xian, who had keen insight and knew how to employ people, very busy. Lin Shuo snorted coldly and directly threw the Xianyun sword to the ground, his right hand darting out like lightning, aiming for Zhu Jinjian's right wrist. Faced with the invitation from the dragon steward, Fang Yin refused without hesitation. He had too many things on him, and it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't attract covetous eyes. Although his relationship with the dragon steward had been harmonious in these past 2 days, they had not known each other long enough to reach a heart-to-heart level. Some were anxious, some were nervous, and many more were gloating. They couldn't do it themselves and didn't want others to succeed. This might also be a form of enmity. In just one morning, nearly half of the cultivation world knew that Chu Wuli was leading countless strong practitioners northward. Leading the way was the indestructible king of the demon sect. However, this time it was not Che Siener who spoke, but the coldly indifferent Shui Fengming. For some reason, watching the two siblings speak as if no one was around made Shui Fengming feel somewhat uncomfortable, so when they discussed this matter, she couldn't help but interrupt. At this moment, Lin Weiwei suggested that they first control Prince Hao's lover and then use her to create an opportunity to get close to Prince Hao, which would save a lot of trouble. My brother's name is Chao Feng. You should remember him. Not long ago, you made him completely lose confidence. I must take revenge for this, Chao Yu said with a sinister smile, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Haha, forget it. You also said that during work, you would pretend to be unapproachable on purpose. I don't want to be scolded by you then, Wang Zhoming said with a smile. The current matters were already enough to give him a headache, and he didn't want to add more trouble for himself. But not now. Carl smiled subtly and said, Danger is nearby, yet you turn a blind eye? Fury, with a cold expression, said, Are you the captain of this team? No, it's me. Gwen stepped forward. Fury shook his head. No, he is the soul of your little team. I can see that you all listen to him. The captain and the commander are not the same thing, Mr. Fury, Carl said, looking at Nick Fury. What's going on? Mei Qianqi wondered what entanglements these two usually aloof people might have, especially since he was unaware of them. However, looking at this scene, it was likely that if he hadn't spoken, the people from the Xinling sect would probably have blood flowing like a river. Except for those who had nothing to do with Qingyu. After Gu Liuxi settled into the inn, she took out the whistle that Gu Chang had given her. As long as she blew it, she could find their homing pigeon. She wondered if her father was worried about her. A person who gives their utmost goodwill to every life, upon suddenly seeing so many newly born Ling Xiao ants starving to death, was inevitably overwhelmed with emotion and lost control. In fact, she just wanted to see what kind of person could catch her mother's eye. After all, even her father, when they divorced, her mother showed no attachment. Probably because there was no love. The experiment showed that the higher the level of the injected zombie virus, the greater the chance of fetal cannibalism. Moreover, the energy absorbed was proportional to the virus's level. Most of the newborns were infected with low-level zombie viruses, and their survival time did not exceed a week. It's okay. Someone is being a rogue. Let me kick him. I'm checking, Mu Danju said with a smile. Su Manqing felt delighted by Liang Shan's promise. But then she saw Su Junkin attacking Liang Shan and was frightened, quickly stopping him. She was not worried about Liang Shan getting hurt, but was concerned that Liang Shan would be angered and unwilling to treat him. Even if Liang Shan's words were hard to believe. Pei Xiaobin was not only the director of the neurology department at Dongjiang University, first affiliated hospital, but also a professor at Dongjiang University Medical School, a doctoral supervisor, and a standing committee member of the Dongjiang State Medical Appraisal Committee, among numerous other titles. Fortunately, Qian Montong promised he would definitely find the murderer and the mastermind behind it for her, and no matter how long it took, he would avenge her. Thus, Ji Chun previously booked the entire expenditure of the Cat's Tail Tavern for one night under the name of Young Master Zhao, spending nearly 100,000 gold coins, which was reason enough to shock so many players. At this time, Augustus also received news that Ji Chun was returning with the ocean spirit and hurriedly flew in from the upper floating mountain. Her gaze unabashedly fell on Shun by bathing in the dusk, her mind filled with uncontrollable fantasies. The subsequent martial arts competition finals took place over 2 days. But Mu Song did not attend. The reason was that 2 events occurred. One was significant, and the other was bizarre. Shilan excitedly ran down, opened the wardrobe door, and was speechless at the neatly categorized clothes inside, while feeling a twinge of sympathy. Responding to the president, the lady was in the living room, chatting with several wealthy ladies, apparently preparing to disperse. Those ladies were all from powerful families in the imperial capital, including Madame Shangwan. Shi Yi looked satisfied at the obedient by Eugene Diao, who had been beaten and had a head full of lumps, and praised him a few times, letting him know that he actually had no ill intentions. He just wanted to go home. Calming his surging emotions from daydreaming, Shi Yi was full of motivation. Completely immersed in the study of the original truths and the unending sutra, searching for an opportunity to break through to the ultimate realm. Pain tired. This was the first feeling of Yi Shi, and besides that, there was a strong smell of disinfectant in her nostrils. Although she and T looked very carefully that day, just seeing her hair, her attire, and that unforgettable mixed-race face was enough for Zhuang Qingqing to immediately regain her memory. Damn, isn't this the candy? So, the previous director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Hydra? Gwen's eyes widened. Is it that abstract? There are many things that are even more abstract than this. Carl didn't say that Captain Hydra would appear in Meyer's Ultimate Universe. That would truly be abstract. He only mentioned, we have given enough reminders to Nick Fury. and he can handle it. Only George felt a bit depressed. Weren't we supposed to stir things up? Didn't you notice? A crisp sound echoed as Murong Shanshan's blue sword energy slashed down from above my head. But in the next second, everyone gasped in surprise. And Murong Shanshan widened her beautiful eyes at me, as if she had seen a ghost. After speaking, he sent someone from the eunuch Zheng to fetch the reward. The empress saw her son gaining face in front of his maternal family and was naturally overjoyed, quickly inviting her son for tea. Driven by loneliness and thirst, searching with madness, the only thing left in the world was each other, and it finally erupted in extreme satisfaction. The sound of flowing water, unable to mask the screams of that moment. Therefore, Su Yan used the spear most frequently on the battlefield. Now Su Yan's spear was the one previously given by Su Yan. Although it was good, the material was average, and compared to the Long Yuan sword, it was world apart. Su Yan felt the same way. His heart was horrified. This was the terrifying power of a king, freezing the void for 1,000 miles, everything returning to eternity. It was just like the last time we went out. It was settled in a word, and the royal palace even provided a carriage for travel, which shows that the identity of this guest, Yu Mixin, was valued by the prince's mansion. Yes, yes. The soldier clasped his hands and was about to run to execute the order. Wait, Kuai Liang stopped the soldier who was about to convey the command. The soldier looked at Kuai Liang and then at Lu Biao, waiting for Lu Biao's instructions. Lying in bed, I found it hard to sleep. After so many days, it had become rare to sleep before 11 o'clock. I successfully got the money and also brought the 3 sets of skirts left at Mr. Jing's house that I hadn't taken away. The emperor and the empress exchanged glances, unable to speak. The empress turned her head, a hint of uncontrollable joy flickering in her eyes. But the look in Wang Di's eyes was not just one of emotion and anger. There was also a hint of pain that couldn't be concealed. This is a very normal situation. There is no free lunch in the world. And commercial transactions are ultimately just commercial transactions. However, he has money now, so he doesn't lack those. During the move, Pure Fox gave him 10 red gold coins. 8 parts gold could be exchanged at a rate of 15-1, let alone 10 parts red gold. 10 red gold coins, if taken to Jin Yu Tang to exchange for silver, could at least be exchanged for 200 taels of silver. Enough for Hong-Yi to spend for a long time. If it were a loose cultivator, even if they wanted to refuse, they would probably say, I still need to think carefully before making a decision, and would not directly refuse. After all, the Heart Image sect leader and one of the conference masters, General Tianguang, personally stepped in, and directly refusing would be somewhat embarrassing. They would understand if it were phrased more tactfully. You are older than my mother. Wouldn't it be a disadvantage for me to marry you? Chunao asked. Can wild tuber plants on the mountain be transplanted to the valley for cultivation? Lai Lai asked. For now, I can only change the composition of the illusion world within Zhu Yan. And if I can slightly enhance it to elevate Zhu Yan's power to the 6th level of the Star Tower, that would be a huge success. The key figures in the 7-person committee are actually Yaniev, Pogo, Yazov, and Klyuchikov. In the future depicted by Shen Ning, it can be imagined that these 4 will never have a good ending. Senior, it seems you're not much better off than me. Su Chan timely seized the opportunity to retort. This is also why the 1st and 2nd underworlds do not force supervisors to promote to senior supervisors. It's not that they don't need the strongest combat power, but they are unwilling to share their cake with later arrivals. Thunderlord is a very upright person, but at the same time, he also has the less admirable traits of a martial artist, impetuous and reckless. Back in the day, he only needed one word to set Thunderlord off, and they ended up fighting. This isn't because Thunderlord isn't smart. It's just that he is that kind of person. Knowing there are tigers on the mountain, he still ventures toward the tiger's den. Thunderlord's wisdom allows him to judge good and evil, and his bloodline enables him to punish good and evil, which is enough. As for the rest, it's trivial. Regardless, he is still his grandson. He cannot just watch him be taken away by others. Yin Lian looked at the other person. Her beautiful features slightly raised with a hint of hostility, her hands tucked into her pockets, appearing quite arrogant. After spending these days with Gu Chun, Jun Huan had thoroughly understood this husband, so he also knew the intention Gu Chun had given him back then, called the Way of All Heavens. After the living room quieted down, Yin Yulan quietly came out of her room and opened the electronic map for navigation. May I sit here? A very cheerful and warm voice, just like the afternoon sun, radiating friendliness. When they finally meet, whether Yin Lian is willing or not will no longer be up to her. The result was ideal, this time. No one among the envoys and guards of the later Tang state escaped the lessons from the inspection department. Their injuries were naturally severe, and full recovery would take another 2 or 3 months. The capital city could enjoy a moment of peace again. These statues, although made of stone, are vivid and lifelike, like warriors clad in stone armor, guarding both sides of the stone bridge. Are you looking for me? Then Yi Chen's calm demeanor, paired with that smiling face, made the ninjas from the Land of Thunder, including Rakage, show an odd expression. Of course, farmland needs to be acquired, but there are too many nobles in Jiankong. If I want to acquire it, I must wait until I see His Majesty before I can proceed. Only in this way can she protect those farmlands. One must know that all the farmland around Jiankong City belongs to major families. Even if it's not the case now, it will eventually be forcibly taken by them. However, I have never seen Zhu Yijuan come to the military camp, and, at this critical moment, he also had no interest in seeing anyone. If you want to go further, you will need the divine gold of the Imperial Path. Even Star Iron cannot bear the divinity of the Imperial Immortal Path. And right now, I'm at the entrance of the Wanga restaurant. The vehicle cannot come over, so they're definitely not targeting me. Before the relationship is completely torn, perhaps one can still greet each other on the road, but once the mask is ripped off, meeting again won't be so easy to talk about. After the manager was dragged out, the waiter kneeling in front of me also wet his pants. He kept his head down, repeatedly bowing to me, begging for mercy. Sensing the spatial aura outside the ship, Luo Hao sat upright at the edge of the ship, slightly closing his eyes, while activating the spatial power within him, slowly permeating the ship's surrounding barriers. Dian Feng could also see these people's thoughts, and the appearance of the Dian family prince seemed to make the Dian family alliance even more solid. The man in the black robe defeated Luo Hao and the other two with one move, his eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to strike again to completely eliminate the two. Outside the room, only a few people were listlessly going about their tasks. The gentle warmth of the daytime was silent. I filtered out other sounds, and the voices of Fu Su and Ji clearly enter my ears. I finally found it. That once clever and lively mastiff, now curled up in the snow, shivering and letting out weak whines, looking so frail and helpless. Inside the room, the two were already impatient. Neza poured someone a cup of water, and without much delay, used the excuse to go hurry them up and stepped out. At this moment, the conversation shifted, and Lu Shiba unexpectedly grinned wickedly, staring at the elegant Mrs. Huan with a very disgusting gaze. "Where's that girl? Cosilos?" Who seemed to have more to say, but after hearing Carl's question, he obediently brought him to the underground of Kamar Taj. This was a long-and-used prison cell, where a red-haired girl stood behind the light curtain of a magic circle, glaring fiercely at Cassius. Modu was sitting cross-legged in the middle, looking more like a supreme mage than Carl. "Supreme Mage, you have arrived?" Modu stood up. The rare antiques stolen by the three Shun brothers from the Duke's mansion were not sold by Yun Lei. Instead, they were well-preserved. Those were items left by the ancestors of the Shun family, and it seemed Shun Hongjun was unwilling to let these items fall into the hands of outsiders. When Emperor Kangxi woke up again, it was already 2 days later. Upon waking, he first summoned the Manchu and Han ministers, then instructed the Ministry of Rites to immediately begin preparations for the new emperor's enthronement ceremony, after which the imperial carriage returned to the Forbidden City. Su Che moved his lips, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Lien's warning gaze, and he reluctantly closed his mouth. Just as Jun Haoran and Old Feng were concentrating on watching, Shi Kushur experienced the baptism of celestial fate. They felt a murderous aura coming from behind and sharply turned to look, only to see Jun Zimo's face twisted with hatred. After sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from the giant earthworm, Wang Yu prepared to escape with Jing Wu and the others. The earth-type insect monster excelled in defense, but was not fast. If he wanted to run, the giant earthworm couldn't stop him. When Yang Wei approached, Lan Lianhua had always hoped Shi Kushur would stand up for him, but he had waited in vain, as he had never spoken a word from the beginning. "We swear to coexist with the Immortal Palace." With the cultivator's words, all the cultivators shouted in unison. After a moment, Bai successfully brought back Beiju. But Beiju's eyes were bloodshot, movements stiff, and expression blank, clearly completely under Bai's control. Lan Xen, not understanding the situation, looked in surprise at Lin Su, who took out an ordinary hairpin that seemed to be made of ebony and handed it to Chun Yin, then looked down at Xia Yin, who had started dressing her again, without saying a word. Yao Beibei's figure appeared in front of the Martial Emperor Tower, as she knew Bai Ziming was cultivating inside the tower. It must be like this, Yimalong was extremely certain, in his impression. The Lich King's lackeys had always been like this, with schemes and lies constituting the entirety of these undead beings. Just as the black and white mountain is the core of the Valley Magpie 8 Spirits Array, the Yin-Yang Magpie is also the core of the 8 Meridians Spirit Magpie. As soon as it appeared, the 8 differently colored spirit magpies of wind, thunder, water, fire, mountains, and marshes seemed to be inexplicably drawn to it, flying towards it simultaneously. It was fleshy, with green blood flowing on the fleshy worm cocoon, expanding and contracting like a heart. Upon entering the underworld city, Yin Kai found a tea house, ordered a pot of specialty herbal tea, and began to wait. It was chaotic, the sounds of shouting and weeping mixed together, swirling desperately in her mind. She seemed to know nothing until the plump proprietress of the goods shed stepped on her foot, causing her to feel pain and let out a low gasp. As Chu Yun spoke, he felt the surrounding space twist, and then he reappeared at home. Sensing this situation, Jiang Mo took a deep breath and suddenly saw his fists enveloped in green flames. Then the next moment he slammed down fiercely. The 5 instantly formed a cohesive formation. Connecting their celestial powers, their breaths linked, and their momentum immediately surged dramatically. Nagato used Shinra Tensei, but the next moment, Chu Yun directly phased, passing through Nagato's front. Among them, the bone spurs on the right hand were the longest, with black blades extending over 3 feet from the wrist and elbow, resembling inverted black war knives. AI Chow Chow cut several slashes on the fish's body with a knife, then used the tip of the knife to remove the scallions and ginger that had stuck to the oil. Leave? Quicksilver and the Scarlet, which exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat confused. Ever since their parents were killed by Stark Group's artillery, no one had ever said such things to them. They had been listening to Hydra's orders, only seeking revenge for their parents one day, but they didn't know why they wanted to seek revenge for their parents. Carl looked at the bewildered expressions of the two and couldn't help but sigh. Well, who told me to be a good person? Besides, I'm still the Supreme Mage. When they reached the door of Yang Xibao's room, a warrior opened the door. Yang Xibao was sitting inside the room, smoking a pipe. The songs that are still on the charts make the title of a strong audio source even more dazzling and recognized. The Japanese country is unwilling to acknowledge history, repeatedly denying the existence of the massacre and beautifying the invasion war of that time. He can understand these. Saitama's expression was emotionless, and the red gloves in his tightly clenched hands made a clattering sound. Although his attacks were silent, the aura around him was like a towering mountain, making it hard for people to breathe. She wasn't in a hurry. Those things had been sitting for so many years. The smell had dissipated for so long. And just moving them up the smell was really not a problem. As long as it wasn't day and night, it wouldn't harm her body much. It was just that she felt guilty for her own theft. Once the warriors of the Dafa Mountain Base Independent Regiment improved their combat power and adapted again, Lei Zhan would lead them into a real revenge battle. Lei Zhan, the wolf warriors, I will make you and the Chinese die without a burial place. Looking into the bathroom, Zheng Han was already taking a shower. After thinking for a moment, Chao Yu opened Zheng Han's bag and took out the phone. The teaching matron had a rag stuffed in her mouth, her body bound with ropes tightly around the back of the chair, several loops, and her hands and feet were restrained, unable to move at all. Ji Ling Sheng waited until evening when Shang Zheng gave the news that he had bribed the guards and there would be half a stick of incense time without supervision. Ji Ling Sheng said little, just thanked him and left. Shang Zheng watched Ji Ling Sheng's back and sighed heavily. Yu Ziming's expression changed, and with a smile, she confessed. I just wanted to kill you, but I changed my mind at the last minute, so I'm not going to kill you for now. Ji Ling Sheng curled his lips and looked at the blood spirit pool, which was calm as ever. Tang, Yi, and Lei Jiayue moved forward, not knowing how long it had been, until they finally reached the riverbank. Ji Ling Sheng's aura surged, and a red dragon swam out, charging straight towards the two near the edge of the forest. Ji Ling Sheng didn't even look, stepping on another dragon and soaring through the air, choosing his direction at will, as if the demon lord descending to the world was about to slaughter humanity. Seeing the scene, Elder Lu in red and his old friend in purple robes exchanged glances, exclaiming in shock and anger. However, what was puzzling was that, as the large ship passed, the ominous energy began to move, maintaining a distance all the time. Due to health issues, Xuemu couldn't leave her essence for too long, otherwise it would exacerbate the freezing of her legs. Shuang was a dutiful child. Ji Changfeng and Ji Xian frowned, feeling both shocked and anxious. From the roaring sound continuously emitted from Ji Ling Sheng's body, it seemed that the bone-breaking powder was taking effect. But the expression of enjoyment on that brat's face also puzzled them. Was it really that comfortable? She had originally given up on investigating whether there was any relationship between Ling Mengqi and concubine Luo, thinking that the urgent matter was to safely give birth to a son. As long as she had a son, everything else would be easy to discuss. Therefore, the urgent matter was to bring down the Mu family first. As for Gu Dongsheng, he had to find a way to make him completely give up on Shanshan. If necessary, he would make Gu Dongsheng leave this city. The banquet hall was playing the wedding march, and a red carpet was laid out as a path. The flower columns on both sides of the carpet were made of fragrant lilies, red roses, and pink roses. Carl ignored the superior version of Quicksilver and watched him reluctantly follow his sister to class. Carl specifically went to a famous high school in the East to copy their schedule, intending to make Quicksilver study hard. It seemed to Carl that these two had read too few books. Reading more and gaining some experience could at least help them develop a normal mindset, if not a normal brain. Stark's weapons had killed their families, so Huang Balong immediately felt his shoulders go weak, unable to resist at all. And the flying meteor hammer and the flickering lightning spirit also dimmed and fell. None of this surprised Mo Li. What he didn't expect was that in the center of the pool, a slender figure was soaking inside, her back turned to Mo Li. However, the snow-white back like jade and the slight fullness revealed when her hands were raised made Mo Li unable to help but swallow hard. The longing in Doflamingo's expression made Rosward quite moved. After all, the latter was also a celestial dragon, and anything that could move him was certainly not ordinary. After jumping down again, looking up, the pitch-black dome above had no hint of light, completely engulfed in a boundless darkness. The popularity of full-time expert in the previous life was due to both character design and role setting. Orochimaru widened his eyes in shock, gritted his teeth, and swung his kunai with force. Nowadays, Zhang Shan's live, streaming popularity, after accumulating experiences from Bermuda, Death God Island, and the Himalayas, had reached a peak of 95 million. I cursed myself for being so insensitive, thinking that after dinner, I must give Li Kunzi a call when I get home. There's no need to mention the map information or the surrounding team information. More importantly, you also need to predict which teams will be around and understand their styles. At this moment, Mo Li was surrounded by a crimson glow. Though he remained still, he exuded an aura of disdain for the world. Sigh, this guy is nothing like me. Seeing that Yu agreed, I felt quite relieved, finally doing something for him. Meanwhile, the bull-headed of the underworld and the Flame Lord were guarding outside the door, continuously receiving box after box of long boxes from Prince Nangong and others. Although some cultivators were arriving from the surroundings, their strength could not break through the barrier of this 1,000-zhong space. This was still the first time Chun Danqing saw a complete creation immortal artifact. Even from a distance, he felt an overwhelming pressure, as if 1,000 mountains were pressing down, making it hard to stand straight. One can imagine how dangerous it would be for someone truly facing this creation immortal artifact. Demon King, let Lin Ying compete with you. Lin Yun patted Lin Ying's shoulder, an action that made the South Sea Demon King somewhat angry. Also, despite having killed so many stone men, Shi Zhaozu, as the ancestor of the Stone Marsh clan, not only bore no grudge against him, but instead wanted to stay by his side. Although it was said to everyone, it was clearly a reminder for the military expert who had just arrived. Just like how one rises in this world, many strong individuals are eyeing one's body and soul. Want to seize them. Yifeng didn't know how to describe the aura around him. He just felt an inexplicable excitement when he first saw this person. If he had a pair of wings, he would be an angel. After hanging up the phone, Shanghai Ma Chao lay back in his chair and stretched lazily. All these successes now were accumulated bit by bit, and compared to the busy days in the X-Team's professional matches, this current busyness gave Shanghai Ma Chao a greater sense of pride. Carl looked at the girl. Although Carl's time acceleration wouldn't make Gwen's body grow, her soul would ultimately be washed away by time. The Gwen before him was both familiar and unfamiliar. As soon as Carl appeared, Gwen threw herself into his arms and said, "I missed you so much." Carl hugged Gwen and said softly, "Me too, Gwen. You don't really want me." Gwen smiled and tried to return to her previous demeanor, playfully saying, "It's only been 10 minutes outside." However, if even Xiao Ding is saying such things, it means that the Xiao family has truly made a decision. It seems at this time, it would be a dream to think they could pass through safely. Of course, Hu Huiru sent a telegram to Chun Zhuang because of the more than 300 acres of urban greening forest she had here. Otherwise, no matter how much money she had, she wouldn't engage in such charitable ventures. Zhenhao was about to ask Qian Duoduo if she knew the whereabouts of Lu Xian when she saw Qian Duoduo dart away, disappearing from Zhenhao's sight in just 2 or 3 jumps. Speaking of which, She took out a piece of paper from her loose clothing, about 5 or 6 centimeters square, and handed a folded letter to Lu Xian. Time passed second by second. The sooner they found Luo Qingyang, the more likely he would be to be safely rescued. Xia Jian felt a sudden loss of interest. He quickly changed into nice clothes and hurried back to his room. After the evil old monster severely injured and killed Yunaran, Zhong Xiong regained his senses and solemnly asked Wen Xian, if one were to categorize practitioners who have cultivated spiritual energy according to the 5 eyes abilities, the lowest would be the human eye, followed by the heavenly eye. The third level would be the wisdom eye, the fourth the Dharma eye, and the highest level would be the Buddha eye. Xia Jian said nothing. Only then did he deeply realize that not every Chinese person struggling in America has a wonderful life. In fact, many are living quite difficult lives. A divine elephant over 100 feet high slowly rose from the sea of spiritual energy. Without using the condensation ring, Li Jiang could clearly sense that this was his own divine elephant. A clear and melodious voice came from outside, pulling Aunt Lu, who was immersed in hatred, out. Her murky eyes were filled with a crimson hue. Aunt Lu searched for people all the way to the east of the city, but the shop was locked. After asking the neighbors around, she learned that someone had long invited Dr. Qi and the others over. It was time for morning exercise. Sun Wukong finished washing up, shouldered the 7-star sword, and leisurely rode his mountain bike to the sports field. He was the center of attention as he entered. The previous school entrance exam had been particularly difficult, but he had directly pushed the second place in the whole school down. He really needed to complete a wave of tasks, and then quickly see what other tasks he could take. Sheng Long's arrival gave us tremendous confidence and was like a reassurance pill for me. Otherwise, I would have been slapped in the face for acting so pretentious today. Moreover, if Li Guahao came looking for trouble, we would have no way to deal with it. Just as he lifted his foot to step onto the stone steps leading to the waterside pavilion, he suddenly felt as if he had been kicked by something. Tears suddenly slipped from her eyes, wetting her clothes, making her feel like she wanted to vomit blood. Your Majesty, can't Linger satisfy you? Why must you casually favor others? She was heartbroken once again. Indeed, after those words fell, almost simultaneously, Song Yuchen released his grip and leisurely cast a glance at her. Zhou Chen's true nature should actually be that of a worm that could steal others' memories and could also parasitize. Several elves gathered together and greeted each other, and Zhang Fan truly learned about their backgrounds. Shirley pondered for a moment and finally agreed. All right, let me know the exact time afterward, and I will try my best to return. He didn't want to speak too definitively out of concern that the project from the Provincial Education Department might encounter some issues. Carl, aren't you really going to take a look? What to look at? To see the woman George is interested in. Gwen's eye sparkled. Aren't you interested? Respect George's wishes. Carl said calmly. Besides, my Mark has had no response for so long. Either George, that coward, is too afraid to approach that woman, or he is deceiving us. Or that woman is just an ordinary person. Ka Chu Fei Wu continued to lift the table with all his strength, but it remained completely still. Suddenly, a warning signal ignited in his heart, and he raised his head to look at Hao Sei, who just happened to look up as well. After multiple crises, the two had developed an incredible tacit understanding. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously floated upwards towards the ceiling of the room. Judging by the height, it was at least several times that of Mount Everest, with 50% of the area covered by a thick layer of ice. His voice carried a sense of disbelief, as the realm was too astonishing, making him feel uneasy. My consciousness cleared a bit. I only felt a splitting headache, and my whole body ached everywhere. This feeling of losing control over my own body was simply the worst. After 12 o'clock, tourists gradually entered the hotel, and the 3 front desks began arranging accommodations for them. Without tissues, I had to wet my sleeve and carefully wipe the blood off her face bit by bit. However, as I was wiping, I noticed Su Yichen staring at me with wide eyes, making me feel a bit uncomfortable. I said, "Why are you looking at me? It's creepy," and she immediately shifted her gaze away. After finishing breakfast and clearing the dishes, Zhuang Yuan called everyone to sit in the lounge. Previously, a relative had introduced this place to me, and since the salary was indeed not low, I came to work with a tried-out mentality. If Xiaolan wins, we admit our mistakes and will not compete with Xiaolan Group, voluntarily withdrawing from the catering market in Qingyan City. A seemingly out-of-place RV, which appeared to be used for some sort of construction work, was parked by the roadside. If my guess is correct, a part of the high-powered infinite jammers was placed inside this disguised RV. At that time, the Mu family was in the midst of a transition of leadership, with Mu Long succeeding his father Mu Tian as the head of the family, urgently needing to make a name for himself. After all, Being fellow practitioners and elders of their respective sects, it was truly difficult for him to bear watching someone die in agony before him. He had now mastered the art. Whether for ambushes or escaping disasters, he was completely adept. I, Duan Mo, never joke. 5 days later, I will hold a grand banquet for sworn siblings at the Duan Mansion, and I will invite celebrities from all walks of life in Haicheng to get to know my newly recognized sister. Duan Mo's powerful voice struck the ground. I'm sorry, Dad. I just don't want you to worry, Duan Qingfu said in a low voice, lowering her head. Si Huang, can you? Ding Zhe, with a flushed face, felt a bit shy to express his thoughts to Si Huang. Nanshi widened her eyes, holding her breath to avoid gasping. Fortunately, the mouse cord wasn't long, so the mouse was just hanging there, only a couple of fingers above the ground. Xian Yu discovered a spirit yuan pearl on the body of the leader of the Wujian sect, indicating that the ironclad behind the Wujian sect was definitely the emperor of the Tianyi realm. Upon seeing Wei Qi-Qi's cold and calm demeanor, Duan Xiaoya suddenly felt something was off. Why was the reaction so indifferent? Just as she was about to leave with a handful of candies, a gentleman finally appeared before her. However, Hua Xiangrong held no gratitude towards Xiang Lu Tianzuan. Instead, she harbored deep resentment, as her beloved partner, the wine sword immortally Tai Bai, had died indirectly at Xiang Lu Tianzuan's hands. The gods of the sword sect exchanged knowing smiles, recalling the constant slaughter among various clans during the ancient Dark Era. At that time, they had not yet attained their current cultivation, and it was still Qing Yuan who led the charge against a group of alien races that were wantonly slaughtering humanity. Originally, with their cultivation level, dealing with that group of alien races would have been more than enough. But no one had expected that there was a divine lord hidden among those alien cultivators. Just as the Thunder God was enjoying his life on Earth, S.H.I.L.D. was in a state of panic. It had already been a whole week. What were you all doing? Pierce shouted at Nick Fury. Find a way to get that damned hammer away from me. We can't do that for now. Fury replied calmly, facing the questions from the Security Council leader, saying the best method right now is to establish a temporary base, seal off the news, and... At that moment, Rong Muyan felt extremely displeased. It was rare for M.O. Lee to show any signs of softening, and he had finally caught today's opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Yet, his brewing emotions were interrupted by someone with no sense. Tangxi was like this. If she didn't have a male companion, only a blind man would dare to approach her, who would not come up to flirt, especially after a few drinks. Who knows what might happen? The flames roared for more than half an hour, and when AOU's ghostly energy was completely exhausted, the flames slowly dissipated. And in just a moment, the once scorching fire vanished completely. Jin Zhonghuan looked over, walking while loudly calling out. The hotel lobby was bustling with people, and he didn't want too many people to see him talking to Wang Tian, as it wouldn't be good for either of them. After several disturbances, the few people left by Han Qingtian, upon seeing Han Aochen and Lu Yanming, all lowered their heads as if they hadn't seen anything, continuing with their tasks. In the middle lane, Jiang Mo wanted to clear the minion wave when suddenly a bullet shot over, causing his health to drop instantly. Rin Shi felt bitter. Wu Shui was clearly putting on a stance that kept others at bay. However, it was still the same saying. He truly had no way to deal with it now. Even if he really had to swallow his pride, he had to endure. When a sensation akin to being gnawed by ants coursed through his body, Yisheng had already gained a complete understanding of the degree to which he had mastered the puppet technique. It wasn't until he saw Dong Yuliang that Shui Heir's heart secretly promised that if she married Dong Yuliang, she would not only become the mistress of the Dong family, but also enjoy endless blessings. Dr. Liu said she was one of his few friends. And wasn't he also one of her few friends? Good friends are hard to find. Losing one makes the heart feel a bit empty. Just as Jin Mu was about to take a step back to escape, the almost within reach of the shark immediately raised its leg and struck a knee to hit Jin Mu's abdomen. Squad leader Luo Zhenwang learned of this and was very supportive, so everyone worked together to prepare to carve the snow tiger. Moments later, in the purple lightning halo, endless purple dots emerged and scattered. Upon encountering a man's body, they drilled inside. Disturbing this palace's tranquility is not much, but disturbing the emperor's sweet dreams. Even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop off. Lin Kuan immediately stood up and ran toward the direction agreed upon with Cheng Yun. Although these mercenaries were eager to chase, they were already too weak to catch Lin Kuan. Lin Kuan climbed up the slope, where Cheng Yun and Fat Guo were waiting for him. Just then, 2 gunshots rang out behind him, and 2 more shots sounded from a diagonal direction, causing the people behind to fall in response. I won't talk to you anymore. Unexpectedly, as Xia jumped up as if electrocuted, her pretty face turning even redder, tears welling up in her eyes. Without waiting for me to finish speaking, she dashed away. The two loud sounds that fell to the ground came from the extremely eye-catching red light curtain, and soon after, two tall men wearing masks that revealed a pair of crimson eyes stood upright at the top of the red light curtain. The man only defended without attacking. Although it was unclear about his martial arts background, being able to evade her three moves showed that his martial arts were indeed not ordinary. Lu Wu was speechless, as she could see that Guicheng was genuinely a bit angry. She didn't dare to be stubborn and retort, as she was worried that if she truly angered the emperor, he would kill Chen's family. Last night, he had ordered the execution of her own mother right in front of her, let alone this adoptive mother in front of her. And she was a guilty adoptive mother. Pierce was infuriated by what he said, but couldn't retort. Except for you hopeless fools, who the hell would really go back to the hive? He's not our father. But Pierce didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only raise his hand and repeat, "Hail Hydra." Then he lowered his posture and said, "My lord, you should be a bit more low-key." As he said, Hydra is currently fragmented and each is acting independently. Our strength is still not. On the weekend of the first week after the trophy was transferred here, a sneaky figure quietly approached the Goblet of Fire trophy. With enough confidence, Lin wisely decided to take as much as he could, knowing that even if he couldn't kill Ivanov in the end, he could always go back to Hogwarts and complain to Dumbledore. With Hogwarts protecting him, he didn't believe that the Aurors from the Soviet Union could control him, a wizard from Britain. After that, terrifying red shockwaves derived, containing the power to destroy the earth and the heavens. Catch my red father. Let's see if you don't die this time. Chun Jian was furious. He had long wanted to skin and dismember the Dark Lord, and now that the opportunity had come, he naturally rushed forward with the stone giant. The reason Lin collected these prophecies was simply to trace their origins, to understand what kind of heinous acts he had committed that would provoke such relentless pursuit from a major ministry of magic. Regarding the outpost set up by the Black Wind tribe, Locke had informed John, but John did not tell Homan. Clearly, he intended to reduce some of Homan's subordinates. Lin Wei's fingers pierced the stone pillar like a sharp knife, easily poking a hole in it. The medical standards of the real world could not repair the genetic fragments he was inherently missing, but the advanced technology Super Gene Serum could achieve that. In front of the leaders of the 9 original divine clans, he acted decisively and fearlessly, eliminating the leader of the fallen clan. The Lord smiled as he watched the scene, appearing very satisfied with the old Count's attitude of seeking permission first. You have always been cold and indifferent. You look at me as if you were looking at thousands of strangers, your gaze calm at this moment. So calm that I want to use all means to see what you are thinking beneath that calm indifference. Thinking this way somewhat relaxed people. But this mental relief wouldn't let Judah slack off in his preparations. No matter how meticulous the logic or how accurate the analysis, there could always be unforeseen circumstances. Judah's task was to guard against those possibilities. This basket, though eye-catching, was common in the village. If someone saw him bringing a girl back, it would stir up a lot of trouble if it fell into the hands of those with ill intentions. Judah felt a bit of a headache. Even in his 20-plus years of life, he had rarely considered such comprehensive matters, and now he was in such a predicament. He had destroyed more than half of the Blood Flame Palace as he walked through, and at that moment, due to a strange roar, another large area of the remaining intact section collapsed again. Wan Fong shouted in surprise and wanted to retreat, but Ning Yuqing's long sword slashed at him again. Wan Fong had no choice but to exert all his strength to block with his twin swords. With a clang, the sword in his right hand fell to the ground. Li Huimin looked at him from between the work area and the resting area, her expression calm, neither happy nor angry, suddenly receiving high treatment. Bai Daoxing didn't know what to say for a moment and just stared at her blankly. After walking for about half an hour, other pedestrians began to appear on the road, and the distant companions who had been keeping their distance started to catch up. However, upon seeing the severed head hanging by the big cart, no one dared to approach. When Chu Yunshang came to treat Yuan Xiao, the same thing would definitely happen as with Chu Yuan. Then, with a buzzing tremor, countless flowers bloomed in the air, and rays of light illuminated the sky, revealing a phantom. Carl glanced at Thor and then at the surveillance equipment that Loki had destroyed, and said lightly, "Are the people of Asgard so unreasonable now? Even the Supreme Sorcerer is treated with such disrespect." He stared into Loki's eyes and said, "Did Odin not tell you?" Loki's expression changed, but he still said arrogantly, "Midgard is part of the World Tree. It is the territory of Asgard. You really resemble Odin." Gaojia and Lin Wushuang did not know each other at first, but upon hearing Yi Tianyu and the others' titles, They immediately understood that this man in his 50s was actually the powerful leader of XG, and they were secretly astonished. In Mai's view, Selu was already dead, and after her death, the Imperial artifact would also stop functioning. Compared to the knowledge he had gained, only 1/3 of what was left in the Jade Tablet remained. This is also why she was unwilling to tell Xia Hosu the truth before. Regardless of whether he would accept it, she wasn't foolish and could sense his feelings. If she really told him, could Xia Hosu be so generous as to give her the bracelet? Obtaining the Extreme Spirit Stone is not difficult. One only needs to use ancient artifacts to exchange for it with Luo Hao. What does the young master think about this matter? The soldiers in front were getting closer, yet there was no sign of seriousness or tension on Long Xiu's face. Instead, he looked at Gu Ting and unusually inquired about his thoughts. Additionally, there is the effect of warmth in winter and coolness in summer, which also had certain benefits for health. Wearing it would almost guarantee one would not fall ill. As soon as Zhu Huang left, the entire room fell silent, with only the chirping of birds outside and the rustling of leaves in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that the Rui Tianfu had shown supernatural phenomena later, Luo Hao would have almost thought he was holding a fake treasure. A deceptive Rui talisman. An invisible and intangible shockwave traveled over 50 meters and accurately struck Luo Hao. The skilled fighting style, the terrifying pressure that erupted, and the wide-ranging energy storm all instilled extreme fear. Are you sure it's a bee and not a killer bee or some other aggressive wild bee? Emo asked, still not quite reassured. Oh, could this be the 8 elemental void array? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the three. It was Aikong, who had just come out to get some fresh air with Chu Yi from the heart of the Sea Emperor's cave world. One must ask, how could a male broadcaster with noble character and integrity commit theft for a mere 1 million? Some gardens can be improved. However, to enhance the overall situation is almost impossible. Yemo shook his head. Have you seen a photocopy? The soldiers trained in the barracks are like photocopies, producing the same content. Perhaps there may be issues like shadows due to certain reasons, but basically, it's the same content. However, Xiaoya's strength was not weak. Even if Zhong Guojun was a celestial realm practitioner, he could not guarantee capturing Xiaoyi unharmed. Nor could he ensure that Xiaoyi wouldn't choose to self-destruct when escape seemed hopeless. That's why he tried to distract Xiao Ye's mind, and then used the blood prison technique when she was off guard. But he did not pause for even a moment, continuing to hold the end of the golden chain with his left hand, while his right hand glowed with a blue light, and a narrow blue battle knife suddenly flew out from his palm. Under Feng Hao's lead, Reba arrived at the wild spot and looked at the wild boars around her, feeling a bit scared. Although wild boars are not aggressive, and she knew this was a game world, the overly realistic experience made her fear their sharp tusks. He certainly would not give up, continuously bombarding, the sounds echoing, yet still with no effect. After he left, in the front yard of the He Tianlong mansion, the stone slabs that had originally been arranged in a line slowly began to move. If someone saw the words on those slabs, they would probably be unable to help but laugh. He Zhizhong is a genius. One interesting family, Carl said with a grin. A brother who wishes for attention but never receives it. A brother who is expected to bear great hopes, but is completely unaware of such expectations. A sister locked in a cage, swearing to destroy Asgard. A serious and foolish father, and a mother who loves each child but cannot change the status quo. Truly excellent family education. Odin. Carl clapped his hands and said, he was unaware that just as he left room 616, Uncle Ma quietly pulled out a satellite phone, not much larger than a 1 yuan coin, from a hidden place in his clothing pocket, using a special device to dial a number, and contacted Muraki Ichiro, who was far abroad. He was so scared he almost wet his pants. At that moment, a taxi happened to come from the street corner, and he rolled and crawled to stop the taxi. The call was connected to Li Bingbing, and Zhou Dongfei did not hide anything, directly stating on the phone, I want a loan, the more the better. Shimu Yang raised his gaze from the registration form, looking out the window at Su Yun's graceful silhouette, perhaps feeling that there were too many credits. His tone was cool, and since he was the student council president, if he reported it, Su Yun would definitely be deducted credits. The Shijiao Hotel is not too far from Hongqiao Airport, and it didn't take long to arrive at the destination. However, Zhou Dongfei was still waiting for Wei Fengzi and Gue Shou Zhengxiong's figures. Cheng Qinghu had arrived early, and Su Qingsheng also took a detour, arriving here earlier than the consulate staff. In a month, Tianmen had also begun to take shape. With the support of major families and countries, a large number of engineers entered Tianmen, and within just a month, the original site of Shushan had expanded 100-fold, its scale resembling that of a classical city. Gu Shiyun glanced at the glass of champagne in her hand, gently swirling it without any doubt, then brought it to her lips and drank. Little did she know that in a corner, two wealthy young men were watching how she drank this glass of champagne, as it was specially prepared for her. Just then, a light cough came from the office door, and Chu Tian was overjoyed. This was not just a brother, but a timely rain. The bar, a place of bright lights and flowing liquor, was bustling with crowds at night, radiating various desires and greed. As soon as she finished speaking, Shangwan Yaiwa barely had time to say anything more, let alone kill Yanhai, and immediately used her magic to tear through the void and leave. The problem is the south side of Hong'an Building is the main entrance. In other words, the south side is already outside, so how can one hide a wicked artifact? Meanwhile, the ancient Zhou Emperor sent Fuxing Xinyan and Yingshui Shanshan to rest, and immediately summoned Prince Seven, Minister Tseng Yu, Grand Tutor Su Jun, and old ancestor Qi Hua to discuss this matter. The Bitter Mirror is a long-standing secret treasure of Yao Qi, rumored to contain another world and another life within. The person helplessly nodded, pressing his hands on the light keys. All the physical data regarding Lin, Xiao, and Gao Zuran began to transfer. "It's up to you. I have high hopes for you," he said with a smile to Zheng Chongqing and the others, as Wu Jing led Ling Er and the others to the back of the queue. They had nothing to do. Just watching was fine. Being able to pick up benefits without making a move, Wu Jing was still quite pleased. Bu Sei Lung smiled coldly and said ominously, "If it's to punish the wicked, I believe my actions are not excessive." Saying this, his gun barrel first aimed at the ugly man. Qi Yun glanced around. The layout of the buildings roughly formed a shape, with 9 main halls and other auxiliary and hidden halls concealed within the structure. Lin Xiao nodded and followed the team leader forward. The competition had already ended, but there were still many people around, though they no longer rushed as they did during the contest, instead wandering about casually. Strange returned to his mansion. Today's surgery was somewhat challenging, and he wanted to be alone for a while, not because he was incapable, but due to the self-restraint of a renowned doctor. Strange poured himself a glass of wine, and his favorite song played on the record player. He was someone who enjoyed life, and medicine was cruel, more so than mathematics, because mathematics wouldn't take a person's life, but a doctor could. The competition among medical students in North America was fiercer than. Zhou sat down in front of the other party's desk. Although they were unfamiliar, there were no flaws to be found. With the plane continuously descending and adjusting, it successfully found a position and landed the helicopter. Facing the imminent attack, Long Ji didn't dare to ignore it. Tang Xian placed his right hand on Long Ji's back. A surge of wind attribute energy flowing into Long Ji's body. Zhou Xia closed her eyes, organizing all the details that had yet to be used, ultimately forming an almost complete puzzle in her mind. The pants had officially arrived and Ere Lizzie was happy, shaking them out to measure and then folding them neatly to sit under him. Thinking of Mangzi and Grandpa being the closest, perhaps Mangzi told Grandpa his whereabouts before leaving. Before Maruko could swallow, Zhao Hong heard someone calling her, the voice urgent to the point of breaking. However, Long Ji, bored, wanted to see Tang Xian's strength, so he came to watch the match. With things having come to this, Mangzi had no choice but to get up and respond. He dressed, walked out of the cellar, and went to meet the fourth miss with the Shang. Even earlier, someone from the heavenly dry sacred land had done that kind of thing, and no one dared to speak. In the void, the branches and leaves of the ghost-faced tree were densely packed, while the King of Seven Nights guarded himself tightly amidst the foliage, giving the ghost-faced tree no chance to get close. Endless demonic energy began to swirl around Tang Yi, and at that moment, the heavenly dragon martial spirit was crazily absorbing this powerful demonic energy. Vast amounts of excessive power surged into Tang Yi's body, his face constantly changing between red, white, and black, as if enduring immense torment. The actions taken by the sky, a divine envoy, gave the snow-clothed divine envoy a glimmer of hope. Initially believing he was doomed, the snow-clothed divine envoy became increasingly tenacious upon seeing that ray of hope. During this half-day, Sun Shi had enough time to kill by Jingxian several times, yet he chose not to act, seemingly waiting for something. As everyone was quietly waiting for the Qinyu realm to open, someone suddenly exclaimed, instantly drawing everyone's gaze to one direction, where two figures broke through the heavens and earth, having just been far away but now appearing right before everyone. However, within this, they only had the strength of the Demon Emperor level, and Lin Dong's demon refining pot easily captured them. Later, Hu Mei'er and Xinyu F. Fox arrived to inform the Ro Ran Emperor about the invisible invaders and reported Qin Yang's physical characteristics to the Ran Emperor. However, he couldn't say much about this. He couldn't just say that your feelings for me were because I could help you change your constitution, not because you truly fell in love with me, as that would purely be looking for discomfort for himself. Yet his words did not elicit a response from the others, as they all looked greedily at the life force above Tang Yi's head, a terrifying number of 110,000, unheard of before. And in the brief moment they were stunned. The wood-type demon beast roared, sending endless power towards them. However, this bizarre scene appeared very strange to the 4 members of the Tiamat Wolf group. With mid-stage Spirit C strength, Ouyang Yuntian executed his movement technique, and the next moment he rushed in front of Yiming, who remained standing without any movement. A heavy punch struck the ground, causing the entire ancient elven tree to tremble. Countless white elven people awoke from their dreams, thinking another incident of the ancient tree's life force depletion had occurred, but after a long time, they found no abnormalities. Strange vowed he wouldn't cry over such trivial matters, but sometimes the last straw that broke the camel's back comes so suddenly. The torment of these past days made Strange feel something called warmth for the first time. He took the rescue meal from Thor's hand. Though it was just a sandwich that previously didn't even deserve to be in his trash can, it now smelled so delicious. The moment he took a bite, Strange tears flowed like a dam breaking. Pan Quansheng was instantly furious, thinking that this person actually knew the details of the Epin family. It seemed they were not here with good intentions. Senior Gao. Wang Ju smiled when he saw Xia Mingfeng nodding in agreement and then shouted at the somewhat dazed Gao Feng in the distance. Xia Mingfeng shivered at Wang Ju's expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he watched Wang Ju count the tokens, realizing he only had 5 in total, including his own. So that's how it is, but what does this have to do with the cross-border teleportation array? After listening to Dao Yan's explanation, Xia Mingfeng understood and nodded, but then thought of the cross-border teleportation array and hurriedly asked. Lan Xin casually said, "Say whatever you want. Anyway, I've decided on this secret room," and then turned to leave to prepare things. Thus, I helplessly succumbed to Lan Xin's authority and compromised, since discovering the ability of the Obsidian Burst until now. Mu Fengye had used it 3 times in total. The first time was to deal with the ambush by Shi Erfu, the second time against a solar-level opponent alongside Qian Chao, and the third time was more as a witness when using this ability in front of Claude and the others. The average attributes of a skeleton general and the undead knight had also reached around 150. Apart from the 3 clan members, in an instant, a jolt brought Yizhua back to reality. Ancestor Fenglan? Before him were only stone platforms and pillars, a few chains. Yet he did not see the clan members he was looking for, although he had not yet passed to the back of the stone pillar. Yizhua already sensed that it was empty on that side, with no one there. I was speechless. And then Lan Xin informed Jiu Shu about the insect found in the corpse of the man who had faked his death at the police station. Yin did not wish to investigate the origins of these sea cultivators, but since they dared to stop here, he naturally had the confidence to deal with them. Rao Jia hurried over to check my wounds, but the poison dragon's attack was insidious. All my injuries were internal, and outwardly they were not visible. 2 young people, who had just tasted love, had not yet experienced its sweetness before first tasting its bitterness. Drinks were poured one after another, and neither spoke. Returning to the scene, when Chun Jing had just said she wanted to leave, Jin Ning sneered. Fu Tianzi would always have such a facade, saying everything in a grand manner. He had never seen this manuscript. Where did the choice come from? One can only say that she is dead, and he can say whatever he wants. No one can question it. Staring at the large characters on the plaque, Zhang Tianyang felt a bit familiar and, upon closer inspection, was almost surprised enough to exclaim. In an instant, Long Tian's people vanished in a thin air and appeared beside Jian Xiao and the others. Later, Fu Tianzi was arrested after the incident, and the first trial just concluded yesterday, facing the death penalty. However, Mo Rant's scandal did not stop there. She got involved with the well-regarded superstar Kevin, truly stepping into the public eye. However, seeing Long Tian using a wooden sword against his own neck, the Mummy King instead relaxed. He was not as surprised by Long Tian suddenly appearing before him. What frightened him was not that Chun Feng used some knife or sword to block the advance of his long sword, nor was it that Chun Feng was wearing protective clothing that hindered the progress of his long sword. The first round ended, and we had a break. The opponent needed a lot of adjustments, while we only needed to perform normally based on the situation of the first round. Caven, please take a day off. Strange woke up early in the morning and called Thor, looking at him, and said, "We need to find a way to make money." "But how do we make money?" Thor scratched the back of his head. I've tried many times, but they always kick me out. Strange couldn't think of a good way to make money either. So he said, let's take a look around first. The two of them walked around all morning, and after eating a meager meal from relief supplies, they arrived at a place where they could help their wife, and Xiuyin felt happy in his heart. The young man couldn't take his eyes off her and said, Doctor, Shen is really a good person. Chu Baimo looked at her, a faint smile appearing on his lips, although he had some expectations and awareness. After she came out of the White Soul Tower, the powerful aura and strong energy she exuded clearly made him tremble. After speaking, she raised her hand lightly, and before Feng Beichun could react, she had already patted him on the back. He touched her hair and removed the hairpins from her head, her hair cascading down like ink. Mu Ling's current thought was very simple. The land had expanded, but there were still many potential problems that hadn't been solved. Many soldiers have been incorporated, but they couldn't just let them go. They needed to be managed, and recruiting soldiers was not that simple. A group of 5 came, and besides Yi Mu and Chu Oji, the other 3 surprisingly had faces that everyone was very familiar with. Yes, since the poison outbreak in Shaohua, Gu Yinyan had finally appeared in front of the two for the first time. That night, you and Qi Lu came to rescue Chu Tianqua, although it was night. You were dressed in black, and thanks to the darkness, I could clearly see your beautiful face. At that moment, I was deeply attracted to you. Since then, your beautiful face has lingered in my mind. The smile on the side from Hua Mei gradually faded, and her hand couldn't help but tighten. She thought, if Grandma gets angry and goes by the rules, then I will never see my beloved Long Jingyu again. It was then that she felt regret, regretting that she shouldn't have brought her treacherous grandmother to this place. He first applied a great fortune technique to himself when he thought of entering. There were no strong warning signs or good omens in his mind. The other 4, except for Elder Jukong, also bowed their heads, then broke a thick branch, each carrying 2 bags of ashes and heading down the mountain. Suddenly, the monsters behind them stopped alertly, seemingly giving up the chase of Lang Qi and the others. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from not far away, as if an army was marching in formation. For Ji Ming, these things could enhance human potential. The advancement of technology takes time, and the martial arts knowledge that He Tai knew was indeed limited. From the very beginning, she was very clear about Bai Li's true feelings for Yun Ming and always believed that she could be indifferent. Similarly, the two were also empathetic. If it were her, could she unhesitatingly offer the top innate spiritual treasure, the god-slaying sword? Ning Fuyong tried it, his hands propped up, gradually breaking into a sweat, his face looking weak. But there was no change in front of him. He thought of a mosquito, just an ordinary mosquito, but the extraordinary power in his body was gradually consumed until empty, and he couldn't create it. The people below were all the backbone of the Sanjing family, with terrifying martial arts experts and managers from large enterprises. If solving a fierce ghost could be done just by talking, it would be too simple. Mu Zian fell silent. In that situation, if it had been another man, no one could have maintained their composure. However, son, you really weren't whispering to your own son, which immediately made Chun Ouyang's face turn red. Fury frowned, looking at Loki, then at Carl, and said, what on earth is going on? This is a family conflict. The foolish and reckless brother Thor made a big mistake and angered Odin, the father of the gods. Odin banished him to the mortal realm and sealed his powers and weapons. Carl pointed to the hammer on the ground and said, this is Thor's weapon, Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god in Norse mythology. Qian Shou Ying's face bloomed like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with affection. She placed a basin of clear water on the table in front of Chun Fan, reached in her slender waist pouch, and pulled out a beautifully crafted silk handkerchief. She dipped her 2 slender fingers into the water, and the silk slowly dissolved in the basin, where the water surface was still soaking 2 vibrant rose petals. Just at the moment when a shot severed the head of the dazed golden corpse, Yun Fei heard a scream, and his actions suddenly froze. Chun Fan rubbed his fingers, feeling a jolt in his heart. To be honest, he indeed had moments when he couldn't control himself, like those intimate encounters with the roses. Wasn't it because he couldn't release his pent-up desires? So it was at that moment. Yang Shuang realized that while she had ice-cold sour plum soup to drink during daily marches, the soldiers not only had to walk with their weapons in the front line, but also frequently helped transport supplies for the laborers and even had to chop down trees to set up the camp. Seeing Meng La Meng's excited expression, Zhao Yin felt a bit sympathetic towards her. Just an ordinary snowfall could get her so excited. It was truly a challenge for her. Manchester was always summer, Even if the weather was bad, it would only rain heavily a few times, making it absolutely impossible to see snow. The bottom of the heavenly pool connected to the hollow area below, and the great wisdom king stumbled out. One of his arms had already disappeared. His crimson robe was tattered, and one side of his white beard and eyebrows was burnt. His breath was weak and lacked any semblance of a high monk's demeanor. It was originally a gamble on the future, but now they had gambled away the future for the present. How long could humanity's side continue to barely survive? Chun Fan flipped his palm and took out 1,000-year-old ginseng, swallowing it down like chewing on dried radish. After a while, a bit of strength finally surged through his body. Not long after, Morong Shanshan came online. Right next to the trading market, upon seeing me, she immediately ran over with sparkling eyes. The creator of the yin-yang star decision had forcibly cultivated a mortal-level technique to perfection in the transformation realm. And even if there were more opportunities, it would likely take until after the age of 40. Any flying beasts trying to break into the city would be stopped by them and killed on the spot, unless they were flying particularly high. Only then would the Qing Xian guards be too lazy to shoot. "I'm sorry, boss. I'll have them replace the sofa for you immediately," Su Walong quickly said. Feng Yuan had hit a wall, and being tormented by the princess left him feeling like crying without tears. Initially, he had forcefully sent her to the Taihu base, but now she was adamant about not returning. He couldn't possibly go back on his word and force her back to Songlong Pavilion. Here, they were very close to that bloodline, and nearby, there was only Miyamoto Musashi. This could be considered a case of skill giving one courage. In such a world, Gwen Dolan shook her head, and a pair of large hands tore open the crystal barrier from outside. As if a more powerful being was waiting for her beyond the crystal wall, Gwen Dolan stepped out in front of the gods and gradually disappeared through the gap. After just a glance, Lan's father's expression immediately changed, and upon smelling it again, even his complexion shifted. The territory under the Danding sect was broader than that of the Tianmo sect. In terms of overall area, it was at least 50 larger than the Tianmo sect's vast territory of 10,000 miles. Xinyan turned off the intercom, started the SUV, turned on the headlights, and ignited the engine. As the engine roared to life, a man in black hurriedly ran to the car with a sniper rifle. "Why didn't you wait for me?" he complained, reaching for the car door. Strange and Thor returned to their tent, but their expressions were completely different. Strange had a smile on his face, while Thor looked troubled, his head lowered. "I don't know what to do to gain his approval." "Strange," Thor said, his brows furrowed. His robust physique, combined with the helpless expression on his face, created a peculiar sight. Strange touched the magic book in his arms, suppressed his smile, and said to Thor, "Thor, it's because that photo looks quite nice that Lung Ruobing couldn't help but save it to her phone. It just happened to be lunchtime, and since there was no cafeteria here, everyone's lunch was delivered from takeout." Although Lung Ruobing was bubbling with joy inside, she didn't overly praise Li Bai in front of her good friends. Otherwise, if someone found out, who knows how they would flaunt it. The thin monkey had a mournful face, feeling like he wanted to die. It was embarrassing and costly. This time, he had suffered a huge loss, and with limited money, he could only ask his sister for help. Although Meng Qingtai seemed fierce, he was actually afraid of his wife. As long as his sister made a call, he would do anything she asked. Upon hearing this, Yinbao immediately broke into a happy smile. The staff member quickly said okay to Mo Siren, then turned to pay, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Tang's mother turned around and took an exquisite box from her husband's hands, handing it to Nini with a cheerful smile. At first, it was slow, but as more water gathered on the sword, in just a few blinks, it escaped from the monster's grasp. The tray held 3 magical artifacts: a dark iron shield with a fierce ghost face, a steel ring emitting a faint red glow, and a bone shield. Chu Tian was holding back a surge of energy, frantically absorbing it. The ancient energy surged into his body like dozens of rushing rivers. This voice was very familiar. Before Gu Yu could savor it, everyone suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Zhang Li and Han Guang were carrying a liquid nitrogen storage tank, one in front and one behind. As the laboratory door swung wide open, Zhang Li in front quickly twisted the valve of the tank, releasing a cloud of white mist with great momentum. These 2 individuals, who were arrogant to the core, had actually learned humility and low-key behavior, and even politeness. As soon as Shui Yun finished speaking, the connection built by the yin-yang force suddenly collapsed. Although Shui Yun's physical strength had greatly increased, he still couldn't master this yin-yang force. It would take time to fully control it. His foot stepped into the puddle on the ground, and a wave of coolness swept over him, causing Lin Nan to shiver. The raindrops falling down were also quite painful as they pounded against his raincoat. If this were ancient times, it would be as solid as a promise, but unfortunately, he was now indecisive, having lost the authority he once held. In the dimness, a ray of dawn fell into the room where Li-Nan was, bringing warmth. Half sunlight, half raindrops. Li-Nan felt his body was drenched in cold rain, while that bright ray of light seemed to flicker before his eyes and then vanished without a trace. The spontaneous revelry over those 3 days would likely be something the people would never forget. However, the surprises that Lord Liuhua brought to everyone were far from over. While the citizens were celebrating, Lord Liuhua had already taken 100 or so Skywalkers onto a ship and headed north, devouring human hearts, growing strange feathers. It was already beyond redemption. Qingmu, Sanrin sighed. What? You want to commit suicide? No, you must calm down and not do anything foolish. Shuiyan quickly pushed back in panic. The world is the human heart, able to combine the concept of perfect techniques with the greater good of the world. In fact, this move is quite similar to the strongest technique that Dingyu learned from the 3 sacred mountains. Gritting his teeth, a smile suddenly blossomed on Xiao Caifu's face as she wrapped her arms around Qing's neck. The voice was firm and pleasant. Strange held the magic book, and for some reason, he quickly grasped the content within, which was extremely unfamiliar, yet he felt he was a natural genius at learning magic. The intricate magic circles in the book were no more difficult for him than medical texts, perhaps even simpler. Strange easily mastered the first spell, the energy impact of the seraph, which was straightforward and instant. The only trouble was Hai. I know what those are. Mingren blinked and said, as the church's archenemy. The Buddhist sect had far richer intelligence than a headless fly like He Tongshan. Sure enough, suddenly many explosions were heard from the north, as if Jason had started causing trouble. Zhao Wuji waved forward, and a pure white aura, as clear as the moon, sliced the honeycombed metal wall into fragments, opening up the view. Mo Jun shouted at Xiao He, who looked complex, and pulled Xiao Ming, exerting her initial stage of the cave heaven realm, running at full speed toward the door. Hee, I thought you could endure more, Sikong sneered coldly, showing no mercy as he crazily urged his true energy to unleash sharp sword light. The anesthetic effect on you hasn't worn off yet, so your body might be a bit uncoordinated, Qin Yin said to the somewhat dazed Goshan. Swan and I had a gloomy face. Mo Jun's character was indeed a bit outrageous, but unfortunately, Mo Jun's aptitude was too good. Zhonglu, of course, didn't care. They weren't playing formally anyway, so rules didn't matter. Mo Jun looked at the drooling creature with disgust and directly took out a diamond carving from his spatial ring, with faint black and white energies swirling around, vaguely exuding a dangerous aura. Someone had already taken the initiative to apologize and revealed a palm-sized Buddhist relic from the land of Buddha, wearing a compassionate, deadpan face. Who would dare to provoke trouble? Of course, he could only take things slowly. The meeting was important, but it seemed like heaven was deliberately working against him. Just after the meeting ended, he received a phone call, and the roadblock was moved aside without hesitation as the license plate belonged to the Xingqiang government, with several cars heading to Li Feng's back mountain. Your Majesty, I have brought all the meticulous and clean-handed people from the Internal Affairs Office, Li Jiang said, bending slightly. The Eagle Guards, Wolf Guards, and Whale Sharks were all dark guards trained in the Shura field, and the 3 groups would rotate to protect their master at any time. You are indeed the greatest threat to our great Xia. Today, even if it costs my life, I will kill you here. The leader suddenly realized that the young merchant emperor before him would be a future great enemy, and he wasted no time in launching an attack. Father, the Taoist Zhang Chengming I introduced to you today doesn't seem as simple as he appears. This matter is not so simple, Mo Jinshin said sharply. Ambush him. If only this Terminator killer would come. Unfortunately, the person coming later will definitely not be this Terminator. Killing some small fry is meaningless. Lu Meng shook his head and said. Yi Siqing exerted force and pulled her into his arms. Xianwan pressed against his chest, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi Siqing's long, bamboo-like hand encircled her waist, gradually moving to her slightly bulging abdomen, gently touching it. Li Feng did not hide anything from Xiao Yusen, sharing his initial suggestion for Dongzi to study medicine. In fact, this was just an excuse. Healing was about healing, and it had little to do with emotions. At most, it could only serve as a distraction. The snake, following what the pig had said, repeated it, and the cadres listened in confusion, feeling incredulous about the sudden separation of their master and Miss Ji Yin, along with a deeper concern. Carl looked at the confident, long-faced bald man in front of him and fell silent for a moment. How should he put it? This was very strange. That damn confidence made Carl feel that he had been too good to strange, and he needed to up the dosage. Carl did not show disdain or contempt, but instead nodded thoughtfully. What you say seems to make some sense. Is there really a chosen one? Strange himself did not believe it, and Carl nodded, saying, magic. Huang Tao looked at Huang Xianling beside him, who was watching the competition with a calm demeanor, filled with joy and pride. The surprises brought to him by this father and son today were truly immense. At this moment, Deputy Mayor Yin also arrived with Zhang Bo and others. Several paratroopers immediately began to help the citizens clear the rubble without waiting for Zhang Bo to speak. The dense sounds of artillery echoed throughout Marinvondo, followed by a flurry of shells screaming toward the pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates. However, because the cannons were aimed at the sea outside Marinvondo during the setup, they were not directed at the city itself. I can hardly believe that there is such a place underground, and the sky is blue with white clouds, looking clearer and more beautiful than the blue sky outside. At this moment, the surrounding monsters stopped in their tracks and began to discuss in hushed tones. As the shadow ghost approached, the monsters charged towards them without any warning. But now it seems that in the entire Konoha, besides you, no one can sit in that position, right? Jiraiya said leisurely. Jin Chun stepped forward, and the mountain-splitting palm technique immediately appeared in his hands, a hint of earthy yellow manifesting on its surface. Now Jin Chun had already mastered the realm of earth, and the power of this technique was far greater than before. Once they grow up, they will face the pressures of society, and by then, even if you give them time, they won't have the mood to play. Yihan desperately ran, relying solely on his legs. How could he compare to a spirit beast level Lingxi? Having seen Sima, it was not his fault. It was Zhang who forced him to act. At this moment, Xiao Yi appeared deep in thought, seemingly pondering something. Over there, Zhang Fugui spoke up first, saying that he had always been self-righteous and upright, and that seeking out Xiao Yi was for personal grievances. If it were to fall under military regulations, it would be a matter of mixing public and private interests. Fortunately, Qingyang's personality was steady enough. This was not the first time such a thing had happened, and he had long trained himself to remain calm and composed, not allowing the quiet wanderer to discover more secrets. If it were other cultivators with lower psychological quality, they might have felt guilty by now. After a sound of swallowing, the beggar who was pulling at her belly band impatiently took off his pants, perhaps too excited. Qi Xiaohua looked at her husband, her eyes suddenly rolling back, her body going limp in Ouyang Zijuan's arms. All right, I understand, Mary Sue murmured, her tone full of perfunctoriness. Su Chu noticed that Yuan Tan had the intention of protecting him, but he also needed to show real determination. Otherwise, even if the Lord still needed him, he would feel embarrassed to stay here. Speaking of which, does this mean I have a husband now? Mu Lingxi sneered, realizing that without her noticing, she had become someone else's wife. Tang Shan thought that he had just escaped a disaster because there were many onlookers, making it inconvenient for the other party to act. This powerful force, like a rainbow piercing the sun, directly passed through the overlapping fire dragons and shot towards the leader. However, Yang Shuai's father, while having some status, was quite different from what the tenant described. Yang Shuai's father, named Yang Wei, was the richest person in Maple Forest Town, not a high official. The victor is king and the loser is a bandit. There's nothing to complain about or regret. Since one dares to rebel, one must be prepared for the possibility of being beheaded. Compiling the weekly box office of various movies is a task that needs to be done every week, and everyone has long been skilled at it, so the work efficiency is also very high. I feel like Lord Carl's acting has gotten better and better. Cassius was silent for a moment, then said to Modu beside him. He was still a bit green back then. This is the pressure that those in power have to bear. Modu said flatteringly, we can't imagine what Lord Carl has gone through to be forced to hone his acting skills so well. Lord Carl truly goes to great lengths for this world. Even if Carl is not present, Modu's still. The combat style of the battle machine is very simple. It has missile systems, laser systems, and just hits the enemy aircraft hard, soaring in a battlefield filled with missile beams, where a moment of carelessness could lead to being shot down, turning into a dazzling spark. At that time, his heart would at least feel a bit more at ease. But the fear he anticipated never appeared on Lu Hun's face, so at this moment, his anger towards Lu Hun had almost reached a peak. With a cold snort in his heart, the Star Master withdrew his spiritual power, closed his eyes to meditate, waiting for Chong Qing Feng and the others to finish their task so he could open the passage between the spiritual realm and the secular world at the first opportunity. Seeking death, the young man snorted coldly, casually thrusting out a palm, and with a casual wave, two water and fire dragon-shaped chi surged from his palm, heading straight for Yuan Shisan. Although Yi Ming wanted to jump up and challenge Chen Ran, his instincts told him that if he went out, he would be doomed. Moreover, it would be a very miserable death. Pretty much, my cheat master only said he was higher than a grandmaster, and nothing else. Lin Yang shrugged, noncommittally said, entering the dilapidated temple and sitting in the spot arranged by the Hengshan disciples. Yang Yi looked around. There weren't many people, and the only one he was familiar with among the people brought by Ding Jing was Yilin. After about 20 minutes of following in, various chaotic beast roars came from the front, extremely violent. Excitedly heading towards the next fuel pool, Chen Ran found that this fuel pool released no thermal energy at all, only a small amount of radiation, existing in a state of dead silence. Lu Zhuai's waved his hand, and the flute in his hand flew out, colliding with the talisman. With their last hope, these Japanese also left behind injured personnel, then all disappeared into the jungle. The strange fire spirit cat chirped. It wasn't that it was disgusted with Lin Yin, but upon hearing its master wanted to give it to someone else, it was also quite unhappy. However, Yi Qing could see that this girl was somewhat insincere. Deep down, she still couldn't let go of this feeling. After all, they had been in love for many years. Although this was a platonic love, there was a long period of full 5 years when they hardly met, absorbing the life essence of martial artists trapped in ice balls. The ice crystal beast had repeated this for at least 1,000 times over the past few days, so it was naturally quite adept at it. As the temperature rose, the air became more polluted, and clothes became more damp. Everyone began to experience the hardships of being a submarine soldier. Although it was stipulated that crew members were not allowed to approach special training team members without reason, soldiers still occasionally sneaked into the first cabin. Unable to resist admiring the special training soldiers' equipment, clothing, and weapons filled with envy. Under the stimulation of the shadow's killing intent, the principal instinctively stepped back a few paces. You're also a student of S City University, right? From today onwards, you are expelled. Leave here immediately, or I will call security, the principal said, feigning calmness. As the powerful true Qi nearly suffocated him the moment the shadow appeared. Fortunately, he encountered himself. This was still a form of rescue, but it would be quite troublesome. No matter what, to speak from the heart, the Realm King ended here, and the conclusion could be considered perfect and harmonious. Could it be that the demon clan is preparing to attack the city of Huatian sect? This is the only possibility. Demons cannot gather together for no reason. The only likelihood is that they are about to attack. The demon army is gathering here, and their target can only be the Huatian sect. Stop! Several enormous steel cables emerged from behind Carl, wrapping around Cassius. After catching his breath, he said, "Quick, let Strange enter the supreme space." Strange saw a gray vortex in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. The remaining 3 let out a sigh of relief. "Not bad, Cassius," Carl said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Your acting has improved." Base walked slowly towards the door with his cane. As he opened the door, a blaze of fire greeted him, and outside his house was filled with people from the Shenong family, led by the sect leader's trusted envoy, Yao Qin. It turned out that after she saw his father and the others return, they all sat down without mentioning anything about the outside. So she must have been unable to hold back and leaned over to ask, and she. Bai Jinyan immediately helped Nan Lixing put on her clothes, then took her to her parents' room before heading to the smoking room himself. On the way, Yanqing mentioned to Ding Yumeng that he wanted to help Shiying retrieve the silver from King's Hushan Manor, and Ding Yumeng also expressed her desire to go along since Shiying had done her a favor. So the two agreed to wait for good news from Zhao Hong before setting off. Water bullets shattered, scattering into countless droplets, while only 5 bamboo swords remained. Continuing to chase after Li Howard ahead. "All right, I'll draw a blueprint for you first. This is very important. You must have him speeded up. It will be needed in the next couple of days." He stood up and walked to Ing desk and sat down without hesitation. Base's actions at that time were aimed at kidnapping Ding Yumeng to use her for his son's treatment, but he ultimately failed. This was also a necessary way for the Shenong family to use human bait. The bloodthirsty goo worms have no antidote. So the only way is for the victim to grow stronger to resist the waves of troublemakers. Is fate intervening? The mysterious person murmured, and, at that moment, I heard what he said. Could these things be their test subjects? Old Jun Shu pointed to the monsters trapped in armor. That could be it. I responded. Is it because they discover my secret, or is it because I am a practitioner of the divine travel realm, which made them curious? The Great Wall began to crumble, but the Great Wall's gate remained largely undamaged due to Hua Mulan's defense. On the warship, the other two demigod-level beings trembled in fear. Having learned from the Dark Knight's previous example, they naturally dared not provoke Jiang Tianxin again, quickly activating the warship, breaking through space, and fleeing from the Tianling continent. The list of famous people from Baozhou records the name of a famous general from the Three Kingdoms. He was not only the teacher of the White Horse General Gong Sunzan, but also the mentor of the Shu Kingdom's ruler Liu Bei. Zhao Yin stood at the dark flower-patterned window, gazing at the slender bamboo forest outside, while he could hear the sound transmitted by the sensing insect in his ears. A skill called Swimming Dragon Tail was executed flawlessly, but unfortunately, his reaction was slightly delayed after drinking, and he was caught off guard and counterattacked like a storm, falling awkwardly to the ground. He held the divine punishment sword in both hands, tried to pull it out of Jiang Tianxin's body, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. The atmosphere in the chaotic camp was tense and oppressive. Amidst the chaotic shouts were the officers' reprimands, the sounds of running, the clattering of hooves, and the clash of armor and weapons, creating a sense of unease. They were now in the inner layer of the ancient battlefield, and they would definitely have to go to the core of the ancient battlefield in the future. If they could leave a path for the future now, that would be a good thing. Sorry to interrupt. After I cupped my fist to him, I walked out the door, no matter whether he took it or not. Since I was rescued, I might as well give him the dragon blood. However, I couldn't remember how I had passed out. What? May had never seen such a flustered expression on George's face. Even when he confessed to her, it was just shyness, not panic. May worriedly asked, "What happened, George?" George hung up the phone, looking serious as he said to May Parker, "It's bad news." He looked at May's worried expression, slowly exhaling, and said, "Carl and Gwen are coming to see you." When Su Shuguang broke free from the encirclement, Lei and Shui's clones did not pursue, but instead dispersed to the sides, maintaining this pocket formation, leaving only the Wind clone continuously releasing wind blades at Su Shuguang. The opponent's arms were incredibly strong, with flesh and bone that seemed almost indestructible, exuding a tremendous rebounding force. Shun Yunyao was now the general of the cavalry, their direct superior. Knowing a superior's secret is not scary, but speaking it out is frightening. Everyone understood this well, just seeing through it without saying anything. No wonder Yuan Shou said that if I refused to take this job, I would never find the underground secret chamber of the Qingxin Temple. Yu Jingma's phone also received several messages, all orders that did not meet the requirements. Then we turned around and ran, almost crossing the entire Trant forest. Entering the darkness, near the we seemed to greet the glorious past, while struggling against it in this drunken way. Yet it feels so powerless and pale. When the young master turned to Di Chong, his expression suddenly changed, glaring fiercely at Di Chong. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take out a pack of money or the price of a bottle of cola, then you could support the author a bit. Longsheng and Yuehai City are far apart, yet both are in the south, and the time when night falls is not much different. The only explanation is that the heart of Glacier has been seized by a very powerful guy, cutting off his connection with the heart of Glacier." After soothing Ma Shuriying, Wang Fu once again felt a headache regarding the recruitment of new troops. If it really can't be done, they can only wait until Lu Yangzhua and others are dealt with before discussing it further. George and others followed May to her home. May opened the door and said to Carl, "Sorry, I'm not well prepared." "It's okay, Aunt May," Carl smiled and said. "The most important thing today is to see you. Now that the matter is settled, the rest is trivial. Oh, by the way, I can also see little Peter." Gwen entered and looked around, her gaze becoming softer. Indeed, no matter which universe Aunt May is from, she stands up just the same, as does Morong Yen. She exhaled a sigh of fatigue, clearly exhausted from acting. After a while, the two in the yard tidied up their slightly messy clothes and came out. The beautiful woman's face slightly flushed, looking reproachful. If it weren't for the real person being able to control every bit of qi and blood in their body, her face would definitely be as red as an apple right now. But even so, both her face and heart felt hot. Zheng Chonghua is the guardian of the 5 surnames and 7 families. Once Zheng Chonghua ascends to the position of the master of the harem, the status of the 5 surnames and 7 families will be stabilized again, and even the losses suffered from the Mo family will be repaid doubly. Then, Liu Yu spoke up, recounting the incidents of Peng Wuhua sending people to attack their brothers repeatedly over the past few days. Regarding the Spirit Fire ruins, since they were all entering for the first time, although they had done some specific research before arriving, truly entering still gave them a spiritual shock. In fact, he has always maintained a respectful distance from the other few among the 4 young masters of the capital. He did not provoke them, and naturally, they would not seek trouble with him. The neighbors, as usual, ordered their favorite noodles. When they were eating, they suddenly felt that the noodles in this shop had been improved since they left. Both the taste and the ingredients were refreshing. Among the various schools of thought, Confucianism and Taoism are the most powerful, while the Mo family has greatly declined and just revived, and the legalists have fallen behind, whereas the schools of calculation, history, agriculture, and others are relatively inferior. All right, I understand, Lord Amiya. Seeing that he couldn't change my mind, Baya could only helplessly agree. With a gaze like that of a miser watching treasures being taken away, Mao Ju then squinted in surprise at Mori, Shu, and Kuroda Tada. Baichuru finished stitching the last thread and secretly doubted whether this was her work. It looked quite decent. The staff of the United Nations of Abnormal Humans naturally prepared some cold drinks to quench the thirst of the citizens watching the premiere. He too understood why the temporary workers were surprised. He had already seen the second letter before. This guy in front of me is definitely not something I can contend with. Thoughts raced in my mind as I gripped the hunting knife tightly. Don't be fooled by this person's bear-like bulky figure. His movements were extremely agile, and he directly swiped a claw toward my head as if trying to pat it. A sense of unease filled me. The tightly clenched fist expressed my feelings. Even he himself felt cold sweat starting to form. Such injuries, Yang Zixing had never shown on his face. How much willpower did that take? The immortal Lord of the Earth gently raised his eyes, and Princess Xinglian spread her palm, revealing a porcelain vial as white as jade, with liquid gently swaying inside. At that moment, the feeling intensified, that sensation of being watched by countless eyes. At the same time, Murong Jiuqing wrapped his arms around Baichuru's waist and jumped to a safe area. However, Murong Jiuqing also didn't know where to go. Baichuru searched for several hours with 2 maidservants, but couldn't find him, so they could only return to the starting point. Hugo kept speaking sweetly, and Wenger certainly couldn't lose his temper. He could only silently accept this fact, as the boss sent someone over to him again. Peter, when did you come back? May widened her eyes. Why didn't you greet the guests? Well, I was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, so I didn't have time to say hello. Peter rubbed his nose and greeted them. Hello, Uncle George, and you too, hello? Hello, Peter. Gwen and Carl politely greeted him. May introduced, this is your Uncle George's child, and also your brother. The Pennsylvania Hotel front desk booked a room, and under the service staff's guidance, Yi Chun and Xian Dingfeng arrived at his guest room. Lu Hai's strength is now at the early stage of the Xianfeng's 6th level, with divine consciousness covering over 10,000 meters. But he found that the cave below is interconnected. His divine consciousness, however, could not see the end. One must say this is a peculiar place. Lu Hai threw a card, and suddenly the sky was covered with dark clouds. A figure descended from the sky, landing beside Lu Hai with a long spear in hand. Lu Hai looked at Zhua Yijian. What is a comrade? It's when war comes, knowing the danger, yet still not leaving each other. The Zhua Yijian in front of him is the best portrayal of this. The Elder One and Elder Two have spoken, and the Elder Three, AIU, the boss of the Yinglong system and software company, certainly cannot be left out. Yichun trusts Peng very much in company management. Most of the major decisions can be made without Yichun's input, but Peng always communicates with him before making a decision. A muffled sound erupted. Blood and flesh flew. The monster's young master's foot, like an iron pillar, was shattered with a punch, directly causing a compound fracture. Bu Mingting sat by the phone, not moving at all, neither answering nor hanging up, while the phone kept ringing. Just like his invincible life sword. He had lost all face now and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How embarrassing. I'll go by myself. The army waved his hand to refuse Yang Shui, turning around and getting off the bed. He was already late for work yesterday. Today he didn't even ask for leave and just skipped work, which was really disastrous. Although he owed her, although he hurt her, hadn't she also hurt him? He humbly locked himself in his room. Those days were simply torture, dark with no light to be seen. Just thinking about it still made his heart palpitate. In 15 minutes, the army arrived at the suburban villa, parked inside, and familiarized himself with the underground office. What is wrong with you, Lu Feng? Seeing Lu Feng like this, Murong Yun was extremely anxious, hugging Lu Feng's waist with tears in her eyes. At this moment, the blue cells, originally consumed by the eye particles, reappeared, but they emerged in another form from the top of the eye particles. Once the blue cells appeared, the eye particles began to devour them, and the blue cells were not to be outdone, biting back. It seems this mission is truly one where the troops set out but fell before achieving success. One is dead, and one is a traitor. The rest also fell into the encirclement. Upon hearing He Yuma's cry, Zhang Ilu hurriedly packed up the items on the table and entered the office. Oh no! Zhang Lin had just thrown out the salt and fell to the ground with her head tilted back, as she was wearing slippers and the floor was very slippery. Additionally, since Zhang Lin was using the salt to throw at Lu Jun, her balance was unstable, which led to her falling. How can my brother blame you? The person who should feel most sorry is me. Lu Jun felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Following the guidance of the spirits, he continuously traversed through the firefly forest and finally stopped in front of a graveyard. I got up and walked to the door to open our security door, seeing the old detective, surnamed Huang, accompanied by 2 young police officers outside. Then he put a big hat on them to intimidate Zhao, Your Majesty. Lu Chun squinted at the golden-armored deity in the air, only withdrawing his gaze after the other party dissipated. He was incredibly shocked, unable to believe that Zhang Huanyan could actually summon such an existence. Peter obviously breathed a sigh of relief, simply saying, I just want to help these neighbors as much as I can. All right, Spider-Man. When can you beat me before you come here with that broken mask to do good? George knocked on his head. Even though George's strength was not as great as Peter's, he could easily take down this untrained fool. The fighting techniques in the American comic world have mysticism. Batman, although he was psychologically prepared, was still shocked into silence. However, as a general, he knew that this was not the time to be sad. They looked decent, but only knew how to throw money at problems. It's no wonder those delinquent kids were so arrogant. They had plenty of money at home, and their parents would never let anything happen to them. At most, they would just pay a little. In fact, to force the world's consciousness to emerge, Li Ling could easily destroy the entire Konoha in an instant, and the latter would surely appear. However, his malice was not that heavy yet, and he was unwilling to unjustly take innocent lives, so he took it slowly. Tian Xuandi saw his response and said, when the time comes, you just need to tell the shopkeeper that you are here to deliver jade. Then you will be able to find me. After saying that, he ignored Baiyu and walked straight away. This was truly frustrating. Next time, I must guard against them. When Jimu saw Ji Tong transform into black ash, he recalled various past events, and 2 lines of tears unconsciously flowed down. The Zhao disciple shouted again, using his spirit to control a mid-level flying sword. Holding a sharp sword in his hand, channeling spiritual energy, leaping into the air and approaching Gue Bao, swinging the sword at him. That is natural. Among the 24 teams in the World Championship, 12 teams are competing for the last 4 spots. We must enter the World Championship as the top seed. Suon Fin Nadith. And when the summer competition begins, we will wear it. And in the World Championship, the 3 competing teams will officially wear this emblem as they go into battle. The power of the Qinglian Avenue is indeed formidable. Kong Xian used his innate 5-element divine light, incorporating all his Taoist cultivation into the Qinglian, and collided hard with the many treasures to Thagada, with the dangers only the 2 of them could understand. Wang Tsuji sighed and said, this Qingya is really unfortunate. Why can't she have children? Her in-laws are truly heartless, not only directly breaking off the engagement, but also spreading Qingya's situation, which is really disgraceful. Mrs. Cheng cannot help but chuckle on the side. This grandson, who fears nothing, can only be dealt with by his old partner. Chunju buried his head in the property documents, only lifting it slowly when he heard a knock on the door. Seeing Huang Molin leaning against the door with her bag, Jiang Tian and the others were very happy. But the only regret now was that the burning lamp Buddha had still not been found. Mo Xing was delighted for all the treasures here. He wished he could agree immediately, but then he thought that this enlightenment hall should belong to Mo Tian, and if he occupied it, that would be too shameless. Long Jianfei smiled proudly, loosening his legs, and took out a hammer from between them, which he had just casually touched. And there was also a close-fitting pair of underwear in his shorts. How do you know it was stolen? Mu Pan's tone was slightly tense as she stepped forward and placed her hand on her shoulder. After Cheng Xin left the army, he did not allow Lu Shizhong to call him by his previous title, and Lu Shizhong had no choice but to respectfully call him Sir. TCH. For this answer from Meng Hui, Yu Chengfeng sneered, as if he was inherently at odds with Meng Hui. At this moment, Chu Tian was completely immersed in the process of alchemy, not noticing the unusual gaze from Lung Chiyue. The 3-show patriarch's face turned red. It was humiliation, but he had to lower his head, as he could see how terrifying Yumingzi's sword was. Peter curiously surveyed this world. He found that the streets here were exactly like those in his New York, but this world had different colors. Welcome to universe number 65, Peter, Gwen said behind him. I am Gwen, the oldest child in this home. Hello, Gwen. Peter looked at her and said, My world also has Gwen Stacy. Does your world have Peter Parker too? Although as a nurse she knew she shouldn't be picky, she often advised patients not to be fussy in the hospital. But she really couldn't stand that strange taste. No matter how many times she ate it, the result was always the same. However, Chen did not expect that just because of this one sentence, he had opened a gap in the darkness and saw a shocking corner of hell. Once he stepped in, he could no longer extricate himself. Shen Xing once said that she and he were no different. At that time, she did not understand. Now that she thought about it, did Shen Xing mean that she was the one who first betrayed the engagement with him? Wang Lijing said that it was the diplomatic ambassador of Shanlian village, and it had to maintain its consistent decorum. He had clearly investigated that Lu Chun and Gu Shiran had not had much contact in the past, but he did not know why Lu Chen's feelings for Gu Shiran were so heavy and profound, even loving Gu Shiran more than his own life. Qingya, the benefactor, does not understand. Heaven bestows great responsibilities on this person. They must first endure hardships and be hungry. I'm just a little hungry now, so it has no impact. Hui Ju did not even open his eyes. Looking at Gu Yuanmu's helpless expression, Li Jiji found it amusing. She had achieved her goal. I feel like my heart has been enduring torment, but I was looking sideways at my surroundings, not noticing anything wrong, except for that cat that was struck by lightning earlier. After getting into the car, she quietly did not say a word, glanced at the road ahead, then turned her head to look at the scenery retreating outside the car window, thinking whether her male god was getting off work at this time. As a result, Rong Jinglan wanted to explain, but the words got stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down for a while. With a loud bang, Hua Dan could no longer sustain the operation of the spiritual energy, rolled his eyes back, and fell heavily to the ground, unresponsive. Shen Mei did not turn on the light. The room was pitch black, and with the faint light from the hall, one could vaguely see that she had already gotten into bed. An abnormal deposit loan spread in a bank may be a normal phenomenon. But if all banks show abnormal deposit loan ratios, there must be a problem. The old smoker walked down with a stride that recognized no kin. And Yi Xingqian followed the old smoker to the Yifeng mountain they had visited before. This is the territory of the flower leopard. The practice of appointing family members to executive positions is a very unhealthy way of operating within the banking system. Upon careful consideration, at this year's banquet of the Kingdom of Yi, all nations very tacitly sent princes, princesses, and other nobles with royal bloodlines to demonstrate respect and submission. People's hearts are cold. Over the past 3 years, it's not that no one has seen it, but most of the gazes directed at him are filled with disdain and sympathy. The second matter is that I would like to borrow a few spiritual stones from you and Miss Lu, Chung Si said calmly. Moreover, no matter whom Tuoba Yin chooses to speak to at this moment, the Holy Emperor on the high throne will not easily refuse. Wu couldn't help but smile, stretching out his right hand, curling his index finger while sparks burst out from behind him, crackling, and his face began to twist, indicating he was using a considerable amount of spiritual power. Ignoring the embarrassment, Lin Shi suddenly remembered something. Just now, during dinner, Yi Qing was sitting right next to him. In Hollywood, if a movie encounters random shooting, delays, or budget overruns, the completion guarantee company can forcefully intervene, directly change the director, and take over the filming, which is completely unachievable domestically. Since the situation cannot be controlled, the completion guarantee company naturally cannot continue. Although the atmosphere was awkward, Carl still happily finished this meal. Aunt May held Aunt May's hand. Uncle Ben grabbed Uncle Ben's hand. George stood by smiling, while Peter eagerly learned about this peculiar parallel universe. And Carl and Gwen sat on the sofa, smiling at them. Ben said not to use too much strength, but you still didn't listen. George rubbed his head and said helplessly, I'm no longer the old me, old buddy. However, there are many problems involved. Hong Kong has many inherent limitations. The first being that there is very little land. Su Ji suddenly realized that what he had encountered before was actually the reincarnation of the 9 ugly star lord's dragon whisker tiger. The blood pattern grass is not only used for medicinal baths, but can also be combined with other herbs to refine pills that enhance vitality and blood, which are actually the vitality pills sold on the Immortal Martial Trading Network. After all, as a transmigrator, many traits she displayed before were quite good, especially her apparent significant influence on King Qin Ingjing. However, she still repeatedly reminded her sisters to avoid vital points when shooting crossbow arrows and to target the fleshy areas. Lu was practically exposing his identity as the leader of the Coppergong Bay for Brother Jejun. Most Chinese people are immensely relieved, but Pei Huan, Wang Lo, and Jean Ponzi feel differently. However, at this moment, he realized it was too late. He spread her legs with a very pitiful expression on his face. But his actions were extremely hateful. As for those punishing angels, each one is fiercely resentful of evil and absolutely does not tolerate any wrongdoing. Could it be that old you dislikes children because his ex-wife cheated on him, leaving him with psychological trauma? Endless crimson flows in the youth's eyes, hair, and on the surface of the body, swirling like mist, violent yet calm. Moreover, this method is not difficult to execute. In fact, they don't need help at all. The boys can just follow the method themselves. I don't know anything about the Taoist sects, nor do I know about your chief family. You don't need to use this to pressure me. I just happened to pass by. This child is fated with me. You cannot kill him. The leader in black saw a tall, thin, elderly man with a youthful face appear out of nowhere. Even with all his might, he might not satisfy the necromancer, let alone being careless. The elderly man with the surname Zhou had naturally seen this crystal skull. It was originally a treasure of his junior brother, and now appearing in Su Chen's hands indicates that his junior brother has met with misfortune. He understood the power and strange attacks of this treasure. Speaking of which, what about the rewards from the first 2 stages? Lin Feng said irritably. With his moderately pure bloodline, being able to summon someone with micro-level strength is already quite good. He had dealt with many strong enemies with this skill before. A wave of mental energy radiated, and inside a transparent glass jar, a humanoid figure lay inside, its colorful starfish limbs lifted. The boy's words were left unfinished, but everyone understood what he meant. In other words, the money he had left could no longer support him in repeating that day's estate activities. The attacks of human cultivators only grazed a bit of skin, and then all these beastly creatures had their eyes turn red, rushing into the formation of the human cultivators with a howl. However, what Dianwei didn't know was that his lord had no intention of sleeping right now. His intuition told him that the wave of emotional disturbance he had just felt was very important, both for the present and for the future. She looked at the slowly standing dark slave in front of her, feeling lost. To be honest, after witnessing all her companions die, once she reached the peak of fear, she no longer felt afraid. After visiting the command tower and the torpedo compartment, Guo Zhuoqing followed Zhou Tao and the others to the compartment where the nuclear reactor was located. He even wore the heavy radiation protection suit like Zhou Tao in them as he entered the reactor's isolation area, seeing the nuclear reactor device still in operation through the glass. Strange looked pained. "Sorry, Mage Carl, it's all my fault." Carl said weakly, cough, cough. "Now is not the time to talk about these things. We must remain vigilant at all times. You should learn the spell of the seraphic robe. Remember, no matter what, you must maintain this spell." Strange hurriedly used the spell. Carl looked at Cassius, who was grappling with Mordo, and said, "Quick, let us go help the white mage." The police station's entrance was suddenly in disarray. The glass doors shattered, falling to the ground in a shower of fragments. The people of the Tianwu continent are not interested in dragons. They only admire strength. Unlike Lin Yuming's previous life, where the people of Huaxia had a unique love and admiration for dragons. Today's events are indeed a bit strange, but they might not be so strange, Sunan. You should not get involved in this matter. I hope everyone can live well and lead ordinary lives. Xiao Yunfei thought for a moment and replied. Mo Fan ignored everyone's gaze and walked step by step towards Xi'an City. The time given to him by Xianzhen was limited. Otherwise, he would have sent an E to run errands for the Zhuang and Miao families. Xiaoning blushed upon hearing this, feeling both shy and happy. So he knew everything. She smiled but then thought it was too frivolous and had to restrain herself. Captain of the Criminal Police Li Guodong looked grimly at the coverage of reporter Yin Nji on television. His fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain, almost finding it comfortable. Not wanting to wake Meng Fan, she quietly left alone. Partings are always sorrowful. And she didn't want to have a difficult farewell with Meng Fan, preferring to bear it in silence. Uncle Xianfeng was overjoyed. And Tang also casually took off the powerful bow and crossbow from him. Attacking from a distance was a good strategy as it could put more pressure on the opponent. Lu Changchun's injuries were severe. He would need to be hospitalized for at least a week due to a concussion. I don't know them. I have no impression of them at all. Maybe they mistaken me for someone else. Su Xiaoyu didn't seem inclined to reveal his background to Li Tianqi. Aunt Rong looked at them and asked. This news was too shocking. Don't think that the identity of a past person is useless. Sometimes, it can be more powerful than having an official position. Don't touch my wife. Don't touch my wife. Lin Zhongnan quickly spoke as he saw Mu Gaofeng aiming the iron brand at his wife. Fearing that if he was late by even a second, the brand would be directly pressed on her body. Everyone's actions and coordination were perfect. As long as they could suppress the aquatic spirit beast's ability to move in the air, the subsequent attack could proceed without obstruction. Of course, if Kamini hadn't checked into the hotel with the team the next day, the matter might have leaked early, but Kamini ultimately checked in. And that afternoon at the pre-match press conference, Wenger announced that Kamini would not be the starting goalkeeper for the team. On the other hand, Ibrahimovic and Robinho on Milan's side felt a bit like they were fighting alone. Boateng showcased his tough side in this match. His impact was not an issue, but he wasn't a playmaker, and his passing felt too average, failing to connect properly with the two forwards multiple times. Yuyan shook her head and patiently told the two children, "Earlier, we were guests in the Tang dynasty, and now we are guests in the Song dynasty. Neither is our home. We want to go home. There are uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers at home." Yitan's expression changed, and then she suddenly reached out, creating a large water sphere that enveloped the surroundings. Wow, this time we really hit the jackpot. Guo Rongxing hurriedly entered, lifting a few oilcloths to reveal a powerful and intimidating heavy machine gun under the flashlight, appearing imposing. After Carl successfully handed the pot to Strange, he returned to Gwen's side, but he was unaware of the immense turmoil occurring throughout the universe. In hell, a red-skinned demon with horns played with the soul of an earthling, dismissing the news from his subordinates. "Carl will die." "This is true," one demon on the ground said. "The Lord of the Dark Dimension is said to have suffered heavy losses. That madman was in the Dark Dimension." Listening to the elder's words, Xiaoyan picked up Li Xian's profile again, surprised by how powerful this guy was. Just as the two exchanged smiles, Meng Shua's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the word father on the screen, Meng Shua paused, then answered the phone, only to hear his father's loud voice shouting directly at him. "Forget it. It's just a matter of a few days. Even if his recovery ability is poor, with the miraculous ointment from the Hua family, he can hold on for more than 10 days, right?" According to the king's orders, everything was arranged properly. The young master and G-Man, Ji Rao, were watching personally. Zhoudan said, "G-Man and Ji Rao are the two sons of City Lord Ji, now following Su Chuanzhou. I heard that the ancient prince is a teacher at Wangchuan Academy. I wonder what class he teaches here." Sure Yao felt embarrassed to leave at this moment. This scene of the iceberg male god falling in love with Cinderella seemed to exist only in stories, but now it was truly happening. When Xueqing married into a wealthy family, completely becoming Mrs. Zhou, Prince Chen observed that since he saw her, her eyes had been bright with expectation. "Dongzi, what's wrong?" Seeing Li Dong's surprised expression, Captain Song immediately asked. Remembering the bits and pieces with him, those memories are now so deep, fresh, and yet so heartbreaking. After Cheng Jiming went upstairs, Sure Hui received several greetings of sympathy or comfort from colleagues in other departments. As she reached the office door, she saw Li Guozhu walking over with a smile, holding a doll in his hand. "I know that the clothes on An's show were damaged because my people witnessed the entire destruction process. They also recorded everything that happened. The evidence is right here, and you too can take it with you when you leave." Sanfu Jewelry and Jinyu Group are not much different in scale, as both are jade companies. Competition between the two is particularly fierce. Looking at the countless familiar knife lights that seem to slice through the sky, after dodging quickly, he looked at the distance. That extremely familiar, yet entirely different presence from just now. So real. Isteth's originally contracted pupils tightened further. When those insects crawled closer, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He had already recognized the identity of these insects. The shy bud opened its mouth and spit out a large number of yellow energy seeds, shooting towards a round penguin on the opposite side, like a machine gun. Being forcibly pulled by Kenpachi might just be the fate of that unfortunate passerby, filled with sadness in their heart, right? So everyone hurriedly avoided this storm. It was clear that this storm might shatter human strength, a powerful force from the heavens that humans cannot resist, so they could only passively defend. Otherwise, it would be quite unpleasant. Otherwise, even if he could anticipate what Namikaze Minato was going to do with his observation hockey, his body wouldn't react as quickly as his thoughts. "Then, please tell us what it is." The black rabbit bowed to the moon at a 90-degree angle. Watching the speed in front of him seemed to increase. He felt the increasingly heavy force during the exchange of punches and kicks. However, he clearly understood that this was a sign of his diminishing power, and, at this moment, he couldn't help but bite his lip. Let's move the timeline back to earlier, when Carl was training Strange. Loki was not idle either. He successfully leveraged his compatible demeanor with Hydra and his hypnotic abilities to secure a significant managerial position at one of Hydra's key bases. He even gained control over the Winter Soldier, reaching a middle management level that allowed him to interact with Hydra's upper echelons. Without any orders from Carl, Loki himself was not interested in ruling over weak humans, so he returned to the realm of Xianling, which had complete thoughts and memories, but lacked the ability to analyze situations with his original spirit, relying solely on instinct to discern everything. Once faced with complex matters, he would become disordered. The entire body of the demon ancestor exploded, unleashing terrifying power into the earth. With a thunderous roar, a section of the western land was directly severed from the primordial continent and flew outward. Following the tremendous force of the explosion, a tremor rippled through the void, and an immeasurable stream of weak water flowed into the fissure, forming an endless river that separated this piece of land. I hope you have hidden yourself. Du Jinshan was shocked. Could it be that everyone in this hotel had suffered a calamity? If this account book were to reach the hands of Emperor Wanli, who knows how Zhang Jujing's career might be affected? Yeting looked at LV Shu's back and did not ask for the walnut tree. He knew what burden LV Shu was carrying. What would giving him a walnut tree mean? Thus, Ningxiu paid great attention to such details while cooking. Sichuan pepper could enhance the flavor, but should never appear in the dish itself. To leave a good impression on potential partners, Ningxiu specifically had his late father add double portions of eggs to the hand-grab pancakes, making the taste absolutely rich and fragrant. Carl felt his mental strength suddenly scalded like it was hit by boiling lava, unable to help but let out a soft hum as he staggered back several steps. He was completely unaware that the transition from one class to the next was entirely abnormal until the piercing sound of the class dismissal bell jolted him awake. Ningxiu couldn't help but lament that the cost of going far from the Ming dynasty was indeed high. No wonder officials wanted to serve in the capital. Especially, the scale of studying abroad was unprecedentedly vast, and if successful, the situation would certainly be breathtaking. However, today's Chinese laborers, incited by Wu Zhihui, held a sit-in strike demanding increased wages and benefits, which had already affected the development of this matter. Li Shurtsing and Kai Yuanpei exchanged glances, trying to guess what Tang Yunyang was about to say. Hee, unfortunately, you are not rabbits. In my eyes, you are just ants. Ling Jingyu laughed heartily, slapping Party Yu across the face, sending him flying over 3 meters. With such tremendous force, Party Yu crashed into 3 tables before stopping, bloodied and lying on the ground, unconscious. This place was only 100 miles from the city of Huishinggong, where there were martial artists at the martial emperor level stationed. How could they not know that the demon army was advancing? A war is entirely different when one is prepared compared to when one is not. He knew Yin Luoshi's feelings for him and understood that everything she witnessed today was beyond description in terms of the impact on her mind and body. Just now, Yin Luoshi looked so fragile and desolate, her figure so thin and helpless. Seeing her like this tugged at the softest strings of his heart. Tian Bai carefully observed Lu Lingling, but it seemed that Lu Lingling's illness was not as she had described. The demon god statue was far too strange. Although Song Yun had gained some benefits in that brief moment, he did not intend to continue exploring the secrets of the demon god statue, as he always felt that this object was not simple. Seeing Lin Tao's reluctant expression, everyone knew that the moment of farewell had finally come. Pulling the timeline back to the present, Thor looked at his father's surprised face, smiling but unsure of what to say. These days had been tough for him. It was difficult for an ordinary person with only brute strength to survive in this hellish kitchen. Even though Strange had found him a job before leaving, life was still not easy. The main patrons of the nightclubs here were various gang leaders from Hell's Kitchen, and Thor's group's tasks were. The orc's form rapidly transformed into that of a giant python as it approached, and as it opened its mouth to roar. The foul odor from its jaws immediately assaulted the senses. Daring to play tricks on me, this really infuriates me. The deputy general slammed the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table, causing a deep crack to appear in the cup's wall. Oh, I thought someone was making a fuss at the door. Turns out it's my mother-in-law, the left minister's wife, said with a smile as she looked at Lu. Yu Muyang also sensed something was off, but he didn't ask further and walked out of the bar with Xiao Mei. It's nothing. Young Master Wu looked at the words on the tip of the left minister's wife's tongue and swallowed them back. The scattered and drifting witch power began to gradually gather together and started to compress little by little. Yuan granted him a drop of the heart's blood of the 10,000-touch Dragon Mother, for a cosmic deity who had not yet escaped the cage. This was the pinnacle of his soul, and other treasures aimed at enhancing the soul would likely no longer be useful to him. Tasks released by the black market often came with very generous rewards, and this time the reward was even more exaggerated, at least several times greater than before, equivalent to each person completing a task alone. However, on the surface, Yu Muyang would not say so. He politely declined two-man suggestion. This was akin to the different feelings of looking at a mountain from afar versus gazing up at it up close. Only by truly getting close could one understand how difficult the road ahead was, and the pressure had already reached the foot of the mountain, making Wang Yi feel the weight of the climb. This young master Yuan San would not have a good expression towards Feng Li. Since the time Feng Li kept him in Summer City, young master Yuan Shang had brought his men to Summer City to start. And now it was already the second day of his escape, with Xian Jian relentlessly pursuing him, the powerful divine sense firmly locking onto Yang Han's position. Like a bone stuck in flesh, impossible to shake off, Yang Han could only flee towards the vast wilderness miles away. This leader was seeing Chanlan so furious for the first time, with flames flickering in his eyes, like a wolf. The leader dared not utter a single word of dissent, summoning 500 soldiers to climb the stockade wall, starting another battle with the Chao army atop the wall. Moreover, Zhao Hao did not have high expectations for the luxury level of the plane. She was not worried that Yi Tingshan would misunderstand Xia Yan's earlier actions. She was just afraid that his followers would misinterpret it. By the way, why did you all think to celebrate my birthday for me? There were no candles to blow out or anything. Zhao Hao asked Ria and the others with a mix of excitement and curiosity as she cut the cake. Dao Ling raised his palm, which began to transform into a yin-yang sky blade, slicing through the air towards Kun Li's head. The strong energy fluctuations were extremely captivating, and the orderly divine chain flowed slowly, creating a crisp sound that attracted the attention of many powerful individuals. Soren too saw this and had nothing to say to him, so he merely led Meng Guqing and others back. Fu Lin followed back to the inn as well. When Yongjia learned of this matter, the high-ranking officials were furious. Who leaked the news? How could they possibly know about this? Rong frowned, instantly entering a defensive state, and 20 pairs of snow-white wings appeared behind her, flapping slowly, ready to resist any unknown attacks at any moment. Carl returned to Gwen after shedding his burdens, feeling light all over, as if he had just finished an exam and was playing games with friends in an internet cafe. Finally, he wouldn't care about this place anymore. After all, with his enhanced camouflage, it wouldn't be easily destroyed, right? Carl, you're back? At home. Only Gwen was there. Unable to resist, Carl ran over, hugged her, and kissed her. Gwen blushed and embraced him back. The two lingered for a moment, and Carl felt that this feeling couldn't be deceiving. Absolutely not. Especially with fire, a holy flame phoenix filled with spiritual energy. Yuan Sheng, unable to dodge in time, thrust his palm directly toward Wang Bai's temple, wanted to force him back. Wang Bai, like a savage ape, retaliated with both fists. One punching Yuan Sheng's thrust away while the other prevented Yuan Sheng from using his backhand. Bai, with its 3 courtyards and 4 gardens, covered more than 10 acres and was extravagantly decorated. The 3-story main hall served as the core, operating a restaurant, especially the rooftop atrium, which had the most elegant environment, overlooking the magnificent scenery of the entire Yi city. Lu Zheng was once ecstatic about this. He had first developed memories of Gu Yao and then gradually fell for her. She indeed didn't need to worry about the Li family. Huan Yang was simply no match for them, and there was no need to discuss Huan Yang's background with the Li family. The foot that had leaped was still suspended in midair, and the outstretched hand had not yet been retracted when Jun Xinhong stiffly turned his head to look. The two arrived at a hotel for lunch, and just as they sat down, the waiter brought over the menu. At first, Zheng Yi had fantasized about using these skills to reach the peak of life, but now he was starting to doubt his life. How much honor would he have to accumulate to learn all these skills? How much time would it take to gather them all? According to Shuang Yunxing, to rise further, he would have to exert several times, even dozens of times more effort than before. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Sussy had already prepared the relevant training plans and content based on Zheng Yi's health report. Years ago, after Xin Yun and her servant were frightened by someone pretending to be a ghost, their sleep had been very shallow. So as soon as they heard Yi Lushing cough a few times, they immediately woke up. Heaven, Earth, Man sword seemed to form a whole in that moment, indistinguishable and seamless, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Fayer said, that is not necessarily the case. Otherwise, why are those two always inseparable from you? Are they your left and right protectors? Her tone was filled with teasing. Some might wonder why Miao Shou Tang would give Tang Feng such high-intensity, continuous training. Can a physically deficient youth handle such training? Tang Feng, who had originally surged forward at high speed, suddenly retreated rapidly without any pause, as if breaking the laws of inertia. He simultaneously struck the Tu's Jian and Juk acupoints. The Wuxiang Holy Monarch continued to strike his sharp sleeve sword, producing a ringing sound. But Li Qianqi was no longer disturbed by the demonic sound, making several attempts that nearly struck him, forcing him to turn around to protect himself. A cold smile appeared on Guxing's face as he kicked an unknown object toward Tang Feng. This object clearly contained Guxing's powerful force. If Tang Feng were hit, he would surely be injured. Huang Shi had previously not wanted to focus his thoughts in this direction, being a royal descendant. He was no worse than anyone in manipulating people's hearts. Otherwise, Huang Chang would not have been so wary of him back then, even using Fan Xiongji to attack him. Li Weidong said that the Zhou Emperor and his party traveled 100 miles, only to finally arrive at Kunlun Mountain in China. The Qingquan Great World was not the only world attacked by the alien demon race. They had previously invaded many worlds. In the 616 universe, the main universe of this comic, New York was as peaceful as Carl remembered, with various villains and superheroes repeating their boring tricks, while Carl sat in Peter Parker's home, chatting with the amiable Aunt May about trivial matters. Gwen sat on Aunt May's other side, also chiming in, while Wade and Little Peter waited outside for the arrival of the Real Peter Parker. Little Peter, why did you follow me? Deadpool said, this is not a condition. Go ahead, say it. Nangong Ping said gloomily, but he knew that to gain something, one must pay a price. No wonder Yin Qingfeng repeated. Seeing his dazed expression, it was clear how great the shock was to him. She had no doubt about the reactions caused by this matter. But although her show was known for reporting on the dark side, it was still restricted by the relevant departments. If she were to interview about this matter, the upper authorities might fear it would become uncontrollable and affect its broadcast. What then? Zhi Shua Shua. Chen Xiao was even more reckless. When turning, he didn't even slow down, directly charging forward, which startled the VJs filming nearby. Meanwhile, the audience at the Holy City watching the match was continuously excitedly shouting. The magical mirror image of Xena was really too cute, inspiring some armor designers watching the match to come up with ideas. If they could design such a beautiful leather armor, it would surely attract a lot of customers. The extremely fierce soul movement wrapped Mu Hao's figure with colorful dominant intent, sweeping away starlight and wind, heading straight for the Mu family. Upon hearing this, Xia Ye's lips trembled, but he couldn't say anything, struggling to take out a jade bottle from his pocket, pouring 2 white pills into his mouth. Ignoring Lin Yu's predatory gaze, he immediately sat cross-legged to meditate. After bringing back the 2 souls to the immortal palace, when Alexia finally woke up after returning to her body, she truly came back to life. Old Mai took the initiative, not having eaten a bite, but poured and toasted the logistics director of the Shenhua team, Vice Director Li, with 3 large cups of nearly 1 pound of 55-degree Hongxing Ergo 2. Although Mu Hao was restrained by Van Tan, he was not overly worried for his life for Vanson's actions. Mu Hao could tell that Van Tan did not truly want to kill him. Upon entering the mist, he discovered that there was no mist inside at all. These mists looked dense from the outside, but were actually like a wall, disappearing once one walked through. Although the undead warriors exerted tremendous effort, they could not destroy the enemy's crystal hub. Instead, under the joint attack of the old man in white and others, their health was dwindling rapidly. Previously, Yishu and Huan had suspected that there was a huge secret within the Taiji seal and the He Luo, even doubting that there might be a connection between the two, but he had never figured it out. Murong Huanxia might have done this because she had obtained some method for longevity, but it couldn't be discovered by others. So after establishing her business empire, she decisively gave it up. Moreover, speculating that the new president of Shinji Technology was Murong Huanxia's puppet hiding in the shadows also made sense. Thus, with Qin Zheng offering no resistance, the face of the approaching weather beast twisted into a wildly joyful expression. Then it suddenly raised its paw and slapped toward Qin Zheng. The Nepali army knife is so sharp that it can cut through steel. How much more so a fragile human? Because Qin Zheng and the others fell off the cliff. They landed directly in the middle of the forest. At this moment, they realized how vast and deep this forest was. The cave where Nian Yin was located was actually in the deepest part of the entire forest. In Universe 42, it was no longer as dark as when Carl arrived, but instead carried a sense of happiness. The large screens in New York's Times Square were broadcasting news. Who is Spider-Man? This is not an important answer. What matters is that, through the unremitting efforts of Spider-Man and the Wanderer, the dark clouds hanging over New York are slowly dissipating. Peter Parker walked into the square, still chewing on a hot dog, with both hands holding. The formation has been restored. The white eagle remained calm under pressure. And at the moment that Songyun 8 Treasure Pig charged, he instantly repaired the formation, causing the Songyun 8 Treasure Pig to crash directly into the formation. The green shadow ghost has been clinging to me. Although it's scary, I've gotten used to seeing ghosts, and it doesn't make noise or cause trouble, which is quite reassuring. So I originally intended to ignore it, but later it started appearing more frequently and staying longer, which made me uneasy. I rested my face on his shoulder, my body pressed tightly against his back. There is no embrace in this world that brings hearts closer than this burdening of one another. It is only at this moment that our hearts are closest together. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Chang's height increased by 4 centimeters due to the stimulation during his growth phase. His weight also increased to 80 gene due to his daily binge eating. Next, it was Exowin's turn to work hard. Savon handed the task of assessing the archers to her and moved a chair to sit under the shade of a tree, watching with interest as these archers shot arrows at Exowin's request. Later, when Chinla got up and we finished lunch, we heard a loud and urgent knock on the door. Given their economic capability, they obviously couldn't choose to dine in a separate restaurant or private room, which was more expensive and charged a 10 service fee. So the 3 of them sat in the large dining hall on the first floor. After venting his beastly desires, Han Xian sat back next to the corpse, watching us warily. Beautiful Bobo murmured in admiration. Hung Haoming had efficiently dealt with the observation post on the rooftop, which was a very good start. Yifan looked at the great white tiger engulfed in flames before him, smiling wryly, unsure of what to do. It seems the divine medicine in the medicinal pool is meant for the alchemist's own use, not to be left for the fated ones. Thinking of this, Shunhao returned to his original position. Notify the prison guards to take him out, then someone needs to clean up the blood on the floor. Yi Zichen raised his hand and pointed to the blood on the ground. Some people give their all, sacrificing everything, only to find it all in vain. Like the fallen divine emperor and god king here. Be careful. Dai Luocha signaled the elders to disperse and control the other deep pits. He himself went to the front. Sister, I know about this, but I don't know the specific arrangements. Tang Yuzhen quickly pulled Tang Yushuang aside. The demon child was still unconscious, and the Qin family members were inside taking care of her. She didn't want her sister causing a commotion in there. By the way, I just saw you chatting. What were you discussing? Someone from the organization asked him. In just 1,000th of a second, it created a secret entrance identical to the Azure portal in another direction. Clan leader, young clan leader, there is something to report to you. Fang Zhou hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to speak. Meanwhile, Song Tong and Ling Mei, along with the demon emperor, all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Xing Tian's gaze. If Zhang Tianyi is indeed a potential stock, then she certainly wouldn't mind placing her bets. Following the hero out of the chaos, would she still fear not getting what she wanted? Zhang Tianyi slowly retracted her finger, but Nyonyo still kneeled before her, not daring to get up. For Nyonyo, if Zhang Tianyi were to change her mind now, she would be in a dilemma. She also clearly knew that what mattered most to her now was not to kill Su Zhong. But as long as she could survive and bring back the news of Su Zhong blending into the 10,000 King City, that would be a victory. Carl and Gwen quickly arrived at Universe 42. They went straight to Miles' home, only to find it empty. Carl frowned as he saw the news about Spider-Man being ambushed by a mysterious person and seriously injured. The incident of Spider-Man being hurt hadn't been long ago, and Carl still needed to deepen the integration of his dimension with Universe 42, so he could appear as omnipotent as he did in Universe 19999. My heart tightened. Upon reflection, it made sense. It seemed that the previous matter had not settled down. Although I eventually gained a title, those ministers no longer submitted petitions. Glancing through, it turned out that the people at the Gambling Stone gathering posted the entire process in detail, and there was even an image of the glass-type Imperial Green Jade, which quickly became popular in the collection world. Shinruo Chu still found it somewhat unbelievable. Didn't he usually dislike me eating these things? If she remembered correctly, he seemed to have stuffed a bag of spicy strips into her hands yesterday. However, just as I bent down to wash my hair, Wang Jiazi appeared at the door again, looking at me with a strange expression. Jing Yin was startled when he saw her, knocking over a plate on the coffee table while also looking up at her. If Yin Yin knew someone was here, she definitely wouldn't come over, bringing them into danger. Those people behind were all ruthless individuals. He silently turned off Weibo, his gaze lingering on his photo album. Luo Jie rarely took photos. His phone album was filled only with pictures of Gu Yunmi. Since his phone was fingerprint unlocked, only he could open it, so he wasn't afraid of others seeing his phone. Xiao Si didn't follow either. He felt it was better to keep a low profile, but a faint, amused smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I couldn't understand why the fat guy had this attitude, but he was my brother. No one knew him better than I did. There had to be a reason for what he said, so I kept silent. He asked 3 times if it was true. He could never believe such a fact. Around them, many disciples were extinguishing fires and providing aid. She hurried to the hall and, upon seeing her grandfather's elegant and handsome figure safe and sound, her heart finally calmed down. Li Song knelt beside Niu Xiaorong's corpse, staring at her face with a sorrowful expression for a long time. Perhaps he was reminiscing about Niu Xiaorong's past goodness, or perhaps reflecting on the ups and downs of the past decades. He suddenly fell to the ground and cried out loud. At this moment, there was chaos. People raised their eyes to the east upon hearing the sound, and it turned out that 3 horses were running towards them side by side from a distance on the road, their hooves clattering crisply. Just as the commentator was introducing both sides' lineups, the summoning skill brought by Wei-Yin astonished everyone present. Even Li Sisi, in both her past and present lives, had rarely seen a few divine trees. After thinking it over, there were only a handful of them. Although Gong Yao had confidence in Wang Kai, her confidence wavered when Class 2 locked onto the Metal Master. You didn't manage anything? I listened to her wife's voice, which seemed a bit off. It sounded like Director Yin was about to face a new round of turmoil. Before answering, he listened seriously to Lin Yan's opinion, showing no signs of panic. I could understand him. Others had helped resolve such a significant issue, while the only thing his village could offer was food to entertain the already worldly wise village chief, which made him feel somewhat inferior. I asked how long a long-lasting effect could last, and he told me it could last a day. By then, even if the medicine's effect wore off, the wounds would have closed and started to scab. However, the old beggar was possessed by a malevolent entity, and the bite wound carried a murderous energy. After going outside, he would give me a talisman to burn and brew for drinking to expel it from his body. Mo Yuer's heart tightened, tears welling in her eyes. She didn't understand why Wang Feiyuan would do this. Did he not plan to accept her? Yuer, the Wang family members are at your disposal. Your grandfather is here to support you. Mo Yuer was still confused when she heard Wang Feiyuan say this to her. After bringing Miles to the Spider Alliance, Carl expressed his thoughts. Malone has a strong suppressive effect on spiders. Your spider sense will be ineffective. Even in a direct confrontation, it will be hard to resist Malone. I believe Peter from the Ultimate Universe has a deep understanding of this. That's right. Although Peter Parker from Universe 65 had undergone treatment from Carl, he still felt a deep sense of dread. He said, when I saw him, there was an inner feeling. Even the Qingyi tribe and the Chuling tribe had their heavenly lords presiding over them. But for these 2 races, sacred artifacts were merely a dream. Bang! As he plummeted at high speed, Ko Zhong kicked the cabin with 1 foot mid-air, using the rebound force to gather strength, and with his chi supporting him. He took 3 steps in mid-air. Xiao Yue Bai was counting on the true celestial beings to save the day. Yet he was completely unaware that this scene of celestial demons descending was orchestrated by 2 true celestial beings. However, these 2 never expected the act would escalate to this extent. The Atlanta Hawks' talent was indeed enviable. Perhaps everyone didn't understand why they piled so many swingmen in their lineup. However, with the draft picks earned from the past few years of tanking, the Hawks truly selected a group of exceptionally talented youngsters. What frustrated Zhao Xian was that this guy came to seek his help, yet spoke and acted in a commanding manner, as if seeking his assistance was a great honor for Zhao Xian. Liu Yihua had basically concluded that these 2 security personnel were definitely sent by that Li Gu to trouble Wang Yuling. As for why Wang Yuling had provoked that Li Gu, Liu Yihua speculated it was likely due to Wang Yuling's beauty causing trouble. Death penalty. A simple and direct verdict. The crime of desecrating Hades was unforgivable, and the judges of the underworld wouldn't let such fools off the hook. Liu Tianyu sat comfortably on the sofa. For him, being able to enjoy this for free was something he was very pleased to see. However, they protected her and taught her, in their eyes. She seemed to be that eternally childish child. Yet this palm strike was merely a press, not a thunderous destruction. King Luanfa Wang trembled all over, his mind immersed in a strange state, completely unaware of everything. Usually, it was the people from the Duhu tribe and ours alternating and guarding. It turned out there weren't many things here, so the guards might have relaxed a bit. Duan Jingzhu was honest. Perhaps he saw the container and knew there would be valuable items here, so he informed Jiangda in advance that there were people from the Duhu tribe. Putting away the azure flame, Zhang Yuanhao's palm suddenly held a tiny red flame like a candle's flicker, seemingly ready to extinguish at any moment. The contestant charging at the front this time was neither Gatlin nor Bolt, and certainly not Allied. Low-grade magic treasures must be activated with the power of golden core cultivators to unleash their full might. Under such power, even mountains could be crushed, rivers could be severed. And on the outskirts of the entire battle circle, 3 Kunlun cultivators hiding in the dark were monitoring everything here. Deep down, they already had a conclusion about this completely unequal battle. The Forgetting Worry sect directly faced the 10,000 Great Mountains, although there were appearances from Neon Shuang, including Thunder Old Dao and Mr. Miaoka. They were still continuously defeated while the Daoist Secret Order appeared at this time. Sun Yinan didn't know how she fell asleep again. She only knew that when she opened her eyes again, he was once again in front of her. Sun Yinan turned her head and closed her eyes. The Marquis jumped directly into the stone coffin. In the center of the coffin was a passage leading downwards, and the Marquis walked straight down the passage. As soon as the Marquis entered the passage of the stone coffin above suddenly shifted to one side, blocking the exit. Carl threatened the spider totems. He knew very well that hoping for them to have humanity was less likely than expecting George to suddenly agree to Carl and Gwen getting married on the spot. Carl's final threat was simple. He had once seen that if the blood of the bride and descendants was spilled on the web of life and fate, the spider totem would sever their connection to it, leading to the complete disintegration of that web, thus preventing the birth of new spider totems and destroying the existence of the unstable multiverse. But the poem said the stork is silent. How can the stork, which cannot speak, tell us about the cultivation method? Xiling began to feel troubled again. Indeed, it was a 5th-grade elixir. Both of them understood that what floated above the alchemy furnace was the true 5th-grade elixir. Zhou Dao Jun's expression changed, and Yulian Dao Jun was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that there was a move from the Dragon Clan involved. Mu Chun looked around at the dark environment. They were now in a forest, and apart from the crew filming here, there was no one else around. After hearing Zhang Shun's words, Zhao Yu couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that he had really guessed right. This time it wasn't about saving someone, but about getting something instead. Previously, Lu Jingyuan thought that her relationship with Wan Fong should have been like that. But now, because she spread rumors about Pei Lurong being incapable, their relationship had rapidly advanced. Zhao Fan suddenly realized that his previous harsh treatment of Li Yin had some issues, because bad people aren't necessarily useless. For example, in the matter of rescuing Lin Chong, having Li Yin intervene would definitely be more effective than him trying to handle it. The supreme geniuses suddenly understood. They realized that the Red Dust Fairy, with her mastery of the Red Dust Principles, had such strong power, and with Long Qingshan's mastery of 3 principles, her strength was naturally even more formidable. Let's leave Grandpa Ginkgo here. We'll take our leave now. Xian Yun Xinghai, along with Xian Yun Xingyun and Yunani, boarded the spirit boat, waving goodbye to the old island master Ginkgo, while the husky continued to sleep in Yunani's arms. Spanking won't work, and talking is useless. Can my brother really just push these girls around? This is ridiculous. Thus, Chun Feng tragically discovered that he truly had no means against these bear girls. Not a single tactic. Before he could react, he was already pinned beneath, pushing himself up, his tone somewhat gritted. They had no idea what Han Yi had done to provoke Ling Luo's wrath. Even Han Yi himself didn't know what was going on. But he could be sure that Ling Luo's visit today was definitely not for good intentions. Qing Binghe glanced at the bottom of the mailbox. Sure enough, there was a red dot flashing, which was no stranger to her, as this meant that during a full mailbox situation, someone had used a high-level authority to force themselves to receive emails, something only super strong individuals could do, regardless of whether others noticed. Their thoughts were not focused on the battle with the hunter. Fan Yu nodded in confusion. He originally had it, so there was no need to hide it. Have you ever heard of the name Galaxy? If I'm not mistaken, it should be recorded in the secret classic, since you've seen so much information. You must have heard of it, right? Lu Fun's gaze lingered on the virtual desktop, speaking seemingly casually. Lin Ruolin had been listening intently, but after hearing it, shook her head, feeling that neither of the two possibilities seemed likely. Qin Ming had lost count of how many spirit medicines he had refined. However, the line in front of him had not shortened, but instead had grown longer, now reaching 2 or 3 dozen people, which left Qin Ming stunned. You dare leave your post before the operation is complete? Director Lao glared at Dean Wu, questioning him. The Black River's Demon Mist Dragon Claw was solely passed down to Lu Xingyu, which included 6 techniques: pierce, press, support, buckle, pull, and tear. It had techniques like cloud catching and mist grasping and 4 horses dividing the land. The force was fierce and vicious. Peter Bach stood up. His round body looked quite cute, but the bloodstains on him were somewhat disheartening. Gwen held the captain of the beautiful cat country in her arms. gently rubbing its head as she walked over to Peter Bach and squatted down. I don't understand, Peter Bach said, looking confused, like a little pig who hadn't had a lollipop yet, his mind a bit unclear. That person suddenly appeared in my house. Of course, someone like Ouyang Xianhua would never drink ordinary liquor. What he drinks has been aged for countless years, soaked in spiritual objects, which is of great help for cultivation. Truly a celestial drink among wines. You also know that this trip to the imperial capital was originally time-limited. If you were looking for my help, I really couldn't do much, Lin Yuma said, shrugging. Put the equipment back. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be someone who can never be provoked. Wang Zhimeng said as he tightened his grip on his sword. It's nothing. What you asked, I also found out only after inquiring from others. Since that's the case, let me tell you, theoretically, it is indeed as you said. When a person from the cultivation world awakens, a top-down enlightenment occurs. And it used to be that way before the outer passage appeared. Not long ago, when the World Trade Center emitted red light, Lin Yuma smashed through the window, which was only repaired yesterday. This idea is really good. The equipment store also needs to increase manpower. Just relying on me and Ainin to make equipment. Not to mention if there's time to produce, it's too few people. We can't keep up with the demand, Hoyu said. Having just been chased and beaten by the evil lord, he felt quite awkward inside. Finally retaliating, illusory kill, wind, slashing demon blade. He couldn't care about much else. Taking advantage of the opponent being caught in the illusion, he had to take off some health first. Looking at the young man in front of him, Long Gu Tian Gang spoke, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Stronger professionals naturally have good vision, and the keen-eyed had already spotted the figure wrapped in two beams of light. Burning blood. Finally, Beidou chose to use burning blood, which consumed his life essence to temporarily enhance his strength, but he did not prepare to unleash a killing move like before. Instead, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, waiting for the storm to come, completely in a defensive posture. With the thunder crashing down, the blood demon wolf's body finally fell to the ground, its demonic energy beginning to dissipate. As the protective demonic energy vanished, its flesh began to be destroyed by the thunder. A voice that GMO was very familiar with came, and he turned his head to see Lan Shuangning in a wedding dress, her face streaked with tears, holding his hand by the bed. Darren had previously heard Yang Feier say that Yue was a girl of similar age to him, so he excitedly ran over. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, he heard a sharp scream from inside. Niao Wujing, not willing to give up, flipped through all the treasures again, still finding no trace of his scepter. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could there be a secret room here? Just as the two felt that a nearly destructive blow was coming, a gentle breeze blew, and a tall figure appeared in front of them, blocking all the overwhelming power of the laws. When Xiaohua saw GMO enter, a wooden barrel flew out. Fortunately, GMO had been recovering well these days and was able to catch the incoming barrel. Otherwise, he would have really been knocked upside down by it. Chung Feng rushed out like a madman, shouting loudly as he ran, as if trying to yell away all the pent-up frustration in his heart. He only had one thought in his mind. Why? Why is this happening? Why is my heart filled with hatred? Why is this world so cruel? Why can't I be with the person I love? When Carl brought Gwen back, she was somewhat silent. The Morales couple from Universe 8 decided to take their child to the Spider Alliance to escape the pursuit of Malin, and Gwen's expression was complex. Carl, would I really be with Miles if it weren't for you? There are no ifs, Gwen. I've always been with you. Carl took her hand and gently kissed it, saying, You can rest assured that our future child will be. In the end, his path of return was far from smooth, and only he knew the difficulties and obstacles along the way. The Blade of Destiny, the supreme weapon, placed in the hands of Han Dong, had initially qualified for high damage. In fact, while the pulling of scales was uncomfortable, it was not unbearable. Her worries were unfounded. Looking around, the decorations here were luxurious and ambiguous, and the sweet, cloying incense made one drowsy. It was likely a brothel. It's fine, but you need to take your medicine on time, and these patches need to be applied correctly. The chest area needs to be re-examined in a week, and it's best not to go out easily now. Mu Mingxue couldn't help but reiterate. A chessboard was set up in the courtyard, with a bowl of black pieces and a bowl of white pieces placed on either side. Su Weio was naturally on the list, and with Mo Tiany's guarantee, it was still no problem. Mo Tiany still had this bit of face. Another bump. Liu Yaoshi suddenly realized where she was and who was in front of her. She quickly held that hand, the hand that still had warmth, her hand. What do you want from me? I pulled out a napkin to wipe my mouth. I suddenly felt this movement was very formal, as if something very important was about to be discussed. Dantai Lian was startled and rushed out, finding Shun Changhong at the rarely visited cliff by the waterfall in the back mountain. In fact, when Nangong Ba mentioned the Qingchang sect, Xia Haoran's heart became lively. Speaking of which, he was worried about not having a way to deal with these ancient families and forces with long legacies. Just as Nangong Ba had said earlier, the collections and foundations of these ancient families and forces were indeed rich. The crescent moon had already shifted west, and the streets were unusually quiet. A chill crept in, penetrating deep into the collar, and Tian Yi instinctively leaned closer to Zhao Zixian. Winter had fully arrived when Su Yinjin woke up in the morning. It was already a world of ice and snow outside. By the time Su Yinjin got up, almost everyone in the family was awake except for Su's mother. Old Master Su was a soldier and had developed a habit of going to bed early and rising early, and he mostly required the younger generation to do the same. After not seeing each other for half a year, Guan Jiahui had grown quite a bit. Wearing high heels, she was almost 175 meters tall. Her face just fit on Li Qin's shoulder, making it just right to snuggle against him. Qin Han could tell from her serious expression that this matter was secret, so he took her into the inner room of the imperial kitchen, with a bamboo curtain hung heavily, hiding everything inside. Tying couldn't understand, only staring blankly at the gold dragon fish in the aquarium. Xiang Yi could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. The car slowly slid out of the hotel, and Yin Tan silently looked into the distance. Xiao Qing's eyes regained clarity as she sat upright in her seat, took out her phone, and called Linda. Looking at Xiao Song's appearance, it was not outstanding, at least in their circle. It was not one that would leave an impression of being stunning at first sight. The matter of confession arose because of her, Bai Nian wanted revenge. Biting her teeth at the thought of possibly falling into her hands, Xiao Song began to worry about how her mother and Xiaofan were doing. If she knew Bai Nian was behind it, she wouldn't have let her mother come with her. As the strength between the two grew more intense, the murderous look in their eyes became fiercer, as if they wanted to tear each other to pieces. Xiao Song dashed forward, her eyes filled with a fearless determination. Gwen quietly watched the two people in front of her, her heart racing. She thought she was about to die, but unexpectedly, these two saved her. Gwen looked at the blonde girl, who resembled her somewhat, but also looked different. She didn't have as many freckles, and her appearance was sweeter and cuter. But her confidence and charisma were entirely different from Gwen's. "Who are you?" "Shu." Carl, as a direct descendant of the Duanmu family, possessed a formidable innate Dao body. Duanmu Rue was no less proud of a figure. "Shu Ye." Fang Xigua called out urgently when he saw Zhou Yi staring blankly at Sakura Jinglia. Not hiding anymore. The newly promoted executive vice mayor of a certain city, Ling Yu, could no longer contain his curiosity and made a call. Chun Yi didn't say anything, but directly shook his head at the others. Though they were separated by a thick, full-face helmet, Wang Hu and Shi Jueshing still understood what he wanted to do through years of tacit understanding. They were all on their way and probably wouldn't return for a while. Yuan Rinbin introduced. Because there was a driver present, Song Wanhua had been suppressing her excitement. Finally, when they returned to Yixing dormitory and closed the door, her excitement was evident. Still, no one responded. The medicine gourd clamored that he wanted to go in, and when he pushed the door open, there was no one inside. Then Zhou Ling began to struggle, moving her hands and feet according to the script's requirements. Her facial features scrunched up to feign difficulty in breathing. The great king Su Chiga dragged a sickeningly sweet tone, as usual, applying her charm, regardless of whether Junsu's mood was good or bad. She was confident she could make him obedient, although lacking in overall strength and only interfering with the rules at the invocation level. Professor Liao still fought impressively against an S-class ability user 2 levels above him, and he did not fall behind at all. An E3 level energy crystal could allow a laser cannon to fire 3 effective shots. 10 energy crystals could enable a Star Destroyer cannon to fire 1 shot. At this moment, Su Ting was enjoying such treatment, feeling a chill seep down from the top of his head. Professor Schneider's iron-gray eyes silently stared at him, as if considering the best place to make an incision during dissection. Yang Shulan was furious at the situation. She was also unable to break free, entangled in a fierce battle with Pu Qingfeng. The once mighty flame fist was now in a pitiful state after being battered by Pu Qingfeng's purple gold shuttle. Once the matter with Lu Jiuzhang implicated Su Shi, putting Su Shi in a difficult position, that would be troublesome. In this operation, Chu Tianjiao was the airborne deputy officer and had the authority to take over the entire plan in the absence of Mans. Xianyu did not dodge or evade. He suddenly pulled out the crossguard of his long sword, creating a hole in the top of the water tank with the blade. Then gripped the hilt with both hands and slashed upward, using sword energy to lift the water flow. Meanwhile, Yang Shulan was still in the Hao Yin stupa, engaged in a chess match against the black pieces. The game had now reached the mid-stage, with not much left to finish. He recalled those nights from Winterl, realized he should apologize to them, and inquire about Mr. Lan Ma's recent situation. He jumped up from the bed, startling himself in the process. Here, the atmosphere was thick with malevolent thoughts, causing one to involuntarily harbor sinister intentions. However, they had strong willpower, and over time, it was inevitable that they would be affected. Discovering the place was empty, it was evident that the wall bore the inscription, "Once in the azure sky, born as divine beings, weak yet able to speak, young yet harmonious, growing yet sensitive, heaven and earth coexist, all things flourish, to give rise to aspirations, born yet not to kill, given yet not to take. Across the 6 directions and 8 realms, its spirit pervades the divine land, achieving and ascending to the heavens." Although the director, Olga Marie, claimed that lineage and qualifications were not important in this Chaldean context, in fact, she still regarded this as an achievement, categorizing the candidate masters into various tiers. Carl arrived in another universe, still in New York. Countless trips through the multiverse had left him and Gwen somewhat exhausted, but neither of them stopped their actions. Instead, they tried their best to secure the power of the spider totem before Moreland arrived. However, upon entering this world, Carl felt something was off. If he remembered correctly, this was the Sony Cinematic Universe, the well-known Spider-Man movie universe, but the cinematic universe seemed a bit strange at this moment. Perhaps the massive fire visible for hundreds of miles had already spread through the Wuling Mountains, and no one would waste their efforts coming here. He skillfully steered the conversation, as it was perfectly normal for his subordinates to investigate matters related to their master's safety. The Qin army camp was not peaceful. There had been too many mixed events lately, leaving the strategists overwhelmed. Zhao Yun, due to his calm demeanor and his sharp strategic vision, became the cornerstone of the Qin army camp under El Bu's deliberate arrangement. Lin Yi's eyes still flickered with the remnants of the thrilling images from earlier, and Zhu Xiuyu's final gaze was also deeply etched in his memory. After all, with the prestigious brand of the Jinding Group and the golden invitation card prominently displaying the emblem of the Beigong family on the back, receiving an invitation from the Beigong family was indeed surprising. For centuries, the Beigong family had been at the forefront. Moreover, at this moment, the Beigong family was thriving like never before. As soon as this was said, Li air kicked Simon in the back, knocking him down to the ground before he had a chance to stand up. He turned around and kicked the bucket containing a fish into the river, struggling to suppress his heavy breathing, then grabbed Simon by the collar and lifted him back to the ground. Ilu did not refute. He didn't want to comment on the character of the Northern Emperor. There was no need. Lin Jinbei sighed and said solemnly, as the ancient said, "Preparation leads to success. Lack of it leads to failure." Ian landed back on the ground, taking a deep breath. His clone only took a step back, but left a deep footprint on the ground. Haha, as long as you're satisfied. You stay in this room, and I'll stay in a room next door. Clean up a bit. We still have activities to do downstairs. He went next door. Meanwhile, the western suburbs had already raised wooden fences, and some farmers had started to pick up hoes to protect the land, not even taking a nap in the early morning. Bezzy Zhu, what did my dad talk to you about? As soon as Lele came out of the house, he couldn't wait to ask me. The root cause is that with the current understanding of these matters, there will be more considerations in progress. Mo stayed in the hall to take care of Guan Jing Tian, while Ruo Xan walked to the back of the hall with by Ruo Yin. Gao Hao Yin thought for a moment and said, "All right, after work, I'll wait for you at the entrance of that shopping center to your west." In fact, he originally had social engagements that night. How could that be possible? Even if I hate Lele, how could I not? How could I hate her? The latter part of the words was something I silently told myself in my heart. Zhang Min's face was pale. She didn't expect Xia Jinyuan to do this. She just lost control for a moment and said something inappropriate. Yin Xiaoxiao genuinely felt that this man's rambling was much better than Tang Seng's, and she thought about the idle person, not noticing that the smile in her eyes had already overflowed. "You were really good to me, willing to stick a face full of gold on me." Qing's face was stiff, not daring to laugh loudly. Everyone was taken aback, thinking to themselves, could it be that Luo Hao's holy body was ruined, and even his brain had gone bad? If upgrading to the innate realm were simple, then wouldn't there be innate powerhouses everywhere? One must know that even the strongest in the body-tempering realm cannot be compared to the innate realm. The two are not on the same level, and cannot be compared. Who sent this? Feng Wu asked, raising her eyes, her gaze flickering, making it clear that she was unusually unsettled at the moment. When Carl returned to the Spider Alliance, it was already filled with many Spider-Men. Jean Parker began to take charge, while the other Spider-Men were laying out defensive measures. Carl even saw the small Peter from the movie universe learning combat skills from several Spider-Men. He threw the most famous Peter Parker in front of Jean Parker and curiously asked, "Where's Peter?" "There are many Peters here. Which one are you asking about?" "You know who I'm asking about." Carl glanced over with curiosity. As the phone rang, Mu Shima slowly determined Ruren's current location based on the signal. When Zhang Yuan started to sprint, he didn't notice the surprise on Lu Meng's face in his arms. She opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. She let out the truth from her cherry blossom-like pink lips, and then the conversation somehow drifted to the bed, right? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the hall to hear through the sound system. "What unfairness. I just saw you tear through the holy man like you were tearing into chicken strips. Don't play innocent with me," came the cold prompt. Yi Qinsheng was, after all, a county princess. If she fell from her horse, the wife of the king of Pingjiang would definitely investigate the reasons. If he exerted too much force and shattered the horse's bones, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, so Qin Shao aimed for the horse's hind leg tendons. Whoosh! The evil missile flew out, not hitting Lin Xian's side, but heading towards Zijin Mountain. Lin Xian slapped his forehead, feeling quite helpless. In fact, such sacrifices are mutual, because what Yi Hanshang did was enough for me to give so much. She wouldn't discriminate against others. But the gaze of the man in front of her was too intense, as if he wanted to strip her of all her clothes. "Hey, wake up. Since you're the divine tree, you should have consciousness, right?" He repeatedly patted the moon tree, feeling it was no different from ordinary trees on Earth. Could it be that the moon tree is just an ordinary tree planted on the moon? Thinking this way, it actually made sense, and then he died. Cole Dienshin didn't care about Ruren's worries. He simply hung up the phone. During the day, the sword trembled, and as the red-black shadow passed, the ancient clan fell to the ground, blood flowing. Xiao Yinar cautiously glanced at the Yoxiong clan and obediently stepped back. Apparently, the Yoxiong clan had the ability to restrain him. He was very afraid of him. If others heard Lu Cici's words, they would definitely say she was too arrogant. However, Wu Wei now believed Lu Cici's words without a doubt. She would also feel scared. This feeling of betting everything, including her life, was like walking on the edge of a cliff where she could fall and be shattered at any moment. Now, she seemed like a social butterfly, chatting comfortably with old classmates, charming and cheerful. He initially wanted to walk over and greet Xiao Yun, but unexpectedly, after Xiao Yun glanced at him, she pretended not to recognize him. "I want to consider it for now." After saying this, Lu Cici left Wu Wei with a beautiful silhouette as she entered the apartment. Xiao Long and Yu Luan, two S-class powerhouses, barely managed to avoid Lu Yaolin's control, blocking countless attacks in an instant. Qin Guer stared blankly at the disheveled Xiao Gu, her heart churning, tears once again streaming down her cheeks. General Spruance, leading the decoy fleet south, was trying every means to close the distance between himself and the Japanese naval fleet. Wang Wan's main camp was set up about 10 miles from Yi City, where the terrain was open and elevated. If troops came to launch a surprise attack, Wang Wan could seize the initiative. Therefore, before Shijin could see the camp's gate, Wang Wan's sentinels had already spotted the two's tracks. The servant trembled and couldn't help but look up at Qin Huaishan, unsure how to respond. After all, having hundreds of thousands of young laborers detained in foreign countries was a matter of great concern for the public, whose child hasn't returned home would naturally not be easily forgotten. Carl understood Jean Parker's meaning. Since there were more powerful beings helping Malouin, then they should use a power beyond that being to deal with him. This power could be wisdom or some kind of rule. Clearly, Deadpool, who appeared extremely special in the entire multiverse, was an essential part of this plan. Since Carl's every move was being watched, he decided to take actions that the powerful being could not comprehend in order to eliminate Malouin. Now, due to Zhang Ji's repeated assistance to Jia Su, Jia Su was willing to offer advice to Zhang Ji, which led to Zhang Ji successfully establishing the third force of the Shiliang army, placing Fan Shou in the fourth. The prodigal in front of him truly showed no respect for the elderly or love for the young, actually calling himself an old man again and again. Although the major task of establishing the trading company was entrusted entirely to Xiao Jianhua, the appointment of financial personnel was still his choice and decision. After careful consideration, he decided to transfer Zhao Jinsong from the electronic technology company to the newly established trading company to oversee financial matters. Yu Shernan did not understand what the principal meant and could only ask in embarrassment, while the principal came over to Yu Shernan to start explaining. Moreover, he was handsome and seemed to be very popular. Su Qingyi exchanged glances with Boss Jiang. If not for the outstanding performance of others, Su Mu dared to believe that the impersonator would follow in the footsteps of the modern drama filmed by old who before. What's more, someone couldn't help but think, is Wang Siki a fool? The iron materials borrowed from the Ministry of Works, the borrowed workshops and craftsmen. Is there really any reason to return them? Not far away. The eunuch looked somewhat bitterly at the two men who had just barged in, simply because these two were the current Qingyuan Duke Wang Yu and Rongcheng Duke Qinxian of the Ming Dynasty. According to his request, the entire Baizhou ancient city area must be equipped with water supply and drainage pipes, and there must be heating and air conditioning facilities. All the dry toilets in the scenic area must be transformed into modern flush toilets, and a rainwater and sewage separation system must be set up. The design unit had to produce the blueprints, and the construction unit had to organize the actual work. One of the shareholders of the development company was Baiqing Yaonan Brilliant Construction Engineering Company, adhering to the principle of not letting the fat water flow to outsiders. All construction tasks in the scenic area were entrusted to it. When this news reached Wang Wei's ears, it made him very proud. So what if there are feudal lords? So what if there are local tyrants? If Zhuang Jinya is a feudal lord, a local tyrant, then he, Wang Wei, is the emperor of heaven, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, and Yonghong Factory is his Wang Wei's realm under heaven. How could the territory of number 23 factory escape from his palm? Now, Jiang Huai finally remembered, but he didn't care anymore. Just hand over the dough first. Who knows, it might actually be true. She raised one hand as if to slap him on the chest, but he caught it in his hand and with his other hand pressed against her lower back. He pulled her into his embrace. Chen Fan didn't know if this guy still remembered him, but he had barged into someone else's territory to poach and was caught red-handed by the owner. Xiaji secretly kicked him under the table, and he winced in pain, not daring to make a sound under Xiaji's death glare. In less than 10 years, Thailand would achieve comprehensive industrial upgrades with the Thailand Royal Aerospace Industry Company, Thailand Chiang Mai Semiconductor, and Thailand Urban Construction Investment Group as the core, thus becoming a high-end manufacturing country similar to Japan. He patted her shoulder and turned to walk into the dance floor, roaring like a gorilla, which made everyone laugh. Of course, when he reached the balcony, he saw his dad still holding a black piece, but not putting it down, holding it up all the time, and at that moment, the sweat on his face was increasing. This ring was an extremely exquisite silver ring, inlaid with a very beautiful, transparent diamond. Hermione swore she had never seen such beautiful jewelry, let alone felt an extremely sacred power emanating from it. Air understood Zhang Parker's meaning. Since there were more powerful beings helping Maluan, then they should use a power beyond that being to deal with him. This power could be wisdom or some kind of rule. Clearly, Deadpool, who appeared extremely special in the entire multiverse, was an essential part of this plan. Since Carl's every move was being watched, he decided to take actions that the powerful being could not comprehend in order to eliminate Maluan. Sister Man was the best at making soup. There would definitely be no problem this time. Su Yin had been in a very cheerful mood since the topic of this round of competition was confirmed, and he said excitedly, "Even if you have the Eastern Emperor Bell this time, you can hardly escape death." Looking at his life palace about to smash down on Li Yin, Liu seemed to have already seen Li Yin lying on the ground. After waiting for so long, today he could finally kill Li Yin. Even if it cost him something, it could still be considered fulfilling his wish. Luo Kai himself took Li Yin back to the new house, completing a series of trivial rituals such as the washing ceremony, the cage ceremony, the wine ceremony, and the joining of cups ceremony under the supervision of the matchmaker, Maze Odell, old Madame Du, and Analia. So he wanted to try, and thus, when the giant bird was confused, a drop of his transformative dew had already dripped into its mouth and quickly melted, under the cover of the ice mist. The surrounded Estes calmly put on her clothes, but the invisible, terrifying power made the 6 people outside too afraid to move. Uncle Xiao Lu returned home for the new year, picked up his nephew, and couldn't he help but poke his dimple with his finger, making Xiao Yin beside him frown deeply and unable to hold back for 3 seconds before wanting to take his son away. Proposing marriage. Gao Xing was happy to see Ruan Shuang ignoring him, feeling a strong sense of crisis. If he let her be, it was very likely that their relationship would develop into a Cold War. So he felt a crisis and picked up on this topic. This guy cursed in a roundabout way, cursing particularly harshly, and as he spoke, white foam was forming in his mouth. Seeing him at a loss for words, I said again, don't worry, I'll be fine. Many people say I'm a person with great fortune, having gone through so many dangers, surviving several life and death tribulations. Haven T, I made it through. It seems that my life is temporarily safe from heaven's grasp, just like this time. Although in Su Chen's and most martial saints' eyes, raising to 3 stars was terrifying for a powerhouse like him. This was nothing extraordinary. That Ahau has woken up. He wants to see you. You go by yourself. I have morning class. After saying that, he planned to leave. The sound of strong collisions rang out repeatedly. Even when facing such terrifying impacts, Ling Tian still blocked it fiercely, showing no sign of weakness, which was simply a miracle. 3 figures gradually emerged from the dust, and Yu Chao's expression was serious, staring hard at that side. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they wanted to gain personal benefits under the guise of public interest. After all, everyone wants to catch a relatively beautiful girl as their exclusive wife. Living here for a long time? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. What did Tai Xian mean? She had a bad premonition and turned to look at her teacher. Now, the guy with the big machete was also speechless. In the distance, Ma Long was laughing endlessly. When they encountered Yu Chao, they would really cry from beginning to end. Yu Chao sat quietly in the room, and the attendant hurriedly ran out, and soon brought back that boxer and a card. With this sword, Wu Tan used almost 40% of his true energy and spiritual power, combined with the quality of this flying sword's Huangpin Zhuangjing core, which made Wu Tan firmly believe that this sword, even if it didn't kill Yi Xiao, could severely injure him. Sit down and have a couple of drinks with me. Lu Tianqing took out 2 crystal cups, pouring red wine into them. Under the light, the liquid looked as crimson as blood. However, despite his confusion, the old man did not care to investigate where the golden light was coming from. And so, he disappeared again into the forbidden area of the back mountain. Today, he has a fever of 39, and he didn't have time to revise the repeated chapters from yesterday, so he's taking a day off. Carl easily took care of the soldiers who surrounded him, then headed to the city center. The dead man explained, the superheroes usually gather here. The Punisher often goes off the rails and randomly fires his gun, while Spider-Man is always swinging around in the sky. But I still love him. Unfortunately, he can't speak human language. Carl arrived at the city center, where ruins were everywhere. The buildings were riddled with countless bullet holes, and there were also strands of gray-green spider silk. He was in a passive state, feeling embarrassed and unable to kill Li Xiaofan in one go. Looking at that familiar yet detestable face, he really wished he could rush up and tear it apart. Damn it, why would the heavens give birth to a monster like you? Each word pierced the heart, and Li Xiaofan's rapid-fire words made Jiang Ziya's body tremble violently, his emotions greatly shaken. What? Do you brothers not trust my methods? His tone carried a hint of anger, startling everyone. The so-called beast crystal was the core of the giant beasts from Mercury's deep sea. In the water world, aside from material threats, the rest were the countless giant beasts in the deep sea. Well then, it seems you can't survive, the leader shrugged, revealing a look of regret. Their only target was the ice and the key in his hand, so they were unwilling to meddle in the affairs of Jishur Temple, and naturally did not want to have any conflicts with the monks inside the temple. Lin Huan always felt that Wu Xiang played an unglamorous role in this matter, but without evidence, he could only plan later. However, both sides held a slight hostility towards each other. But as time passed, such hostility was deeply rooted in the older generation, while the younger generation was mostly influenced by the older generation's words. They themselves did not have such strong hostility. Am I a beast? Then what are you? You are my dad. Zhao Yongdong laughed loudly. This kind of situation had never occurred before. You could resist, but also revert to your original form. But that man barely moved, and a thick layer of star essence barrier appeared around him. The bullets from the war machine's machine gun could not penetrate this barrier. The opponent seized the opportunity to pounce, crashing into the war vehicle, causing a spiral ripple to pass over the light war vehicle. Wan Zhonglu casually tossed dozens of healing pills he had searched out into a storage ring, throwing it to Qin Huai, leaving nothing for himself. Lu Pianpian saw this and pulled Jin Yang to hide in the toilet. This toilet was dirty and smelly, with flies buzzing around. It was disgusting, and one could imagine that the master of the house would not use this place to relieve himself. It should be where the servants went. Rarely did the usually calm Emperor Chun lose his temper during morning court, tearing Lin Ming's memorial to shreds in front of all the ministers. Subsequently, Emperor Chen issued 3 edicts, 1 to announce to the world, and 2 to the north. Jiang Yin took the rice porridge, slowly walked to Zhang Suhua and Li Ping, and smiled. Annie, drink some rice porridge first. Your yang energy has been absorbed a lot by the ghost attached to that big locust tree. You must take good care of yourselves in the future. Panda and the others showed joy, took out their tools, and extracted the liquid from the groove, recovering and storing it. Although the sword energy was strong, he judged that it could withstand it. In any case, he would first test the reality of this sword energy. He admitted that Jun Ma Xiao was powerful, and some rumors even exaggerated him to the sky. But after all, the latter was only at the spirit master level, with such little aura. Facing an attack from a powerful great spirit master like him, how could he be so arrogant? Did he think of him as an ant? Mu Zijing's expression was solemn. Her cold, knife-like gaze swept over the few people, scaring them so much that they couldn't even shout. What? Carl exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? The fact is as such. Peter smiled bitterly. The successors have gained the power of the spider totem from the demon wheel family. With this power, they devoured the weaving master, and the death of the weaving master caused a violent turmoil in the web. The great weaver told me that they underestimated the strength of the demon wheel family. Peter continued, their current situation is precarious, and Miguel, someone, in a fit of anger, grabbed Iyun's collar with both hands and pulled him hard towards the bed. Not caring if the ground was dirty or if there were any obstacles, moving as smoothly as dragging a corpse, directly passing through whatever came in contact. The guard struggled to lift his head and saw that the wooden fence, which had originally been protected by a protective array, had turned to dust. A gentle breeze blew, raising a layer of dark yellow mist. In the big pit, the boys led by M.O. Sean were hilariously bundled into a giant ball, their limbs utterly shattered. Don't lose your temper, okay? I said I won't compensate. Look, at this time, where can I find the conductor? Don't you think? You look so beautiful. You can't just throw us off the train. Fei Hu said, grinning, clearly trying to soften him up. Bai Zi received him. Morong Shan's intention was simple, hoping Bai Zi could release Liang Qing and the others. No matter what, they had to block those crazed sect members at the foot of the mountain. The demon lord roared, realizing the opponent's fighting spirit. The 7 demon lords and the hall master stayed here to carry out the original plan. The Flower Palace master and some array experts set up the formation, while the rest followed the old man to meet those so-called righteous experts outside. The old man looked around, clearly taking the lead and giving orders. Hey, hello, you're a visiting client, right? Come register and get a badge. Just as Fei Hu was daydreaming, Team Leader Wang greeted him from afar, having noticed Fei Hu long ago. On such a hot day, wearing a mask was clearly very eye-catching. Xiao Ling Xiao had indeed considered it carefully, but her concerns were completely different from Xian's worries. Although Baorong's words did not clarify everything, Xiao Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. She suddenly remembered what the Divine Wolf had said that day. Baorong not only practiced Wolf Clan sorcery, but also Fox Clan sorcery, and with her cruel nature, if this continued, she might really fall into the evil path. I wonder what plans the masters have. Shocked, Shinboro asked. We can't just stand here and watch as the opponent is truly formidable, while we remain outside as spectators, completely unconcerned, allowing the Thunderflame beast to continue attacking and suppressing the restraints. In an instant, Situ Zhangquang and the members of the youth class no longer sought any holy crystals or spirit crystals, all charging towards Xiaofeng with killing intent. This disc was quite interesting. Besides having spatial laws, the most powerful aspect was that this formation disc could temporarily absorb energy and soul power to activate laws. Even if it was temporary, it was still impressive. Was this ancient formation technology? Mu Jing watched as the Canyon Vanguard ran to the IC tower and began to gather power, immediately following up to crash into the weakened middle tower of IC. Feeling slightly surprised, Xiaofeng, the Emperor's concubine, and the youth class members were all momentarily stunned upon hearing the words of the man in the black robe. The card trick is quite simple. Dailayer can easily slip a card into the pocket of a level 3 warrior, which means he has, to some extent, learned to deceive level 3 professionals. Because of this, the blind monk in team fight struggles to use all his skills before his energy runs out, drastically reducing his combat effectiveness and preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Similarly, the same goes for Zed, Shun, and Akali, although their situations are somewhat better compared to the blind monk. Penny's voice drew everyone's attention, and the heir who had been knocked away rushed forward, seeking revenge. However, behind Penny's mech, a shadow appeared. For some reason, the moment everyone saw this person, a retro background music suddenly played in their minds. A hand reached out, gripping the heir's throat, and with a sudden force, the heir's neck was instantly twisted, leaving him hanging limply in that hand. Gregory did not try to stop it, and Iris dared not intervene. Annie looked on with reluctance and disappointment, while Lu seemed to be deep in thought. That was a member of the Sea Demon Clan, which, like the Demon Clan, is not a demon beast, the guard spoke. Jill burst forth at maximum speed, his fists flashing with silver light as he executed a technique that shattered the Grand Wizard's protective shield. Under the Grand Wizard's incredulous gaze, he continued to smash through the opponent's heart without losing speed. With Bear and Wood around, they naturally remained unaffected. But for Lu, who was experiencing this for the first time, it was not so friendly. Tianming, standing beside them, was equally astonished. Although nearly 20 people were aware of this stone chamber, very few had actually seen anything, as most of the knowledge had been passed down through the words of predecessors. Sorry, with the intelligence of an evolved mouse. Even at 2 stages of evolution, it couldn't possibly think of this. Having used this trick on too many people before, she completely forgot that she was wearing sandals now, which wasted a good opportunity. Yi Xian's expression was not good. He coldly stared at the extinguished white candle, his eyes filled with indescribable disgust. Hundreds of hacker officials were programming new algorithms on their keyboards to address the issues that had arisen on the platform. They needed to quickly write patches, and once further upgrades were made, this cloud platform would be even more robust. He stood up, his body hunched, skin loose, yet somehow there was a stubbornness that could not be shaken off. He did not care whether the song was pleasant or not, but rather about the feelings of the listener. Jia Cheng carried a certain elegance. He held a folding fan, gently waving it, with mist swirling around him, not dissipating, giving him an air of ethereal grace. The act of wielding knives and guns was clearly no longer suitable for the current social situation. The law was becoming increasingly sound, and the idea of acting heroically seemed to have little market. Indeed, Lu Yihua's hands at this moment were unimpeded on the other party, encountering no resistance at all. From above, Lu Yihua had touched all sensitive spots. However, when Lu Yihua's hand ventured further down, wanting to touch the other party's sensitive area, he was pushed away by Han Yun's hand. Zhu Tong took 2 steps back, returning to the left side of the ferry bridge, as Yulong Duan struck down in succession in front of him, completely dissipating the fierce energy from the Eagle Buddha's attack. The people around stared blankly at me because my words were simply outrageous. I guess that the King of Scenes would surely be furious. Don't worry, if she wants to get married, I sincerely wish her well. After all, we come from the same place, and perhaps we may never return in our lifetimes. If she can be happy, I will be glad too. Being a good friend is actually quite nice. Just then, a brilliant blade light flashed from the sand column, and a figure used the momentum from the sand column to dash swiftly towards Yueling Xian. Zhu Tong understood that Tianli Company's knowledge of Wang Xiangjin was no longer a secret. In order to obtain this information, he had worked tirelessly for 2 days, finally managing to prevent the entry of Jin Lianhua Public Relations Company, ending their partnership at the cost of 50 million. From now on, Tianli Technology would have to fight on its own strength. However, that would be after returning. Right now, in front of me was a master builder. And in the original society, those who built ancient wonders had long passed away, and I was fortunate to meet one now. How could I not ask for guidance? I don't care about these things, Carl said calmly, as he increasingly frequently input energy, while Mephisto could not withstand his attacks and shouted loudly. It is the court of life. Carl's gaze flickered slightly. Then he used more energy to devour this dimension, and the Mephisto of this universe also disappeared from the world. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt a bit anxious. What kind of beings are the Life Court? The War Tread, as a racial talent of the Tauren, is a very rare control ability. Only large creatures like mountain giants and abyss lords, aside from the Tauren, can exert such control through their incredible weight and strength. It is a rare gift from Mother Earth to her favored Shuhara warriors. Perhaps what you're doing is right, brother. Killing each other among brothers is really too cruel. All right, let's not say anything more. Let's go out. I'll take you back first. Chu Tianhao patted Lin Changjuan's shoulder and said, in a high-end CAF in New York. Tang Xian sat across from a young American man, while Dong Tianhua and He Tianxi sat nearby, glancing over at Tang Xian from time to time. Before long, Yun Xian saw Xian raise his head with a smile, his expression somewhat excited, wanting to say something but finding it hard to speak. Wait, I'll find you a set of toiletries. As a man, Yun Xian was much more generous and directly got dressed in front of Zika. The orc warriors of the Lei Wang clan surrounded the city walls of the port area tightly, while the alliance soldiers of Nanhai Town faced a sea filled with killing intent and hostility. Hearing Nie Yun's words, old Qian's eyes flickered, seemingly struggling for a moment. But in the end, he still whispered a good word. Young master, I think he is just fooling us. Daoist Chun, what do you think? Is there really such a coincidence? Malone had long felt something was off with Chen Yun. He wasn't as bewitched as Song Tianfeng. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Fu, I remember you should be members of our provincial city's bonsai association, right? Just then, old Su over there suddenly asked old Jiang and old Fu. Just as the fierce attack from the ugly bird came, Fei Yin happened to arrive at the edge of a ravine and, without thinking too much, jumped down directly. Madam, eat some porridge. You haven't eaten anything all day. Qian Wu continued to persuade, placing the spoon in the bowl and then reaching out to lift the blanket. However, Shun Yinjiao didn't mind treating this place like her own home and walked inside. But with each step, her brow tightened a bit more. An assassin used his dagger to parry the strong goblin's attack. As a frontline elite, his highest attribute was agility, but his strength was also considerable. He could easily parry the strong goblin's attacks before. Lu Zishi felt genuine fondness for the Demon King's words. He didn't expect this guy to be so enlightened. Bang! A faint collision sound that seemed almost inaudible rang out. Yi Chong felt as if he had crashed into a pile of bedding. The force that could knock over a person was dissipated cleanly in an instant. On the grass pavilion, a soft couch held a graceful body lying on it. Staring boredly at the distant eastern sky, watching the newborn sun break free from the night's cage, gradually rising and casting a gentle light. The chosen ones are well protected by the pillar of heaven in this regard. Without particularly powerful means, one cannot seize the chosen one's resurrection. This is also the reason why Heido does not appear. It is not that he has given up, but that he needs more preparation and means. The knife originally resting on his shoulder was powered by his waist and legs, assisted by his shoulder and elbow. This had already used all of his strength. Beiji endured a night of suffering from abdominal pain, tossing and turning until dawn before finally falling asleep. The item on Maluan, which granted him power, was called the Heart of the Universe. If the entire omnipotent universe is under the control of the Supreme OAA, then the Life Court is an enforcer that OAA has given him to maintain balance and stability within the omnipotent universe. It possesses a part of OAA's authority and abilities. And the Heart of the Universe is also an item that holds part of OAA's authority. In Carl's impression, Thanos had once relied on the complete. From birth, he was abandoned, lonely and wandering in the world, yet incompatible with everything in it, unable to change that beginning, nor determine this ending. Li Kuang was indeed quite bold, daring to snatch something from his hands, and moreover, not being taken back by that person. Just this alone proved Li Kuang's ability. He was indeed curious. What kind of place would Tang Sung be hiding in? Meanwhile, after occupying Hong Kong, Japan further mobilized troops domestically, expanding the battlefield to Dutch Borneo, the Philippines, and other British, Dutch, and American colonies in Southeast Asia, seizing locally abundant strategic resources like oil and rubber. Upon seeing the fire bead in Qin Yu's hand, the people of the Fire Spirit clan felt their bloodlines stir within them, experiencing a desire to worship. A few hours later, Yuan Cheng walked in again, breaking the silence between the two, and came to Yi Xing's side, giving him the newly refined pill to take. For example, ancient leaders, certain high officials, whatever titles, or even directly killing emperors would be fine, but writing about killing leaders in modern times would definitely get you banned. LV Feng agreed with her approach. They had just entered this place, and if they set it on fire, who knows how many spirit beasts would emerge. That would truly be a dead end. When he saw Chun Fan, the leading man raised his head. He was a man with a very sharp face, looking somewhat like a fox. Chun Fan broke into a brilliant smile, stroking his chin. Indeed, the great sage Sun Wukong would absolutely not fail. Qin Liang laughed dryly a couple of times, regretting his earlier actions when he had gotten carried away and made an inappropriate move on Yanzi. Now he deeply regretted it. However, he didn't expect Yanzi to not go berserk or get angry, which made Qin Liang feel a bit incredulous. Aside from his soul, his mind and spiritual awareness were also quite remarkable, belonging to the level of a celestial lord, but they hadn't reached the level of surpassing everyone else. Only in terms of soul did he believe no one could match him, not even celestial lords or demigods. Wui Wei directly threw punch after punch, continuously delivering over 10 punches, but they felt neither painful nor itchy on Hani Fei. If things escalated, it might involve him since he was the school's top person in charge. It has nothing to do with you. That's my business with your master. Yin said angrily. Will the Tang dynasty face such problems? Yes, and it definitely will. How to avoid it? Li Cheng felt it was unavoidable. The only choice is to hope that this nation finds a mechanism in this dynasty to cultivate more confidence and blood. Always maintain an upward channel. The lady is about to give birth. Why is the Lord still running here? Xiaoping started by persuading Li Cheng. Those cultivators who were stuck on Earth but managed to break through to the golden core stage generally had good cultivation talent. What they lacked was cultivation resources. Ma Fengmei was convinced by Zhang Jianping and hurried to Li Shuiyang's house to ask Su Qingyu questions. This three-story building had no houses next to it, which was quite rare in rural areas, as houses are usually built close together. In fact, Xiao Tian was no longer anxious about cultivating. Even if he wanted to cultivate, it was impossible to do well beyond the out-of-body stage without opportunities for breakthroughs. In the vast sea of stars, a pair of eyes was fixed on the planet at the center of the universe. You're going too far, Life Tribunal. A face appeared before those eyes, saying, his arrival will change this world. Do you really have to do this? In the end, we can only force him away. You know, under the pressure of those two existences, even you would find it difficult to kill him. I know, the Life Tribunal replied calmly, but from the outside, 6 people united, surrounded by purple light, divine thunder flashing, and countless sword lights. The emitted brilliance resembled the radiance of an explosion from front to back, like a giant divine sword with earth-shattering power, charging towards the underworld demon dragon at lightning speed. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng finally released Xiao Suner amidst Gong Lily's exclamations. Of course, she also understood why Yi Ling did this. Lu was disappointed that Yi Ling didn't consult her about these matters. In an instant, everyone had already reached the shore, but no one noticed the shark's fins, as if they had never appeared. You're here. Take a seat. Gong Yeqing sat in the main seat, looking as handsome as ever, his tone gentle like that of intimate lovers. Li Song, an ordinary university student, unhesitatingly dropped out today. The reason he dared to do so was that he suddenly discovered he had mastered a martial art called Blood Sea Blade after waking up. When the Shun family made dried tofu, there would often be broken edges and corners. The Shin family was practical, saving all the scraps for their own consumption. And Shin Shi too sometimes got some to take home for a meal. Gu Lingji thought that, even after such a long time, she still couldn't get used to Qin Shinran saying such cruel words with such a harmless expression. With that thought, a surge of anger ignited, and Su Qiaoshu a bit down hard, leaving both of them with a taste of blood. He indeed understood Bei Yunfu, so despite having said let's break up many times before, he never responded. But this time was different. All right, let's set the goal as he said. Xiao Tao felt a bit helpless. Philip was now the highest commander of the royal court, and the royal court's troops were all under Philip's command, not Xiao Tao's subordinates. Some things were not for Xiao Tao to decide. Are you saying my master died at their hands? Xiao Yao's voice suddenly turned gloomy. Hua Qingyan calmly poured the soup she had previously made with mushrooms into a hot pot, adding soy sauce and salt. After bringing the soup to a boil, she poured in the prepared starch and oil, stirred with a spoon, and then drizzled it over the already steamed mushroom box. The important part of the meeting had already been completed in the morning. The remaining content was minimal and mainly involved the leaders of the capital announcing some policy directives regarding Linzhou. After that, Chao Yuanqing prepared to announce the adjournment. Xiao Tao smiled, his sadness swept away, replaced by endless joy within. Upon hearing this, the Japanese judges immediately looked at the television, their faces showing shock, as they saw Xiao Tao not defending himself, but instead inserting himself between Zhu Cheng's hands, his right hand extending, the sword pointing directly at Zhu Cheng's chest. Qi Tianyang believed that with his jade sovereign strength, no matter how many tricks Yun Fan had, he could crush them all. Moreover, her current identity was different. It was a time of turmoil, and she had to consider more. The disciples and elders of the Tianxian Dao sect were attacking fiercely. Previously, due to the battle formation, the practitioners of the underworld could retreat unscathed, but now that there was an opening, they would not let it go. Especially after giving birth to Hichima's child and waiting in vain for him to marry her, she truly dared not say that the child was also hers. Carl was unclear why the top disasters of the Fairy Power and Phoenix Power universes would appear on him and Gwen. He didn't want to speculate, but he still couldn't help but wonder if it was someone's conspiracy, death, or perhaps the Court of Life. He couldn't imagine when the Court of Life had set up its schemes. If it was from the very beginning, it would prove that everything he had done was under its watch, and it was only because he had done something he shouldn't have that he was put to sleep, struggling through the night. After Zhu Nani entered the room, he warned Tao and not to disturb him and closed the door without hesitation. He checked the room and confirmed there were no surveillance devices before finally feeling at ease to sleep. Old Zhou, your golden needle acupuncture is the most effective for stopping the bleeding. Think of a way quickly, Chu Dongsheng said anxiously to Zhou Songbai. The scene shifted, and Xiao Ji sat at the table in the middle, wearing a mask. Upon seeing Hong Duan, he waved at her. The gift sent to Jiang Lingxi was a stepping stone to Jun's law firm, as long as Jiang Lingxi was willing. She could work at the nationally renowned Jun law firm. A satisfied expression began to appear on the face of the beautiful person, clearly filled with satisfaction from this energy. In a corner of the arena, he was drawing his bow and shooting arrows, looking completely relaxed. He glanced at the three chaos rulers in the universe, with Sui smiling as if she had seen through everything. Yu Jiawei touched her hair and looked down at her clothes. She had just returned from work, still wearing her work attire. Although it was a suit and trousers, compared to Jiang Lingxi's, hers looked so cheap. She turned and looked for Lala, only to find the latter still floating in the pool, completely unfazed by the vibrations. Even after hearing Chun Hao's question, she gave a thumbs up to indicate she was fine and didn't forget to stuff chips in her mouth. How strong is Chun Xian? As the leader of the Night Alliance, Wang Long naturally knew. Of course, he could also guess how strong Lai Qing Tian beside Yu Wuhui was. At least a martial emperor's strength. However, from the battle footage, it seemed they had seized the advantage of a surprise attack and exploited the insect race's lack of understanding of their military strength. The next time would surely be a tough battle, the Shintang warrior General Jerdun reminded. This is the soul refining grand formation, a formation for cultivating divine consciousness and strengthening the primordial spirit, containing exquisite techniques for probing the universe's myriad things. It is a holy place for the cultivation of mind warriors. This disc essentially conveys just one message, appearing on the surface as a menacing disc. Shi Qing quickly nodded, then shook his head, later becoming confused about whether he should nod or shake his head. So, General Han initially had no confidence in winning and led our army into a perilous situation, LG said aggressively. But today, on the day of Zhang's birthday celebration, an unexpected event occurred. Gue Ying raised her leg and walked over, removing the piano cover, and after fiddling with the strings for a moment, she felt that she had indeed stayed here before and seemed very familiar with everything in the room. What was going on? She wondered. It seemed that all the necessities of life were here. This single-cell room was much better than the ordinary dormitory style where one sleeps on the ground. Come on, I also want to have a good match with you. After all, I have learned Taekwondo, although I'm not a match for Zhong Ho. I should be able to hold on for a bit, right? You'll definitely learn well. If given the chance, I'd like to collaborate with you on a movie, Sun Yizhen said with a smile. After hitting the cave wall, I barely stabilized my position, leaning against the cave wall and constantly looking around. Feng Wei stood by the window with his hands behind his back, gazing into the northern direction of the central region, lost in thought. You? How would you know? Ruan couldn't believe that such coincidences existed in the world. I don't want to do anything, Carl. A gigantic golden figure appeared before him and Phoenix Gwen, silently watching Carl and saying, "What do you want to do? You have the support of two powerful beings. They help you come here. One of them I know, a member of the transcendent divine race, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly in this universe, Carl Stacy." His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were a merciless machine. This displacement array is very simple to create. Even old Mai, who has just dabbled in teleportation arrays, could easily make it. The remaining fragments of ethereal stone in his possession were enough to create over 100 talismans. Those who could enter the wooden hall to attend the ceremony were all high-level wood spirits of tree head rank or above. The leaders included the 4 known lightning-struck tree heads, acting as left and right protectors and upper and lower priests, along with one slightly higher-ranked lightning-struck tree head called the Total Tree Head, who was the tribe's chief. Although Lu Hai was somewhat unclear and uncertain in his heart, he thought that there couldn't be such bold people in the prime minister's residence. The rain-like fist struck the handkerchief, producing a metallic clashing sound. In the following time, under the gaze of Yu Weiyin, Chu Feng began selecting raw stones, and after an hour, he successfully selected 50 raw stones without incident. Thus, the conflict between the outsiders and the Li Tang once again emerged. 2 years later, Prince Li Chongjun initiated a coup because he was not the biological son of Empress Wei and was in a difficult situation, so he wanted to take the initiative. The Fusang tree overshadowed the sky, with branches reaching the heavens and roots extending into the underworld. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Fusang tree was self-contained, completely avoiding interference from others. Is the killer an evildoer? Is it wrong to kill without killing, yet be killed? Is waging war for the prosperity of the country a sin? Is killing to protect the safety of the people a sin? But truly mature people would not act. Merely engaging in the private salt trade would evoke suspicion, as this trade often involved gentry and powerful figures, or it might be a desperate fugitive running solo. The private salt in Datong was also related to Wei and the station troops. Who would dare to touch such a background? Every time a meridian was opened, one would ascend a level. At the same time, the body's strength, speed, and sensory abilities would greatly enhance. At this moment, everyone in the hall realized that Xiao Binglan had indeed gone against Xu Qingyu. He intended to follow the grain transport team to arrive in Laishi City first, and then proceed to Jiaozhou. However, the grain transport team had just returned, making it inconvenient to move again. He was very troubled about how to get through the National Defense Army's defenses. And here was the suburb, completely unmanaged. Xiao Su also took a lot in one go, ultimately being discovered by Gu's son. The village chief's mind was racing with various thoughts. Feeling the energy was about to run out, he forced himself to stay alert, not realizing how many times he had overdrawn himself. Where's this? Chueben stood still, gazing around with a dazed expression. He remembered he had just been in a sea of sand, with hot steam and scalding sand, causing him to go black before opening his eyes to see the current scene. Decomposition can not only break down matter, all forms of energy attacks can also be decomposed. The shock waves and heat generated from explosions were blocked by the energy affixed to the surface of the armor. Xiao Mo saw these spears without any reaction and shouted, "Ray shields!" The shields of the heavy infantry were specially made square shields, similar to Roman soldiers' shields, but heavier and larger. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call these large shields oars. However, it was still habitually referred to as shields. Shue'er's condition was really not good. Shue'er noticed this and was somewhat worried. But for this matter, it generally doesn't help for ordinary people to comfort her. They can only cast a resentful glance at the still-dazed Inhai. Why are all these men so wooden? Helpless. I had a whisper to Inhai to make him jump out. Shun Tao's dimension had been completely devoured, and even the ring of transcendence couldn't stop his consumption. After devouring these two, the fairy power was still mad, and the blue light flickered constantly all over Carl's body, while the life tribunal coldly watched Carl. "Why seek death?" He said, "You still have a way to live. Another omnipotent universe's powerhouse is protecting you, and you can still start a new life. I'm already tired of it." Life tribunal. The lanterns in the corridors swayed in the wind, the flames flickering, and Bai Yinsong's handsome and square face shone in the light and shadow. Hearing my obstruction, Su Minghui reluctantly withdrew his hand, leaning slightly forward with his hands crossed on his knees, just staring at me like that. "Good, let's do it." Yang Wenli strode up to the command center's platform, opened the communicator, and issued new command orders. At this moment on the other side, Bai Yin was teaching Xian Yin the cultivation methods. Although Yuan Qingtian couldn't use them, he was curious and stood by to listen quietly. A dark spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a shadow squeezed out from the middle. Then the rift, which was only a person high, silently healed. The Twin Towers have a total of 96 floors. Do you know which floor the person you need to save is on? Xin Saran turned around and asked the nearby Shuin Temple Sakura. Suddenly, I understood why Zhang Minglang said I left him when he was at his most difficult. I also roughly understood why he said he was tired. Xian Yin frowned and sighed several times, tightening and loosening his palm, clearly struggling internally. She and Old Han were introduced by others. After a few exchanges, they got along well, so both had the intention to take another step. Hearing his sincere words, I felt both ashamed and helpless, not knowing how to respond. I could only slightly lower my head. The second room did such a thing. In the future, when the Xiao family divides the inheritance, their first room will inevitably take the largest share. Glancing at Sun Wukong, who sat high on a stone, this monkey was not worried about anything else and could even calmly spot those in this place. After all, the current situation did not seem to have any better solutions. He thought to himself, but was restricted by his demon master, spending every day on cultivation. When he finally had the strength to come out, he discovered that hundreds of years had passed, and the Lin family was no more. I knew that I would act according to circumstances later. Dawn walked forward with a serious expression, and after a while, they reached the mechanism he mentioned. Seeing the boss walk into his room, Xia Huiyang turned his gaze back, staring blankly at the ceiling, slowly closing his eyes. Moreover, the brother also took an astonishing action, letting her and Uncle Xia undergo a parent-child relationship identification, bringing clarity to the situation. Some who didn't get what they wanted even fought fiercely, and a group of people started fighting in this room. Xia Huiyang shook his head and laughed. Dad and Aunt Yu really knew how to have fun. At their age as an old couple, they still often talked about going on a honeymoon, not afraid of making the young people jealous. Temporarily modifying the formula wasn't unheard of in past newcomer competitions, but it was extremely rare, and most of those who did so would mean failure. Ruan Xintong left Qi Jingyue's company, walking back to her own company, her mind occupied with what Qi Jingyue had just said. On the arena, Feng Ke had already become the focus of everyone's attention. Most were worried about this mysterious and powerful young talent, but there were also a few who took pleasure in his misfortune, watching the show without caring about the trouble. Hui's eyes were filled with danger and fear. She didn't expect the emperor to be so ruthless. After all, they grew up together, and there should be some childhood affection. Right? Deputy Sect Master Zhu, thank you for believing in me. Achieving trust, Ashu was still very grateful. The sunlight illuminated Gwen's face as she quietly looked at the boy, while Carl leaned closer to her, lifting her veil. Gwen didn't understand what was happening. Tears streamed down her face, and she didn't know why she couldn't dodge or why she trusted this boy so much. Do you remember me, Gwen? The boy asked softly, while the surrounding police and George seemed to freeze. The momentary ripple in Gwen's eyes vanished, and her face once again wore a calm and indifferent expression. The boy slightly tilted his head, his clear and bright eyes, like the sky mixed with seawater, gazed straight at her. Just when Jiang Yuyan was overwhelmed, several unexpected guests suddenly arrived at the Jiang family. Before he could react, Lu Ming aimed a submachine gun directly at him, and with a bang, fired a shot. The sniper quickly adjusted his position, dodging Lu Ming's shot. Long air shouted in his heart, but at this moment, he was in mid-air and couldn't leverage anything. So he could only activate the auxiliary device on his left arm. A flame ignited, and Long air swayed, barely dodging the knife. Judging from this data alone, it's very difficult for Dialogue Ancient and Modern to break through 300 million online users abroad. In the evening, everyone set up camp in a relatively sparse wooded area. Everyone was tired. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms to rest, leaving only Park Jin-hyuk and Lu Ha to keep watch. With his nature, after ascending the throne, he would definitely reduce the legal penalties and rule the country with benevolence and kindness. Emperor Wu of Han often did not realize that in the end, it was actually the descendants of his elder brother who protected the Han dynasty. Wait a moment. Lao flashed in front of Cells Y, unleashing his maximum magical power, forming a terrifying magical storm that swept the villagers away in one breath. Luo Ranchi turned to look at Zhu Qiu, who was gazing up at the starry sky. Tears slowly streaming down her face, her lips curling up, even letting out a sound. All right, let's get started. This time coming to Osborne was just to confirm that Li Xiaobin's voice could fully recover. We'll talk about future matters later. Who knows what it will be like in the future? Lin Buffon's mood suddenly seemed to drop. Destruction looked at the relaxed creator on the opposite side, and then at the overall equipped Old Five's fate, momentarily unsure of what to do. Seeing that the two clearly had no intention of catching the wolf demon, Lu Yuanda sighed, but didn't know where to start. Damn it. Unable to participate in the ground battle, Tuobi Wearer could only grit her teeth and help the injured Chen Jingxiu to escape. Newcomers staying at their family home cannot share a room according to the rules. After Su Xiang agreed, he hurriedly instructed Jiang Yunzhu to arrange for the servants to tidy up the room for Jiang Sheng to stay in. We never waste time on waste. Saying this, he sidestepped to avoid the blue heart flying towards him. Jun Feiyu was indifferent. He sat leisurely on his horse, a faint smile at the corner of his lips, looking quite arrogant. Jean Rou turned her head and saw a man who had appeared at the door of the ward without her noticing. He had an extremely handsome face, with deep and charming features, his eyes fixed on Xiao Chu without blinking. Do you want to know where I am right now? Tang Yinran giggled for a long time before she spoke, her words laced with sweetness. In the history of ancient Western music, there are many examples of music masters curing a noble's heartache with a single piece, earning a title, and being honored as a guest of honor. Facing the full force of a martial arts master, Wang Shang did not dare to neglect the attack, summoning a star god pillar to shatter the fist's edge, scattering a rain of starlight and illuminating the night sky. Yi Qingcheng rushed out of the house, then sent someone to invite her brother and mother, while she went to the pharmacy in the estate to gather and prepare medicine. This book has officially come to an end. To be honest, I thought I could write 1,000,000 words, but I overestimated myself. As a first-time author, by the time I reached 300,000 words, I could no longer control the direction of the plot. This book started quite suddenly. During that time, I had just finished reading Traversing the Universe, and due to a lack of books, the thought arose that perhaps I could write one, and thus this book began. Even signing the contract was unexpected. So whether in terms of setting or early pacing, this book is a complete mess. I basically continued writing because I had some impressions of comics. My initial concept for this book extended until Carl returned from Gotham and saw Gwen on the rooftop, looking at New York's collapse. After that, it was a hastily added outline. However, writing a book is not an easy task, and since my typing speed is not particularly fast, after 2 months of writing, I started to feel numb and annoyed. The initial passion for writing gradually faded. Traversing the universe did not consider many readers' understanding of Spider-Man's setting, including the sudden power inflation in the Marvel Universe later on, many pitfalls in the early stages, and even the current unsatisfactory ending, all stem from the fact that this book started too casually. By the time I wanted to supplement the setting, the inspiration and passion were already gone. Moreover, the Marvel Cinematic Universe began to decline, dropping to less than 20 views a day. What does that mean? If it weren't for the attendance rewards, I would have barely made around 400 yuan this month. My story isn't particularly exciting, but it has taken a lot of time, and due to the declining performance, I've even thought about quitting. So, I truly appreciate all the friends who have followed and subscribed all this time, and I apologize to them for letting everyone down. I'm really sorry. As for the ending, it's naturally a bit of a mess, but there's no helping it. It's somewhat forced to wrap things up. In any case, I will update a few side stories next to fill in some gaps. The side stories will still be charged, as the full attendance rewards won't come until January. I hope everyone won't blame me, and I thank you all for your support. Until we meet again, goodbye. This sentence came lightly from Liang Xiu's mouth, but it struck heavily in Long Yunma's heart. The two had not seen each other for a long time. By Yang Yu, even Jing Tong brushed aside her previous shyness and restraint, feeling a rare excitement. When Jiang Yu kissed her, she actively wrapped her arms around his neck, trying her best to respond to him. The Duchess shouted, "Stop!" The Duchess's voice trembled with excitement, clearly angered. Liang Xiu quietly sat on the cushion, inexplicably watching him fumble through things, not knowing what he was looking for. Putting down her phone, Xinai looked outside. It was near dusk, and the sunset's afterglow scattered across the corners of the city, with darkness about to descend. To be honest, when in love, it's really hard to resist the urge to share feelings, and Jing Tong is no exception. But what kind of person is young Master Han? How could Bo Yihuang not know? Moreover, young Master Han's eyes were evasive, clearly guilty, and Bo Yihuang, not blind, could see it. Xiao Hong wasn't foolish either. She could naturally see Yin Shilua's thoughts. She was trying hard to find a way to establish herself in the Asia-Pacific region, always looking for opportunities. Quan Jingcheng asked with concern, and upon seeing her wake up, he directly turned on the table lamp, instantly brightening the room. However, after the bull market ended, the stock prices of these companies were almost all beaten back to their original state, with some even hitting historical lows. Among them, the royal lineage's power was fragmented. Han Shui was young and ignorant, a mere puppet without any real power, hence the royal power was divided among several princes. Shi Nansheng glared at him resentfully, her face flushed, shaking off Lin Yun's hand and cursing under her breath about the big oaf, wondering how he could believe such rumors. However, she secretly hated it, thinking, if I find out who is spreading those rumors, I'll tear their mouth apart. Yi Shuiying and her third brother ran 3 streets, but they couldn't shake off their pursuers. This was mainly because the 7 subordinates of her third brother were too slow. It's no wonder that Wang Xiyuan, a rich young man used to seeing all kinds of beauties, would be moved, after fully letting go of his body and heart towards Chun Qingshan. He finally understood what a paradise on earth felt like. As thunder roared, Yi looked up at the gathering lightning in the sky, frowning tightly. Just now, almost everyone had taken out their phones to record. There was no doubt that this dance video would become popular for a while. The citizens in the city also knew that if a Xiongnu really broke in, the consequences would be unimaginable, so everyone eagerly joined in defending the city,
which slightly alleviated the pressure of insufficient military personnel. Although this plan ultimately failed, it caused a stir in the court and among the people after the news leaked.
The Emperor Lu Hong was deeply shocked, and he was no longer concerned about the battle in Liangzhou. When he saw Wang Tong and others' pale faces and did not respond immediately, he became even angrier and ordered all of them to be imprisoned. If it were a test unrelated to Riels, Gaia would definitely not be so easily lost. Ji Ming returned to the restaurant and heard Tang Li complaining about him, silently choosing to turn around and go back out. This time, as they approached Tuning Peak, they were attacked by flying beast monsters. After a bloody battle, there were significant casualties. Generals Wudi had no choice but to temporarily lead the Zhou family army to retreat to Qianshui Mountain, where they did not know how to defend and were plotting a counterattack. Damn it, Carl, what are you doing? George scolded anxiously. Carl looked at him helplessly and said, "Why are you yelling, George? Clearly, it's you and Uncle Ben who are going to that utterly foolish bachelor party. No wonder Aunt May looks down on you. Shut up. You'll understand when you get married. But if you dare to have a bachelor party, I'll blow your head off. You're really double standard." Carl rolled his eyes and complained. Lin stood at the bow of the ship. As the ship sailed into the sea, a vast expanse of water came into view. Looking up, the horizon was still out of sight. The sea was azure blue, sparkling like a huge blue silk spread across the sky. Feng Changqing urgently summoned his subordinates and asked everyone for good strategies to repel the enemy, but no one had any viable ideas. Feng Changqing, both anxious and angry, turned around and went back to his room. Lin and Qin Chong followed him in. The conversation had completely broken off here. It turned out that the secret Zhou spoke of in prison that day was this secret. So where did this recording come from? Although they had won in Liangzhou, how many families were torn apart behind that victory? War is cruel, and Wang Yin does not want to fight. Lin finally reached a treacherous mountain road, which allowed no distractions, but whenever the path became smooth, she couldn't help but look up at Gongxi Wan a few times. At this point, my heart shattered again because I had promised not to think of her, yet I had personally reopened this wound, and the pain was too heart-wrenching. Wang Yin was also very happy. Since he could produce such charcoal, then refining high-grade steel should not be difficult. Okay, I'll be back soon. After finishing the call with Fang Ting, I asked for leave from the company. After a few rounds of drinks, Guizi asked Nong Chiso, Brother Nong, "Since you came to the Central Plains this time, you won't be returning to the Northern Desert, right?" Lin and the three young people also looked at Nong Chiso. Before the laughter had faded, they saw archers from all directions already drawing their bows, and in an instant, countless arrowheads glowing blue were shot towards him. Feng Qian was past the age of confusion, but he still didn't understand such a complicated issue as first love being Jin Yang. Qing Rang was taken aback. How did she come here? She sighed in her heart. Thankfully, Yu Zichin had truly gone to Puqing Temple this time. Otherwise, knowing she hadn't kept an eye on Xian Yin would definitely lead to trouble. Feeling relieved, she followed Yichan to her room, where Xian Yin was also anxiously waiting for Qing Rang. Looking at the warm and gentle Ruo Exin, warmth filled his eyes like spring, and Guan Jingtian couldn't help but nod. "Princess, are you going back to Jinyuan?" Standing at the door, the steward asked as he watched the carriage of Prince Yingning leave. Before he could answer, Lin Mo's gentle voice turned to a roar. "Su-yi, do you not know that your body can't handle excessive drinking? Are you tired of living? Su-yi, I see you dying in the hospital sooner or later." Lin and Mo felt a surge of inexplicable emotions and didn't continue to scold. Thinking of the Jade Emperor's instructions and the promise of Guanyin Bodhisattva, Zhu Beiji was constantly struggling at the center of the balance. Sometimes calm, sometimes conflicted, unsure what choice to make. Thus, there were times when Zhu Beiji was obedient, and other times he secretly set traps. After watching Qing Yi leave, Ruo Xin returned to the carriage. The guards took their positions, and the carriage continued towards the Prince Yingning's residence. After Ji Xian left, the steward immediately called Chu Outyin, just as he was about to dial. Chu Outyin's number came in. Daitong Yui and Daitong Yucuan were struggling in Daitong Hui's hands, constantly trying to escape. Byron glanced at Ruo Xin, then took off the burden from her shoulder, pulled out a black cloak from inside, shook it open, and draped it over Ruo Xin's back. Gwen curiously looked at this dark city. The bright moonlight couldn't bring light to this city. Although the sky was clear, it didn't bring any sense of ease, but rather a feeling of oppression. She and Carl stood at the top of the city. The city looked dark and gloomy, and those bright lights seemed only to highlight its darkness. The towering skyscrapers were not the main body of the city. The dense black alleys and roads seemed to be. The agate necklace was the only memory left by Su Shi's mother, and returning to the Su family was merely for the necklace. Later, a large group of people arrived in the forest, with flags multiplying several times, which made Deputy General Kai's heart race with fear. The benefactor looked delicate, with a pair of slender hands that didn't seem like someone who had studied medicine for many years. Sun Yang, upon hearing this, raised his left hand and reached for the Thunder Emperor seal. Just as his fingers touched the seal, waves of sealing energy emanated from the Thunder Emperor seal. "Is he dead?" Her voice remained calm, but her hand tightened slowly, betraying her emotions. Her heart felt suddenly empty, and only the pain in her palm reminded her that she was still alive. Lu Ziyu ordered the removal of his principal's position and immediately turned back to call an old classmate. Watching the quoted price gradually approach 20 million, Qin Xuan's heart was almost about to leap out of his chest. Mu Ling Yuan's eyes slowly gathered clarity, revealing a strong coldness, even condensing into a murderous intent. Staring at Sun Yang, radiating anger. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and not far away, a man in black appeared on the stone wall. His eyes dark and fixed on Lu Tian. Director Li felt some regret. When the station agreed to let Jiang Yu leave, he sensed something would go wrong. Wang Ming, well-informed and wise, immediately saw through all the actions and means of the terrifying demon god. As the terrifying demon god quickly fled with its upper body, Wang Ming also stepped forward, moving with lightning speed to catch up with the terrifying demon god. When the British 7th Brigade and the accelerating main force of the U.S. Army arrived, they immediately encircled and annihilated this Chinese army's elite in the narrow area north of Han City and south of the Imjin River. Si Junhao looked down at Si Yaru's face and indeed saw several red crescent marks. Just looking at them was shocking. Although Yi Chunming's doubts were rolling like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger, she still held back and didn't ask. He had enlisted 4 years earlier than Bo Yin and had more experience. Logically, the captain of the celebration should be him. Since the Qixi ship opened, business had been good, but it had been 2 days, and Yin Qixi had not seen her husband, Dan Lianqing, come over. Perhaps Wei Juanji's flower had angered Si Junhao. He left with a grim face after just a few minutes. Wei Qingqing trembled slightly, her expression growing increasingly sorrowful. After several bitter smiles, she slowly raised the medicine bottle in her hand and, under Yin Qixi's gaze, slowly poured it into her mouth. Just now, with the help of planes and artillery, a company of the U.S. Army's 24th Infantry Division had retaken Zhongzi Mountain but hadn't had time to switch to defense before being covered by the heavy rain pouring down from the sky. As the car drove, I asked Boeing to let me get out, but he seemed not to hear me and treated me like a fart. However, after experiencing many things recently, Ouyang Zhengran still believed in Yuaniing deep down. The emperor also gave a warning to the Marquis of Jing'an. After all, Prince Qi had saved the emperor's life. It was inappropriate to make things difficult any further, and after taking half of Prince Qi's life, this matter was dropped. When she returned the phone to Gu Rumo, she noticed a hint of sorrow in Gu Rumo's eyes. Qin, he seemed to have noticed this too, and quietly adjusted his posture so that Gu Rumo could lean more comfortably in his arms. The Justice League watched the show from a distance. Although Carl noticed their presence, he paid no attention. Only Clark Kent, Diana, and the butler Hero came, and he didn't know why they hadn't acted yet, but he was glad. At least on this trip, he didn't want to make a move. So, is it still far from Arkham? Bruce Wayne had no room to resist at this moment, and with his keen senses, he realized that in this situation, he had 2 possibilities. One was to exchange for higher quality pills, and the other was to continuously break through the bottleneck, constantly refining his meridians, making them stronger, thus increasing the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck. Feng Yao was about to offer something to his father when Liang Shoujing hurriedly ran over, saying, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is selecting poems, and the Emperor has sent someone to look for you." After speaking, she took the paper from my hand and ran away. Her voice was very low. Even though there was no one around to hear, she still didn't dare to raise it even a little bit. The sick tiger aimed his gun at me, and I felt no fear, only anger. Just then, the J car sounded, and after they heard it, the sick tiger and his companions panicked. The sick tiger shot at me, but I dodged it. Then he and the fat man jumped into the car, and their people scattered in all directions. I couldn't help but laugh. This strange girl took a big detour, just to take me out of the palace with her. Heisey called out and walked in front of Ranjun, his gaze gentle. Ranjun felt relieved and walked out with a flashlight, secretly signaling Ping Bo, who smirked and quietly went to the back of the house, pouring the half-barrel of gasoline into the meat and mixing it well, then casually returning to the house. Everyone agreed that it made sense, and everyone carried out their duties. A few team members who used to be police officers stayed to guard the scene, while the remaining staff continued to deal with the dogs. Chu Feng stood there, feeling the demon god domain set up here. Many people had tried to come out in the past few days, but it was all in vain. On the contrary, the demon god domain had absorbed a lot of power, and now it seemed that only someone at the level of a god could have any effect. Hearing Li Jun say that the $1 million had been completely spent, Shi Yinyan really couldn't sit still and stood up to speak. Li Jun forcibly pulled her back onto the sofa, signaling Li Jun to continue. "Have you noticed that Chang Huan seems a bit different from before?" At this moment, Lu Zhanke suddenly asked. Therefore, Luo Yun felt very uncomfortable, thinking that with Luo Yu's presence, he had lost some of his superiority and felt that without reaching the god realm, Luo Yu had no qualification to be the young master and own his territory. Wen Rinqianju was somewhat speechless. He originally wanted to go out to relax because he was in a bad mood. A jar of good wine had just arrived and hadn't been drunk yet when he encountered a messy situation. Liang Tong Tian, under the constant blood extraction, had transformed from a middle-aged man into a gray-haired old man. Although Liang Tong Tian's vitality had slightly recovered each day, it still fell far short compared to the consumption. WBD, I will kill you. Time and again, Chui Hao's face, which was originally somewhat pale, turned red, and he grabbed a glass ashtray from the coffee table and smashed it towards Li Jun's head. The reason why he didn't tell Zhu Ke who they really were was that Chu Feng had other plans and didn't want them to think of themselves as too dark. Because his greatest goal in helping Chu Dan improve his cultivation was to stimulate Chu Qin, making him feel a sense of crisis. Perhaps his second-generation ancestor would come out. If we encounter danger or are trapped by enemies, can the secret guards come to our aid in time? This is what I care about the most. Being invited to Qinzhou by Qi Ao was already quite a grievance. If I were to die here for nothing, that would be even more unjust. Introduction. Crossing into the Marvel world. Adopted by George Stacy, discovering that I have a sister who likes to wander around wearing a spider mask. It is said that in every parallel universe, Gwen Stacy falls in love with Spider-Man. But I am not Spider-Man. There are exceptions to everything, aren't there?